Waiting for it to go live. It says that I'm live. Let's wait for the timer. Okay. No bounce back, Nerd Squad. It is now 12:32 p.m. PST. Unit 207 have been busy little bees, adding more evidence, tampering, and obstruction of justice charges.
PM PST.
Here's the phone video.
Has either criminally and illegally shut off this live stream, which included 4 minutes of updates regarding the woman on the cell phone upstairs committing perjury remotely from 11:52 a.m. to just after noon, as well as the hacking between 8:20 and 8:27 a.m. As you can see right here, the live stream is very much still recording from the laptop that it should be recording from. In fact, it's been running on here, trying to get a clear visual of the timer for the phone.
All right, so I'm going to stop the video there because obviously Unit 207 is trying their best to make it so nobody hears what was in the preceding live stream as far as the 4 minutes of updates go. So again, it's now 12:33 p.m. PST. This recording is reflecting at present as still being visible the preceding live stream that they currently and illegally shut off. Oh, nope. Now I've opened it up and it says it ran for 9 minutes and 27 seconds. So those criminals upstairs cut off the live stream for, well, according to this video, as you saw, that live stream ran for 30 minutes, 29 minutes, 20 minutes, they cut it off.
Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. Again, 12:01 p.m. PST, Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. I have a couple of updates just since the last live stream. Between 11:52 a.m. today to present time, a female federal felon upstairs that has been actively stalking me and involved in this conspiracy since April of 2023, a woman who I consider to be the mini-me of the woman going to prison for 8+ years, has been on the cell phone and actively trying to prevent me to hear her in a frantic matter, which I am going to speculate is her committing perjury remotely and or conspiring in this aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the dwindling Department of Child Abusers, et al. Also, from 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., the male federal felons upstairs were continuing to try and catch the FBI via numerous cyber hacks and attacks. And the reason for that is because they have every intention of proceeding with the second or third count of breaking and entering, the last of which was perpetrated on January 29th, 2025, with my 2 disabled sons that have now had a felony added to their criminal history after 19 days of Unit 207 and their co-conspirators plotting and scheming and me reporting it and them rejecting the reports, who are legally kidnapped and whom have been abused for a year straight directly and with their co-conspirators to cause them to escalate and regress. So what are the major updates? The woman on the phone didn't want me to bring that up in the preceding live stream or this live stream. The hacking and cyber attacks between 8:20 and 8:27. Those were being done to try and catch the FBI because they have every intention of a second or third intentional count of breaking and entering like the one that they perpetrated less than a week ago using 2 disabled teens they've abused for a year, facilitated the premeditated and illegal kidnapping of. And who they had perpetrate a felony on their behalf after 19 days of plotting and scheming, a felony that they intend to perpetrate again. Now, it is noon now, and if you watch the preceding...
It is actually 12:36 p.m. PST. So I just played you the beginning of the preceding live stream, which I showed you a portion of that video on my phone. That live stream ran for 29 minutes and 50-something seconds. Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut it off and saved the recording so it's only 9 minutes long. They tampered with evidence. Yes, they did. They literally, according to the FBI, chopped off 20 minutes from upstairs. So, did anything happen? No. I was reading the report. So we'll add that to the updates. Another update. They criminally and illegally added additional counts of obstruction and evidence tampering for the 20 minutes that they pulled a YouTube live stream off of YouTube and cut 20 minutes of terminating the live stream again. And to be clear, yes, indeed, they are literally upstairs still planning another second or third breaking and entering. Yes, indeed, this time using adults. So remember, I started a new thing on February 1st since they can't keep criminally and illegally shutting off the live stream, something the FBI has stated since October. Their premeditated plan involves for the final illegal entry attempt. Again, it's been attempted 38 plus times and a breaking and entering once on the 29th of last month. For the final breaking and entering, their plan is to criminally and illegally shut off the live stream. So they've been shutting off the live stream every day for weeks. So I started a new thing on February 1st. I'm not uploading a selfie of myself from last month until I personally am ending the live stream. If you see the living room on a video that's ended since February 1st, be advised Unit 207 criminally and illegally shut off that live stream. And they did it to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence and in many instances to intimidate a witness. The FBI is fully aware. But it's concerning to me because they keep doing it. And so I've literally been sleeping for like 4 hours and then getting up to make sure there's still a live stream running. They're controlling my sleep schedule as a result of this on top of every awful 250 plus separate crimes they've perpetrated against me. To say I am disgusted is an understatement. You have no idea. So, here we go. This was served on everybody yesterday at 10:38 a.m. It was also filed as a second police report yesterday. Law clerks urgent, please and thanks. ADA, mandatory file in any/all cases with my legal names. Mystic Gwen, aka Lynette Renee Hansen. Subject, aggravated and ongoing criminal conspiracy. Obstruction of justice. Evidence tampering, child abuse, child endangerment, stalking, harassment, extortion, fraud, civil rights violations, and retaliation against FBI informant by North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, and associated individuals. 1. Incorporation of prior documents and declarations. This report serves as a formal complaint and notification regarding the ongoing criminal activities perpetrated by officers of the North Everett Precinct, individuals associated with Unit 207 at 2120 Highland Ave, Everett, Washington, and their co-conspirators. This report hereby incorporates by reference the following documents which detail the extensive history of this criminal conspiracy and provide irrefutable evidence of the crimes committed. Declaration of Lynette Renee Hansen, aka Mystic Gwen, dated December 14th, 2024, revised 8:07 PM PST, specifically noting the 8:07 PM revision due to prior documented unlawful tampering and alteration of the original document, further evidencing the pattern of evidence tampering and obstruction of justice. Addendum to Declaration dated December 19th, 2024. Addendum and Amendment to Declaration dated December 29th, 2024. Tort claim filed August 14th, 2024, and case number 10-500-5934. served upon the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County prosecutors et al. 9 days before the second actionable kidnapping of my sons and 3 days before the first such kidnapping. All police reports filed by Lynette Renee Hansen from August 14th, 2024 to the present date, including but not limited to reports regarding threats to break and enter my residence, acts of stalking and harassment, acts of coordinated conspiracy, acts of illegal detainment, acts to tamper with evidence such as the repeated termination of live streams, acts to obstruct justice such as the rejection of legitimate police reports, the premeditated and actualized kidnapping of my disabled sons, the exploitation and abuse of my disabled sons, including the use of my sons to perpetrate the felony breaking and entering on January 29th, 2025. The specific incident on January 29th, 2025, involving the felony breaking and entering of my residence, facilitated by the use of my disabled sons, after 19 days of planning by individuals in Unit 207 and their co-conspirators. All other incidents documented on my YouTube live streams and other recordings. 2. Critical context and ongoing illegal detention. As of today's date, I am going to amend the date. This was yesterday. It is now today, February 5th, 2025. I have been illegally detained within my own home for 183 days since August 6, 2024. My front door has remained closed and locked since January 2nd, 2025, per explicit instructions from the FBI, with the sole exception of the illegal forced entry on January 29th, 2025. I have not, nor will I, interact with anything or anyone on the exterior of my home, per FBI directives. 3. Pattern of criminality, fraudulent court orders, and retroactive fabrication of legal basis. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and other co-conspirators, has engaged in a persistent and egregious pattern of obtaining and utilizing fraudulent court orders to harass me, obstruct justice, and further their criminal conspiracy. These orders are obtained through fraudulent means without proper service and in violation of my due process rights. It is hereby unequivocally stated that any and all court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, issued in 2024 or 2025, are deemed fraudulent and part of this criminal conspiracy. The possession, attempted enforcement, or any involvement in the acquisition of these orders implicates individuals in multiple felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. There are mandatory minimum sentences for anyone involved in these fraudulent orders. The ongoing attempts by these individuals to retroactively fabricate a legal basis for their criminal actions will fail. This is a desperate and transparent maneuver that will not shield them from liability. Their attempts to legitimize their actions through fraudulent means are an exercise in futility and further evidence of their guilt. 4. Financial penalties. As previously documented, the following financial penalties are in effect and will be rigorously enforced. $100,000 per day for each day of my ongoing illegal detention. $10 million for any attempt to illegally enter into my residence. with an enhancement to 25 million if I am asleep at the time of the attempted entry. This penalty applies to the recent breaking and entering on January 29th. 10 million for the use of my sons to commit any illegal act on behalf of the co-conspirators. Doubling of all penalties if fraudulent court orders are used in conjunction with any illegal entry, attempted illegal detention, or any other criminal act against me. Quadrupling of these fees for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected police report regarding said acts. 5, absolute lack of immunity. Let it be known throughout the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, and among all their co-conspirators, including but not limited to Erica Owens, Richard Garcia, and Anne-Marie Bauer, there is no immunity, nor will there ever be, for any of the criminal acts perpetrated against me, past, present, or future. Every individual involved in this conspiracy, regardless of their position or title, is personally liable for their actions. This includes any and all attempts to follow unlawful directives. 6, recent events and further obstruction of justice. I went over the recent events at the beginning of this live stream, but let's add those in real quick. 2-5, this isn't in the police report or the filing, but it's an update. 2-5, 8:20 to 8:27 a.m. Lots of hacking and cyber attacks and attempts to try and catch the FBI because Unit 207 plans to perpetrate a second breaking and entering, this time using adult co-conspirators. 11:52 a.m. to just after noon. A woman upstairs that's been actively stalking me since April 2023, who helped facilitate and premeditate the illegal kidnapping of my sons, as well as over 250 separate criminal acts that she can't shut the fuck up about upstairs, took a phone call, frantically trying to hide herself as she was talking to somebody I suspect in a rope and perpetrating perjury. At noon, I initiate a new live stream. It runs until 12:29. And then Unit 207 had magically cut it off and then erased the last 20 minutes of the video, so it reflects as only having run for 9 minutes. But per the FBI's instructions, I used my cell phone, assuming they would do something criminal like that, and got it on tape. And it's not online, baby. I showed you in the beginning of this video a little bit of that phone recording video. Okay, back to the script. February 4th, 2025, 8:49 a.m. PST, the North Everett Precinct, in furtherance of their ongoing obstruction of justice, rejected the police report I filed earlier today regarding the events of January 29th. This rejection occurred less than an hour after the report was filed, and significantly just prior to further criminal and fraudulent court maneuverings that were attempted and are believed to still be in progress as of 10:08 a.m. PST yesterday. Unit 207 activity. Occupants of Unit 207 have indicated that their second premeditated breaking and entering of my residence is planned to occur expediently. While the exact timing remains unclear, their discussions suggest it could be today, tomorrow, or within the next 7 days. They have previously made over 38 attempts to illegally enter my home since the first week of August 2024. Based on their comments, they intend to use either the Owens and or another co-conspirator such as Anne-Marie Bauer for the subsequent breaking and entering. January 31st, 2025, the occupants of Unit 207 expressed confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders dated for that date. They believe these fabricated documents provide them with impunity. This is a delusion. 7. Conclusion. The North Everett Precinct, in conjunction with Unit 207 and associated individuals, is engaged in a relentless campaign of criminal activity. Their actions are an affront to justice and a clear violation of the public trust. The FBI is fully aware of these developments. Accountability is imminent. Sincerely, Lynette Renee Hansen, a.k.a. Mystic Gwen. Again, the time now is 12:51 p.m. PST. Let's make sure this live stream is still running and that there's audio. Nerd Squad on the Lenovo ThinkPad. I've got a visual of 190 videos set for public viewing. Should be 191. Unit 207's being sloppy on that. Checking the live streams to make sure that the preceding live stream doesn't have a photo since they criminally and illegally ended it. It doesn't. Now I'm clicking on this live stream to make sure there's audio, and we're going to click on the beginning and make sure those updates that Unit 207 doesn't want somebody to hear are definitely audible.
Waiting for it to go live. It says, okay. No bounce back, Nerd Squad. It is not busy.
Updates. Between
Fast forwarding through my little cell phone. It's reflecting at present as, so again, it's now here's what was in the preceding live stream as far as the 4 minutes of updates go. So again, it's now 12:33 p.m. PST. This recording is reflecting at present as still being visible the preceding live stream that they clearly and illegally shut off. Oh, nope. Now I've opened it up and it says it ran for 9 minutes and 27 seconds. So those criminals upstairs cut off the live stream for, well, according to this video, as you saw, that live stream ran for 30 minutes, 29 minutes, 20 minutes, they cut it off.
Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. Again, 12:01 p.m. PST, Wednesday, February 5th, 2025. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I am an informant since the last week of June 2024. I have a couple of updates just since the last live stream. Between 11:52 a.m. today to present time, a female federal felon upstairs that has been actively stalking me and involved in this conspiracy since April of 2023, a woman who I consider to be the mini-me of the woman going to prison for 8+ years, has been on the cell phone and actively trying to prevent me to hear her in a frantic matter, which I am going to speculate is her committing perjury remotely and or conspiring in this aggravated criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct, East Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the dwindling Department of Child Abusers, et al. Also, from 8:20 a.m. to 8:27 a.m., the male federal felons upstairs were continuing to try and catch the FBI via numerous cyber hacks and attacks. And the reason for that is because they have every intention of proceeding with the second or third count of breaking and entering, the last of which was perpetrated on January 29th, 2025, with my 2 disabled sons that have now had a felony added to their criminal history after 19 days of Unit 207 and their co-conspirators plotting and scheming and me reporting it and them rejecting the reports, who are legally kidnapped and whom have been abused for a year straight directly and with their co-conspirators to cause them to escalate and regress.
All right. Sounds like we have audio throughout the whole thing, Nerd Squad. I'm skipping to the end, and let's make sure there's still audio there.
Is for any of the above criminal acts if they are perpetrated within 7 days of a rejected 2025. The occupants of Unit 207 express confidence in the issuance of fraudulent court orders stated.
All right, it's 12:55 p.m. PST. If you missed it, Unit 207's been controlling my sleep schedule by their ongoing and incessant criminality and intimidation tactics, their stalking and harassment, their threats, some of their felonies. So if you missed it, I've been up since before midnight. Like literally, that's when my day began. It's now 12:56 and I've been hesitant to go to sleep because I was waiting because I just knew they were going to criminally and illegally shut off the live stream based on the fact that they keep doing that every single day for like over a week. And again, that coincides with the final illegal entry attempt, which they've premeditated and coordinated since October, according to the FBI. The plan is to get some of the police officers that are going to have their badges stripped from them and then go to prison to be here for the breaking and entering in the attempt to illegally and criminally arrest me or unlawfully commit me, as they've also premeditated. And they want the live stream off because that's what the North Everett Precinct told them needs to happen. You're all going to be charged for it. And you've been warned about the obstruction and evidence tampering and the threats for the witness tampering as well every time you shut them off. So why it is you keep throwing your little dicks around upstairs, your little child abusing, stalking, thieving, fraudster, disgraces to public servants, throwing your little dicks around. You're adding counts to your indictments. You're adding crimes against me. Fall way the fuck back. Pull your head out of your ass. Go to the Seattle field office before 4 p.m. and surrender, you dumb fucks. I do intend on going to sleep. Front door has still been closed since January 2nd, aside from when they used those kidnapped, abused kids that they abused for a year, that they knew they were going to have to pay for abusing. So after 6 months, they decided to kidnap them like they've been threatening and I've been reporting. You are going to prison, fools. The whistleblowers are the only exception. And they'll be getting paid for doing what they were legally required to do because they are 100% at risk of retaliation. And 100 million% in a hostile working environment. Because those of you going to prison absolutely deserve to go to prison. So it is 12:58 p.m. PST. I am putting on a podcast called Encrypted. It is just classic, scary stories. All of it is free from copyright. I have zero intention of ending this live stream until tomorrow. Yes, this live stream maxes out at 12 hours. Since it was initiated at 12:30 because of Unit 207 cutting the last 20 minutes off of the preceding live stream and terminating it. This one's going to run until at least midnight, Thursday, February 6th, unless they're going to add some additional counts to their indictments, which they've been going really hard on adding counts to for a very long time now.
There it was, half a block long, black as black could be, dark as the deepest night.
So remember, if you come back and you're looking at a picture of my living room and this video's ended, well, that means that the people that be going to prison that never have had the jobs that they have had are guaranteeing themselves some more years in a place that is not going to take kindly to their kind at all. Child abusers and kidnappers and stalkers, helpers of men who beat up women and children, including strangers and other exes.
There had been houses, lights in the windows,
Nazis who hate this Jew. Yeah.
and voices of people sitting to talk.
You're on a very, very thin line, guys.
But up there, ahead of
Tread carefully. Accountability
there
is
was the
imminent.
lonesome place. No
10
house
consecutive
nearby.
days, though. Let it be known, everybody. Remember, the FBI did say starting in the middle of January, as you can see in my live streams, these fools get 10 consecutive days left this month to play pretend that they're not going to prison.
Which anything might be lurking. Anything at all. The lonesome place where you are sure that something haunted the darkness, waiting for the moment, the hour, and the night when you came through to burst forth from its secret place and leap upon you, tearing you and rending you and doing the unmentionable things before it had done with you. That was the lonesome place. By day it was oak and maple trees over 100 years old, low enough so that you could almost touch the big spreading limbs.
So I'm not trying to go to sleep yet, but remember, I do have every intention of attempting to
It
sleep,
was a pavement.
and I have every intention of this live
never
stream
mowed or
running
kept
until
down
tomorrow.
until late autumn, when somebody burned it
It's
off.
currently 1:01
It
p.m.
was a shady
PST,
place in the hot summer days.
and I believe
where
this
some
live stream is
cool
still on.
air
It looks like
always
it.
went shady
PST.
place. You were never afraid of it by day.
And I believe this live stream is still on. It looks like it. PST.
Different place. For then it was lonesome, away from sight or sound, a place of darkness and strangeness, a place of terror for little boys.
And also for the
haunted by
whistleblowers,
1,000 tears.
I have to speculate this because I really
And
think
every
that
night.
it is the case. I believe that there are certain things that the FBI is not authorized to tell you all directly because they're trying to determine who is definitely getting immunity and who is a sack of shit trying to get immunity into check, but is indeed a sack of shit. And I say that as speculation, but I just want to point out to you, they have made such a huge deal about people following unlawful directives and people tampering with evidence and obstructing justice and fucking with the live streams. That whole niche, that little umbrella, the FBI has made a point. Oh, and any adults trying to do breaking and entering a second time. That whole umbrella, I speculate that the FBI is not going to be giving anyone immunity that's participating in any of those things I just mentioned going forward. Going forward. It's speculation, but why else would they emphasize those things so much? Like, obviously, I'm not going to follow unlawful directives. You know? So it's speculation, but that's what I think is happening. Just so you know, whistleblowers.
Coming from town, it happened.
And remember,
like
everybody,
this.
over 50% of the people that frequent Unit 207 are not actually federal felons facing imprisonment. They're actually whistleblowers who are very much victims, just in a different way. Victims of a hostile working environment where they're 100% at risk of
so that I
retaliation
could walk with them.
by people who
Mr.
are
Newell,
going
maybe.
to prison.
Or old Mrs. Potter, who lived farther up the street. Or Reverend Bislow, who lived at the end of the block beyond the grain elevator. But nobody ever came. This hour, it was too soon after supper for them to go out, or already out, too soon for them to return. So I walked slower and slower until I got to the edge of the lonesome place. And then I ran as fast as I could. Sometimes with my eyes closed. Oh, I knew what was there, all right. I knew there was something in that dark, lonesome place. Perhaps it was the bogeyman. Sometimes my grandmother spoke of him, of how he waited in dark places for bad boys and girls. Perhaps it was an ogre. I knew about ogres in the books, fairy tales. Perhaps it was something else, something worse. I ran. I ran hard. Every blade of grass, every leaf, every twig that touched me was its hand reaching for me. The sound of my footsteps slapping the pavement were its steps pursuing. The hard breathing sound, which was my own, became its breathing, its frantic struggle to reach me, to rend and tear me, to imbue my soul with terror. I would burst out of that place like a flurry of wind, fly past the gaunt elevator, and not pause until I was safe in the yellow glow of the familiar streetlight. And then, in a few steps, I was home. My mother would say, "For the Lord's sake, have you been running on a hot night like this?" I would say, "I hurried." "You didn't have to hurry that much. I don't need it till breakfast time." And I would say, "I could have got it in the morning. I could have run down before breakfast. Next time, that's what I'm going to do." Nobody would pay any attention. Some nights, Johnny had to go downtown too. Things then weren't the way they are today, when every woman makes a ritual of afternoon shopping and seldom forgets anything. And in those days, they didn't go downtown so often. And when they did, they had such lists, they usually forgot something. And after Johnny and I had been through the lonesome place on the same night, we compared notes next day. "Did you see anything?" he would ask. "No, but I heard it," I would say. "I felt it," he would whisper, tensely. "It's got big, flat clawed feet. You know what has got the ugliest feet around? Sure, one of those stinking yellow soft-shelled turtles. It's got feet like that. Oh, ugly, soft, sharp claws. I saw one out of the corner of my eye, he would say. Did you see its face? I would ask. It ain't got no face. Cross my heart and hope to die, there ain't no face. That's worse than if there was one. Oh, it was a horrible beast, not an animal, but a man, lurked in the lonesome place, and came forth predatorily at night, waiting there for us to pass. It grew like this, out of our mutual experiences. We discovered that it had scales and a great long tail like a dragon. It breathed from somewhere, hot as fire, but it had no face and no mouth in it, just a horrible opening in its throat. It was as big as an elephant, but it did not look like anything so friendly. It belonged there in the lonesome place. It would never go away. That was its home, and it had to wait for its food to come to it. The unwary boys and girls who had to pass through the lonesome place at night. How I tried to keep from going near the lonesome place after dark. Why can't Matey go? I would ask. Matey's too little, Mother would answer. I'm not so big. Oh, shh, you're a big boy now. Your Sears Roebuck pants are long ones, she would say. I don't care about any old Sears Roebuck pants. I don't want to go. I want you to go. You never get up early enough in the morning. But I will. I promise I will. I promise, Ma, I would cry out. Tomorrow morning it will be a different story. No, you go. That was the way it went every time. I had to go. And Matey was the only one who guessed. Fraidy cat, she would whisper. Even she never really knew. Well, she never had to go through the lonesome place after dark. They kept her at home. She never knew how something could lie up in those old trees, lie right along those old limbs across the pavement, and drop down without a sound, clawing and tearing, something without a face, with ugly clawed feet like a soft-shelled turtle's, with scales and a tail like a dragon, something as big as a horse, all black, like the darkness in that place. Johnny and I knew. It almost got me last night, he would say, his voice low, looking anxiously out of the woodshed where we sat, as if it might hear us. Gee, I'm glad it didn't, I would say. What was it like? Big and black, awful black. I looked around when I was running, and all of a sudden there wasn't any light way back at the other end. Then I knew it was coming. I ran like everything to get out of there. It was almost on me when I got away. Look there. And he would show me a rip in his shirt where a claw had come down. And you? He would ask excitedly, big-eyed. What about you? It was back behind the lumber piles when I came through, I said. I could just feel it waiting. I was running. It got right up. You look. There's a pile of lumber tipped over there. And we would walk down to the lonesome place at midday and look. And sure enough, there would be a pile of lumber tipped over. And we would look to where something had been lying down. The grass all pressed down. Sometimes we would find a handkerchief and wonder whether it caught somebody. And then we would go home and wait to hear if anyone was missing, speculating apprehensively all the way home whether it had got Matey or Christy or Helen or any one of the girls in our class or Sunday school, or whether maybe it got Miss Doyle, the young primary grade teacher, who had to walk that way sometimes after supper. No one was ever reported missing. The mystery grew. Maybe it got some stranger who happened to be passing by and didn't know about the thing that lived there in the lonesome place.
My little kitty.
We were sure it had got somebody. Someday, I won't come back. You'll see, I would say. Oh, don't be silly, my mother would say. Well, what do grown-up people know about the things boys are afraid of? Oh, hickory switches and such like, you know that. What about what goes on in their minds when they have to come home alone at night, the lonesome places? What do they know about lonesome places where no light from the street corner ever comes? What do they know about a place and a time when a boy is very small and very alone, and the night is as big as the town, and the darkness is the whole world? When grown-ups are big, old people who cannot understand anything, no matter how plain. The boy looks up and out. But he can't look very far when the trees bend down over and press close, when the sheds rear up along one side and the trees on the other, when the darkness lies like a cloud along the pavement and the arc lights are far, far away. No wonder that things grow in the darkness of lonesome places, the way it grew in that dark place near the grain elevator. No wonder a boy runs like the wind until his heartbeat sounds like a drum and push up to suffocate him. You're white as a sheet, Mother would say sometimes. You've been running again. You don't have to run, my father would say. Take it easy. I ran, I would say. I wanted the worst way to say I had to run and to tell them why I had to. But I knew they wouldn't believe me any more than Johnny's parents believed him when he told them, as he did once. He got a licking on a strap and had to go to bed. I never got licked. I never told them. Now it must be told. Now it must be set down. For a long time, we forgot about the lonesome place. We grew older and we grew bigger. We went on through school and the high school, and somehow we forgot about the thing in the lonesome place. That place never changed. Trees grew older. Sometimes the lumber piles were bigger or smaller. Once the sheds were painted red like blood. Seeing them that way the first time, I remembered. Then I forgot again. We took to playing baseball and basketball and football. We began to swim in the river, to date the girls. We never talked about the thing in the lonesome place anymore. When we went through there at night, it was like something forgotten that lurked back in the corner of the mind. We thought of something we ought to remember. We never could quite remember. It was the way it seemed, like a memory locked away, far away. Childhood. We never ran through that place. And sometimes it was even a good place to walk through with a girl, because she always snuggled up close and said how spooky it was there under the overhanging trees. And even then, we never lingered there. Not exactly lingered. We didn't run through there, but we walked without faltering or loitering. No matter how pretty a girl she was. The years went past, and we never thought about the lonesome place again. We never thought how there would be other little boys going through it at night, running with fast-beating hearts, breathless terror, anxious for the safety of the arc light beyond the margin of the shadow which confined the dweller in that place, the light-fearing creature that haunted the dark. Like so many terrors swelling in similar lonesome places, in the cities, small towns, and countrysides all over the world, waiting to frighten little boys and girls, waiting to invade them with horror and unshakable fear, waiting for something more. 3 nights ago, little Bobby Jeffers was killed in the lonesome place. He was all mauled and torn, partly crushed, as if something big had fallen on him. Johnny, who was on the village board, went to look at the place, and after he had been there, he telephoned me to go too, before other people walked there. I went down and saw the marks too. It was just as the coroner said, only not an animal of some kind, as he put it. Something with a dragging tail, with scales, with great clawed feet. And I knew it had no face. I knew too that Bobby and I were guilty. We had murdered Bobby Jeffers because the thing that killed him was the thing Johnny and I had created out of our childhood fears and left in that lonesome place to wait for some scared little boy at some minute and some hour during some dark night. A little boy who, like fat Bobby Jeffers, couldn't run as fast as Johnny and I did. And the worst is not that there is nothing to do, but that the lonesome place is being changed. And the village is cutting down some of the trees now, removing the sheds, and putting up a street light in the middle of that place. It will not be dark and lonesome any longer, and the thing that lives there will have to go somewhere else, where people are unsuspecting, to some other lonesome place in some other small town or city, or countryside, where it will wait, as it did here, for some frightened little boy or girl to come along, waiting in the dark and the lonesomeness. Today's story was The Lonesome Place by August Derleth. It was read by Jasper Strange. I hope you enjoyed it, and until next time, sweet dreams. Curfew by Lucy M. Boston. While my 2 brothers and I were at preparatory school, our parents were living abroad, so that we had to spend our holidays with relatives. Our favourite uncle and aunt had bought a farmhouse on the outlying land of an old manor, of which the estate was being broken up. The big house, Abbey Manor, was being allowed to fall down in its own good time, the owner living in a smaller, dower house in the park. The cottage, which Uncle Tom and Aunt Catherine bought, had also been empty for a long time. Nettles grew up to the front door, and even between the flagstones in the larder. The cottage, however, had been well built, with stone mullions, leaded windows, and tiled floors. It had escaped the wanton smashing up that is the fate of most empty houses, perhaps because of its isolation. A profound silence brooded over it and the acres that went with it. My aunt had a passion for gardening, and there was much to be done before the weed-infested land should be disciplined to her intentions. But the wildness was a paradise for children. Walks in the adjacent park were among the excitements of our visits. There was the empty manor with its staring windows and lost melancholy garden, its weedy paths leading to locked gates. We had Sir Roger's permission to wander there, but never climbed the gate without a thrill or chill of expectation. One wing of the 15th century manor had, with sacrilegious defiance, been built over the former abbey graveyard. Here and there in the grounds, lying open among the rhododendrons, were the empty stone coffins of forgotten abbots, left there perhaps as being too heavy to carry away, or out of boastfulness. They were grand things, hand-hewn from solid blocks of local stone, hollowed to the austerest outline of the human body, with a round resting place for the head. We passed them with great awe, and even with a kind of affection, as noble things treated with contempt, and now part of our private landscape. There was also a lake, reflecting the house and the stables, which were dusty, echoing, and forlorn. Uncle Tom, who liked everything shipshape, used to sigh over all this decay, but his wife had an eye open for everything that could be moved, bought, or made use of, such as a small wrought-iron gate, a sundial, or even, in an ambitious moment, as we all stood looking up at it, the little bell tower on the stables. Its 4 open arches and lead dome had the beauty of extreme simplicity against the pale green sky. "Why should it rot here?" she said. "It would suit our yard just as well." But the yard, surrounded by fine old barns, was Uncle's special domain, and he resented intrusion. "Rubbish," he said. "It's sure to be rotten. Besides, I hate pretentiousness." On our first visit to their farmhouse, Aunt Catherine had been busy making a wild garden out of an acre or 2 of heather and stone. It was boggy in places, and we helped to make watercourses for her, while she laid stepping stones and contrived tough slab bridges. There was a high mound in the middle of this patch, apparently artificial, though of some age, judging by the hawthorn tree that grew on it. And it was crowned by a large boulder. In the course of her construction, Aunt Catherine needed soil to raise her beds above the level of the surrounding damp, and, resourceful woman, looking at this hillock, decided to shift to the top. With what delight we responded to her invitations to see if we could roll the boulder off, but our efforts were in vain. In the end, it took a team of all hands, with levers under the personal command of Uncle in his most arbitrary mood, to dislodge it. But at last, the slope took possession of it, and away it rolled on a clumsy and fortuitous course, and came to rest at the edge of one of our little boggy streams. "Perfect," said Aunt Catherine, by way of thanks and dismissal. When next we came to stay, already her heather garden was taking shape. She had perfectly preserved the wild atmosphere and the hillock was down almost to the level of the rest. "Look, boys," she said, "we struck on this yesterday." She showed us the top of a trough, or coffer stone, which her digging had half uncovered. The slab over it, that had served as a lid, had been prized up, and now rested sideways, leaving a gaping hole through which the loose earth on top had poured in. Aunt Catherine stopped with a gasp. "When did you open it?" she asked Uncle. "I haven't touched it, my dear." "Then who has been here? And why?" Was it a burglar? Was it treasure? We were all agog. Aunt Catherine laughed uneasily and said she would guess that whatever was once in was now out, unless it was just old bones. And if so, she was not going to disturb them. "Old bones?" said Robert. "It's not the right shape for a coffin, not like the Abbott's. There's no place for the head. Perhaps it was a criminal who had been beheaded. Or perhaps it was a case of double him up, like Punch's victims. Or perhaps an animal thing," suggested John hesitantly. He was young and imaginative. Robert had been rather gingerly shoveling off the clay that still clung to the lid. "There are words on it," he said. They all got busy with penknives, trowel, and sticks to clean the letters. "Libra nos quaesimos domine ab malo." Uncle Tom translated it for us. "Deliver us, O Lord, from the evil one." "I don't like it," said Aunt Catherine. And then she shrugged and became practical again. "I'm short of a slab for my stepping stones," she said. "This will do very well. Come on, boys, all together, lift." The slab took its useful place face downward in one of the paths, and the coffin itself was skillfully planted with bushes of rosemary and Spanish gorse and trailing rock roses. By the time this story really begins, it had a natural and undisturbed appearance, and around the wild garden that it dominated, the lapwings and wagtails made themselves at home. It was the beginning of the long summer holidays. Aunt Catherine, having completed one plan, was now looking for something new, and the suggestion of moving the bell tower from the manor stables was raised again. We set off with Uncle Tom one afternoon to examine it. The manor stables surrounded three sides of a courtyard and were in atrocious condition. The once beautiful and elaborate coach house let in the rain through a hole in the roof. The loose boxes were crumbling with dry rot. Our footsteps and voices rang intrusively as we did a tour of inspection before mounting the ladder to the lofts. And we explored such of these as had floors that would bear us. Spiders and rats were all that moved there now. Uncle Tom was the first to go up the second ladder and thrust his body as far as his knees into the little cupola, while Robert and John were jostling on the lower rungs, their heads level with the opening. I was alone on a little square landing. On one side of me was the ladder. On three were doors opening into dark lofts. We had already explored them and knew them to be empty, and therefore I was very scared to hear a hoarse burst of laughter, rather like a horse's cough, that seemed to come from one of them. I tugged at my brothers, and they came down, including Uncle, who had finished measuring and tapping. I told them there was something there, and we all went round again, and I'm afraid I took care neither to be first nor last, in or out of any of the rooms. But we saw nothing, and I was mercilessly teased for my fear as we returned home. At supper that night, my aunt heard all about it. The measurements were very suitable. The condition not bad. Though the bell's missing, said Uncle Tom. You get a splendid view of our place from the roof, Catherine. I could see your bad man's coffin quite plainly. There's the chap who heard him too, he added, pointing his fork at me. I'll go and see Sir Roger tomorrow. They say he'd sell the hat off his head if he could. I like the idea of having a bit of the old house here. Anything new looks new. Don't you bring anything too old over from the manor, said Aunt Catherine. Leave the ghosts behind anyway. Oh, it's too late to warn me about that, he retorted. It was you who took the lid off the bad man's coffin. It was open already. Well, who rolled the boulder away that was supposed to keep him down? And again he pointed at us with his fork, and we grinned, though shudders ran down our spines. The next day, Sir Roger himself happened to pass our gate. He stopped to speak to us all, even Robert, John and me, grimy and barefoot as we were. You are digging yourselves in very nicely here, I must say, he said to Uncle. It all looks very jolly. I like the way you do it, too. Of course, I have no choice but to sell what I can, but these gimcrack buildings do gall me. This was a good opening, and before long, bargaining for the bell tower had begun. It ended in Uncle's favour, because at the last moment he brought out his trump card. There was no bell. But there being no bell is one of its greatest attractions, said Sir Roger. There's a legend, you know. It was called the Judas Bell. But where it originally came from and who betrayed what, I don't know. It was the old curfew. And of course, if people are out when they ought to be in, things are likely to happen to them. The old people round here say the bell had a familiar. The last person who rang it was my great-grandfather, who did it for a wager. And it is a fact that he was found dead. Rather horribly dead. After that, the bell was taken down and destroyed. Well, you can't expect me to buy a legend about a bell that is missing, said Uncle Tom. And the bargain was settled at a very small figure. Before the end of the holidays, the graceful little bell tower was set up on the middle building in our stable yard. Both Uncle and Aunt were pleased. It was repainted to match its new position and looked well there. Wet weather had set in. We had grown tired of all the games that can be played in the house. Then Robert said he would go and fish in the Manor Brook, and we followed with jam jars of worms. We had to cross the wild garden, which had, since Uncle's jokes, begun to stir sinister feelings in us. The lapwings cried and veered and flung themselves along the wind. The thin rain pattered in the little brown streams, and the wagtails looked sharply at us and ran hither and thither as though disguising their real activities. We began to run and shooed them away as if they were unwanted thoughts. But as we paused halfway across the stile into the park and looked back, there they all were as before, and the curlews sounded derisive as if we had no business there. The little stream through the park had invaded the grass at its edge beyond the cast of Thomas's fishing rod, and the lake into which it flowed had swollen into damaging proportions. The cinder road that led to the manor farm was under water, and the farmer was there with Sir Roger, bitterly complaining that it was all because the outlet sluice was blocked and had never been mended, and that the lake itself was silting up and so full of weeds you couldn't tell where it began and where it ended. Sir Roger was listening with a pained expression. He promised to have it seen to as soon as the flood subsided enough to allow work to begin. As for us, we spent the afternoon happily testing the depth of every overflow and returned home wet to the skin. A week later, dredging operations began on the lake. The sluice was opened and the water sank to mud level. The weeds were cut down, and a band of old men in waders were wheeling the smelly, fibrous mud in barrows along the planks. We were there, of course, to watch. Much came to light that would never have been expected. A sunken boat, a scythe blade, a weather vane, a skull, and, most surprising of all, a bell. It was of unusual shape, but covered thickly with sharp flakes of rust. The pivot of its tongue was rusted up solid, so that it could not swing. "It's the old Judas bell, like enough," said one old man. "Didn't I hear tell that your uncle had bought the bell tower? It's an odd thing for anyone to buy. I'd like to hear what my old woman would say if I came back one day and said I'd bought her a bell tower." We ran back to announce the find at home, and Uncle Tom called for Sir Roger and took him along to look at it. Uncle had a flair for antiques, and he thought that the bell might prove to be incised in some pattern which might be curious or of interest. But Sir Roger was interested in nothing but sherry and whippets, as we knew from Uncle's indiscreet conversation. "Look at the rust on it," he said. "I can't take any money for a thing like that. Certainly do what you like with it. I'm not superstitious, but I wouldn't touch it." Uncle shook his head at me and said we must expect the worst. The bell was sent to be cleaned and repaired, but even in its absence we now had a prickly feeling of foreboding. I remember the golden September weather, the scent of southern wood and lavender, and the yellow leaves spotted with black that were beginning to fall. But for us, the garden had become haunted. We no longer basked in it quite at our ease, or felt as heretofore that earth and fields, trees and sky were all our own. There were darker corners where we definitely did not go, where in a game of I Spy, for instance, nobody thought of hiding or looking. It was on the last morning of the holidays that the bell came back. It was delivered by van, wrapped in sacking, with its now mobile tongue thickly wedged and muffled in felt. We all hung around while Uncle unwrapped it. Seeing us so deeply interested, he made quite a ritual of it, marching off to the barn with us in procession behind him. The clapper he had kept muffled till the last. It was to be unveiled. When at last he pulled the first toll, the sound that it gave out was so unexpected as to be quite shocking. It was a high, wide carrying note, and though it had a certain churchiness, there was in it something wild and almost scream-like. The afternote that vibrated long after within the bell sent a creeping chill up my spine. When the last sinister tingle had faded out of the shaken air, Aunt Catherine said, "I'm certainly not going to have that rung for dinner. It would take away my appetite." Uncle seemed not disposed to dispute it. He said, "If they rang that at curfew, they gave you fair warning." We were to go back to school the next day, and this was a thought that blotted out all others. It was important to get the most out of the last afternoon. Towards sunset, when we were playing I Spy, I was crouching in a deep clump of red dogwood, not far from the house. holding my panting breath and listening for the approach of Robert and John. I heard their voices drawing off in the wrong direction, and was beginning to feel I had time to straighten my stiff knees before they could possibly return, and then to hope they wouldn't be too long, when with no other warning, a feeling of utter isolation and panic took me. I felt I was deserted, exposed to unknown dangers, perhaps trapped. I turned involuntarily to look behind me and saw two long-nailed, soily hands begin to part the leaves. And an evil face looked in. His hair and cheeks were clotted with earth, through which his yellow teeth showed more on one side than the other. His eye sockets were appallingly hollow, and he lifted his chin, as the blind do when they seek. I shot out of the bushes like a rabbit when the ferret looks in, and ran as hard as my legs would carry me to the house. My clamour soon brought Robert and John and Aunt Catherine, to which I could give no better explanation than that I had seen a horrible face. She calmed me as best she could, saying it was probably a tramp coming in to pick up apples, and Uncle Tom should go round and send him off. Confidently, she and Uncle exchanged that word as if it met the case perfectly. Some tramps, a tramp, the tramp, as if a casual word like that could cover such lurking horror. Uncle Tom went striding off, looking very fierce. But he came back having seen nobody. Dusk had come. It was cold and the wind was rising, and we, as may be imagined, had no heart to play outside. So, after tea, Aunt Catherine let us light the fire, and we persuaded her and Uncle to stay with us and tell us ghost stories. The others, I think, out of pure love of sensation, and I because it was the only way that I could get company for my thoughts and persuade the grown-ups to talk, however insincerely, on the same subject. The session opened, of course, with a little lecture from Aunt Catherine about the folly of the whole thing. Then the curtains were drawn, and Uncle Tom began. His personality and prestige added to the effect, for he was tall and bony, and we held him in awe. He told the old stories about midnight coaches, about grinning liftmen who had been seen in a dream the night before, about grey monks who had passed people on the stairs, and figures standing at midnight by one's bed, and they all to me had the same face. The wind rose rapidly in accompaniment to his tales, and our feelings of horror were already far outstripping the merits of his invention, when a really terrible thing happened. A gust of wind tore open the casement, and at the same time, the bell in the tower gave a jerky ring. There was no need to tell us any more stories. Our hearts were tight with presentiment. Its variable sound came and went with the gusts, even after the window was tightly closed again. It was not like a bell rung on purpose, but a bell evilly twitching on its own. "This is quite intolerable," said Aunt Catherine. "No one will sleep a wink tonight if that goes on." "Don't get in a fuss," said Uncle. "I'll go and take out the clapper. Nothing could be simpler. Now, boys, off to bed." Up we went, perforce, keeping close together, and clustered at our bedroom window to see him do this act of bravery. He seemed to waste hours talking to Aunt in the hall while we waited upstairs and listened to that vibrating shudder from the bell, the irregularity of which made it even more fraying to the nerves. The shadows under the yard walls were peopled for me with precise terror, and so was the room at my back. The keyhole howled too, and the wind in the chimney buffeted hollowly. At last we saw Uncle Tom come out into the light from the back door and go down the yard, where we could only by straining keep him in sight. Shadows swallowed him up, and we heard the barn door slam behind him. We fixed our eyes on the outline of the bell tower, and again it seemed an age before we thought we could distinguish his head, shoulders, and arms waving against the sky. "There he is," said John in a whisper. Uncle had seized the bell, and the clanging stopped, but a moment later we heard him yell with the whole force of his great lungs, and his body disappeared down the manhole. The bell had stopped, but the wind still blew, and it was hard to tell where sounds came from. Robert thought he heard a dogfight going on somewhere. But Uncle Tom didn't come back. Time seemed too short now. We imagined how long it would be before he would appear, then doubled it, trebled it, and began again. At last, Aunt Catherine came out and shouted for him, ran halfway down the yard and shouted again. The maid came out too, and presently the yard was full of people with lamps and flashlights. They went into the barn after Aunt Catherine and came staggering out, carrying someone towards the house. We were seized with shame and undressed as quickly as we could, jumping into our beds. But Robert went on to the landing and called downstairs to ask what had happened. "Go to bed, boys, and for the Lord's sake, keep quiet, keep out of the way," said a woman neighbor. "Your uncle has had a nasty accident." And then we heard the horrible, mad, banshee sound of the maid having hysterics in the kitchen. Today's story was Curfew by Lucy M. Boston. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. Well, I do hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, sweet dreams. Harry by Rosemary Timperley. Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair, and the name Harry. Such an ordinary name. Yet the first time Christine mentioned the name, I felt a premonition of fear. She was 5 years old, due to start school in 3 months' time. It was a hot, beautiful day, and she was playing alone in the garden, as she often did. I saw her lying on her stomach in the grass, picking daisies and making daisy chains with laborious pleasure. The sun burned on her pale red hair and made her skin look very white. Her big blue eyes were wide with concentration. Suddenly, she looked towards the bush of white roses which cast its shadow over the grass, and smiled. "Yes, I'm Christine," she said. She rose and walked slowly towards the bush, her little plump legs defenseless and endearing beneath the too short cotton skirt. She was growing fast. "With my mummy and daddy," she said clearly. Then, after a pause, "Oh, but they are my mummy and daddy." She was in the shadow of the bush now. It was as if she'd walked out of the world of light into darkness. Uneasy, without knowing why, I called her. "Chris, what are you doing?" "Nothing." "Come indoors now," she said. "I must go in now. Goodbye." Then walked towards the house. "Chris, who were you talking to?" "Harry," she said. "Who's Harry?" "Harry." I couldn't get anything else out of her, so I just gave her some cake and milk and read to her until bedtime. As she listened, she stared out at the garden. Once she smiled and waved. It was a relief to tuck her up in bed and feel she was safe. When Jim, my husband, came home, I told him about the mysterious Harry. He laughed. "Oh, she started that lark, has she?" "What do you mean, Jim?" "It's not so very rare for only children to have an imaginary companion. Some kids talk to their dolls, and Chris has never been keen on her dolls. She hasn't any brothers or sisters. She hasn't any friends her own age. So she imagines someone. But why has she picked that particular name?" He shrugged. "You know how kids pick things up. I don't know what you're worrying about, honestly, I don't. Nor do I, really. It's just that I feel extra responsible for her, more so than if I were her real mother." "I know, but she's all right. Chris is fine. She's a pretty, healthy, intelligent little girl. A credit to you. And to you. In fact, we're thoroughly nice parents. And so modest." We laughed together, and he kissed me. I felt consoled. Until next morning. Again, the sun shone brilliantly on the small, bright lawn and white roses. Christine was sitting on the grass, cross-legged, staring towards the rose bush, smiling. "Hello," she said. "I hoped you'd come, because I like you. How old are you?" "I'm only 5 and a piece." "I'm not a baby. I'm going to school soon, and I shall have a new dress, green one." "Do you go to school?" "What do you do then?" She was silent for a while, nodding, listening, absorbed. I felt myself going cold as I stood there in the kitchen, Don't be silly. Lots of children have an imaginary companion, I told myself desperately. Just carry on as if nothing were happening. Don't be a fool. But I called Chris in earlier than usual for her mid-morning milk. Can Harry come too? No. The cry burst from me harshly. Goodbye, Harry. I'm sorry you can't come in, but I've got to have my milk, Chris said, and then ran towards the house. Why can't Harry have some milk too? She challenged me. Who is Harry, darling? Harry's my brother. But Chris, you haven't got a brother. Daddy and Mummy have only got one child. One little girl. That's you. Harry can't be your brother. Harry's my brother. He says so. She bent over the glass of milk and emerged with a smeary top lip. Then she grabbed at the plate of biscuits. At least Harry hadn't spoiled her appetite. I didn't mention any of this to Jim that night. I know he'd only scoff as he'd done before. But when Christine's Harry fantasy went on day after day, I found it got more and more on my nerves. One Sunday, when Jim heard her at it, he said, I'll say one thing for imaginary companions. They help a child on with her talking. Chris is talking much more freely than she used to. With an accent, I blurted out. An accent? A slight Cockney accent. My dearest, every London child gets a slight Cockney accent. It'll be much worse when she goes to school and meets lots of other kids. We don't talk Cockney. Where does she get it from? Who can she be getting it from except her? I couldn't say the name. The baker, the milkman, the dustman, the coalman, the window cleaner. Want any more? I suppose not. I laughed, rather ruefully. Do you know what I think you should do to put your mind at rest? What? Take Chris along to see old Dr. Webster tomorrow. Let him have a little talk with her. Do you think she's ill? In her mind? Oh, good heavens, no. But when we come across something that's beyond us, it's as well to take professional advice. Next day, I took Christine to see Dr. Webster. I left her in the waiting room while I told him briefly about Harry. He nodded sympathetically. And then he said, It's a fairly unusual case, Mrs. James, but by no means unique. I've had several cases of children's imaginary companions becoming so real to them that parents got the jitters. Christine is rather a lonely little girl, isn't she? She doesn't know any other children. We are new to the neighborhood, you see. But that will be put right when she starts school. And I think you'll find that when she goes to school and meets other children, these fantasies will disappear. You see, every child needs company of her own age, and if she doesn't get it, she invents it. Older people who are lonely talk to themselves. That doesn't mean that they're crazy, just that they need to talk to someone. The child is more practical. Seems silly to talk to oneself, she thinks, so she invents someone to talk to. I honestly don't think you've anything to worry about. That's what my husband says. I'm sure he does. Still, I'll have a chat with Christine as you brought her. Leave us alone together. I went to the waiting room to fetch Chris. She was at the window. She said, Harry's waiting. Where, Chris? I said quietly. There, by the rose bush. The doctor had a bush of white roses in his garden. There's no one there, I said. Chris gave me a glance of unchildlike scorn. Dr. Webster wants to see you now, darling, I said, shakily. You remember him, don't you? He gave you sweets when you were getting better from chickenpox. Yes, she said, and went willingly enough to the doctor's surgery. I waited restlessly. Faintly I heard their voices through the wall, heard the doctor's chuckle, Christine's high peal of laughter. She was talking away to the doctor in a way she didn't talk to me. When they came out, he said, "Nothing wrong with her whatever. She's just an imaginative little monkey. A word of advice, Mrs. James. Let her talk about Harry. Let her become accustomed to confiding in you. I gather you've shown some disapproval of this brother of hers. So she doesn't talk much to you about him. He makes wooden toys, doesn't he, Chris?" "Yes, Harry makes wooden toys." "And he can read and write, can't he?" "And swim and climb trees and paint pictures. Harry can do everything. He's a wonderful brother." Her little face flushed with adoration. The doctor patted me on the shoulder and said, "Harry sounds like a very nice brother for her. He's even got red hair like you, Chris, hasn't he?" "Harry's got red hair," said Chris proudly. "Redder than my hair. And he's nearly as tall as Daddy, only thinner. He's as tall as you, Mummy. He's 14. He says he's tall for his age." "What is tall for his age?" "Mummy will tell you all about that as you walk home," said Dr. Webster. "Now goodbye, Mrs. James. Don't worry. Just let her prattle. Goodbye, Chris. Give my love to Harry." Another week passed. It was Harry. Harry all the time. The day before she was to start school, Chris said, "Not going to school." "You're going to school tomorrow, Chris. You're looking forward to it. You know you are. There'll be lots of other little girls and boys. Harry says he can't come too. You won't want Harry at school. He'll..." I tried hard to follow the doctor's advice and appear to believe in Harry. "He'll be too old. He'd feel silly among little boys and girls. Great lad of 14. I won't go to school without Harry. I want to be with Harry." She began to weep, loudly, painfully. She slept with tear stains still on her face. It was still daylight. I went to the window to draw the curtains. Golden shadows and long strips of sunshine in the garden. Then, almost like a dream, the long, thin, clear-cut shadow of a boy near the white roses. Like a madwoman, I opened the window and shouted, "Harry! Harry!" I thought I saw a glimmer of red among the roses, like close red curls on a boy's head. Then there was nothing. Next day, I started on my secret mission. I took a bus to town and went to the big, gaunt building I hadn't visited for over 5 years. Then, Jim and I had gone together. The top floor of the building belonged to the Greythorn Adoption Society. I climbed the 4 flights and knocked on the familiar door with its scratched paint. Miss Cleaver, a tall, thin, grey-haired woman with a charming smile, plain, kindly face, and a very wrinkled brow, rose to meet me. "Mrs. James, how nice to see you again. How's Christine?" "She's very well, Miss Cleaver. I'd better get straight to the point. I know you don't normally divulge the origin of a child to its adopters and vice versa. I must know who Christine is." "Sorry, Mrs. James," she began. "Our rules..." "Please let me tell you the whole story. Then you'll see I'm not just suffering from vulgar curiosity." And I told her about Harry. When I'd finished, she said, "It's very queer indeed. Mrs. James, I'm going to break my rule for once. I'm going to tell you in confidence where Christine came from. She was born in a very poor part of London. There were 4 in the family, father, mother, son, and Christine herself." "Son?" "Yes, he was 14 when..." When it happened, when what happened? Let me start at the beginning. The parents hadn't really wanted Christine. The family lived in one room at the top of an old house, which should have been condemned by the sanitary inspector, in my opinion. It was difficult enough when there were only 3 of them, but with a baby as well, life became a nightmare. The mother was a neurotic creature, slatternly, unhappy, too fat. After she'd had the baby, she took no interest in it. The brother, however, adored the little girl from the start. He got into trouble for cutting school so he could look after her. One morning, in the small hours, a woman in the ground floor room saw something fall past her window and heard a thud on the ground. She went out to look. The son of the family was there, on the ground. Christine was in his arms. The boy's neck was broken. He was dead. Christine was blue in the face, but still breathing faintly. The woman woke the household, sent for the police and the doctor, and then they went to the top room, and they had to break down the door, which was locked and sealed inside. An overpowering smell of gas greeted them, in spite of the open window. They found husband and wife dead in bed. And a note from the husband saying, "I can't go on. I am going to kill them all. It's the only way." The police concluded that he'd sealed up door and windows and turned on the gas when his family were asleep, then lain beside his wife until he drifted into unconsciousness and death. But the son must have wakened. Perhaps he struggled with the door but couldn't open it. He'd been too weak to shout. All he could do was pluck away the sills from the window, open it, and fling himself out, holding his adored little sister tightly in his arms. So her brother saved her life and died himself, I said. Yes, he was a very brave boy. Perhaps he thought not so much of saving her as keeping her with him. Oh dear, that sounds ungenerous. I didn't mean to be. Miss Cleaver? What was his name? I'll have to look that up for you. She referred to one of her many files and said at last, the family's name was Jones, and the 14-year-old brother was called Harold. And did he have red hair? I murmured. That I don't know, Mrs. James. But it's Harry. The boy was Harry. What does it mean? I can't understand it. It's not easy, but I think perhaps deep in her unconscious mind, Christine has always remembered Harry, the companion of her babyhood. We don't think of children as having much memory, but there must be images of the past tucked away somewhere in their little heads. Christine doesn't invent this Harry. She remembers him so clearly, and she's almost brought him to life again. May I have the address of the house where they lived? The house seemed deserted. It was filthy and derelict. But one thing made me stare and stare. There was a tiny garden. A scatter of bright, uneven grass splashed the bold brown patches of earth. But the little garden had one strange glory that none of the other houses in the poor, sad street possessed. A bush of white roses. A voice startled me. "What are you doing here?" It was an old woman, peering from the ground floor window. I thought the house was empty," I said. "Should be. Being condemned. But they can't get me out. Nowhere else to go.
won't go. The others went quickly enough after it happened. No one else wants to come. They say the place is haunted. So it is. What's the fuss about? Life and death, they're very close. You get to know that when you're old, alive or dead. What's the difference? She looked at me with yellowish, bloodshot eyes and said, I saw him fall past my window. That's where he fell, among the roses. He still comes back. I see him. He won't go away until he gets her.
Who? Who are you talking about?
Harry Jones. Nice boy he was. Red hair. Very thin. Too determined though. Always got his own way. Loved Christine. Too much, I thought. Died among the roses. Used to sit down here with her for hours by the roses. Then he died there. Or do people die? The church ought to give us an answer. But it doesn't. Not one you can believe. Go away, will ya? This place isn't for you. It's for the dead who ain't dead, and the living who aren't alive.
The crazy eyes staring at me beneath the matted white fringe of hair frightened me. Mad people are terrifying. One can pity them, but one is still afraid. I murmured, I'll go now, goodbye, and tried to hurry across the hard, hot pavements, although my legs felt heavy and half paralyzed, as in a nightmare. The sun blazed down on my head, but I was hardly aware of it. I lost all sense of time or place as I stumbled on. Then I heard something that chilled my blood. Clock struck 3. At 3 o'clock I was supposed to be at the school gates, waiting for Christine. Where was I now? How near the school? What bus should I take? I made frantic inquiries of passers-by who looked at me fearfully, as I had looked at the old woman. At last I caught the right bus, and, sick with dust, petrol fumes, and fear, reached the school. I ran across the hot, empty playground. In a classroom, the young teacher in white was gathering her books together. I've come for Christine James. I'm her mother. I'm so sorry I'm late. Where is she? I gasped. Christine James? The girl frowned, then said brightly, Oh yes, I remember. The pretty little red-haired girl. That's all right, Mrs. James. Her brother called for her. How alike they are, aren't they? And so devoted. It's rather sweet to see a boy of that age so fond of his baby sister. Has your husband got red hair, like the 2 children? What did her brother say? I asked, faintly. He didn't say anything. When I spoke to him, he just smiled. They'll be home by now, I should think. I say, do you feel all right? Yes. Thank you. I must go home. I ran all the way home through the burning streets. Chris! Christine! Where are you? Chris! Chris! Sometimes even now I hear my own voice of the past screaming through the cold house. Christine! Chris! Where are you? Answer me. Chris! Then, Harry, don't take her away. Come back. Harry! Harry! Demented, I rushed out into the garden. The sun struck me like a hot blade. The roses glared whitely. The air was so still I seemed to stand in timelessness, placelessness. For a moment I seemed very near to Christine, although I couldn't see her. Then the roses danced before my eyes and turned red. The world turned red, blood red, wet red. I fell through the redness to blackness, to nothingness. For weeks I was in bed with sunstroke which turned to brain fever. During that time, Jim and the police searched for Christine. In vain. The futile search continued for months. The papers were full of the strange disappearance of the red-haired child. The teacher described the brother who had called for her. There were newspaper stories of kidnapping, baby snatching, child murders. And then the sensation died down. It became just another unsolved mystery in police files. And only 2 people knew what had happened. An old, crazed woman living in a derelict house,
I put both in your food dish.
and myself. Years have passed, but I walk in fear. Such ordinary things make me afraid. Sunshine, sharp shadows on grass, white roses, children with red hair.
That story is a classic. I read a version to my kids. I like the version that we read better, though. This one, it's like leaves on a sad note because it's like the girl went missing. Is she dead or alive? In the version that we read, the girl stayed alive. It was just that the ghost brother brought her home. This is the original, though, so I guess the real ending was dark. Now it's time for The Curious Adventures of Mr. Bond by Nugent Barker. An old guy goes to a hotel and shit starts getting weird. Remember, if I had a parrot, the parrot would be saying, "Rat, 10 consecutive days. Rat, we don't like crackers. Rat, did you pray today? Rat, personally liable. Rat, past, present, future. Rat,
The
10
Curious
consecutive
Adventure
days.
of Mr. Bond
Do not be fooled."
by Nugent Barker. Mr. Bond climbed from the wooded slopes of the valley into broad daylight, his Inverness cape throwing his portly figure into still greater.
Now I want you guys to try and figure out what the point is of this story. Pay close attention. Dedicate the story to someone that I should want dead, but I don't. Who's listening in real time? What's the point of this story? It's rhetorical.
Greater prominence against the floor of the treetops at his back was torn and soiled by twigs and thorns and leaves, and he stooped with prim concern to brush off the bits and pieces. After this, he eased his knapsack on.
Wait, I just want to remind everybody, just a reminder, in December it says that the North Everett Police Precinct officers aren't going to jail until March. See, it says right here. It says the FBI says that none of us go to jail until March. Have any of the officers upstairs pointed that out? Anybody looked at those just, oh, that's right. It does say, for the FBI. They're not expecting to put any of you in jail till next month, doesn't it? Dun, dun, dun! Highly controlled. Highly controlled. Okay, pay attention to the story. There's a point to this story. It's intended for one of you to hear.
Back on his shoulder, and now he blinked his eyes upon
And
the country,
I talk too much, so
stretching
let's
and
rewind
soiled
it.
by Mr. Bond
Back to the
climbed
beginning.
from the
Here we
wooded
go.
slope of Mr. Bond by Nugent Barker. Mr. Bond climbed from the wooded slopes of the valley into broad daylight, his Inverness cape throwing his portly figure into still greater prominence against the floor of the treetops at his back, was torn and soiled by twigs and thorns and leaves, and he stooped with prim concern to brush off the bits and pieces. After this he eased his knapsack on his shoulder, and now he blinked his eyes upon the country stretching out before him. Far away, across the tufted surface of the tableland, there stood a house with its column of smoke lighted and still on the verge of a forest. A house, an inn. He felt it in his very bones. His hunger returned and became a source of gratification to him. Toiling on and pulling the brim of his hat over his eyes, he watched the ruby gleam grow bigger and brighter, and when at last he stood beneath the sign, he cried aloud, scarcely able to believe in his good fortune. "The rest of the traveller," he read, and there too ran the name of the landlord, Crispin Sassenach. The stillness of the night discouraged him, and he was afraid to tap at the curtained window. And now, for the first time, the full weight of his weariness fell upon the traveller. Staring into the black mouth of the porch, he imagined himself to be at rest in bed, sprawled out, abundantly sleeping, drugged into forgetfulness by a full stomach. He shut his eyes and drooped a little under his Inverness cape. But when he looked again into the entrance, there stood Crispin Sassenach, holding a lamp between their faces. Mr. Bonds was plump and heavy-jawed, with sagging cheeks and eyes that scarcely relieved the lamplight. The other face was smooth and large and oval, with small lips pressed into a smile. "Come in, the landlord whispered. "Do come in. She is cooking a lovely broth tonight." He turned and chuckled, holding the lamp above his head. Through the doorway of this lost upland inn, Mr. Bond followed the monstrous back of his host. The passage widened and became a hall. And here, amongst the shadows that were gliding from their lurking places as the lamp advanced, the landlord stopped and tilted the flat of his hand in the air, as though enjoining his guest to listen. Then Mr. Bond disturbed the silence of the house with a sniff and a sigh. Not only could he smell the lovely broth, already in the outer hall he tasted it, a complex and subtle flavour, pungent, heavy as honey, light as a web in the air, nipping him in the stomach, bringing tears into his eyes. Mr. Bond stared at Crispin Sassenach, at the shadows beyond, and back again to Crispin Sassenach. The man was standing there with his huge, oval, hairless face upturned in the light of the lamp he carried. Then, impulsively, as though reluctant to cut short such sweet anticipation, he plucked the traveller by the cape and led him to the cheerful living room, and introduced him, with a flourish of the hand, to Myrtle Sassenach, the landlord's young and small and busy wife, who at that very moment was standing at a round table of great size beneath the massive centre-beam of the ceiling, her black hair gleaming in the light of many candles, her plump hand dipping a ladle soundlessly into a bowl of steam. On seeing the woman, whose long lashes were once more directed towards the bowl, Mr. Bond drew his chin grimly into his neckcloth and glanced from her to Crispin Sassenach, and finally he fixed his eyes on the revolutions of the ladle. In a moment, purpose fell upon the living room, and with swift and nervous gestures, the landlord seated his guest at the table, seized the ladle from his wife, plunged it into the bowl, and thrust the brimming plate into the hands of Myrtle, who began at once to walk towards the traveller, the steam of the broth rising into her grave eyes. After a muttered grace, Mr. Bond pushed out his lips as though he were whispering, "Spoon." "Oh, what a lovely broth," he murmured, catching a drip in his handkerchief. Crispin Sassenach grinned with delight. "I always say it's the best in the world." Whereupon, with a rush, he broke into peals of falsetto laughter and blew a kiss towards his wife. A moment later, the two Sassenachs were leaving their guest to himself, bending over their own platefuls of broth and discussing domestic affairs, as though they had no other person sitting at their table. For some time their voices were scarcely louder than the sound of broth eating. But when the traveller's plate was empty, then, in a flash, Crispin Sassenach became again a loud and attentive host. "Now then, sir, another helping?" he suggested, picking up the ladle and beaming down into the bowl, while Myrtle left her chair and walked a second time towards the guest. Mr. Bond said that he would, and pulled his chair a little closer to the table. Into his blood and bones life had returned with twice its accustomed vigour. His very feet were as light as though he had soaked them in a bath of pine needles. "There you are, sir. Myrtle's coming. Lord Almighty, I will wish I was tasting it for the first time." Then, spreading his elbows, the landlord crouched over his own steaming plateful and chuckled again. "This broth is a wine in itself. It's a wine in itself, b'God. It staggers a man." Flushed with excitement, his oval face looked larger than ever, and his auburn hair, whirled into bellicose corkscrews, seemed to burn brighter, as though someone had brought the bellows to it. Stirred by the broth, Mr. Bond began to describe minutely his journey out of the valley. His voice grew as prosy, his words as involved, as though he were talking at home amongst his own people. "Now, let me see, where was I?" he buzzed again and again. "And later, I was very glad to see your light, I can tell you," he chuckled. Then Crispin jumped up from the table, his small mouth pouting with laughter. The evening shifted to the fireside. Fresh logs cracked like pistol shots as Crispin Sassenach dropped them into the flames. The traveller could wish for nothing better than to sit here by the hearth, talking plangently to Crispin, and slyly watching Myrtle as she cleared away the supper things, though indeed among his own people Mr. Bond was thought to hold women in low esteem. He found her downcast eyes modest and even pretty. One by one she blew the candles out. With each extinguishment she grew more ethereal, while reaping a fuller share of the pagan firelight. "Come and sit beside us now and talk," thought Mr. Bond, and presently she came. They made him very comfortable. He found a log fire burning in his bedroom, and a bowl of broth on the bedside table. "Oh, but now they're overdoing it," he cried aloud, petulantly. "They're crude, they're nothing but school children." And seizing the bowl, he emptied it onto the shaggy patch of garden beneath his window. The black wall of the forest seemed to stand within a few feet of his eyes. The room was filled with the mingled light of moon, fire, and candle. Mr. Bond, eager at last for the dreamless rest, the abandoned sleep of the traveller, turned and surveyed the room in which he was to spend the night. He saw with pleasure the four-poster bed, itself as large as a tiny room, the heavy oaken chairs and cupboards, the tall twisting candlesticks, their candles burnt halfway, no doubt, by a previous guest. The ceiling that he could touch with the flat of his hand. He touched it. In the misty morning, he could see no hint of the forest, and down the shallow staircase he found the hall thick with the odour of broth. The Sassenachs were seated already at the breakfast table, like two children eager to begin the day with their favourite food. Crispin Sassenach was lifting his spoon and pouting his lips, while Myrtle was stirring her ladle around the tureen, her eyes downcast, and Mr. Bond sighed inaudibly as he saw again the woman's dark and lustrous hair. He noticed also the flawless condition of the Sassenach skin. There was not a blemish to be seen on their two faces, on their 4 hands. He attributed this perfection to the beneficial qualities of the broth, no less than to the upland air, and he began to discuss in his plangent voice the subject of health in general. In the middle of this discourse, Crispin Sassenach remarked excitedly that he had a brother who kept an inn a day's journey along the edge of the forest. "Oh," said Mr. Bond, pricking up his ears. "So you have a brother, have you?" "Certainly," whispered the innkeeper. "It is most convenient." "Most convenient for what?" "Why, for the inns. His name's Martin. We share our guests. We help each other. The proper brotherly spirit, begod." Mr. Bond stared angrily into his broth. They share their guests. But what, he thought, has that to do with me? He said aloud, "Perhaps I'll meet him one day, Mr. Sassenach." "Today!" cried Crispin, whacking his spoon onto the table. "I'm taking you there today. But don't you worry," he added, seeing the look on the other's face, and flattering himself that he had read it aright. You'll be coming back to us, don't you worry. Day after tomorrow, day after that. One of these days. Hey, ain't that right, Mayor? Ain't that right?" he repeated, bouncing up and down in his chair like a big child. "Quite right," answered Myrtle Sassenach to Mr. Bond, whose eyes were fixed upon her with heavy attention. A moment later, the innkeeper was out of his chair, making for the hall, calling back to Myrtle to have his boots ready. In the middle of this bustle, Mr. Bond bowed stiffly to Myrtle Sassenach and found his way with dignity to the back garden that now appeared wider than he had supposed. A fenced-in plot of grass reaching above his knees, and scattered with burdock, whose prickly heads clung to his clothes as he made for the gate in the fence at the foot of this wilderness. He blinked his eyes and walked on the rough turf that lay between him and the forest. By this time the sun was shining in an unclouded sky. A fine day was at hand, and Mr. Bond was sweeping his eye along the endless wall of the forest when he heard the innkeeper's voice calling to him in the stillness. "Mr. Bond! Mr. Bond!" Turning reluctantly and stepping carefully through the garden in order to avoid the burrs of the burdock, the traveller found Crispin Sassenach on the point of departure, in a great bustle, with a strong horse harnessed to a 2-wheeled cart, and his wife putting up her face to be kissed. "Yes, I'll go with you," cried Mr. Bond, but the Sassenachs did not appear to hear him. He lingered for a moment in the porch, scowling at Myrtle's back, scowling at the large young horse that seemed to toss its head at him with almost human insolence. Then he sighed, and slinging his knapsack over his shoulder, sat himself beside the driver. The horse was uncommonly large, restless between the shafts, and in perfect fettle, and without a word from Crispin, the animal began to plunge forward rapidly over the worn track. For some time the two men drove in silence on the second stage of Mr. Bond's adventure above the valley. The traveller sat up stiffly, inflating his lungs methodically, glaring through his small eyes, and forcing back his shoulders. Presently he began to talk about the mountain air, and received no answer. On his right hand, the wall of the forest extended as far as his eyes could see, while on his left hand ran the brink of the valley, a mile away, broken here and there by rowan trees. The monotony of the landscape and the continued silence of the innkeeper soon began to pall on Mr. Bond, who liked talking and was seldom at ease unless his eyes were busy picking out new things. Even the horse behaved with the soundless regularity of a machine, so that, besides the traveller, only the sky showed a struggle to make progress. Clouds came from nowhere, shaped and broke, and at midday the sun in full swing was riding between white puffs of cloud, glistening by fits and starts on the moist coat of the horse. The forest beneath, and the stretch of coarse grass running to the valley, were constantly shining and darkening. Yet Crispin Sassenach never opened his mouth, even to a whisper, though sometimes, between his teeth, he spat soundlessly over the edge of the cart. The landlord had brought with him a casserole of the broth, and during one of these sunny breaks, he pulled up the horse without a word and poured the liquor into 2 pannikins, which he proceeded to heat patiently over a spirit stove. In the failing light of the afternoon, when the horse was still making its top speed, when Crispin Sassenach was buzzing fitfully between his teeth, and sleep was flirting with the traveller, a shape appeared obscurely on the track ahead, and with it came the growing jingle of bells. Mr. Bond sat up and stared. He had not expected to meet in such a god-forsaken spot another cart or carriage. He saw at length approaching him a 4-wheeled buggy, drawn by 2 sprightly horses in tandem. A thin-faced man in breeches and a bowler hat was driving it. The 2 drivers greeted each other solemnly, raised their whips, but never slackened speed. "Well, who was that?" asked Mr. Bond after a pause. "My brother Martin's manservant." "Where is he going?" asked Mr. Bond. "To the rest of the traveller, with news." "Indeed? What news?" persisted Mr. Bond. The landlord turned his head. "News for my Myrtle," he whispered, winking at the traveller. Mr. Bond shrugged his shoulders. What is the use of talking to such a bore, he thought, and fell once more into his doze. The harvest moon climbed up again, whitening the earth, while now and then the landlord spat towards the forest, and never spoke another word until he came to Martin Sassenach's. Then Crispin leapt to life. "Out with you!" he cried. "Psst, Mr. Bond, wake up! Get out at once! We've reached the Headless Man, sir." Mr. Bond, staggered by so much energy, flopped to the ground. His head felt as large as the moon. He heard the horse panting softly, and saw the breath from its nostrils flickering upwards in the cold air, while the white-faced Crispin Sassenach was leaping about under the moon, whistling between his teeth and calling out enthusiastically, "Martin! Martin! Here he is!" The sheer wall of forest echoed back the name. Indeed, the whole of the moonlight seemed to be filled with the name Martin, and Mr. Bond had a fierce desire to see this Martin Sassenach, whose sign was hanging high above the traveller's head. After repeated calls from Crispin, the landlord of the Headless Man appeared, and Mr. Bond, expecting a very giant in physical stature, was shocked to see the small and bespectacled figure that had emerged from the house. Crispin Sassenach grew quick and calm in a moment. "Meet again?" he whispered to Mr. Bond, shutting his eyes and stretching his small mouth as though in ecstasy. Then he gave the traveller a push towards the approaching Martin, and a moment later he was in his cart, and the horse was springing its way back to the rest of the traveller. Mr. Bond stood where he was, listening to the dying sound of the horse, and watching the landlord of the headless van, and presently he was staring at two grey, flickering eyes behind the landlord's glasses. Anyone arriving at my inn from my brother's is trebly welcome. He is welcome not only for Crispin's own sake and mine, but also for the sake of our brother Stephen. The voice was as quiet and as clear as the moonlight, and the speaker began to return to his inn, with scarcely a pause between speech and movement. Mr. Bond examined curiously the strongly lighted hall, that in shape and size was the very double of Crispin's. Oil lamps, gracefully columned, gleamed almost as brightly from their fluted silver surfaces as from their opal-lighted heads. And there was Martin, stooping up the very stairs, it seemed, that Mr. Bond had walked at Crispin Sassenach's. A scanty man, this brother, throwing out monstrous shadows, turning once to peer back at his guest, and standing at last in a bright and airy bedroom, where the courteous words from which his eyes, lost in thought and gently flickering, seemed to be far distant. He invited his guest to wash before dining. Martin Sassenach fed Mr. Bond delicately on that evening of his arrival, presenting him with small cold dishes of various kinds, and always exquisitely cooked and garnished. And these, together with the almost crystalline cleanliness of the room and of the table, seemed appropriate to the chemist-like appearance of the host. A bottle of wine was opened for Mr. Bond, who among his own people was known to drink nothing headier than bottled cider. During dinner, the wine warmed up a brief moment of attention in Martin Sassenach. He peered with sudden interest at his guest. The headless man. There is, in fact, a story connected with that name, if you can call it a story. He smiled briefly, tapping his finger, and a moment later was examining an ivory piece, elaborately carved, that held the bill of fare. Lovely, lovely, isn't it? In fact, there are many stories, he ended, as though the number of stories excused him from wasting his thought over the recital of merely one. Soon after dinner, he retired, alluding distantly to work from which he never liked to be away long. Mr. Bond went to bed early that night, suffering from dyspepsia and glowering at the absence of home comforts in his bright and efficient bedroom. The birds awakened him to a brisk autumnal morning. Breathing heavily, he told himself that he was always very fond of birds and trees and flowers, and soon he was walking sleepily in Martin Sassenach's garden. The trimness of the beds began to please him. He followed the right-angled paths with dignified obesity. His very bones were proud to be alive. A green gate at the garden foot attracted Mr. Bond's attention, but knowing that it would lead him on to the wild grass beyond, and thence to the forest, whose motionless crest could be seen all this while over the privet hedge, he chose to linger where he was, sniffing the clear scent of the flowers, and losing with every breath and step another whiff of Crispin's broth, to his intense delight. Hunger drew him back into the house at last, and he began to pace the twilit rooms. Martin Sassenach, he saw, was very fond of ivory. He stooped and peered at the delicate things, ivory objects of every description, perfectly carved. Paper knives, chessmen, salad spoons, tiny busts and faces, often of grotesque appearance, and even delicate boxes, fretted from ivory. The echo of his feet on the polished floors intensified the silence of the headless man. Yet even this indoor hush was full of sound, when compared with the stillness of the scene beyond the uncurtained windows. The tufted grass was not yet lighted by the direct rays of the sun. The traveller stared towards the rowan trees that stood on the brink of the valley. Beyond them stretched a carpet of mist, raising the rest of the world to the height of the plateau. And Mr. Bond, recalling the house and town that he had left behind him, began to wonder whether he was glad or sorry that his adventures had brought him to this lost region. "Cold enough for my cape," he shivered, fetching it from the hall and hurrying out of the inn. The desire had seized him to walk on the tufted grass, to foot it as far as the trees, and he had indeed gone some distance on his journey, wrapped in his thoughts and antique Inverness cape, when the note of a gong came up behind him, like a thread waving on the air. "Hark at that," he whispered, staring hard at the ragged line of rowan trees on which his heart was set. Then he shrugged his shoulders and turned back to the headless man, where his host was standing, lost in thought at the breakfast table that still held the crumbs of the night before. "Ah, yes, it's you. You slept well." "Tolerably well," said Mr. Bond. "We breakfast rather early here. It makes a longer day. Stennett will be back later. He's gone to my brother Crispin's." "With news?" said Mr. Bond. Martin Sassenach bowed courteously, though a trifle stiffly. He motioned his guest towards a chair at the table. Breakfast was cold and short and silent. Words were delicate things to rear in this crystalline atmosphere. Martin's skin sagged and was the colour of old ivory. Now and then he looked up at his guest. His grey eyes focused beyond mere externals, and it seemed as though they lodged themselves in Mr. Bond's very bones. On one of these occasions, the traveller made great play with his appetite. It's all this upland air," he asserted, thumping his chest. The sun began to rise above the plateau. Again the landlord vanished, murmuring his excuses. Silence flooded the headless man. The garden purred in full blaze of the sun that now stood higher than the forest, and the gravelled paths crunched slowly beneath Mr. Bond's feet. "News from Myrtle," he pondered, letting his thoughts stray back over his journey, and frequently he drifted through the house, where all was still and spacious. Dusty, museum-like rooms, brimming with sunlight, while everywhere those ivory carvings caught his eye, possessing his sight as completely as the taste of Crispin's broth had lodged in his very lungs. Lunch was yet another meal of cold food and silence, broken only by coffee that the landlord heated on a spirit stove at the end of the table, and by a question from the traveller, to which this thin-haired Martin, delicately flicking certain greyish dust off the front of his coat and sleeve, replied that he had been a collector of carvings for years past, and was continually adding to his collection. His voice drew out in length, and seemed, in fact, to trail him from the sunlit dining room back to his everlasting work. And now the afternoon itself began to drag, and presently to settle down in the sun as though the whole of time was dozing. "Oh, here's my indigestion back again," sighed Mr. Bond, mooning about. At home he would have rested in his bedroom, with its pink curtains and flowered wallpaper. He crept into the garden and eyed the back of the house. Which of those windows in the trimly creepered stone lit up the landlord and his work? He listened for the whirring of a lathe, the scraping of a knife, and wondered, startled, why he had expected to hear such things. He felt the forest behind his back, and turned and saw it looming above the privet hedge. Impulsively, he started to cross the sun-swept grass beyond the gate, but within a few yards of the forest, his courage failed him again. He could not face the wall of trees, and with a cry he fled into the house and seized his Inverness. His eyes looked far beyond the rowans on the skyline as he plodded over the tufted grass. Already he could see himself down there below, counties and counties away, on the valley level, in the house of his neighbours, the Orchards, drinking their coffee or tea, and telling them of his adventures, and especially of this adventure. It was not often that a man of his age and secure position in the world went off alone, in search of joy or trouble. He scanned the distant line of rowan trees, and nodded, harking back. As far as it has gone, I'll tell them this adventure, as far as it ever went. And he would say to them, the things I might have seen if I had stayed. Yes, Orchard, I was very glad to climb down into the valley that day, I can tell you. I don't mind admitting I was a bit frightened. The tippet of his cape caressed his shoulders, like the hand of a friend. Mr. Bond was not yet half way to the rowan trees when, looking back, he saw against the darkness of the forest wall a carriage rapidly approaching the headless man. At once there flashed into his memory the eyes of the manservant Stennet, who went between the Sassenach inns. He knew that Stennet's eyes were on him now. The sound of the horse's feet was coming up to him like a soft ball bouncing over the grass. Mr. Bond shrugged his shoulders and stroked his pendulous cheeks. Already he was on his way back to the headless man, conscious that 2 flying horses could have overtaken him long before he reached the rowans. But why, he thought, holding himself with dignity, should I imagine that these people are expecting me to run away? Why that sudden panic in the garden? It's all that deathly quietness of the morning getting on my nerves. The carriage had disappeared some time before he reached the inn, over whose tiled and weather-stained roof the redness of the evening was beginning to settle. And now the traveller was conscious of a welcome that seemed to run out and meet him at the very door. He found a log fire crackling in the dining room, and Mr. Bond, holding his hands to the blaze, felt suddenly at ease and weary. He had intended to assert himself, to shout for Martin Sassenach, to demand that he be escorted down at once from the plateau. But now he wished for nothing better than to stand in front of the fire, waiting for Stennet to bring him tea. A man began to sing in the heart of the house. Stennet? The fellow's eyes and hawk-like nose were suddenly visible in the fire. The singing voice grew louder, died at length discreetly into silence, and the tread of footsteps in the hall. And again the traveller was listening to the flames as they roared in the chimney. Let me take your coat, sir, Stennet said. Then Mr. Bond whipped round, his cheeks shaking with anger. Why did they want to force this hospitality upon him, making him feel like a prisoner? He glared at the large checked riding breeches, at the muscular shoulders, at the face that seemed to have grown the sharper through swift driving. He almost shouted, Where's that bowler hat? Fear? Perhaps. But if fear had clutched him for a moment, it had left him now. He knew that the voice had pleased him, a voice of deference breaking into the cold and irreverent silence of the headless man. The cape was already off his shoulders, hanging on Stennet's bent and respectful arm. And God be praised, the voice was announcing that tea would be ready soon. He and Stennet stood there, confidentially plotting. China? Yes, sir. We have china, Stennet said. And buttered toast, said Mr. Bond, softly rubbing his chin. Some time after tea he was awakened from his doze by the hand of the manservant, who told him that a can of boiling water was waiting in his room. Mr. Bond felt that dinner would be a rich meal that night, and it was. He blushed as the dishes were put before him. Hare soup. How did they know his favourite soup? Through entree, remove and roast, his hands, soft and pink from washing, were busier than they had been for days. The chicken was braised to a turn. Oh, what mushrooms au gratin! The partridge brought tears to his eyes. The Saxony pudding caused him to turn again to Martin in Stennett's praise. The landlord bowed with distant courtesy. A game of chess, he suggested when dinner was over. My last opponent was a man like yourself, a traveller making a tour of the inns. We started a game. He is gone from us now. Perhaps you will take his place, smiled Martin Sassenach, his precise voice dropping, seeming to transmit its flow of action to the thin hand poised above the board. My move, he whispered, playing at once. He had thought it out for a week. But although Mr. Bond tried to sink his thoughts into the problem so suddenly placed before him, he could not take them off his after-dinner dyspepsia, and with apologies and groans he scraped back his chair. I'm sorry for that, smiled Martin, and his eyes flickered over the board. I'm very sorry. Another night, undoubtedly. With your kind help, another night. The prospect of another day at the Headless Man was at once disturbing and pleasant to Mr. Bond as he went wheezing up to bed. Ah, Stennett, do you ever suffer from dyspepsia? He asked mournfully, seeing the man at the head of the staircase. Stennett snapped his fingers and was off downstairs in a moment. And a minute later he was standing at the traveller's door with a bowl of Crispin's famous broth. Oh, that! Cried Mr. Bond, staring down at the bowl. Then he remembered its fine effect on his indigestion at Crispin's. And when at last he pulled the sheets over his head, he fell asleep in comfort and did not wake until the morning. At breakfast, Martin Sassenach looked up from his plate. This afternoon, he murmured, Stennett will be driving you to my brother Stephen's. Mr. Bond opened his eyes. Another inn? Another of you Sassenachs? Well, Crispin, Martin, Stephen, just the three of us. A perfect number, if you come to think of it. The traveller strode into the garden. Asters glowed in the lustreless light of the morning. By 10 o'clock the sun was shining again, and by midday a summer heat lay on the plateau, penetrating even into Mr. Bond's room. The silence of the forest pulled him to the window, made him lift up his head and shut his eyes upon that monstrous mass of trees. Fear was trying to overpower him. He did not want to go to Stephen Sassenach's, but the hours were running past him quickly now. The stillness was gone from the inn. At lunch, to which his host contributed a flow of gentle talk, the traveller felt rising within him an impatience to be off on the third stage of his journey, if such a stage must be. He jumped up from his chair without apology and strode into the garden. The asters were now shining dimly in the strong sunlight. He opened the gate in the privet hedge and walked onto the tufted grass that lay between it and the forest. As he did so, he heard the flap of a wing behind him and saw a pigeon flying from a window in the roof. The bird flew over his head and over the forest and out of sight. And for the first time he remembered seeing a pigeon taking a similar course when he was standing in the garden at Crispin's Inn. His thoughts were still following the pigeon over the boundless floor of treetops, when he heard a voice calling to him in the silence. Mr. Bond! Mr. Bond! He walked at once to the gate and down the garden and into the house, put on his Inverness, and hitched his knapsack onto his shoulder, and in a short while he was perched beside Stennett in the flying buggy, staring at the ears of the two horses, and remembering that Martin, at the last moment, instead of bidding his guest goodbye, had gone back to his work. Although he never lost his fear of Stennett, Mr. Bond found Martin's man a good companion on the journey, always ready to speak when spoken to, and even able to arouse the traveller's curiosity at times at the monotonous landscape. "See those rowans over there?" said Stennett, nodding to the left. "Those rowans belong to Mr. Martin. He owns them halfway to Mr. Crispin's place, and halfway on to Mr. Stephen's. And so it is with Mr. Crispin and Mr. Stephen in their turn." "And what about the forest?" "Same again," said Stennett, waving his hand towards the right. "It's round, you know, and they each own a third, like a huge slice of cake." He clicked his tongue, and the horses pricked up their ears, though on either side of the dashboard the performance was no more than a formality, so swiftly was the buggy moving. "Very much quicker than Crispin's cart," gasped the passenger, feeling the wind against his face. Yet when the evening of the autumn day was closing in, he looked about him with surprise. He saw the moon rise up above the valley. Later still, he asked for information regarding the names of the 3 inns, and Stennett laughed. "The gentlemen are mighty proud of them, I can tell you. Romantic and a bit fearsome, that's what I call them. Poetical, too. They don't say the traveller's rest, but the rest of the traveller, mind you. Well, that's poetical. I don't think it was Mr. Crispin's idea. I think it was Mr. Martin's. Or Mrs. Crispin's. They're the clever ones. The headless man is merely grim. A grim turn of mind, Mr. Martin has. And it means, of course, no more than it says. A man without a head. And then again," continued Stennett, whistling to his horses, whose backs were gleaming in the moonlight, "the inn you go into now, the Traveller's Head, well, inns are called the King's Head sometimes, aren't they, in the King's honour. Mr. Stephen goes one better than that. He dedicates his inn to the traveller himself." By this time a spark of light had become visible in the distance, and Mr. Bond fixed his eyes upon it. Once, for a moment, the spark went out, and he imagined that Stephen's head had passed in front of the living-room lamp. At this picture, anger seized him, and he wondered, amazed, why he was submitting so tamely to the commands, he could call them no less, of these oddly hospitable brothers. Fanned by his rage, the spark grew steadily bigger and brighter, until at last it had achieved the shape and size of a glowing window, through which a man's face was grinning into the moonshine. "Look here, what's all this?" cried Mr. Bond, sliding to his feet. "The Traveller's Head, sir," answered Stennett, pointing aloft. They both stared up at the sign above their heads. Then Mr. Bond scanned the sprawling mass of the inn and scowled at its surroundings. The night was still and vibrant, without sound. The endless forest stood like a wall of blue-white dust, and the traveller was about to raise his voice in wrath against the brothers Saserac, when a commotion burst from the porch of the inn, and onto the moon-drenched grass there strode a tall and ungainly figure, swinging its arms, with a pack of creatures flopping and stumbling at its heels. "Here is Mr. Stephen," Stennett whispered, watching the approach. The landlord of the Traveller's Head was smiling pleasantly, baring his intense white teeth, and when he had reached the traveller, he touched his forehead with a gesture that was at once respectful and overbearing. "Mr. Bond, sir." Mr. Bond muttered and bowed and stared down at the landlord's children, large-headed, large-bellied, primitive creatures, flopping round their father and pulling the skirts of the Inverness Cape. Father and children gathered round the traveller, who, lost within this little crowd, soon found himself at the entrance of the traveller's head, through which his new host urged him by the arm, while two of the children pushed between them and ran ahead clumsily into the depths of the hall. The place was ill-lighted and ill-ventilated, and although Mr. Bond knew from experience exactly where the living room would be situated, yet after he had passed through its doorway, he found no further resemblance to those rooms in which he had spent 2 stages of a curious adventure. The oil lamp, standing in the middle of the round centre table, was without a shade. A moth was plunging audibly at the blackened chimney, hurling swift shadows everywhere over the ceiling and figured wallpaper, while with the return of the children, a harmonium had started fitfully to grunt and blow. "Let me take your cloak, your cape, Mr. Bond, sir," the landlord said, and spread it with surprising care on one of the vast sofas that looked the larger because of their broken springs and the stuffing that protruded through their soiled covers. But at once the children seized upon the cape and would have torn it to pieces had not Mr. Bond snatched it from them. At this they cowered away from the stranger, fixing him with their eyes. Amidst this congestion of people and furniture, Stephen Sasrak smiled and moved continuously, a stooping giant whom none but Mr. Bond obeyed. Here was the type of man whose appearance the traveller likened to that of the old-time executioner, the axeman of the Middle Ages, harsh, loyal, simple, excessively domesticated, with a bulging forehead and untidy eyebrows, and arms muscled and ready for deeds. Stephen kept no order in his house. Noise was everywhere, yet little seemed to be done. The children called their father Steve and put out their tongues at him. They themselves were unlovely things, and their inner natures seemed to ooze through their skins and form a surface from which the traveller recoiled. 3 of their names were familiar to Mr. Bond. Here were Crispin and Martin and Stephen over again, while Dorcas and Lydia were sisters, whose only virtue was their mutual devotion. The food at the traveller's head was homely and palatable, and Stephen the father cooked it and served it liberally on chipped plates. He sat in his soiled blue shirt, his knotted arms looking richly sunburnt against the blue. He was never inarticulate, and this surprised Mr. Bond. On the contrary, he spoke rapidly and almost as if to himself, in a low, rugged voice that was always a pleasure to hear. At moments he dropped into silence, his eyes shut, his eyebrows lowered, and his bulging forehead grew still more shiny with thought. On such occasions, Dorcas and Lydia would steal to the harmonium, while, backed by a wail from the instrument, Crispin the younger and Martin the younger would jump from the sofas onto the floor. Rousing himself at last, Stephen the elder thumped his fist on the table and turned in his chair to shout at the children, "Get along with you, you little devils! Get out your board and practice, you little devils!" Whereupon the children erected a huge board punctured with holes, and each child began to hurl wooden balls through the holes and into the pockets behind them with astonishing accuracy, except for Dorcas and Lydia, and presently their father reminded them, "The moon is shining." At once the children scuttled out of the room, and Mr. Bond never saw them again. The noise and the figured wallpaper, and the fat moth beating itself against the only source of light, had caused the traveller's head to grow heavy with sleep. And now it grew heavier still as he sat by the fire with Stephen after supper was over, listening to the talk of that strangely attractive man in the soiled blue shirt. "You fond of children, Mr. Bond, sir?" Mr. Bond nodded. "The children and animals," he murmured drowsily. Want us to let them have their way, sighed Stephen Sassenach. The rugged voice came clearly and soothingly into Mr. Bond's ears, until at last it shot up vigorously and ordered the guest to bed. Mr. Bond pulled himself out of his chair, smiled, and said good night, and the moth flew into his face. Where were the children, he wondered? Their voices could not be heard. Perhaps they had fallen asleep suddenly, like animals. Mr. Bond found it difficult to imagine those eyes in bed, asleep. Lying some minutes later in his own massive bed in this third of the Sassenach Inns, with an extinguished candle on his bedside table, and gazing towards the open window from which he had drawn apart one of the heavy embroidered curtains, Mr. Bond fancied that he could hear faint cries of triumph and sounds of knocking coming from the direction of the forest. Starting up into complete wakefulness, he went to the window and stared at the forest beyond the tufted grass. The sounds, he fancied, putting his hand to his ear, were as those given forth by the children during their game, but louder, as though the game were bigger. Perhaps strange animals were uttering them. Whatever their origin, they were coming from that depth of trees whose stillness was deepened by the light of the moon. Oh, God, thought Mr. Bond, I'm sick to death of the moonlight. And with a sweep of the arm, he closed the curtains, yet could not shut out the sounds of the forest, nor the sight of the frosted grass beneath the moon. Together, sound and sight filled him with foreboding, and his cheeks shook as he groped for the unlighted candle. He must fetch his Inverness from below, fetch it at once, and get away while there was time. He found his host still sitting by the lamp in the living room. Stephen's fist, lying on the table, was closed. He opened it, and out flew the moth. He thinks he has got away, cried Stephen, looking up and baring his teeth in a smile. But he hasn't. He never will. I've come for my Inverness, said Mr. Bond. It was lying on one of the massive sofas. The fire was out, and the air chilly, and the depth of the room lay in darkness. An idea crossed the mind of Mr. Bond. He said, lifting up the cape, I thought I'd like it on my bed. And he shivered to show how cold he was. From one of the folds, the moth flew out and whirled round the room like a mad thing. That's all right, Mr. Bond, sir. That's all right. The man had fallen into a mood of abstraction. His forehead shone in the rays of the lamp, and the traveller left the room, holding himself with dignity in his gay dressing gown, the Inverness hanging on his arm. He was about to climb the staircase when a voice spoke softly in his ear and wished him good night. Stellit! What was that man doing here? Mr. Bond lifted his candle and gazed in astonishment at the back of Martin's manservant. The figure passed into the shadows, and the soft and deliberate ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall deepened the silence and fear of the moments that followed. Mr. Bond ran to his room, locked himself in, and began to dress. His dyspepsia had seized him again. If only he were back at Crispin's. He parted the curtains and peeped at the night. The shadow of the inn lay on the yard, and the tufted grass beyond. And one of the chimneys, immensely distorted, extended as far as the forest. The forest wall itself was solid with moonlight. From behind it there came no longer the sounds of the knocking, and the silence set Mr. Bond trembling again. I shall escape at dawn, he whispered, when the moon's gone down. Feeling no longer sleepy, he took from his knapsack a volume of Mungo Park, and, fully dressed, settled himself in an easy chair. with the curtains drawn again across the window and the candle burning close beside him. At intervals he looked up from his book, frowning, running his eye over the group of 3 pagodas in pale red, endlessly repeated on the wallpaper. The restful picture made him drowsy, and presently he slept and snored, and the candle burned on. At midnight, he was awakened by crashing blows on his door. The very candle seemed to be jumping with fear, and Mr. Bond sprang up in alarm. "Yes? Who's that?" he called out feebly. "What in the name of God is that?" he whispered, as the blows grew louder. "What are they up to now?" he asked aloud, with rising terror. A splinter flew into the room, and he knew in a flash that the end of his journey had come. Was it Stephen or Stennet behind the door? The candle flickered as he blundered to and fro. He had no time to think, no time to act. He stood and watched the corner of the axe blade working in the crack in the panel. "Save me! Save me!" he whispered, wringing his hands. They fluttered towards his Inverness and struggled to push themselves into the obstinate sleeves. "Oh, come on," he whimpered, jerking his arms about, anger rising with terror. The whole room shuddered beneath the axe. He plunged at the candle and blew it out. In the darkness, a ray of light shot through a crack in the door and fell on the window curtain. Mr. Bond remembered the creeper clinging beneath his window, and as soon as possible he was floundering, scrambling, slipping down to the house-shadowed garden below. Puffing out his cheeks, he hurried onward, while the thuds of the axe grew fainter in his ears. Brickbats lay in his path, a zinc tub wrenched at his cape and ripped it loudly, an iron hoop caught in his foot, and he tottered forward with outstretched hands. And now, still running in the far-flung shadow of the house, he was on the tufted grass, whimpering a little, struggling against desire to look back over his shoulder, making for the forest that lay in the full beams of the moonlight. He tried to think, and could think of nothing but the size and safety of the shadow on which he was running. He reached the roof of the inn at last, plunged aside from his course of flight. Now he was running up the monstrous shadow of the chimney, thinking of nothing at all, because the forest stood so near. Blindingly, a moon-filled avenue stretched before him. The chimney entered the chasm and stopped, and it was as though Mr. Bond were a puff of smoke blowing into the forest depths. His shadow, swinging its monstrously distorted garments, led him to an open space at the end of the avenue. The thick-set trees encircled it with silence deeper than any Mr. Bond had known. Here, in this glade, hung silence within a silence. Yet, halting abruptly, and pressing the flat of his hands to his ribs in the pain of his sudden burst of breathing, Mr. Bond had no ears for the silence, nor eyes for anything beyond the scene that faced him in the centre of the forest glade. A group of upright posts or stakes set in a concave semicircle, throwing long shadows and bearing on each summit a human skull. The traveller's head, headless man, he whispered, stricken with terror, whipping his back on the skulls. And there was Stephen Sassenach in silhouette, leaping up the avenue, brandishing his axe, as though he were a demented woodcutter coming to cut down trees. The traveller's mind continued to run swiftly through the names of the 3 inns. The traveller's head, he thought. The headless man, the rest of the traveller. He remembered the carrier pigeons that had flown ahead of him from inn to inn. He remembered the dust on the front of Martin's coat. He was staring at the figure in the soiled blue shirt. It had halted now, as still as a tree, on the verge of the moon-filled glade. But the whirling thoughts of Mr. Bond were on the verge of lights more blinding than this. They stopped, appalled, and the traveller fled beyond the skulls, fruitlessly searching for cover in the farthest wall of trees. Then Stephen sprang in his wake, flinging up a cry that went knocking against the tree trunks. The echoes were echoed by Mr. Bond, who, whipping round to face his enemy, was wriggling and jerking in his Inverness cape, slipping it off at last and swinging it in his hand, for his blood was up. And now he was deep in mortal combat, wielding his Inverness as the gladiators used to wield their nets in the old arenas. Time and time again, the axe and cape engaged each other, the one warding and hindering, the other catching and ripping clumsily enough as though in sport. Around the skulls the two men fought and panted, now in darkness, now in the full light pouring down the avenue. Their moon-cast shadows fought another fight together, wilder still than theirs. Then Stephen cried, "Enough of this!" and bared his teeth for the first time since the strife had started. But you're my friend," bleated Mr. Bond, and he stared at the shining thread of the axe. "The best you ever had, sir, Mr. Bond, sir," answered Stephen Sassenach. And stepping back, the landlord of the traveller's head cut off the traveller's head. The thump of the head on the sticks and leaves and grass of the forest glade was the first sound in the new and peaceful life of Mr. Bond, and he did not hear it. But to the brothers Sassenach it was a promise of life itself, a signal that all was ready now for them to apply their respective talents busily and happily in the immediate future. Stephen took the head of Mr. Bond and, with gentle, though rather clumsy fingers, pared it to a skull, grinning back at it with simple satisfaction when the deed was over. And after that he set it up as a fine mark for his brood of primitives, the game's endeavour being to see who could throw the ball into the eye sockets. And to his brother Martin, landlord of the Headless Man, he sent the Headless Man under the care of Stennet. And Martin, on a soft autumnal day, reduced the headless body to a skeleton, with all its troubles gone. And through the days and nights he sat at work with swift precision in his fingers, carving and turning, powdering his coat with dust, creating his figures and trinkets, his paper knives and salad spoons and fretted boxes, and rare chessmen. And to his brother Crispin, landlord of the rest of the traveller, Martin sent the rest of the traveller, the soft and yielding parts, the scraps, the odds and ends, the miscellaneous pieces, all the internal lumber that had gone to fill the skin of the man from the Midlands, and to help to render him in middle years a prey to dyspepsia. Crispin received the parcel with a pursing of his small mouth and a call to Myrtle in his clear falsetto. "Stennet's here," she answered from the kitchen. "Thank you, Chris." Her hands were soft and swollen as she scoured the tureen. The back of the inn was full of reflected sunlight, and her dark hair shone. "It's too late in the season now," she said when tea time came. "I don't suppose we'll have another one before the spring." Yet she was wrong. That very evening, when the moon had risen from beyond the valley, Myrtle murmured, "There he comes," and continued to stir her ladle in the bowl. Her husband strolled into the hall and wound the clock. He took the lamp from its bracket on the wall. He went to the door and flung it open to the moonlight, holding the lamp above his head. "Come in," he said to the stranger standing there. "She's cooking a lovely broth tonight." Today's story was The Curious Adventure of Mr. Bond by Nugent Barker. It was read by Jasper Lestrange. Well, I do hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, sweet dreams.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Good to see you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
My
Great
pleasure.
to be here.
Thanks for being here. It is a terrible time for Los Angeles, and unfortunately, you did not win. I wanted you to win.
Thank
I was
you.
rooting for you.
Thank you.
It's just the politics in LA it's almost like watching people who are in a cult who are being confronted by the cult experts who are telling them, "Hey, this is all crazy and fake, and you're ruining your life." And they're like, "No, I think it's going to work out."
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that aren't working out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are. I mean, listen, I know, like you, spending time and living in LA, it's an amazing city.
It's amazing.
And when I ran for office, as much as I loved LA, I actually fell in love with it more because I got to see places that I wouldn't normally see. And so it was really amazing. And people and the diversity and the dearness of so many neighborhoods and people. But what's happened to LA over the last decade is just tragic. And people are paying huge consequences for it. And it's sad to watch.
So if you get to the heart of it, like if you won and you became the mayor of LA, what could you do to try to turn this battleship around? Because it's a big battleship.
It's a big battleship, and people will argue that the mayor of LA doesn't have a lot of authority like other mayors. I learned a lot, Joe. I worked for 3 mayors. I worked for Tom Bradley when I was in my mid-20s as a commissioner. I was the head of Department of Water and Power. I worked for Dick Reardon. He brought me back in to head up DWP during the energy crisis. The department was under a lot of financial strain. And then I worked for Jim Hahn, who brought me in to turn around LAPD, and I was the police commissioner, the head of the police commission. So I've seen really good leadership. And honestly, what we've had in the last 2 mayors is not good leadership, and we're paying a price for it. So you may not have a lot of power, but actually, I think the most powerful thing you can have that I learned as a police commissioner, if you're not worried about getting reelected or reappointed, it's really amazing what can happen. Because you can make decisions that are actually in the best interest of the people. And I believe the career politicians are always worried about getting reelected. They are scared to death of getting a real job. They've never had to sign the front of a check, only the back. So it's very difficult for them to even think about being out of office. So they just circulate. They go from the city council to the state assembly to the state senate. And we end up with the same sort of look and feel of leadership, which is pretty weak. I think Dick Rudin was a good example of a guy who came in and did a lot of great stuff. I actually think Jimmy Hahn did a lot of great stuff as mayor. So I would go in there with some strong leadership. I would certainly go in there and reach across the aisle and find common ground and all of those things you need to do to move forward. But I would certainly plant some really strong goals that everybody knew we were working towards. Because I believe that you either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And I really admire people who lead. And I wouldn't mind being a little bit controversial if it's in the interest of doing what's in the best interest of the residents.
Well, that's what I enjoyed about your campaign, and that's what I was really hopeful about, is that it seemed like you were not running for mayor because you wanted to be the mayor. You were running for mayor because you're a businessman, and you realized that this was not being run like a successful business.
Right.
You knew how to run a successful business. You knew the difference. And LA is just constantly plagued by this crony political movement. The same people, same type of people shuffling in and out, and it just nothing ever changes.
Yeah. And again, to give you a little bit of background, I am so indebted to LA. It sounds a little bit corny, but my paternal and maternal grandparents, they were both immigrants. My paternal grandfather was a gardener in Los Angeles. He lived in Boyle Heights. He started as a coal miner. He actually probably had one of the worst jobs you could ever have in life. When he immigrated here to a little town called Uniontown, Pennsylvania, he was the dynamiter. He was the guy that had to go in the lead.
Oh boy.
Yeah, set the dynamite and get the hell out in time. And his brother, who immigrated with him, said, come to LA. It's sunny. My dad was actually born in a coal mining camp outside the coal mine. But anyway, he was a gardener out here. And we actually grew up in his truck as he would go around, and they had this small little home they rented in Boyle Heights. And I think about what LA gave to my grandparents, to my dad, to me, my family, the opportunity to build a business. And so running for mayor, the motivation was, I want to give back to the city that gave me so much. And by the way, all the problems that we've got, you can fix them with a little bit of backbone, a little bit of smarts. If you're equipped right, bring together some really smart people, you can fix everything. And to your point, what happened when I was tied at the end of the race and actually a little bit ahead? Biden flies into campaign. Kamala flies into campaign. Pelosi, Bernie. And at the end of the day, when we're 10 days before Election Day, they finally convinced Obama to do a message. And so the system is it's a closed loop, right? And the idea that somebody was going to come in the tent that's an outsider was horrifying to them. And, we would laugh about it as a family. It's like, you might as well just load up Air Force One all at one time and bring everybody out.
Right.
But I loved every minute of it. And, I hope at some point that system's changing. And I think people are getting more frustrated lately, and they're looking for people who are competent rather than just people who may share ideology.
All right, it's February, and by now, 80% of people have probably abandoned their New Year's resolutions. And it makes sense. Life can get crazy, and all of a sudden, you don't have the time. But one easy habit to stick with is AG1. It's an easy, realistic habit that you can make to benefit your whole body health. AG1 makes hard-to-get micronutrients easy to get and replaces multiple vitamins and supplements with just one scoop. You just mix it in some cold water, take a nice moment in the morning to do your body right. And honestly, it tastes pretty good. It's not easy to pack this many high-quality ingredients with this much nutrient density, but AG1 makes it happen without added sugars or artificial sweeteners ever. AG1 is a great way to invest in your health now and in the long run, which is why I've partnered with them for so long. Try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first subscription at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Well, you saw the difference in the California electoral map, right?
Yeah,
In the
for sure.
difference between 2020 and 2024, how many different counties went red
Yeah.
that were blue historically. So let's break down the problems with LA and what could be done to fix it. What do you see as like the primary issues of LA right now?
Well, you know, you got a homeless problem that continues to grow.
So let's talk about that.
Okay, 70,000 people
One
in
of the
LA
things we've
County.
covered on that is it's at least 70,000. I mean,
Yeah.
if they have a real accurate count. But the real question is why, and why is so much money spent on it and no results? We've covered it on this podcast that there's
Yeah.
people that are bureaucrats that work for this
Yeah.
Department of Homelessness, and they're making $250,000 a year.
Yeah.
And they have no incentive whatsoever to make anything better because it doesn't hurt them.
Right.
They're not paid based on whether or not they clean up the homeless
That's
issue.
right.
They're just paid.
That's
So
right.
the longer the homeless issue goes on, the more they keep their job. And it's a profitable job.
Yeah.
And they just rant on and on about we need housing. But that's not the problem.
But you know, I had a plan, and I'm confident my plan would have worked. Let's talk about housing for a minute. LA and LA County, they put in a tax called HHH to build 10,000 units. At least about a year ago, I think they had maybe short of 1,000 units built. And
That's amazing.
over
in
10
itself.
years. Over 10 years.
I'm amazed they built one.
Yeah, I know. But you know what they built them for? 800,000 a unit. That was the cost of it. If you go to the sector, the nonprofit sector that's actually doing amazing work with the homeless, like down on Skid Row, Ground Zero, you're building on average 300,000 units. But what happens in the city, in the government, there's so many layers of waste on top of waste on top of waste. It's ridiculous. So yeah, you're right. Very little is happening. Almost no housing is being built by the government, even though they have massive taxes. We got another tax called ULA. When you sell your home, you have to pay another 5% over $5 million. So there's taxes on top of taxes. There is a solution to the homeless. So I'll just give you an example. There's a company called Boxable outside of Vegas, and they're building units that are 500-600 square feet. On average, they're about 70,000 a unit. This young guy figured out how to build basically a production line to knock these things out. And when I was campaigning, I said to him, when I win, I'm going to give you a contract for 30,000 units. And there's so much open space, Joe, in and around Los Angeles that's controlled by the city. And we're going to start getting people in homes, getting them taken care of, giving them the service they need. But the other thing we need to do, you can't have open drug dealing on the streets. We welcome it. And if you look around MacArthur Park, the great old Langer's Deli,
Right.
and the poor owner, Norm Langers, who basically said, after 70 years, I got to close my restaurant. It's terrible.
Terrible. Amazing old place.
And then, Mayor Bass promised, I'm going to be down there. I'm going to clean it up. We're going to fix it. It hasn't changed in 6 months since she said that. It can be cleaned up. It can be fixed. You got to have some backbone.
It's a lot of it is a mental health issue, correct?
Very much so. Probably half. And drug addiction.
Drug addiction, a lot of that comes
Yeah.
from mental health issues
Yeah.
as well, right?
Yes.
So what could be done? I mean, you're dealing with an enormous population of people that have this issue. It's probably closer to 100,000 in LA County.
Maybe.
That's
Yeah.
the high estimates, right?
Right.
So let's say 70,000 to 100,000 people. You have a lot of people. What could be done to have some sort of a large program that gets real results
Yeah.
with helping these people with their mental health issues and helping these people with their drug addiction issues?
I think you start first by enforcing the law and don't allow the sale of drugs on the street and holding the drug dealers accountable.
Not just the sale, but the open use. I mean, meth, cooking meth right out.
All
In front of
you're right.
everybody.
All the above. I mean,
Yeah.
literally in downtown, there's tents that are run by the drug dealers where everybody knows to go to get their drugs.
Yeah.
So you got to start there. But I'm a big believer that government alone can't solve major problems, right?
Right.
And you've got organizations downtown that are really doing great stuff. Downtown Women's Center is doing great stuff. Union Rescue Mission, great stuff. And they're bringing people in. They're giving them the help and the treatment they need for drug addiction and mental health care. And they're giving them housing. Scale those people up. Take the dollars we're spending and wasting on the city trying to do it and start pushing dollars to organizations that have a proven track record of success. And their success, Joe, is like a 90% success rate. And scale it. Why go reinvent a model that's already working well? And there's probably a dozen organizations downtown that are doing a good job.
And what are
And
they
you do
doing?
it at a fraction of the cost.
What
Sorry
are
to interrupt you. Do it at a
No,
fraction
please.
of the cost.
These people that are being successful, how are they doing it? What's their method?
You know, I'm not the expert in it, but when I went down there and spent time during the campaign and since then, because we've been supportive of their efforts as a family, they actually welcome people as they are. No judgment. Downtown Women's Center. Tonight in Los Angeles, there'll be about 20,000 women that will go to sleep on the street. And the majority of those women will in some form or fashion be abused, sexually abused, right? It's terrible that we allow this. It's a crime we allow this. But an example of Downtown Women's Center, they accept them the way they are, mental health condition, drug addiction condition. They have embedded services downtown in their facility. They have housing there for them, and they give them the treatment. And it's happening in real time. And they're very effective doing it. Like I said, they've got about a 90% success rate. So they have highly educated, skilled workers that know how to react and deal with the people on the street. That's what we need more of. I don't think you need to build new big institutions. What I do think you need to do is cut all the red tape, start building quickly, funding these organizations, and fund them quickly. If you talk to Downtown Women's Center, it will take them an average of 6 years to build new housing. 6 years.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. And it's in Skid Row. It's not like you're building in
Yeah.
a sensitive environmental area,
Right.
right?
Right.
Give the damn permits and say go.
I first encountered Skid Row when we used to film Fear Factor downtown.
No.
And
no.
I'd heard of it. I had no idea. And we were driving. We had done a bunch of the Fear Factor stunts in abandoned buildings.
Mm.
It makes good backdrops.
Sure.
Creepy. And when I went there, one time I took a wrong turn, and I went like right into the meat of everything. And I was like, "This is insanity." And this
Yeah.
was 2004, 2003.
Mm.
So this was 20 years ago, 22 years ago. And even back then, it was bananas.
Come see it
and-
now.
Oh, I've heard. Well, we watched that documentary. Is it the Carlisle Hotel, Jamie? One of the documentaries on the one of the old downtown hotels, and it went into the history of Skid Row. And that what Skid Row was, they would take people, they'd arrest them for being vagrants somewhere else, and they'd bring them to Skid Row and just leave them there and basically box them in and leave them in this area. And they had, soup
Right, that's right.
kitchens and places
That's right.
where they could get food, and they were allowed to just sleep on the street, and so they just stayed there. And so they essentially, instead of fixing this problem of homeless people and mentally ill people, they just pushed them into this one area, and they said, let's just, we got a spot, we could just stick them.
We
Let's
could
take
turn
them
our
here.
back on it.
And then, of course, every business in that area got devastated.
Yep.
All those hotels is glorious old classic hotels. I mean, in fact, the Morrison Hotel just caught fire because
right.
vagrants were living in it, and it's gone now.
Yeah.
So these methods that these people are using that are successful, what are they? What are they doing?
Well, what they're doing is they're giving them the treatment they need. Now, Union Rescue Mission has a different approach. Union Rescue Mission, that's a faith-based organization,
Okay.
hugely successful. It's overflowing. They can't accommodate everybody. That they need a lot more funding. But they don't allow anybody to use drugs or alcohol the minute they check in and they get an apartment. The other organizations that I'm aware of allow them to continue that, but they're required to go on programs to get off the drugs, to get the mental health care that they need. So they have skilled workers. They're literally daily classes. There's protocols. There's requirements of the residents on what they can do and what they can't do.
They give them structure.
They give them structure. That's right. That's a great word. You're exactly right. They give them structure. They give them training. They give them hope, and they give them a path forward. I've always said this. Let's assume your number's right. There's 100,000 homeless on the streets in LA County, whatever the number is. People say you can't solve the whole problem. Why don't we start with solving half of it?
Yeah,
Right.
be nice.
Let's start. Let's solve for the group of people that, for whatever reason, are down and out, lost their job, lost their apartment. You've got more families on the streets now, Joe, than ever before. Let's start with that group, and let's help them very quickly. Give them training, give them a job, give them a path forward, and then you sort of work through the system. But we're not even doing that. Right? And now you've had the fires. The estimate is there's another 180,000 people in LA that are homeless. Is that insane to think
It's
about?
insane. The 180,000 though, a lot of them, it's just because they're trying to find a place, but they're not destitute. A lot of these people are people that have had some money. Who
Yeah.
knows what's going to happen with insurance, right?
Right, but see, that's the problem.
Unfortunately, the fire insurance issue in Los Angeles is kind of insane.
It's terrible.
Where, we were talking in the lobby before. I was evacuated 3 times when I lived in LA. 2 of my neighbors lost their homes, and watching those folks cry in front of the rubble
Yeah.
where they lived, it's just horrible, but they kept their lives, and, and this was 2018, and, they rebuilt some of them. Two of the houses are still gone in my old neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
They never rebuilt.
Sorry to hear about
They
that.
just pulled out. It's just like, what am I going to do? They lose everything. I mean, Mel Gibson lost books from the 1600s.
Mm.
Mel is a very religious man, and he
Yeah.
collects like these ancient, irreplaceable books.
Wow.
And then, of course, the loss of lives is horrifying. That issue is an issue that has plagued LA and California forever. So a big point of contention during the election, and even during the first Trump administration, was the use of water.
Mm-hmm.
And that water was being funneled into the Pacific Ocean. And now, apparently, you could tell me more. You probably know more than I do. What has been done about that water? Because it seems like Trump has changed that.
Well, I think what Trump did a good job of, first of all, I'm grateful for the fact that he flew out, had a meeting, and I'm grateful. And, I have my differences at time to time on some issues with him, but he sat down and he was forceful in a very strong way of holding the elected officials accountable, like get the people back in their homes now. So the fact that in this tragedy, we've got a president who's also a builder, who understands what needs to be done, I think is great. And I hope he continues to hold all the elected officials accountable. He can make a big difference, and we need it. On the water issue, listen, I headed up Department of Water and Power, like I said, for 10 years. I have a pretty good understanding of the water issues. What's happening in the north really has not as much of an impact as happening down in Southern California in terms of how the water gets transferred around. It doesn't mean we should be pouring water into the ocean. We should not be. We should be doing a lot of things. We should be collecting water. We should be holding water. We should be recycling water. We should be doing a lot of things. What happened in Los Angeles, which is just close to negligence, if not negligence, Joe, the fire hydrants ran out.
Yeah.
We evacuated our home, and we're in Brentwood, so you know the area. We're 15 minutes from the Palisades where the fire started. And it was my birthday. We were having family dinner. From the second floor, we saw the flames. We said, we're going to have to get out of here. The power went off. We said, we're out. Gathered the family. We moved down to a home we have in Newport Beach. And I get a call from one of my senior executives who's sort of embedded in with the fire command post. And my heart dropped. He said, we just lost your daughter's home. And I said, oh my God, Banyan, how the hell did that happen? He said, you can't believe it. The hoses ran dry and the whole neighborhood went up. And I was so angry that Fox 11, the local Fox station, was on with Alex Michelson. and I texted him because they were reporting live. This is about 10:30 at night. I said, "Are you getting reports that they've run out of water?" He said, "Not at all." And I said, "You need to report this." He said, "You want to come on live?" I said, "Yeah, hook me up." And I went on. He couldn't believe it. And some of the media was trying to spin it
I saw that.
like it's not true.
Yeah.
And,
And then
then
they went right to the firemen.
went right to the firemen, right?
Yeah.
The firemen said, "Yeah, we're standing there, empty hoses." How in God's name, the second largest city in the country, can you have a water system that runs out of water in a fire? And you knew the fire, you knew this was coming, right? They gave warnings of catastrophic winds. The reservoir is empty, over, I think it was 1.7 million
I
gallons,
think it's 11 million.
maybe 11 million,
Yeah.
probably right. It's empty
Empty.
during fire season.
Yeah.
You've got brush that hasn't been cleared for 40 years. There was a whole bunch of us raising hell about that after the fire in Brentwood 6
Right.
years ago.
Yeah.
Nothing was done. The fire department wasn't pre-deployed, so there weren't engines staffed in different areas. You've got a fire department that's underfunded. You've got fire equipment that's mothballed,
And then the mayor flies to Ghana.
and the mayor's out of town.
So what should have been done, and who's responsible?
Well, I think the leadership is responsible at every level. I think the mayor's responsible for not being better prepared. I think she's certainly responsible for not staying in town. That's a lack of judgment. If you want to be a leader, the first thing you have to do is be present. I don't know what all the meetings that she had beforehand to make sure everybody was prepared, but years ago, the brush should have been cleared,
Yes.
right? And if
Yeah.
you probably couldn't have prevented the fire, maybe you couldn't have prevented the fire. Only God knows.
Well, we don't
But
really
you could have
know.
mitigated it.
We don't really know the source of the fire yet, and we do know there was
Right.
quite a bit of arson.
That's true. That's true. And there was a fire, to your point, there was a fire New Year's Eve from fireworks. And there's some talk that it may have been in that same area that this sparked up again, or maybe it was another arson that went up there.
But it seemed like there were several fires that started very close to each other. It seems
Yeah.
like highly unlikely
Could be.
that there was just 3 accidents that took place at the same time as these catastrophic winds.
Could be.
But then the most sinister version of it is that somebody wanted this to happen, maybe some mentally ill person. I know they did
It's a
arrest.
sickness. Yeah.
It is a sick. Arsonists they're really sick people.
Yeah.
And it's a known psychological illness. There's a guy that they arrested that was a known arsonist, several times arrested, who had a fake fire truck and drove
saw
down.
that.
Yeah, drove down from Oregon to do who knows what.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, well,
You got to be really,
there's some
really
psychos
sick.
out there. Yeah, there's some real sick
Yeah.
people out there. There's some weird people also that enjoy watching other people lose everything. It's very strange.
Yeah.
But I guess people who feel like they have nothing and they feel like the world has screwed them over and they haven't got the breaks they deserve, they literally watch.
That's right.
Watch. And there's this entitled culture that we live in that kind of tells people that the reason why other people are successful is because they've stolen from you.
Right.
Which is just the craziest thing
craziest thing.
to say in America.
But it gives them an excuse.
It gives them an excuse. And it also gives them a pathway to vent their anger and instead point it productively at their own lives. Like, why am I in this position right now? What could I have done differently?
That's exactly
What
right.
personal responsibility do I have for the way I live right now?
Right.
Instead of that, it's like, no. These rich people, they fucked
Right.
you over.
That's right. They took advantage of it.
Yeah. So the water. What is the explanation for why that enormous reservoir that provides the Palisades with water was empty?
Well, the explanation that's been said is it's out of service because the cover on it needed to be repaired.
Oh, the cover.
Cover. Because, we're very sensitive in LA that bad things don't get in our water. So they have to keep all these reservoirs covered, which in general I get. I get the safety of that. But how about this? You know that you have catastrophic winds coming. Start pumping water in it because nobody gives a shit about what's in the water
Yeah.
when you need it in your fire,
Yeah.
right?
And that could have been done in probably a couple of weeks.
Whatever it took.
Yeah. And it's not like we don't know. LA has fire season. I remember every year because where I used to live in Bell Canyon is, it's about 35 minutes from LA.
Right.
And it gets rough out there. It's like a lot of big rolling hills and it gets all filled with grass. And if it
Right.
catches and the winds start whipping through those canyons, The winds in California, for people who don't know, every year we get the Santa Ana winds,
That's right.
and they're crazy.
They are
If you never-
crazy.
some of them were 100 miles an hour this year. That is just, if you've ever been out there for that, that's nuts. And if there's fires blowing, boy,
It's a terrible combination. I mean, the early settlers called them the devil winds. They've been there forever.
forever.
To your point, they've been there forever. So just think about, had the brush been cleared, had the reservoirs been full, had the fire trucks been stationed, had there been a whole series of protocols in place, again,
We could have saved some houses.
you could have saved
a lot of lives.
a lot of lives, a lot of houses, a lot of jobs, a lot of pain.
A lot of pain.
Yeah.
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 So that's just incompetence. There's no way you could say, oh, I see why they didn't do that. Oh,
Right.
I see why they didn't have the resources. Oh, it's not their fault. No, there's none of that there. No one's saying that.
That's right.
Everyone is saying it's a failure.
It's a failure because they're not equipped to deal with the leadership they needed.
Even the spin masters, even the greatest of gaslighters have nothing. There's not one person who's tried to pass the buck. I've not seen one successful person go on the air and say everything was done that could have been done. We have amazing leadership. We're really proud of them. We're really lucky we have them.
Right.
Not one.
You're right.
Not one.
But
That's kind of crazy
it is kind of crazy.
because they gaslight everything, no matter
Yes.
what it is. Everything's safe and effective. Everybody's fine. Everyth's great. He's sharp as a tack. Everything. They gaslight the shit out of you with everything. But with this one, they're like, look, there's nothing you can say.
I agree with that because the facts are the facts.
The facts are the facts.
You just can't argue around the facts.
And also, there's a thing that happens when an area bigger than Manhattan that's filled with the most liberal
Oh.
people. They're the most liberal. They're the most blue, no matter who. The most like compassionate, kind people that view being a Democrat and being a liberal as being the ultimate expression of being a good person. And they're getting slapped in the face
I
by the
think the
reality.
politics have changed.
It's a big weekend. Get in on the action of the big game and UFC 312 at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. The men's middleweight and women's strawweight titles will be on the line in the co-main events of UFC 312. And of course, pro football is crowning a champion at the big game. Just getting started? Pick a fighter or a team to win this weekend. Go to DraftKings app and make your pick. That's all there is to it. And if you're new to DraftKings, listen up. New customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. It's a big weekend only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
I think the reality has set in, honestly, and it's unfortunate it's taken this. But the reality really has set in that you've got to have competent leadership.
Yes.
And what happened at DWP, because I was there for 13 years, 10 of which I was president, or close to 10, is the head of that department got politicized. Years ago under Bradley and under Reardon, under Hahn, the general manager of Department of Water and Power was always somebody who came through the ranks, who was just this exceptional engineer. And that department was regarded as best in class in the country as a utility, bar none. The best financial rating, the best engineers wanted to work there. It built some of the most amazing projects in history, including Hoover Dam. So let's just start with that one, right? Then what happened? Politics creeped into who was the general manager. That destroys an organization. This is an organization that's not in the business of being necessarily doing what's politically important at the time. It's in the business of delivering water and power. And the failure is also there. I don't understand how the current general manager of the department, I don't know what she did and didn't do, but the kind of failure that's on her desk where the buck stops, she needs to resign. She needs to be fired, in my opinion, by the mayor, and be held accountable for whoever made bad decisions, including herself. But we're allowing this. And so the minute you allow that, that continues, this creep of incompetence is tolerated. And it shouldn't be tolerated because people lost their lives. They lost their homes. Right?
Well,
am I right about
you're
that?
You're 100% right. And I think you're 100% right about politics. And the problem with politics is that people want to preserve the structure that pays them. They want to preserve the entity that they're invested in, that they have their time in. They have all their connections.
Yeah.
And this is the weird world of politics versus the world of business. And, you know, what's fascinating right now is we're getting a chance to see what happens when you take a business approach to the government in the White House. We're seeing right now with this whole US aid thing, where they're uncovering massive amounts of corruption and waste and just a lot of weird, shady shit with NGOs and where an enormous amount of money is going. And you're seeing someone look at this thing that is incredibly efficient, almost by design. And instead of saying, like, well, this is just how it is, and this is how these politicians get funded, so let's just keep this thing going the same way it is and make some incremental changes to try to make people happy so we still get elected.
Right.
Instead of that, you're seeing a politician, a president who's coming in who can't get reelected, so he's just going ham. And he's just cleaning out everything. And people are freaking out. The same people that say we need radical change. We need radical change. We've got corruption. We need radical change. Okay, well, here's your radical change. We don't need this. But you do.
Yeah.
The government does. They need oversight.
Yeah,
And they haven't had that. And because of that, you're seeing this, not just waste. You could call it waste, but it's deeper. It's deeper than waste. It's corruption. And you're seeing that corruption get weeded out. I am hoping that this is successful and that it yields a benefit to the American people, to the working class people, to everybody, where they recognize, like, hey, we can't just be spending all our fucking tax money on nonsense.
Right.
And it all should be done with a real clear understanding of getting results. If that happens and that idea spreads across the country, because ideas spread and people change their minds.
Yeah.
And, you know, and sometimes it happens, one guy in the neighborhood will go, you know what, fuck this, I'm fed up. And then everybody like, yeah, I've been kind of thinking that too. I just didn't want to say it. And then people start talking, and then it's not a scary thing to discuss anymore.
That's right. It opens the door.
Right.
100%. And I think you're seeing that now. I feel it in LA. You're seeing that now. Like I said, it's terrible that it took this kind of tragedy to have people saying it. I'm a big believer it can change. I'm a big believer that LA can turn around. I'm a big believer we can fix the problems. I'm a big believer we can fix the problems in California. I really am. And I think we have started to turn this corner where people are saying, you know what, whether you're Democrat or Republican, to me, sort of doesn't matter. Are you competent? Do you have experience? Are you going to make decisions for the right reason? When I was the president of the police commission, it was the most amazing experience because Jim Hahn's mayor, we have a police department that was failing miserably after the Rodney King riots. The police department was under a federal consent decree. A federal judge was overseeing it. We had Bernie Parks, who was the chief of police. I don't know if you remember Bernie Parks. He was probably there when you were living there. He came out of Central Casting. Very handsome, proud black man, and wore the uniform beautifully, rose through the ranks. Super nice guy. We were friends. Jim Hahn calls me and says, hey, I want to appoint you as a president of the police commission. And I said, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate it, but I don't want the job. Because I knew what the job was going to entail. Potentially having to fire a very, very popular chief of police. And he's 2 or 3 times called back. I finally did it. So glad I did because I learned so much from the experience. At the end of the day, decided we needed to move on and have a different chief of police.
What was wrong? What was he doing?
What he was doing, Joe, is he had put in procedures, discipline procedures that were so onerous on the officers that one, officers were leaving, but more importantly, the bad guys, particularly the gangs, were very smart that they would start filing complaints in certain areas that they wanted to control around the city. And so the officers started getting all these complaints on their record. And once they did, it held up any kind of promotion or transfer. So what did the cops start doing? They started saying, I'm just not going to go to that area. And the minute they abandoned that area, the gangs controlled it and crime was going crazy.
How clever.
Right?
Yeah.
So I would go to the chief and say, come on, you got to change the discipline process. Nope, not changing it. Very stubborn guy. He had all the answers. But yeah, and I don't mean that. It's facetious. He didn't have all the answers, obviously. But, so that was the main problem. So if you had an area of the city that bordered LA County, LA City crime was rising, LA County was going down because the sheriffs are actually proactively, and not in an abusive way, proactively policing. LAPD was retreating. Cops were upset. Cops were leaving. The academy is empty. All of these things were happening. Had to change leadership. I had people burning me in effigy, literally. My wife would call me and say, oh my God, they're burning you outside of City Hall. They're marching. It was crazy to put pressure on me to keep Bernie Parks. Not because Bernie Parks was the best chief of police, because it was politically correct to do that. And I remember calling Jimmy Hahn, the mayor, and I said, I'm going to make a recommendation and you're probably not going to like it because you're going to come under a lot of heat. And to his credit, he said, just do what's right. I'll take the heat. And I recommended we hire Bill Bratton. And we brought this guy in to LA, his Boston accent and all, best cop in the country, built a team around him. We got crime down to levels not seen since 1950, doing all the right things, engaging the community, senior lead officers, walking the beat, getting to know the neighborhood, started hiring. People wanted to be a member of LAPD. There was now back a pride in it. Completely turned it around within a couple of years. But that all came, and then Jimmy lost re-election because the black community unfortunately abandoned him because of not keeping Bernie Parks. It's one of the reasons. But he did the right thing. He didn't care about his political future. He cared about the city. He never gets enough credit for this. And I just learned that lesson, which I talked about earlier. If you've got the freedom to make a decision without worrying about getting reelected, it's probably where the president's head is. I'm just going to do what I think is right. It really is amazing what can happen. So let's get more people like that who just understand, let's do what's right for people. I'm in public service, serve the damn people.
It almost seems like at this point,
simple.
You need someone who's outside of politics to run for office.
I think you do.
Because everybody
I know
that's
that
in,
sounds self-serving, but I think you do.
Of course, it would sound self-serving coming from someone who wants to, you're outside of it and want to be the mayor. But I think that's the correct response, because the people that are in it are just too tied in. They're too tied in to
Too beholding.
They're too beholden.
Yeah.
It's just it's entwined. The octopus has many tentacles.
Yeah.
And it's wrapped around everything, and it just stalls all progress and change. And no real radical change can ever be met. No one wants to go with it because it's going to disrupt all their different ideas and businesses, and people are going to look like they're irresponsible or incompetent, so they don't want change. They want to pretend that this is the only way to go forward.
Right.
And then if someone does come along and changes things radically, I mean, it makes them all look terrible, and it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's dangerous for business.
Yeah.
They're not in the business of helping people. They're in the business of keeping their job.
100%.
Yeah, and that's what's gross.
It is really gross.
It's gross. And it seems like the only way that ever gets resolved is you have to bring in someone who's a businessman or a businesswoman, someone who understands business, who's outside of this political system and says, I've studied this for years. There's a lot of things that can be fixed, and they're not being done, and we can do it.
Yeah. And, the issue with that is it's such a tough system There's so much that gets thrown at you.
Yeah, like the whole entire party of the
Yeah, I know.
Democrats came to go after you.
I know. And I was
Everyone.
a Democrat. I'm very moderate.
Yeah.
You know, I'm fiscally very conservative. I'm socially liberal. But they were, so, you know, what gives the incentive to the person on the outside?
Right. Nothing.
And that's what we've got to figure out. Listen, I've got high hopes for San Francisco with their new mayor. Again, an outsider came in and won. I think that's great. I hope he does great.
I hope he does
changes
too.
the city.
That place was amazing at one point in time. I used to love going to San Francisco.
Oh,
I haven't
I'm-
gone in years. Just
I'm
'cause
right
it's
with
too
you.
crazy.
No, it's terrible. It's a dump.
It's unbelievable.
It was one of the old-time
greatest
great
cities in the
Yeah.
country.
Yeah.
Has just completely fallen to, but no course correction until now. But I'm hopeful for this new mayor as well.
Yeah.
And I'm also hopeful that a lot of the new young tech people are fed up.
Yeah.
You know, I think the new people who grew up with the internet understand the corruption and the bullshit, whereas the old people from a couple decades ago were really just spoon-fed bullshit from the mainstream media,
Yeah.
and they thought that this is the only way to be. Like we're the kind, intelligent, well-read, progressive people on the West Coast. It's our responsibility to be compassionate, you know, and to be the most
Yeah.
charitable people possible. And they just didn't realize, like, you're not doing anybody a service by letting them camp out in front of your house and smoke
right.
meth.
That's
None of that's good.
That's right.
It's all real bad for them. It's all real bad for your kids.
Yep. And
It's
all
real
those
bad for the
businesses
neighborhood.
moved out.
Yes, all those businesses moved out. San Francisco just became insane watching all these enormous chains just pull out. And then people get angry and cry racism when they pull out. Like, what are you doing? You're not. How do you not? It's just from the outside. It's like
I
moving to
know.
Texas was such an eye opener too.
I'm jealous for every, you know, being here in Austin today, all the new buildings going up.
Yes,
I said to my wife, "Oh my God, look at this!
it's booming.
It's booming." There's
Freedom.
you go to a restaurant last night, people are happy, having a great time, and there's new buildings going up and high rises, and the city's clean. Everywhere I drove around last
Yes.
night today, just immaculate.
But it's also, you know, I talked to Stephen Adler, who is the former mayor of Austin, great guy. And, you know, he was explaining to me the homeless situation. We had a long talk about it because it really boomed during COVID.
Yeah.
And he was saying, look, LA's too big. I think I can fix the problem in Austin. And they did an enormous
How did they
job.
do
They did
it?
a fantastic job. They bought a bunch of hotels. They put people up. They started programs. They put a lot of effort into it.
Good.
But they're only dealing with a few thousand homeless people.
Yeah.
They had like 3,000. Like that's enough.
Right.
And this is what Stephen Adler was saying. He was saying you could fix that. You can't fix it when it gets to 80,000, 90,000. He's like, it just gets too big with the bureaucratic process. Like as government functions
Right.
today, without the outsider coming in and making radical change, the way it functions today, it's like, it's just
I
too
don't know.
big. He goes, I think I can fix Austin. And I think I can fix Austin before I get out. And I think he did a great job.
That's
I mean, there's
good.
still problems. You're always going to have problems in
Sure.
cities. You're going to have mentally ill people. You're going to have drug addicts.
Yeah.
You're going to have people that have just been abused their whole life and they're just destroyed mentally, and then they're out. And then you have schizophrenia and all these other.
Yeah, it's very sad.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
You know, we clearly need better mental health institutions set up in this country to deal with a lot of these people, because that's
No
what
doubt.
a lot of it. And a lot of it happened during the Reagan administration when they changed the.
They closed them down.
Yes, they closed down
Yeah.
mental health institutes and just said you're on your own and just let these people loose on the street. And then you,
Right.
on top of that, you have the crack epidemic that comes around at the same time. It's like chaos, just
Yeah.
full chaos. And you saw, like I saw, the changes in the cities. I saw the changes in the news. I saw, you know, and people were recognizing that this is like a new problem. But it's never been like Los Angeles, where you're driving on the street, you just see blocks and blocks of
Right.
tents. It's just like, how is this not fixed? You're not
Right.
even allowed to litter. So if you're not allowed to litter, how are you allowed to do that?
There's definitely a couple of standards that are different. I'm not giving up that it can be fixed, though. And I understand there's a big difference with solving for 3,000 versus 80,000, whatever the number is. But it can be fixed because it has to be fixed.
I think it has to be fixed by an outsider. Is what,
Well,
what
I agree
Stephen
with
Adler's
that.
point was
Yeah.
ultimately really.
Yeah.
Is like, you know,
I
being
agree
in
with
the
that.
system.
I agree with that. There's no doubt it has to. And again, somebody that's willing to risk their political career by doing the right thing for the people on the street. These are human beings that have a right to be given a chance to have a better life. And a lot of people are there, you know, just because everything went wrong in their life.
Yeah.
And God bless them. And you got to try to fix it. And the waste of the money in doing it is a crime. Anyway, we've talked about it, but I'm still hopeful. I know I run overly optimistic in life, but I think it can be done.
Well, it's worked out well for you.
Well, I've been pretty fortunate and blessed in my life, so I got no
Sometimes
complaints.
Working hard and being overly optimistic actually
Yeah.
works out sometimes.
Yeah,
A lot of times.
yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about law and order.
Okay.
That's a giant issue in Los Angeles.
Yes, it
People
is.
do not feel as safe as they used to feel. They feel like there's more violent crime, there's more unreported crime, and maybe more concerning is that people get arrested and then immediately get released.
Right.
And there doesn't seem to be any repercussions for that.
Right.
So what would you do to change that?
Well, thank goodness state law got changed. I mean, that's another really good
Yes.
example of what happened in California,
Yes.
that they repealed the law that allowed anything under $900 to just be a misdemeanor. It was
Right.
insanity.
Insanity.
Just insane. And they weren't bundled. So you could, like, in a Syrian fashion, keep stealing $900.
Right, every
And
day.
it was every hour.
Right. Yeah, as long
And
as
it
it's
was
at a
still
pop.
It was
Yeah.
still a misdemeanor. So that law changed. Great progress. Holding bad people accountable is really important. I'm also a big believer to give people a chance to rebuild their lives. No doubt. Goes hand in hand. But we made a big change by getting rid of George Gascon as our district attorney, who was not prosecuting and allowing people. It was just a turnstile. You got arrested, you were let out.
Can we get to the heart of that?
Sure.
What's the motivation for that? Like-
Motivation for doing that?
Yes.
That, well, I probably won't explain it right because I don't agree with it, is that from a social justice standpoint, quote unquote, you don't want to overpopulate the prisons. You don't want to hold people and take away their life for a minor crime.
But a lot of it wasn't minor crimes.
A lot of it was a minor
But
crime.
there was one of them that was a guy who was this crazy homeless guy who pulled a knife on a sheriff, and then 2 weeks later, there at least somewhere a short time after that, I don't know if it was 2 weeks, attacked a man with his family with a machete on the
Yeah.
beach.
Yeah. No, I know. You're right. You're right. I mean,
So that's a violent
what
criminal.
George did. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I can't explain it because it's so messed up. I don't even know how you justify letting somebody out of jail or not holding them with bail, any of that. I don't understand it. I think most people got to the point they were so worried about where crime was going, they did finally get rid of George. And we brought in Nathan Hockman, and I think Nathan's doing a great job. So I can't explain it. But
The fear is that it's done on purpose. This is the fear.
of course it is.
That's the fear. The great fear is that there are people in this world that want LA and major cities in this country to be in complete disarray, to have constant chaos, and to be able to push liberal prosecutors and then push even more liberal prosecutors to go against them and continue this cycle and make it so that people live in a constant state of fear.
And what's the end goal of that?
It has to be profit. I mean, someone has to be profiting off
Who
of it.
profits off of
I don't know. Ask George Soros.
that? Yeah, right.
Ask the people that fund these like extremely liberal district attorneys that all seem to have the same idea.
But do you think that
No
tide
cash
is turning?
bail. I do. I
Yeah.
do think that tide is turning. And I know that Elon Musk wants to do sort of the exact opposite, like to try to find, he's been talking about that, financing people that are much more reasonable and that believe in law and order.
Well, Nathan is a good example of that. I mean,
That's great. We need fair laws. We need kind justice. We do need rehabilitation, but we also need to protect people that aren't criminals.
of course.
But that's the primary thing. It's protect the general public, serve and protect, right? That's
Right.
the whole idea.
Yeah.
We need to protect everybody else. And then the people that were life did them wrong and they've wound up, let's figure out a way to actually rehabilitate them instead of just putting them in cages.
And people are doing that. I mean, there's some very successful programs that are doing that. But I agree with you. I mean, we got to get back to the point where government's primary function is to protect the public and give them the ability to prosper. Give them the ability to build a business, raise your family, keep your community safe. It's just so basic.
It's so basic.
it's gone upside down.
Yeah, that's what's crazy is that
So when
law
you're
and order thrown out the window. Without law and order, no one is safe.
That's
You
right.
don't, you don't understand that if you just don't go after bad people, then they have no fear of doing whatever they want, and
Right.
then you're letting them out on jail.
Yeah.
So out of jail, so then you've got more of them out than ever before.
Self-perpetuating.
There was a podcast that I listened to where there was a former gang member who was talking about how they're going to let 70,000 hard criminals out of the LA jails, and he's like, "I'm getting out of town." This guy was a hardcore gang member. He's like, LA is going to get
very
too
scary
crazy
when you think
in the
about
next
that.
year. It's just nuts. And, you know, there was the whole defund the police movement, which was just catastrophic. That whole, and seeing politicians, including Kamala Harris, seeing politicians openly say and post it on Twitter, we need to defund the police,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
just crazy.
It is.
It doesn't
as
mean-
wrong as it can be.
Yeah,
as
certainly
can be.
hold bad cops accountable. Certainly have better training.
Yeah.
Certainly have higher standards.
Yeah.
But defunding the police, like, what are you talking about? You
And
need to do the opposite.
That's right.
You need to train them better, refund them.
Right.
Definitely make the
100%.
bad ones accountable. Definitely make people feel safe that they're interacting with police officers. But respect these people. Respect these people that are protecting your life.
That's right.
Because all those people, when something goes down, they call 911. They're furious when cops don't show up.
That's right.
All these people who talk shit about the cops that are protected, defund the police. You're protected by armed security people.
I
And you're saying defund the police. This is fucking nonsense. It's nonsense.
couldn't agree more.
And for people that suffered because of this defund the police thing and this whole wave of crime that went through LA, you know, in the wake of it all, you know, those people are the people that you can get to.
Mhm.
The people that saw it, experienced it, know the consequences of this foolish direction that everything is going in, those are the people that you still reach. And I think it could be reached with a person like you that is a compassionate, kind, liberal guy when it comes to social issues, but understands business and understands like accountability and that you have to see positive results. You have to do what needs to be done to get those positive results. You can't just do the same shit over and over again and pay more people and we
Yeah.
need a bigger budget. You know, like, oh, let's raise the budget. We've increased the budget to fix the problem. You're not fixing it. Keeps getting
Right.
bigger.
That's right.
It's
No.
just nuts.
You
It
got it.
it needs someone outside the system, and that's why I was really happy to talk to you, and that's why I'm really happy that you're still involved, because a lot of people like yourself that are very wealthy, and you don't have to do this. It's not going to be. You're not going to make money doing this. Like, this is probably going to be a huge strain, a tremendous amount of pressure, but some people feel a calling. They feel like,
Yeah.
I think I can do something and fix this that other people maybe won't be able to do.
I appreciate that. And I do because what's the alternative? We stay in the same path.
It gets worse. The
Yeah.
alternative is it gets worse.
It's going to get worse.
Yeah.
And more people are leaving. More and more businesses close down. But here's what really hit me on the campaign. And I was telling our family, I've got 4 kids and they're 35 to 25 and just incredible people. And my wife is wonderful. I'm really incredibly blessed with all of that. I was so worried when I decided to run for mayor, the impact on the family, right? A little bit scary, high profile,
Yeah.
all these kind of things. It ended up being the greatest experience. And we would go into neighborhoods, hardworking neighborhoods of people that just wanted the ability to work hard and live their life, that would just want the ability to allow their daughter to be able to walk to school on her own and not have to walk around an encampment or for fear that there'd be somebody that would attack her on the way to school, right? The most basic things. And we'd give them a hug, you know, they would cry, we would cry, and I would tell the kids that cry is hope. And what we're seeing there is for the first time, there's actually somebody coming into their neighborhood, a neighborhood that historically doesn't vote in large chunks. So the politicians forget about them, right? Because they're not likely voters necessarily. But we were trying to mobilize it. And we were also trying to give a voice to people that don't have a voice. How inspiring that was for me. That's what fueled me. And you're right. I don't want a career as a politician. I want a career of being able to give back and help and take the group of people that have the least voice, but are some of the hardest working people of our society, and give them an opportunity to grow. That was my grandfather as an immigrant, as a gardener. But he had the opportunity to raise his family where he didn't have to worry about all this shit. It's just changed so much. So I believe we've got to get our elected officials. If we take people who are the hardest working, the dearest people that have the most impact because of crime, because of homelessness, because of being overly taxed, all of these kind of things, and we give them hope and a path forward, everybody benefits from it.
Yeah.
You start solving so many problems, Joe. There's a little school in the middle of the heart of the worst part of Los Angeles with the homelessness in Skid Row, and it's called Para los Niños. And my wife and I have been supporting that school for over 30 years now. You outside the doors is the biggest sea of inhumanity of homeless people just strewn out on the street, drugged out, all terrible mental health conditions. You open that door and it's beautiful and caring and loving. And this school that we support, there's a series of schools, takes in children from 6 months to 5 years old. The parents are all working parents, below the poverty line working parents. So they're working in the sweatshops, whatever the case may be. They're living down on Skid Row in apartments, 2 or 3 families in an apartment, working their tail off to just survive. And then to be able to get their child in the school that costs them nothing, it's fully supported. Those are the dearest, sweetest children in the world. We love going down there. Our kids have worked down there since they were little kids. We do a Christmas party for them. And what gives us such joy is seeing the hope in their eyes. And I know it sounds corny, but it's such an important path that we've got to get our elected officials to be more supportive of that and get more of these kind of schools and give more of these families the opportunity to do well because they want to do well. But the system is frankly against them. And that's what I wanted to change more than anything.
Well, let's talk about that. This school, there's no reason why they should have to encounter that environment outside that school.
You're right.
There's no reason. This is not nuclear waste. This is not something that can't be cleaned up for 5 million years. We have to leave it alone. This is human beings. This is human devastation out there in the street. The fact that these kids have to encounter that, first of all, what does that do for your sense of hope and your future of the world? Like,
right.
This is what you're seeing every day. Like you absorb that from your environment, the sadness and the devastation all around you. You're seeing people with lost lives out in the street right in front of your school. When you're a young kid and you're a developing mind and that's the environment that you encounter all the time, like that is going to fuck your head up forever.
Yeah, it's very tough.
And then there's the question of the sweatshops. Like, why, how come people that work their tail off constantly have to live 3-4 families in an apartment? Like, what the hell's going on there?
I agree.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I think we got to start fixing.
Yes.
Right. And if you start fixing that now, your point is right. These kids having to see that every day, they're being yelled at, by people as they're walking through the doors and all that. It's terrible. But thank God that school's there, because if that school wasn't there,
they have nothing.
They got nothing.
Right.
They're on the street.
No, it's amazing. But I mean, the problem outside the school, that should be fixed. That should be a public health issue. I mean, if you're worried, the future human beings, if you want to look at this country and you want to make America a great place, what you want is less people that are going to lose at life. You want less losers. The best chance you can have less losers is start them off on a good path when they're young.
That's right.
And
well said.
If you're starting them off on a good path when they're young, if you're giving them the tools that they need to have a successful life, giving them hope, giving them examples of good people that you could strive to be like what would Mike do? I'll probably want to do what he does. He would get up and get this done. And, I admire that person. And having people around you that are examples of someone who lives a life that you admire. Yeah. And they when you're just seeing people peeing on themselves and throwing up and walking through the streets just covered in cardboard shelters and tents, like that's not hope. You're not going to see hope. You're not seeing good examples. Right. So what are you depending on for your examples? That That's a travesty. That should be cleaned up immediately. So let's talk about that. What could be done for Skid Row, which is probably the worst example of LA's homeless problem?
It's the same thing with any place else that we talked about. You have to, I believe, supercharge these organizations like Apollos and Indios that are doing well, that are really changing lives, like the Downtown Women's Center, like Common Concern. There's Union Rescue Mission. There's dozens of them.
Where do you put all those people? You got all these people on the streets. You got 100,000 people in the streets.
There's endless land. There's endless land. The city of Los Angeles has something like over 300 or 400 parcels of land that are vacant. They're just sitting there vacant. Densify them, build on them, build housing. Absolutely do it. Skid Row, there's a lot of opportunity to do that, and a lot of organizations that will do that. But we can never say, well, create enterprise zones. I mean, I wanted to create enterprise zones. You go to South LA or whatnot, there's areas that they were burned out years ago from the riots that have never been rebuilt. Create an enterprise zone, give tax incentives to go down there and build housing. The tax code, when I was a young lawyer, they changed all the tax laws. They had a lot of tax credits, a lot of incentives to do things. It's a great way to incentivize businesses, mobilize the private financial markets to invest and do things. There's an enormous amount of capital in this country. We're the wealthiest country in the world.
Especially LA.
LA is so wealthy. State of California, 5th largest economy in the world. We have an economy larger than India.
It's nuts.
It's nuts. And do we have problems? Of course. Can you imagine if we fixed the problems, what this state could do? It would be incredible. There's nothing like it. And so I think we just have to have some really basic goals of how we're going to change things little by little, start attacking them, but start getting people off the streets, start building, start giving the incentives to do it, break some eggs as you're doing it because you're saving lives. And I think once you get that in motion, it starts taking off. I really do. Because people do not want to continue the way we're continuing. And if there's a handful of people that do, who cares? God bless them.
Yeah.
Leave them there. But that's not the far majority of the people.
I think those handful of people are fed a narrative. And the narrative is there's one way that's good and there's one way that's evil.
Yeah.
And there's the right-wing people that want to be fascists, totalitarian dictators, and they just want the wealthy to get wealthier and they want the poor to starve. And then you have the left-wing side that has this idea of compassionate care and letting everybody be themselves and let people camp out and let, and we need to treat people like human beings, and they're not homeless, they're the unhoused, and you start reframing things, and it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, these people are all conditioned to think that everybody opposed to them hates civil rights, hates women's rights, hates gay rights. And they're right-wing, hardcore, fascist assholes.
Yeah.
What we need is someone, this is one of the things that made me happy about you, is that you need someone who appeals to people's sense of kindness and caring and being a progressive person in terms of like social issues.
Right.
But yet understands human nature and understands business. Like that you have to do things if you want to change things.
Yeah.
You can't just throw money at it.
Yeah.
You can't just have a bunch of people that are just bullshitting and not getting anything done. And this is the problem with LA that we see.
Well, there's no doubt. But don't you think that is changing now, right? We've talked about that.
I think it's changing.
I think it's changing.
But,
I really do.
LA will snap right back to the old way. I mean, if you just give them a couple of good years, they'll be convinced that,
We got to fight that good fight, though, Joe. We got to fight that good fight. There's too much at risk.
There is too much at risk. I do think it all really depends on how successful Trump is in this 4 years that he has and the structure that he sets up and how he can kind of, if it really shows people that, hey, guess what? Gay people aren't losing rights. Hey, guess what? Women aren't losing rights. Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Civil rights aren't being eroded. This is not what's happening. And then the whole country benefits. If we see GDP go up, if we see
I agree.
Homelessness, joblessness go down, that would be amazing. If that happens, then maybe people could wake their mind up to the fact that, you're not in this binary system, and that you really shouldn't be a part of a team. You should be a part of Team America. And Team America is like, we want the whole thing to be better. Everybody, all of us.
Wouldn't that be great?
It'd be amazing. It can be
And
done.
it can be done.
It can be. Most people, I think, are reasonable, kind people. Most people.
Yes.
But I think people get trapped in ideologies. And California is one of the better examples of a place that's just trapped. You're either a Democrat or you're a fucking asshole. Like that's how people look at it. You know?
Oh God.
That's how people look at it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that.
There's a lot of that.
I'm a little bit more. Again, I run a little bit more optimistic in the faith of my fellow Angelinos and Californians, that I think there's a real desire to make significant change. I really do. I'm hearing a lot of that, even from some of my most liberal friends. They want change.
Oh yeah. Well,
and
you can push people up to a point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, I do think the success of Trump is going to have a big influence on that. And so, especially in California, because, the majority is very leery, right?
Yeah.
And it's Los Angeles, very leery of that. And if he could do more of what he did that day at that press conference out on the Palisades, it would be great. Because he did show a compassion. He did show a strength. He showed that what he cared about was the people getting back in their homes, and let's take care of them. He showed an impatience with the bureaucracy that was, they were spinning it, boy, the elected officials that day, and he was pushing back on it.
Yeah.
Very professionally, very nicely, but
He's
very
much better
strongly.
at handling people this time around. I think he
I
sort
was
of corrected
impressed.
a lot of the way he used to communicate with people. He's much more even and measured.
Yeah.
It's much more effective.
I agree. I was
Yeah.
impressed. And like I said earlier, he's a builder. He's a successful builder. And I would love to him to give a little blueprint to the city of LA and say, here's the 10 things you need to do.
Yeah.
And it should only take, that's what we're doing. This new foundation I launched with a bunch of really smart thought leaders in industry have come together. We launched it yesterday just to go tackle problems. Don't tell me what the problem is without the solution. I just live by that. And there is a solution to every problem. It may not be the solution you want, but there's a solution out there, so work towards it. And I'll give you an example. I've been pushing since the fires. We've got to underground all the power lines. You can't go rebuild the Palisades or Altadena the way it was built 70 years ago.
Right.
It'd be insane.
It's insane.
So underground the power lines, redo the water mains, redo the firefighting system, blah, blah, blah. And I get this pushback. We don't have the money. We don't have the time. You just had the largest urban disaster in the history of the United States, $250 billion worth of damage. And you're telling me you don't have the money to do the right thing? Didn't we just have the largest infrastructure bill in history passed about a year ago? We must have the money, and we'll find the money. But that can't stop you from doing what's right. So this organization I put together is to go be the advocate for those homeowners, to be the advocate for those business people that lost their businesses, and work alongside government and say, listen, we'll solve the problem for you and hand the blueprint to you.
So
and then we're
what is-
going to hold you accountable to implement it.
What is the answer when they say we don't have the money? If you have California, which is just insanely enormous economy,
Yeah.
so and a very high tax rate.
One of the highest, that's right.
So you have high taxes, so you have an enormous economy. That means you got a lot of money.
Right.
So where's the money going?
Where the money's gone, I can't tell you. We used to have a surplus in California. Now we have a deficit. So if that happens at your home or my home, that means we mismanaged our money. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
In solving the problem for the Palisades or Altadena on the electric issues or the infrastructure issues, listen, the city has bonding authority. Department of Water and Power has bonding authority. There's federal grants or state grants. There's private capital. We're going to go solve that and give some answers to the city. But my point is, the answer can't be, let's not do what's right. We've done enough of that. The answer has to be, we're going to go do this, and now we're going to solve how to pay for it. And we're going to do it quickly to get people back in their homes. and start building again. And I believe we can bend the curve. If somebody thinks it's going to take 5 years, let's go figure out how we get it done in 2 years. This is where private enterprise needs to come in and help the government, because the government alone can't fix this problem. It's too big. They work too slow. You need innovation and entrepreneurship that private enterprise brings. We saw that in COVID with Project Warp Speed and getting the medicines that were needed at the time. We saw it at 9/11 on getting the rebuilding done. And we need to implement the same thing in Los Angeles to get the city rebuilt, because it's an impact on the American economy to have the size of two Manhattans. Two Manhattans.
That's how
burned
big
down.
it is.
Can you imagine that?
That's insane.
15,000 structures.
It's so
Right.
hard for people to imagine that. I just went back, like I was telling you, I was there a couple weeks ago for the UFC,
Yeah,
and you see it, and when you're flying over, it just doesn't even make sense.
yeah,
We showed the drone footage as well of Palisades.
Oh.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's so much devastation.
Can't get your head
Altadena's
around
gone,
gone.
which is, and Altadena. My friend Jimmy Dore was just talking about this the other day in a video. It was this beautiful, like, nice neighborhood,
Oh, yeah.
tree-lined streets, and
Yeah, cottage homes, dear sweet neighborhood. It
And gone.
Yeah, gone.
one of the nice neighborhoods, like a beautiful neighborhood to drive through.
Yeah.
It's gone.
And
And-
those people mostly, Joe, as you know, so many of them, there's no safety net.
Right.
I mean, very moderate income,
Right.
Working class, hard working class people. And I've been telling all the elected officials, you got to have programs that start supporting people, because they are down and out. They have nowhere to go. And we've got to do something to help them, day to day to live.
One of the things that was bothering me was they were talking about replacing all those beautiful streets that were filled with single family homes with big apartment buildings.
Mhm.
And then it would just ruin that area.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. It's wrong. Yeah, this is not the time to be reimagining anybody's neighborhood off
No.
the backs of the devastation and the pain. I've been really vocal about that. And this is the creep you get, what you're talking about, this social justice. Well, now let's say in the Palisades, let's start building a whole bunch of low-income housing. I'm all for low-income housing. I'm building workforce housing for our employees that are low income, because I want to make sure they have a home. So I'm all into that. But now is not the time to do it in a neighborhood that's been devastated. And there's also, you're going to have people that won't be able to move back to their neighborhood because they may not be wealthy, but they may make more money than what is required to move into a low income apartment. They can't move back. Don't do that. That's not fair. If you want to do that, what I've told the elected officials is provide an incentive, not a requirement. If you build some low income units in an apartment building you're replacing, let me back up. So we have this crazy law in the city of Los Angeles. Crazy law in the city of Los Angeles is something to this effect. I may not get it exactly right. If you tear down an existing apartment building that's market rate, you have to replace it with low income housing. Okay. I think
All of it?
maybe it's not all of it. I think it's the majority of it. But whatever the number is, okay. My point is, when you do that, you provide a disincentive to reinvest in the city.
Yeah.
So let's turn it around and provide an incentive. Say if you close, knock it down and rebuild, or it's burned down in the Palisades and want to rebuild, then give a bonus density and allow that person to build more to compensate them for providing housing that is low income, right? Just seems to be more fair. Everybody
How
gets
would
what
you
they
do
want.
that? How does that work?
Well, let's say you have a 12-unit apartment building that burnt down in the Palisades. Instead of requiring low-income housing for, let's say, 20, 30, 40% of it, say instead of building 12, we're going to let you build 20 units. And out of the 20 units, give us 6 units that are low-income housing, whatever the numbers are.
Mhm.
But let's have government start thinking about an incentive-based system, right? I mean, you look at your life or my life or the people that work here, the harder you work, The more that you do, you're more rewarded, right? You're not required to work harder. You're incentivized to work harder or work smarter. And I think if we build that kind of thinking into government to provide capital, to provide investment, especially on the rebuilding, you can have some social policies that are very important and very good, like low income. What I would even say is, why don't we give an incentive to build workforce housing in the Palisades and Altadena, where the workforce housing goes to the first responders, firefighters, police, and teachers. So now you can have firefighters, police, and teachers living in the neighborhoods they're serving. As you know, LA is so expensive. Most of the cops drive 2 hours to get home and 2 hours to get to work. Same with the firefighters. You want them to be in the neighborhood they serve. That's a great public policy. Do it around an incentive.
Especially in a place like the Pacific Palisades, I think people deeply resent the idea of being forced to have any kind of low-income housing. The idea is that it's hard to live in the Palisades. It's expensive. It's beautiful. It's an incredible piece of land, or it was.
Yeah.
Before the fires devastated it, it was a glorious place to live. It was very difficult to afford to live there. So the people that made the most money were the ones who could buy the homes there. They don't want someone to open up low-income housing in the same neighborhood that's very difficult to live in. The whole idea is that you make enough money where you could live in a place that's very difficult to live in, but it's beautiful and it's really safe. And that's what the Palisades was. They don't want this to be replaced with low-income housing. They don't want incentives for it to be replaced with low-income housing.
Yeah, I don't know, Joe. I think there's a lot of people that would be very excited to have workforce housing, especially if you tie your workforce housing into first responders. And I think there's people that would allow.
That's different, though. That's different than apartment buildings.
Yeah, but even in an
buildings.
apartment setting, I think it can work. I mean, listen, I think there's people in the Palisades that would very much welcome affordable housing, low-income housing. I certainly would, and I'm a big landowner in the Palisades. But what I don't like about it is the requirement off the backs of people who have lost everything.
Right.
That's just not right. That's not the time to do it. If you want to go rezone stuff, let the place get rebuilt and let people get back on their feet and then go have that discussion.
Right.
You know, it's a timing issue on it, in my opinion. But listen, there's a lot of issues the city's got to tackle to get these places rebuilt. It's immensely complicated. And again, I mean, I'll be very honest, the government just cannot do it alone. There's just no way. There's just no way.
One of the things that people complain a lot about California is regulations.
Yeah.
And how regulated it is and how difficult it is to start businesses and to maintain businesses.
Hugely overregulated.
What could be done about that? Cut
through the red tape. We have more regulations. It's insane to run a business. I run a business, obviously, in LA and in California, and it's to the point that I would never restart the business in LA and in California. It's too expensive. The tax rates are too high for everybody, not just people that are making money. I'm talking about people who are, moderate, hardworking people. The tax rate's too high. But the regulation on small businesses in Los Angeles, you have businesses now closing because of it's overregulated. And then it got even, frankly, worse post-COVID, because a lot of the restrictions they took away during COVID in order to allow businesses to survive and restaurants to operate, they started taking them away. Like just having outdoor dining. Like, why would you do that? Why would you make it more difficult for a small business owner to operate a restaurant? So that gets back to like the business approach to running government. Let people prosper. Have a system. There's certain laws you need, obviously, to operate safely and smartly, but have a system that people can earn money, become successful.
What's the cause of overregulation? How does it start?
Joe, that's a good question. I think that there's a group of people that feel like government is the only way that society can be safe and regulated, that people left on their own, will go crazy and do terrible things and running around the streets. And it's just not the way it works, right? Capitalism is a really good system. We've proven that. And overregulation starts squeezing capitalism to the point that it pushes out people from investing and creating jobs and creating opportunity. And LA has gotten to the point, it's certainly over the bridge. It needs to get pulled back. I mean, I can't even tell you how overregulated it is. And then on top of it, in LA now, we have too few cops. And so the obligation to protect your property is getting pushed to private landowners. So like on our shopping centers, you know, we have a very safe environment, friendly environment, family environment, all those kind of things we're very protective of. LAPD wants to do the right thing. They don't have the resources. So we've had to supplement it. Millions and millions of dollars of private security. And that's a whole nother problem, because what about the individual landowner in a neighborhood that doesn't have the kind of protection they need? And they don't have the police force to protect them, and running a business becomes impossible. So, and again, those things are just fixable. They really are fixable.
So, regulations, water, law and order. What other things are giant issues about LA that you think need to be addressed?
Well, I think we have to, on the positive side, I want to be more business friendly. I want to invite businesses back to California. I want to invite businesses back to LA.
That's a tough sell.
I know. I want to get Elon back to LA. I don't want him to leave LA. I've told him that, you know, and I think he would come back. I think all these businesses would come back.
Sure,
you know,
if it was reasonable.
if it was
I mean,
reasonable.
they didn't leave because it was awesome.
Yeah,
That's
right.
what people have to understand. I didn't leave because it was awesome.
Right.
I left because I just didn't want this group of people that I thought were inept telling me what to do.
Of course. And they gave you, in a weird way, they gave you the incentive to leave and not the incentive to stay.
Yes.
I want to give people the incentive to stay. Start your business, grow your business, raise
Yeah.
your family. Let's protect you, clean the streets. You know, all of those basic things are really important. And again, Joe, maybe I'm overly optimistic in it, but it can come back. And I think California, if unleashed, is just a mighty powerhouse. It could really change the direction of this whole country. The innovation that we have in California, the technical knowledge, what's happening in our universities, some of the best in the world, what's happening in the tech field with AI, it's all based here in California. And you've got to let that flourish. You know, set the platform that's encouraging these youngest, brightest minds to come here and start your business.
Right.
And do the right thing. And you made the point. You're absolutely right. I've talked to a lot of the tech people. You know, they want a different leadership that is supporting the growth of technology that's going to change the world. It's going to happen somewhere. We saw it happen in China with their new AI company, and we better be prepared to be the best at it. And we have to provide the platform to do that.
So, in order to incentivize people, if they wanted to come back to California, you've got these enormous taxes.
Right.
Like, so something has to be done on a state level, not just on a city level.
That's right.
To address that.
That's right.
So how do you address that?
You should have competitive tax rates. I don't know why California needs to tax people much higher than any other state. Why would you? The cost of operating a state, you know, you've got very sophisticated states, very dense states. It's a matter of setting priorities. And we've got to look at the tax code and make it fair. We've got the highest gas costs in the country. Why does a
Right.
gallon of gas in California cost more than a gallon
Well,
of
isn't
gas
that
somewhere else?
because in California you're required to sell gas that's refined in California?
I don't know if that's the case.
See if that's the case, Jim.
But I know,
I
I think the gas in California is also highly taxed.
Of course. Why wouldn't they be?
It's taxes based.
This is the question, though, Rick. It's like, where's all this money going? If
I
you've
don't
got
know.
this insanely high tax rate, but yet you don't have any money to fix the power lines, you got this insanely high tax rate, but you can't clean up the homeless problem. And even though you're throwing a lot of money at it, where's that money going?
I don't know. It's not going to the school system.
They need to get these super nerds that are on top of this Department of Government Efficiency and set them loose. Set them loose on California.
We've got a lot of smart people in California, along with them, that really want to help the system. And I think the minute you bring some really smart people, this is what I did with this foundation. You look at the list of people that are donating their time and talent. They're just brilliant people. I made one phone call to each of them. Would you give me your time and talent? I don't want a dollar from you. Yes, I'm in. Whatever it is, I'm in. And that's what we need to do more of, is have the elected officials have the courage and the competency to reach out and get the smartest people in different industries to come in and help get their ideas and then implement. That's the greatest form of government. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, it doesn't really matter if you got great ideas and if you're a big thinker. That's what I would do. That's what I am doing.
So, but on a state level, like the taxes for the state,
Mhm.
that would have to be addressed by the governor, right?
The governor and the legislature.
Yeah. What could be done about that?
I think you've got to rebuild it, Joe. I don't want to give you a specific proposal here, but it doesn't need to be as high as it is in order to operate the state of California. If the state of California has their priorities right of what they're spending money on. And by the way, the best way, and we learned this from Reagan, to raise revenue for the government is to allow businesses and families to grow and create jobs and industries, not to suppress them.
Right.
So the minute you keep overtaxing people, all you're doing is giving people the incentive to leave, which we've seen, right?
Yeah.
The exodus. If you start giving people a rate that allows them to be benefited by staying in the state of California, that business will grow and California is going to make more revenue. It's
just
not
simple
rocket science.
logic. The
It's not
economy
rocket
grows.
science.
People have more money. It's better for everybody.
Right. And you get
Yeah.
some jobs. You get
Yeah.
people off the streets.
Yeah.
You know, this whole thing starts changing the dynamic. How great would that be?
It would be pretty incredible. I just don't want to get my hopes up.
Let's do it. No, come on. Don't leave me.
No,
Come on. Don't leave
Look,
me.
I think it's possible. It's just a daunting task.
It is a daunting task, but okay. I'm not throwing flowers at you. Look at what you've accomplished in your career. That was a daunting task.
Yeah, but I didn't think about it. It just sort of lucked out.
It
This
wasn't
way.
luck.
Whatever.
It was a little bit of luck. Everybody's got a little bit of luck.
for sure.
It was a hell of a lot of hard work, and you were very focused, and you had your head down, and you just kept going forward. So it can be done. I
Yeah.
couldn't do what you did.
Yeah, you could.
Not no,
Yeah.
you're a stud. I couldn't.
No,
I can't.
It could
In
be
fact, I
done.
just want to go on a tangent for a second.
Sure.
Okay, my boys got me addicted to taking an ice bath.
Okay.
You're insane. What's the temperature of yours?
34.
Oh my god. Okay, I saw a picture of you removing a sheet of ice.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near the stud that you are. Obviously,
It's not that hard.
But-
it's just 3 minutes, and
but
it
I'm
makes
at
the rest
50.
of the day
I'm at
wait.
50.
50's cold.
Yeah, and I'm addicted to it.
Yeah, it's
How
great.
long did you in for?
3 minutes. You'll still get the benefits at 50.
Okay,
What I get at 30 is much more suck, and getting through the suck is part of it.
how long is the suck part?
Sucks for about a minute.
Yeah, the first minute.
The first minute really sucks.
Yeah, that's with me at 50.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
took.
heavy breathing.
I got some stem cells shot into my shoulder recently. When I do that, you have to take like 72 hours because the inflammation is actually good from the initial injection to heal the area. And so I took 3 days off. And it's funny, just taking 3 days off, when you get back in, the suck is worse.
Yeah, but it doesn't. For me, it doesn't get any easier though.
It doesn't? After the first minute?
No. Like
Every day.
every day.
Yeah, it gets a little easier. It never gets easy, but it
Yeah.
gets a little. It's like it's easier now. Like 3 days. Like now I'm like 4 or 5 days in. It's like so when I pop the lid off of it, I don't even think about it. I just go get in there.
Yeah.
Just shut up. Put the timer on. Get in there. Just sit.
Yeah.
Just sit
I
there.
do love it.
But the thing about it is the way you feel when you get out is so amazing.
Yeah.
You feel alive. You feel energized. You feel
Yeah.
like your brain is firing.
Yep.
All your it kicks up your dopamine levels by 200%. It lasts for hours and hours.
Yeah.
You feel wonderful. And that's the thing. It's like we need to delay gratitude. You need to delay this. People like to feel comfortable now. You need to delay that.
Yeah.
Put that on the side.
I like that.
Just suck it up for a while.
Yeah.
And
I like that.
doing that, forcing yourself to have voluntary adversity, just like have 3 minutes a day that's horrible, is going to make the whole rest of your day better.
Yeah.
It's only 3 minutes. How much time you spend on Instagram? Just flipping through nonsense. Just looking at bullshit, getting upset at Twitter, going
Yeah.
on Twitter. What are these people talking about? I'm like, 3 minutes.
No,
Instead
it's
of that.
addicting to me. I never thought I would be addicted to it.
I love it.
I love it. And the other thing I love, which I heard you do, is the infrared.
Yeah, I do that too. I did that today. Yeah.
I do it every day.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, you're talking infrared sauna. I do
Yeah.
a red light bed every day. I do a
Okay.
regular sauna, a dry sauna, because I think there's more research that's been done, particularly out of Finland. You know, they did a 20-year study where they showed a 40% decrease in all-cause mortality for people who use the sauna 4 days a week.
Really?
Yeah.
More
thing-
than an infrared. Just the
It's
old-fashioned
just
dry
not
sauna.
not more than an infrared. I think look, infrared is definitely beneficial. I think the whole idea is heat shock proteins. The whole idea is raising your body temperature to the point where your body develops these heat shock proteins in order to mitigate the effects of the extreme heat, because you can really only tolerate that extreme heat for a certain amount of time. A regular dry sauna gets way hotter. So
Okay.
my sauna, I like to keep it at 196. So I get
Wow.
in there at 196 for 25 minutes.
Wow.
And it's not fun. It's
Wow.
not fun. It sucks. But that stress of doing that is what makes your body stronger. It's the response, your body's response to that extreme stress that makes it stronger. And this is what develops the heat shock proteins, and this is what is responsible for this. There's an EPO-like effect on your blood, where you have more red blood cells. It raises your endurance. It's like almost like static cardio. Even though you're sitting there, I wear a heart rate monitor sometimes when I'm in there, and my heart's jacked up to 147 beats a minute at the end.
Wow.
I mean, it's pretty high at the
That's
end.
high. Yeah.
When you're hitting that 21-minute mark and you're looking at your watch and like, oh, Jesus Christ, 4 more minutes of this shit.
And then is your recovery quick once you get out?
Yeah,
Your heart
once-
rate's down?
I'm so used to it. But another benefit is living in Texas. When I go out in the heat and the sun, it doesn't bother me at all.
Got
My
it.
body's fully adapted to
Got
being hot. It's hot every day.
Yeah.
And it's just voluntary adversity. It's forcing yourself to do something physically, and it makes the rest of your day way easier.
Okay. So you should get into politics. Voluntary adversity.
No.
Voluntary
no.
adversity.
I would way rather have people like you on and try to help you out than get involved.
Well, I
myself.
appreciate that. I'm grateful for
I have
that.
zero interest in getting involved myself. Is this where your interests end, though? Is it just mayor stuff, or do you ever look bigger than that?
I don't know. Right now, honestly, I was looking at a couple of different options. And then when January 7th hit with the fire, the world sort of stopped. And I want to spend a lot of time right now trying to get it rebuilt. There's going to be time for politics for me, for sure. It's probably not right now.
So you think like one day like governor, one day like
Maybe.
president?
Well,
Come on,
I
come on, Rick.
you know what I want to do? I look at it, and I don't mean this in a morbid way. I mean it in a positive way. I'm sort of at the back nine of my life, right? And I've had an incredible life. And so what can I do that's really meaningful at this point? And I enjoy public service a lot. I enjoyed when I worked for 3 different mayors. And so I do want to do something at some point. But the question for me is, where is the place that I can do the most good? And have a good time doing it, by the way, because I like having fun. And where does that intersect? And so as time goes on, I'll figure that out. And whether it's the governor or whether it's the mayor, I'm not quite sure, but I want to do something at some point. But now I really want to get the place rebuilt. Let's get moving.
What does that involve? You wanted to get the place rebuilt. So how long is this woman still going to be the mayor for?
Well, she's there for, I think about 18 months or so. And she already announced before the fires she's going to run for re-election. But we'll see how that plays out. As a private citizen, it's this group that I put together that's going to work really closely, pushing the city, finding solutions, sort of calling out when they're not doing what they need to be doing. And I'm hopeful that that's going to be really effective. And like I said, bending the curve, shortening the timeline to get people in. And that's going to take most of my time and most of my day. I got a small, mighty staff that I hired for it. I'm going to fund it myself. I'm going to use all the resources from my company and the talent we have in the company to help find answers to rebuild it. We got guys like, Joe Lonsdale's a part of that group, one of the biggest thinkers around. I got the head of Parsons, one of the great Gensler architectural firms. Everybody's donating time and talent. And so we want to push the needle on this thing. And then politics will come down the road. We'll figure that out.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but it seems to me that like unless you're at the cockpit, unless you're, controlling the direction of the city,
Yeah,
it's going to be very hard to really change things in a meaningful way.
it's a good challenge for sure, but I can't change the leadership that's there now, and the
Right.
problem is now,
Right.
right? So I got to figure out how I help the leadership be successful.
Has the leadership adjusted their perspective based on this enormous failure of the fire? Because it seems like politically that's a giant handicap for them, right? Obviously, it was a huge disaster. So,
Yeah.
in order to get reelected, you have to give these people some faith that you've recognized that you've made some errors and that you're going to do things
I
differently
haven't
in the
heard
future.
that. I haven't heard that.
Well, that sounds crazy.
But I'll be really honest with you. I'm always honest with everybody. When you're a leader and you weren't around to help prevent the problem, probably highly unlikely you're going to be able to fix the problem. If that was your judgment,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
So if your judgment was, I'm going to go out of town when this catastrophic event is about to hit the city that I'm in charge of, you probably don't have the judgment to get it fixed. I hope I'm wrong. But what I'm going to do whatever I can to help, because the problem is bigger than the politics and the problem is bigger than her. And the people that are suffering shouldn't be suffering because of her or anything that she did or who she appointed that failed in their job. We've got to do a workaround. It's the only option I've got right now. And that's what we're going to do. And that's what I'm going to do.
Well, that's very practical. Is there anything else that you would think of that needs to be discussed about LA and that you think could be fixed?
You know,
We covered the regulations.
yeah,
What about desalination?
absolutely should be done. Great idea. I tried it when I was the head of Department of Water and Power.
Yeah?
Got fought by every environmental group there is.
Why? They think we're going to empty the entire ocean?
It's crazy.
There's so much water right
It's
there.
crazy. First of all, we're dumping sewage. There's tertiary treatment where water is
Right.
potable. We dump sewage, secondary treatment. It doesn't hurt the ocean, but we're dumping it. Take it to tertiary treatment. Put
Yeah.
it back in the natural underground aquifers and save it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
That could be done.
the abundance of water that goes into the ocean, sort of what you start out with. Desal, brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We should be doing it. We should have desal plants supporting Los Angeles and big parts of the Southern California.
Also, it creates jobs.
Creates jobs. You can do it where it's environmentally safe. Absolutely. And it has a redundancy of power that comes off of it also that's helpful because we've got a power shortage in California. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we got more and more demand on our grid than we know how to supply right now. And again, back in the
How does
day,
it work as a redundancy of power?
well, because you've got to generate a lot of power for the desal. When the desal is not operating, you've still got an operating power plant there. So you can skew up the operation in order to have additional energy coming off your desal plant.
Okay. And
You got to build a power plant to desal because of the amount of power it consumes to clean the water.
how much water could be desalinated? Like, how much of an impact can that actually have? Does it depend upon the size of the plant and how
It
many of them
depends
there
on the size
are?
of the plant. You can, depends on the size of the plant.
So
And
they
you don't have to
ideally they
go
should be
crazy
set
with
up
it.
though, like at various intervals along the coast, and you'd probably fix the entire. I mean, California could be completely green.
Well, listen, it could be, but it's also you mix sources of water. Like right now in LA, I'll just take LA. You've got the aqueduct that's bringing water down that William Mulholland built at the turn of the century, right? He was brilliant on how he did it. There isn't one pump. It's all gravity flow that comes down from Inyo County, Owens Valley, comes down. There was a whole bunch of controversy and everything, but all of that has sort of been fixed. That water comes down. There's some water that comes down from the state. There's water that Los Angeles has natural aquifers we pump, right? Again, and then you add desal to it, then you have one more supply that's backing up supply. And then, of course, you want to capture rainwater, which we do a terrible job of. We let it go in the ocean. We don't capture as much rainwater in Los Angeles as we should. Probably not much at all. But even with the sewage, why wouldn't you just spend the investment and take the treatment and put it back in the aquifer and have clean water?
Yeah.
It's just a constant supply. All we're doing now is we're dumping it in the ocean.
Yeah,
So-
it's very stupid. And it's doing the same thing you've always done and hoping for a different result.
Yeah.
What was the pushback from the idea of desalination plants?
Because there's a long line of thinkers that there should be no power plants along the coast of California because of the emissions. So years ago, when I was president of DWP, under Tom Bradley's leadership at the time, converted all the old oil plants on the coast to gas to be clean. There's better technology now. You can convert those. They're testing out hydrogen and convert them to hydrogen plants. There's a big plant that DWP built in Utah when I was president called Intermountain Power Project. It was the cleanest coal burning plant in the country at the time. This is probably 25 years ago now, 30 years ago. They're now testing and converting it to hydrogen, which will be absolutely clean. That's smart, right? So we
Literally
need,
makes oxygen.
right?
Yeah.
We need more. The question is, how do you boil water? Pick your source. That's what a plant does. A plant
Right.
boils water, creates steam, spins a turbine, you got electricity.
Right.
So whatever kind of fuel you want, we built, we were partners in Palo Verde, which is the nuclear plant in Arizona. We need more nuclear plants
Yeah, I was
in
going to
this
do
country.
that.
Right?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know why the leadership in this state, hasn't been aggressive in building more clean burning plants, because we need them.
Nuclear has a negative stereotype in the public eye,
Yes, it does.
unfortunately, because of Chernobyl, Three
Right.
Mile Island, because of Fukushima. People think nuclear, they think disaster, they think terrible waste.
Right.
You can't get away from it. It pollutes the ground forever.
But it can be made very
But it
safe.
can be made much safer and much
100%.
cleaner. And it's not being done because and then also people have to understand that if you go back to the cars that were on the road at the time these nuclear power plants were built, those cars were polluting like crazy.
Mhm.
You get a brand new
Yeah.
car, the emissions are far less.
Yeah,
or you get a
for
Tesla,
sure.
you have none.
Yeah.
Right? So why would we look at the same old architecture of these like the Fukushima one's a prime example. It only had one backup generator. The backup generator went out, they were done. They have them now where they can actually shut them down. They have there's new design.
Oh yeah. And listen, Palo Verde again is probably 20 or 30 years old. It's been an incredibly performing plant. Never has had a problem. So again, this is where you sort of get into what your point is. Get somebody from the outside who's thinking big, who's thinking outside the box,
Right.
who wants to change the landscape for the better way of having a quality of life, and is willing to think big. And you're going to get kicked in the head sometimes, and not every idea is going to make sense and work. But you only get there if you throw enough good ideas out on the table that you figure things
Right.
out, right? And so when you take a look at Los Angeles, when you take a look at California, I'm hopeful that you get leadership that just starts looking at things differently and will make some small moves that turns into big changes. So we'll see. I'm optimistic about it.
Well, I'm optimistic too. I am. I mean,
We're going to get you back there. Joe.
good luck. I'm never leaving Texas.
Okay. Fair
No,
enough.
I'll never live in a big city again. I think you get too big, it's just people become a burden. I think that there's a psychic aspect to it.
Yeah.
The mindset of living in a smaller place is more relaxed.
Yeah,
It just feels better.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get that, especially raising a family and
Yes. But I
Yeah.
did love living in LA. I lived there for 25 years. I loved it.
yeah.
Thought it was awesome. Had a great time there. I still miss parts of it. I still miss the Comedy Store, and I still miss, there's amazing aspects to LA still, and there's an amazing group of human beings that live in LA still.
It's an incredible city.
Yeah,
No,
but
it
the
really
problem
is.
is everyone knew that it was amazing, and everyone knew that everybody wanted to go there, and so they just sort of took everybody for granted.
Yeah.
And they said, "Look, we'll just tax
That's
the
for
shit out of
sure.
these people. They're staying. They're not going anywhere. It's California. Where are
That's
you going to
for sure.
go?"
That's right.
Yeah.
There's still that attitude, by the way.
Yes.
Still
That's
that attitude.
Yeah, that's
It
what I
doesn't,
felt.
doesn't work.
That's what I felt. And that's what you hear from the governor, that you hear from people when they brag about California, you know, about instead of addressing why are people leaving, they talk about how great California is. Oh, we're kicking ass. Yeah. Still, but not as much as before. And there's a reason you're on a downward trend. It's the government.
And not as much as we could.
Yeah, not as much as could.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Rick, whatever you do, I wish you the best.
Thank you, sir.
I do hope you run for mayor again. I hope you win this time, and I hope you can enact some of these ideas that you have, because I think they're very, very promising. And I think government needs people like you, people from the outside.
Thank
I really do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This was really an honor.
My pleasure. My honor. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
It was a hot, arid day in Pueblo de Santa Barbara. The governor was making a visit to a local mission, one that had refused to give more lumber when he demanded it. After whipping the friars and taking their entire supply of lumber, he and his retinue now traveled on the road back to San Francisco de Asís.
"'Tis a beautiful land, this California. Ours it will be once it is free of Indians and Franciscans." What on earth? Driver, did I give you my permission to stop? What is going on out there? Someone, update me at once!
As the unnerving silence pressed in around him, the governor's outrage faded to concern. What had happened to his men? As if in answer, the door to his carriage swung open. Standing in front of him was none other than the masked bandit, Zorro.
It's you! The man who forced the shopkeeper in Capistrano to give his goods away to the natives! Scoundrel!
Su Excelencia.
What have you done with my men?
They are mostly fine, but I'm afraid none will be of service for the rest of this afternoon.
If you kill me, you will bring the crown's wrath down upon your head.
No, nothing like that. I simply wish to right a wrong.
And what would that be?
This lumber, you stole it from Los Frailes.
I didn't steal from the friars. California and her resources are mine to command.
The Frailes cut the timber, carried it down from the mountains. It is your right to ask for a portion, your tax, but no more.
Perhaps I acted rashly. You may return half the lumber to the mission.
Of that you can be sure. But there is another matter. Los Frailes, you had them whipped.
They spoke back to their governor.
They spoke up for what was right, and you whipped them. Sin compasión.
This is ridiculous. I will not sit here and listen to...
There is only one way to make this right, senor.
Don't wait.
In one quick movement, Zorro flicked his blade across the governor's cheek, slashing a Z into the flesh.
Patron! Bendito!
Zorro tipped his hat, jumped from the carriage, sauntered past the unconscious and injured soldiers, and took the reins of the timber cart.
Tornado, vaya conmigo, a Santa Barbara.
Zorro drove the cart back in the direction from which it had come, his trusted black steed following closely behind. Hello and welcome to the Parcast Thanksgiving special, Zorro, the Curse of Capistrano. This special is galloping into both the mythology and haunted places feeds for the holiday. Zorro is a beloved pop culture hero in Latin America. He's a colonial Robin Hood, taking from the corrupt Spanish governors and giving to the native Californians and Catholic missions. In the original version, he wears a wide sombrero, black face mask, purple cloak, and rides a miraculous horse named Tornado. We've yet to feature Zorro in a Parcast episode, and Thanksgiving seems like the perfect time considering his giving nature. Zorro was created by author Johnston McCulley for the serial magazine All Story Weekly. The original Zorro story, The Curse of Capistrano, was published in 5 parts in 1919. It's a thrilling and romantic narrative that immediately captured the imagination of its readers. Today's episode is an adaptation of that story. As a native of Colombia, I'm especially excited to bring you this Latin American tale, which was also written and researched by Latin American parcasters and features Latin American voice talent. Join us as we journey back to California in the 1820s, when the indigenous people and Franciscan missions gave way to encroaching Spanish soldiers. Only one man is brave enough to stand up to them. But who is Zorro behind the mask? Listen on to find out. Coming up, a beautiful woman receives an unexpected offer. Now back to the story. Señorita Esperanza Pulido sat on her porch looking out at her family land. It had once stretched to the horizon, but now only a meager tenth of that remained, the bulk of her estate having been usurped by the governor after her parents' tragic deaths. As she contemplated her future, she was surprised to see someone approaching in the distance. She stood up, a striking figure despite her diminutive size. She shielded her eyes and focused on the approaching figure. She was pleasantly surprised to see that it was Don Diego Vega astride a beautiful black horse. Its saddle was lined with jewels and golden thread. While the stallion cantered effortlessly, Don Diego did not look comfortable. One arm trembled, holding a parasol above his bowed head. The other struggled with the reins.
Buenos dias, Don Diego. Come. You must take shelter from the heat.
It took everything I had to get here.
But what would bring you to my humble home? Surely it does you no good, as one of the wealthiest men in the land, to associate with one such as I.
My lady, you are of the finest blood in California. No misfortune can change that.
You are kind to say so, sir. I only wish the governor saw it the same way. Since my parents died, he has taken so much of our lands.
Perhaps I might be of some use in that regard. You see, now that I am 25 years of age, my father has declared that I must waste no time in finding a wife.
Indeed. You make it sound a chore.
Is it not? To play the guitar beneath some señorita's window and speak poetry to her? What a silly waste of time.
My, that is quite a point of view.
I thought you would see it just so. It is settled then.
Senor?
We are to be married. I trust you to make the proper arrangements. Contact the mission in San Gabriel and let me know the date and time you decide upon.
Senor, there will be no wedding. I am not livestock to be purchased at a market.
Have I offended? I would have thought my proposal quite pleasing.
As pleasing as a piece of stale bread. You may not care for guitar or poetry, but a woman cares for such things. Without them, you're just another man who thinks he can take whatever he wants.
I have erred terribly. Still, I cannot quite bring myself to do those things you ask, to prostrate myself like some hero from a song. And I am quite tired from the journey. I feel a faint tickle in my throat. Perhaps some water?
No, be gone. Go back to the pueblo and find some other woman to sit bored in your home.
You would make me journey all the way back without even a drink or a smattering of food. Well then, señorita, I shall take my leave of you.
Esperanza shook her head in disbelief, turning back to her porch. Later that day, while Esperanza was working in her kitchen, she was annoyed to hear a knock on her door. What was it now? 2 visitors in one day? She directed a servant to answer it, and her feelings of displeasure melted. Before her stood the captain of the local guard. He was handsome, over 6 feet tall, with dark skin, wavy hair, and deep brown eyes.
Capitan Ramon.
Senorita, forgive the late hour. I am here on the governor's orders. He wishes that all of Southern California be on alert for the masked bandit, Zorro.
Who is this masked man?
He is a scoundrel. Just yesterday, he robbed the governor of his timber, harming his excellency and several of his men.
Que horror! The governor, is he?
He is fine, just a bit shaken. Senorita, you have all of your servants here to protect you. Perhaps you would be safer in the pueblo, under the watch of my men?
That is kind of you, senor, but this is my home. I've already lost much. I will not leave it.
Entiendo. Pero I have another question for you. Would you not, that is, could you find your way to the pueblo if you chose to become my wife?
Senor!
I admit it is sudden, but we have always gotten along well. I may not come from noble blood, but I have achieved a station for myself. I am in the governor's favor.
I would need more time to think on such things. We would have to take in the air together more often. Don Diego came to me earlier today with an equally abrupt proposal. You men have no taste for wooing these days, it seems.
Not so. Con su permiso. Aquí.
Ramon withdrew a folded bit of paper from his coat.
Un poema para Esperanza de Ramon. Mi corazón is like a plate of beans, full of protein and fiber. Only the protein is love, and the fiber is lust. My trousers are...
Ramon, this is very sweet. Your poetry is unique, to say the least, but perhaps you had best attend to your duties.
You will think on my proposal?
I shall.
Ramon smiled and gave a quick nod before turning back into the night. Esperanza shut the door behind him, rolling her eyes. Were there no regular men in Pueblo de Los Angeles? She decided to retire to her garden and think on her suitors. Outside, she sat by her fountain, watching as the ripples refracted the moonlight at pleasing angles.
Ay, Dios, why is it my lot to suffer at the hands of callous men? If it isn't the governor taking my father's lands, it's Don Diego presuming I'd marry him. My poor Ramon is sweet, but he knows only horses and combat.
Suddenly, there was a strange sound from the bushes. Esperanza turned to see a masked, cloaked figure emerge.
Señorita, forgive the intrusion.
You are Zorro, the man Capitan Ramon is looking for.
The very same. And you are Señorita Esperanza Pulido, the most beautiful woman in all of California.
Do not attempt to flatter me, bandit. I know you're kind.
It is not flattery to speak the plain truth, though I fear the governor's men may have painted an unflattering picture of me.
They say you attacked the governor.
This is true, but he did the same to Los Frailes. I was only punishing the unjust.
Then you must go. Soldiers are about. You daren't let them catch you.
You would not be so cruel to rob me of this moment, to send me into the harsh night away from the shimmering radiance of your beauty.
That is kind of you, but I have had quite enough proposals today, gracias.
Oh? And who has asked for your hand?
Don Diego Vega, though he certainly lacks your pasión.
Is there something wrong with the man? Is he ill? He surely must be to feel nothing at the sight of you, Bella Dama.
Am I only my beauty?
I have heard much of the unwed senorita who manages her late father's estate. Seeing you in the flesh, it is plain to me now that there is no woman in the province with a keener mind, a sharper tongue.
Oh, that is, well, but still, Senor Zorro, this is not proper. Capitan Ramon was just here, and he proposed to me as well.
The Capitan? Well, that is a fine man. I suppose you will return his affections?
Let us just say that his mind is sharp, but his tongue is dull.
A dullard, eh? Well, some things cannot be helped.
Por favor, for the love of the saints, you must go.
Your hand?
Senor? Oh, fine.
Annoyed, Esperanza held out her hand. Zorro lifted up the bottom of his mask and kissed it. In that moment, Esperanza felt her heart soar as no other man had ever given it cause to. Zorro smiled, tilted his hat, and with a flash of his cloak, disappeared into the bushes. But the day was not quite finished for Esperanza, for no sooner had Zorro left her garden than Captain Ramon appeared once again.
Capitan!
Senorita, we have finished our search of your rancho. We see no sign of Zorro. So I thought to see you once more before I bid farewell.
Thank you, Capitan. Buenas noches.
You would send me away so quickly? Have you thought more on my proposal?
It was not even an hour ago.
Is that not enough time?
Not at all.
A look of annoyance spread across Ramon's face. He moved closer, causing her to retreat.
You have the ill will of the governor. You should be proud to marry me. I may intercede with him on your behalf.
This is all wrong. You approach me here without a servant or chaperone. You demand my love. Buenas noches, I said.
As she moved past him toward the house, he grabbed her arm, causing her to yelp in pain.
Senor!
You will marry me, of course. You'll be a loyal wife and accompany me to many balls and ceremonies.
Marry you? I would rather die. I'll marry a caballero, a gentleman, or no man, which you most certainly are not.
Ha! I see. You would rather sell yourself to Don Diego for a heftier sum.
Like a flash of lightning, her hand went forward and came against Captain Ramon's cheek with a crack. Esperanza sprang backward, but he grasped her arm and drew her toward him.
I shall take a kiss to pay for that.
She fought him, striking and scratching at his breast, for she could not reach his face. But he only laughed at her and held her tighter until she was almost spent and breathless. Finally, he threw back her head and looked down into her eyes. Just then, they heard a voice from the darkness.
Unhand her, Capitan.
Who said that?
None other than Zorro emerged into the garden.
You.
Coming up, Zorro and Captain Ramon cross blades. Now back to the story. Zorro, the masked hero of California, watched from the shadows as the corrupt Captain Ramon clumsily flirted with Señorita Esperanza Pulido. But when Ramon tried to force a kiss on her, Zorro could not just stand by and watch. He emerged from the shadows, announcing himself and drawing his sword. Upon seeing this, Ramon drew his own sword. The two men jumped at one another, blades rapidly crossing in the moonlight.
I see you are every bit the bandito the governor said.
Bandit I may be, but I respect women.
Ramon was a skilled swordsman. He and Zorro danced around the garden, narrowly dodging each other's strikes, until Zorro was backed against Esperanza's rose bushes. If he sidestepped, Ramon would slice the delicate flowers. Zorro could not stomach such an insult to the lady, and so his feet remained rooted in place, allowing Ramon to pierce his shoulder.
Senor Zorro!
Well struck, Capitan. You are an excellent swordsman. But let's see how you fare on the back of a steed.
A shimmering black stallion appeared at the edge of the garden. Zorro vaulted over the hedge and onto the black saddle, all the while nursing his shoulder.
You would abandon the senorita. Would you abandon your chance at catching me, the governor's most wanted? Ah! Soldiers! Men! My horse!
Ramon raced from the garden to the front of the house, rallying his men to give chase. In the garden, Esperanza noticed blood seeping through Zorro's cloak.
You are injured.
But your roses are safe, my lady.
You let him stab you to protect my roses?
Senorita, I would protect the tiniest blade of grass if it were yours. I will yet ensure that he pays for his grievous insult to your honor.
I do not doubt it, senor.
She dashed over, and Zorro leaned down out of the saddle toward her.
I offer freely the kiss that he would have taken.
Their lips pressed together for a breathless moment. Then Zorro readied to flee.
You have my love, from now until the end of time.
Senorita, that is a whim. I do not lead a safe life. You must find someone else.
The women in my family do not love twice.
Then I will fight ever harder to rid California of this scum. And saints willing, one day I will return to you.
They were both startled as Captain Ramon and his men came tearing down the road toward the garden.
Go! Go!
Yeah! Tornado! Yeah!
Zorro shot out from the garden with a dozen men in pursuit. Esperanza could only watch as they faded into dots on the horizon. Zorro rode Tornado into the night. They easily outpaced the soldiers, but they were outnumbered. Ramon's men fanned out across the desert, flanking him on both sides. There was nowhere to go but forward, into a narrow canyon and a dead end. It was then that a fantastical idea struck him.
We make our own road today, Tornado. Adelante!
At the back of the chase, Ramon and his men watched as Zorro disappeared into the distant canyon.
Perfect. He will be trapped. Do not let him escape.
They spurred their horses toward the narrow crevasse and plunged in after him. The towering sandstone walls blocked out the moonlight, making it even harder to see, and the canyon was a maze of twists and turns. Over and over, the soldiers encountered a new blind corner or switch in the trail. One bend, 2, 3, then...
Aha!
Zorro surprised them, appearing suddenly from around the next bend. He kicked one soldier from his saddle, then struck the next one over the head with his sword hilt. By the time he reached the rest of the men, they had already drawn their own blades. Zorro raced between them, seemingly unfazed. He was so fast they barely raised their sabers in time to block his strikes. He zigzagged through the throng until he was finally free, bursting past Ramon and out of the canyon, back into the desert.
Yeah!
As Zorro traveled up the trail to San Gabriel, he sheathed his sword and stroked Tornado's mane, though they kept up their rapid pace.
A good trick, Tornado, but let's not do it again.
The next day, Don Diego was at his mansion at the center of Pueblo de Los Angeles. He sat in his library, poring over a volume of romantic poetry.
Lips of a crimson apple, drumming in the twilight. If only I could muster the courage to say such things to the Señorita Esperanza. But I would feel, well, ridículo.
Don Diego was interrupted by a frightful knocking at the mansion's front door. He bid a servant answer it and was shocked when Señorita Esperanza came storming into his study.
Señorita, but I thought you were quite through with me.
I thought perhaps, Senor, you would be interested to know of a terrible injustice that has befallen the object of your, well, if not affections, then ambition.
But of course, Señorita, if you speak of yourself, then I can but listen.
It is the Capitan Ramon.
Yes, we are well acquainted. A fine fellow, if not of noble blood.
He is a monster, a brute who entered my garden and tried to force a kiss upon me.
By the saints, that is distressing.
Is that all you have to say? You wish me to be your wife, and he has threatened my dignity and honor.
Well, I of course, that is, what would you have me do?
If you cared for me at all, you would march out to the Presidio and avenge me.
Avenge is such a strong word. But perhaps I could speak to him on your behalf.
That is the least you could do.
Very well, then. So I shall. But does this mean you are reconsidering my proposal?
Well, I very much appreciate the suggestion. As I said, a lady's heart must warm up to such things. Perhaps we could go for a walk later.
I doubt I will have enough vigor after my walk to and from the Presidio. But it is a nice thought. Perhaps I could send one of my servants to accompany you.
One of your... Senor, forget it. I will be on my way. But if you would speak to Capitan Ramon, I would be grateful.
She left the room, leaving Diego as confused as ever. The Don kept his word, making the journey across the courtyard to the fort where Captain Ramon presided over his men and the jail. It was there he found Ramon furiously scribbling a letter in his office.
Capitan Ramon, 1,000 pardons for interrupting.
Ah, Don Diego. I admit, this is not the best time, but what brings you here?
I'm afraid it is a rather awkward thing. You see, the Señorita Pulido came to me. She claims that you made a pass at her in the garden last night.
Huh. Now she seeks to impugn my reputation after damaging her own?
How do you mean?
I was in the lady's garden because I found her there with none other than Zorro, the very demon we have been trying so hard to track down.
Indeed. Well, I must say I'm shocked.
As was I. It seems she was enamored with him. Can you imagine?
So that is to whom her heart belongs. You know, I proposed marriage to the woman thinking it a sensible match.
And now she has scorned you, to cast aside such a worthy suggestion in favor of tarnishing her blood with that of a common criminal.
I have a mind to completely forget your alleged insult.
I should hope so, knowing that I did my duty and drove the beast from the Señorita's home. I had nearly slain him when his posse arrived, making good his escape.
It seems I owe you an apology, Senor, to ever think that you would harm the Señorita. And I also owe you thanks for warning me of her proclivities. I bid you good day.
Diego bowed and left him. Once the door was closed, Ramon smiled to himself, then began to laugh.
I have soured him on the Señorita, I think. I must amend my letter to the governor. I was going to throw Don Diego under the wagon with her, but he has not enough spirit to be a traitor.
After finishing his letter, he made himself a copy, putting it in his uniform jacket. He left the original on the desk to be mailed in the morning. Later that night, Ramon left his office and went to sleep in his room a short distance down the hallway. As he did so, he failed to notice a shadow glide through the barracks and into his office. The candlelight flickered for but a moment as Zorro appeared at Ramon's desk. He rifled through the captain's papers until he found something of interest, a letter to the governor. It told many lies about Zorro's exploits and defamed the Señorita Esperanza almost discourteously. Beneath his mask, Zorro gritted his teeth in rage. He held the sheet of paper to the nearest candle and watched it burn.
That's official mail, bandito.
Zorro spun around to see Captain Ramon and his men standing at the doorway, muskets raised.
If such slander is sanctioned, then truly, Pueblo Los Angeles has much to fear under your stewardship.
Zorro held up his hands in surrender and strolled cautiously toward Captain Ramon, his eyes studying the soldiers and surrounding room.
We have you, Zorro. Lay down your weapons, and I promise a quick death.
Not today, Capitan. I plan to live a while longer, and it is I who promise to punish you.
Then come at me again. It will likely go as well for you as the last time.
With all your men here to intercede, I do not think so. That is not a fair fight.
No me importa. I only care about stopping you. Soldados, disparale!
The moment before the men opened fire, Zorro flicked his whip from beneath his cloak. It wrapped around the nearest candelabra, dashing it to the ground and extinguishing its flames. Dodging the bullets at the last second, Zorro dove into the shadows, emerging at various spots around the room, extinguishing candles one by one. The barracks were plunged into darkness. The soldiers stopped in their tracks, becoming dead silent. Only then did Zorro speak, his voice echoing off the stones.
Now it is a fair fight.
This is but a silly game, Zorro. There are too many of us. No puedes ganar.
Keep thinking that.
In the darkness, Zorro made his first attack. The soldiers jumped at the sound of one of their own being incapacitated.
Who is that? Luis? Otoniel?
But no one answered him. The soldiers were terrified, grasping feebly in the darkness. Zorro struck again, seizing a man from behind and cracking his skull against the wall. Next, he saw 3 soldiers in front of a heavy bunk bed. Zorro slashed the 2 front legs, sending it crashing down on top of them.
Zorro, you coward!
The captain's words stung Zorro. He wanted revenge on this man, but was he willing to get it in the dark? He thought not, especially when the sound of the alarm emanated from above them.
Aha! One of my men made it to the bell. You are doomed now.
Zorro could hear soldiers approaching from all around the pueblo. He needed to leave now or not at all. In an instant, his whip lassoed a chandelier. He swung over the crowd of soldiers, crashing through the front door. As moonlight flooded the room, Ramon and the remaining soldiers looked toward the exit.
There! After him!
The men raced after Zorro, with Ramon close behind. But as soon as they were outside, they saw Zorro already on his black horse, speeding into the desert. Ramon did not bother giving chase this time. He drew his copy of the letter from his jacket and handed it to the nearest soldier.
Ride to San Francisco de Asís. Tell the governor that we need him at once.
The next morning, Don Diego rode awkwardly back to Rancho Pulido. Though he had been rather swayed against the marriage, he felt it best to conclude things in person. The ride was arduous, but luckily the sun had not yet risen too high.
Don Diego, you have returned. Did you speak with Capitan Ramon?
I'm afraid so. It seems he believes you are in league with the masked Zorro.
I will not deny it. It would be unfair to you. I have pledged my heart to him. Does this anger you as it did the Capitan?
Diego thought for a long moment, shuffling onto the porch to sit next to her. Esperanza was slightly afraid, unsure of what he would do next.
Senorita, you have done me a great service. If the Pueblo knows that my proposal was rejected because you were in love with another man, then they will pity me and no longer wonder at my lack of passion.
I don't think I ever could have imagined such a response. You are a unique man, Don Diego.
I leave you to the management of your household. May you continue to prosper.
Thank you, Don Diego. Do you think me mad for loving one such as Zorro?
He is a man of passion, a man of action. Your love for him makes perfect sense. But we must hope it does not lead to your downfall.
If it did, I would not feel sorrow, for I would know I had been true to my heart.
It is you who stands unique among women. There are few left in the Pueblo with such principles.
Esperanza smiled at this. Perhaps there was some poetry in the dawn after all. She was moved to say something, but held back, remembering her promise to Zorro. Instead, she watched as he mounted his horse and trotted glumly down the road.
I do hope I didn't upset him too much, but he's better off this way. He is content on his own.
As Don Diego rode stiffly back toward the Pueblo, he was passed by a group of soldiers on horseback, led by Captain Ramon. The men flanked a military carriage with iron bars on its windows. When they turned toward Rancho Pulido, Diego pulled up on his reins and spurred his horse to follow. He was within earshot when Captain Ramon shouted for the lady of the estate,
Senorita Esperanza Pulido, you are under arrest.
Coming up, Ramon imprisons Esperanza. Now back to the story. Don Diego was still a short distance from Rancho Pulido when he saw Captain Ramon and his men dismount at Esperanza's front steps. Diego spurred his horse to a gallop when he heard the captain order her arrest.
On whose authority?
The governor's. He rides to town this very moment and will be here in but a few hours. Tomorrow, you will stand trial.
Ramon, serpiente, what did you tell him?
The simple truth that you cavort with Zorro, a known enemy of California, and are thus plotting against His Excellency. Men, take her.
Two soldiers came forward, grabbing her by the arms.
Unhand me! Unhand me!
It was at that moment that Don Diego arrived, wincing and sweating.
Move along, Don Diego. This does not concern you.
I should think it does. This woman has done nothing wrong.
When we spoke before, I felt that you posed no threat to the governor. But now you defend this traitor? Do not give me reason to doubt you.
The soldiers continued to wrestle with Esperanza, loading her into the carriage. Before Diego could say any more, they took off down the road. Ramon lingered for a moment on his horse, grinning smugly at Don Diego.
Hasta luego, Don Diego. When we meet next, it will perhaps be as equals.
He spurred his horse, galloping to catch up with the soldiers and his prisoner. Don Diego hurried back to the pueblo and sequestered himself in his mansion. He was writing letters to his fellow dons when he heard the governor arrive. He looked out his window to see an ornate carriage of purple and gold clattering across the tiled courtyard. There were 20 men guarding it, all armed with swords, pistols, and muskets. Towed behind all of them was a heavy iron cannon.
Saints! He means to do what Capitan Ramon cannot. Kill Zorro!
As the governor dispatched his men around the pueblo, Diego trudged across the courtyard and extended his hand in greeting.
Bienvenidos, Governor. You grace Pueblo de Los Angeles with your visit.
Up close, Diego saw the man's face was haggard, and not just because of the swollen, scabbed-over Z cut into his cheek. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked like he hadn't slept in a fortnight.
I wish it were under better circumstances, Don Diego, for it is lovely this time of year. Alas, it falls on me to put an end to Zorro and sentence the Señorita Pulido.
Ah, the mention of her name reminds me that I must say a few words.
Oh?
It is annoying, but my father has demanded that I find a wife within the year. I've spent a good few days attempting to woo the Señorita Pulido for precisely that purpose. Now she has been arrested.
It desolates me that you have been annoyed, but you should be grateful that things did not go any further. She is an enemy of the state.
So I have been told. But will it be popular? Arresting someone of noble blood?
What is popular is of no consequence. I should hope that you would want to see the enemies of California punished.
All real foes of the state should receive punishment.
I am glad that we agree. Now, seeing as your proposal was never accepted, I do not think it impugns your honor that Señorita Pulido now sits in carcel.
Carcel? You put her in jail?
But of course, a fitting place for one who cavorts with criminals. Now, let us speak on it no more. Please tell your father hello for me. I am to visit him when I finish this cursed Zorro business.
I will leave you to it then.
Diego bowed and took his leave. That night, Diego and a faction of other dons gathered secretly at Rancho Pulido. They were outraged that the governor would dare to place a noble in jail before she even stood trial. After much discussion and wine, the men couldn't decide on a course of action. Even though they were wealthy titans of California, no one wanted to be the first to stand up to the governor. So the debate and drinking continued late into the evening. After a while, Don Diego could barely keep his eyes open. He retired to one of the upstairs bedrooms while the men continued to quarrel. The arguments stopped suddenly as a shadow passed over the room, causing the candlelight to flicker. There, in the blink of an eye, at the head of the table, appeared Zorro.
Dons of Pueblo de Los Angeles, hear me. You sit here and cluck at each other like gallinas, while the fairest among you sits in a jail.
Many took offense to this, some even drawing their swords, but Zorro stood firm.
Do not raise a hand to me, but to the one who insults your very breed, the noble blood that runs in your veins. A league of you, standing together, could bring the governor to heel. He would not dare go against so many powerful families.
This gave some of them pause, but they still hesitated. Several glanced amongst each other, looking for someone to lead them. Zorro shook his head in frustration.
I will lead you. I have a plan. Just be ready for my signal.
While the men saddled their horses, they forgot all about Don Diego sleeping upstairs. They were too excited by Zorro's plan. It was the first time the Dons were united, and they were ready for action. Meanwhile, the masked man galloped back to the pueblo, arriving in the shadows. He crept over to the mansion of Don Juan Estado, who had agreed to house the governor during his stay. There were soldiers posted around the perimeter. Zorro shook his head. That wouldn't do. He undid his purple cloak, fastened it about Tornado's saddle, then he whistled.
Adelante!
Tornado raced along the wall of the mansion, Zorro's cloak flapping behind him. As Zorro hoped, the guards gave chase, hollering that they had Zorro on the run. With the perimeter clear, Zorro scampered over the back wall, up a trellis of bougainvilleas, and through a second-floor window. Once inside, he tiptoed to a vantage point at the top of the grand staircase. From there, he could see Don Estado, the governor, and Captain Ramon seated around a table in front of a crackling fireplace. Zorro cocked his pistol and leapt down to spoil their evening.
Heavens! Animal!
Su Excelencia, I have no quarrel with Don Estado, and so if he sits quietly in the corner and behaves, then no harm shall come to him. There are some truths that need telling.
You dare!
Capitan, though I wish to fight you fairly in a duel, it would give me no small pleasure to fill you with hot lead. Kindly keep your mouth shut until I am finished. Now, Governor, I believe you have been told a version of events that is not entirely accurate. Though the Capitan did encounter me and the Señorita Pulido in her garden, we weren't conspiring together. Rather, I came across this scoundrel forcing himself on the lady. Liar! I said to keep quiet. However, now I wish you to speak. Tell the truth. If you do not, I will let loose my pistol.
Ramon hesitated, looking anxiously between Zorro and the governor.
Well, Capitan?
Very well, yes. He speaks a certain truth.
You swine! I'll allow no such man to serve me.
Then you will free the Señorita.
I think not. She has still spoken against my rule many times and in favor of your thievery. I'll have her name in the dirt next to your corpse.
I am sorry to hear you say it. But for now, let us end this talk. Your Excellency, I will have you sit over there, next to the Don. Now, as for you, Capitan, you insulted a pure and innocent girl. My shoulder is healed now, and you wear your blade by your side. Such a man as you is not fit to breathe God's pure air. This country is better for your absence. On your feet, senor, and on guard.
Captain Ramon was white with rage. He knew that he was ruined. He had been forced to confess that he had lied. He had heard the governor remove his rank, and this man before him had been the cause of all of it. He sprang from his chair, drawing his sword in furious attack.
I will have your head, curse of Capistrano!
Zorro gave ground before this onslaught. He was skilled with a blade and had fenced for his life many times, and he knew the danger in the attack of an angered man who did not fence according to the code. He also knew that such anger is spent quickly, and so he retreated step by step, guarding well, parrying vicious strokes, alert and waiting. The governor and Don watched from the corner.
Run him through, Ramon, and I'll reinstate and promote you.
Zorro knew that he had lost to Ramon once before and did not wish to give his opponent any advantage. The pistol he had in his left hand was weighing him down just enough to slow his parries, and so he cast it into the fire. The gunpowder popped and the metal and wood groaned. Zorro pressed forward.
Fight, insulter of women! Fight, man who tells a falsehood to injure a noble family. Fight, coward.
Captain Ramon winced at the stinging barb. The tide of the battle had shifted, and Zorro was no longer giving up ground. The bandit's blade darted around his own, searching for an opening, and Ramon was growing tired. Bullets of sweat ran down his brow. His breath came heavily from between his parted lips. His eyes were bright and bulging. He knew he had to end the fight quickly. Captain Ramon summoned his last bit of strength and attacked again, fencing with what skill he could command. He lunged forward and stumbled a fraction of an inch further than he'd intended. Zorro saw the error in an instant. Like the tongue of a serpent, his blade shot in. Thrice it darted forward, and upon the brow of Ramon, just between the eyes, there flamed suddenly a red, bloody letter Z.
The mark of Zorro. You wear it forever now, Capitan.
Zorro's blade shot in again and came out dripping red. The captain gasped and slumped to the floor.
You have slain him! You've taken his life, wretch!
Zorro looked down at his fallen foe. He regarded the governor a moment, then wiped his blade on his sash before returning it to its scabbard.
My night's work is done.
And you shall hang for it! What was that?
I sent a signal, Your Excellency. My horse, Tornado. You see, the rumors that I had a band of compañeros at my beck and call were entirely false. Before. But you and your Capitan here have drove me to consider that I might have use of such friends.
The doors to the front of the mansion crashed inward, revealing a band of caballeros dressed in masks and cloaks, exactly like Zorro.
Impossible!
The caballeros entered, blood on their blades and soot on their shirts. Then the crowd parted, and Esperanza emerged.
Zorro!
She raced forward, and he took her in his arms.
You will forgive me, Señorita, that I could not come to your rescue in person. I felt that my place was here, avenging your honor.
She looked down at Ramon's corpse on the floor.
Avenged indeed. I cannot say I will miss him.
It was your love that gave me strength.
I am glad to hear it. And if this is the end, I am happy to be here, by your side.
The end? None of these caballeros have anything to say about it. What say you all?
At first, the men looked at each other anxiously, but then, one by one, they removed their masks. The governor gasped. He recognized many familiar faces from the noble families of Pueblo de Los Angeles, powerful men he would not dare to cross. It seemed that his grasp on the state was not nearly as strong as he'd supposed.
Caballeros, you are in league with this bandit? But why? What did I ever do to deserve your wrath?
It is you who is the bandit. You beat and stole, lied and cheated, hurt our native servants and behaved sacrilegiously toward the frailes. And then you put this remarkable woman in carcel. Carcel!
If I had known that my actions were being perceived this way, I would have... I might have...
The time for excuses has passed. What will you do about the present situation?
What would you ask of me?
A pardon for the señorita, and of course for all of us here. And a promise that you will be fair in your dealings going forward.
You have it, of course. All of it.
The noblemen Esperanza and Zorro all cheered.
And now, Zorro, surely there is no need to continue wearing your mask. I would know who has beguiled me these long weeks since you first struck in Capistrano.
I am sure you would. But I will keep my secret, so that you might always know that Zorro is out there, waiting to return should you not keep any of your promises. Should you ever threaten California again?
Fine then, Senor Zorro. But if I keep my pledge, you must pledge to no longer steal and maim.
Give me no cause to, and all will be well.
You have me at an impasse. We shall have to see who between the two of us breaks his promise. It will not be I.
With that, the governor strode from the hall, heading out the broken front doors.
Where are my men? I will return to San Francisco de Asís at once. And I am not paying for this door.
The caballeros made various gestures and curses in his direction, then turned their attention back to Zorro and Esperanza.
But, my love, would you not show me who you really are? I would know who it is to whom I pledged myself.
Senorita, that I cannot do. Though you should never doubt my love, understand that it means I cannot put you in any danger. Which is to say, you can never know who I am, lest the information make you a target for one of my many enemies.
No, I cannot bear it.
But you must. A masked bandit is no kind of man for a lady such as you. You must let me go. Find love in another man's arms.
Never. As I have said, a Pulido loves but once.
If you love me, then you will find it in your heart to love twice. And now I must leave you. I leave all of you to remember what you did here today. You are stronger together than apart. Never allow the men of Europe to dictate your futures. Viva California! Viva Pueblo de Los Angeles!
The caballeros shouted in praise and followed Zorro out into the courtyard. He summoned Tornado and climbed into the saddle. Every citizen in the courtyard waved in admiration, save for Esperanza, who was heartbroken.
Adelante! Yeah! Yeah!
Zorro raced out of the pueblo and toward the setting sun. This was not to be his last adventure in California, far from it, but for now the people were safe. It would take many years before they won their independence, truly uniting as a people. But from this day forward, they knew wherever injustice reared its head, Zorro would be there to punish it. Today's episode is a close adaptation of the original Curse of Capistrano story. We've streamlined it and tweaked some characterizations, but the basic structure is the same. The novel holds up extremely well, considering it was written over 100 years ago for a cheap adventure magazine. It's no wonder that Zorro went on to become one of the most iconic characters in popular culture. By 1920, the story was being adapted into a Hollywood film starring Douglas Fairbanks. Since then, Zorro has been featured in hundreds of novels, comic books, TV shows, and films, and has gone on to inspire the creation of even more masked crime fighters like Batman. This makes sense, as many of the themes present in The Curse of Capistrano are timeless. Treating your fellow man with respect, keeping your word, working together toward a common goal, and, of course, the power of true love. For as excellent as the action in The Curse of Capistrano is, it's the romance between Zorro and his love that really makes the story sing. The noblewoman forgoes any sense of decorum, any prejudice, and pledges herself to the man who does what is right. Perhaps such an accepting attitude can be extended toward your own loved ones this Thanksgiving. Thanks for listening. Just kidding. We've got time for one more chapter. One day, not long after the dust had settled in Pueblo de Los Angeles, a carriage arrived outside the mansion of Don Diego Vega. A servant opened the carriage door, revealing Señorita Esperanza Pulido as beautiful as ever. She was welcomed into the home, but Esperanza was surprised not to see the Don. She wandered the halls until she found him in the study, reading poetry of all things.
Señor,
Senorita, I did not hear you come in. To what do I owe this visit?
I hope this does not sound too callous of me, but I thought perhaps we might give our courtship another chance. I know I told you my heart belongs to Zorro, but I realize now that he is betrothed to another.
Really? That scoundrel! Who is this mystery woman?
California, of course. His first and true love.
Ah, then he is a fool.
Senor?
Diego closed his book, standing up and taking Esperanza by the hand.
Any man who would choose this wild, unkept territory over one so perfect, so kind, so impossibly generous as you is, well, forgive the expression, estúpido.
Do not insult him. He is our savior. You do not have the right.
Oh, I think I do.
Leading her by the hand, he took her across the study, and then, strangely, he pressed against the side of a bookcase. The bookcase slid to the side, pulled by some invisible mechanism. Behind it, a set of stairs led down into a dark cavern.
Senorita, I have something I wish to show you. Would you accompany me?
They traveled down into the darkness. Just when Esperanza was sure Don Diego was leading her into some kind of trap, a flame bloomed in front of her. Don Diego held a torch. He touched it to a nearby brazier, which engulfed a crescent of oil, filling the cave with brilliant light. In the center of the cavern, on a wooden platform, stood a mannequin sporting three things: a wide black sombrero, a face mask, and a purple cloak. Esperanza's eyes widened at the sight.
Senor! You are... But how?
10 years ago, I was but a boy of 15. I already saw how the men of the Spanish crown mistreated my native friends and the Franciscan frailes. My father always encouraged me to stand up for what was right. He was never afraid to voice his displeasure with the governor and the crown. And so, I started to train, learning riding and fencing from the best teachers in España. Then, I returned here to California, playing the fop so that no one might expect that I was Zorro.
To hear you say it, my heart is... Well, Diego, I do not know what to think. You have been toying with me.
I regret doing so, but I've had to think quickly in the last few days. Once my father commanded me to marry, I was faced with a conundrum. For what woman could I trust with such a secret? And so I sought to test you. And to my great astonishment, you readily accepted the brave Zorro over the wealthy Don Diego. Not only that, but you taught me to appreciate poetry and music, the things that make life worth living. To my great shame, I had to rebuke you in front of the Dons that fateful night in the Pueblo. I dared not allow any to think that you belonged to the bandit Zorro, lest you become a target for his enemies.
I can accept this. And I understand that it is no small thing for you to trust me with your secret. But if we are to love, there can be no more secrets between us.
On my honor as a caballero, there never shall be again.
Then, caballero, I believe I am owed a kiss.
Indeed? Then by all means.
The couple embraced, and there was suddenly a new source of heat in the cavern. Thank you for listening to our Parcast Thanksgiving special, Zorro, The Curse of Capistrano. You can find more episodes of our many Spotify originals from Parcast available for free exclusively on Spotify. Happy Thanksgiving. Nos vemos la próxima vez. Mythology is a Spotify original from Parcast. Executive produced by Max Cutler. Our head of programming is Julian Boireau. Our supervising sound designer is Russell Nash, with Nick Johnson as our head of production and Trent Williamson as our senior production specialist. Ryan O'Leary Jones is our supervising editor, and Derek Jennings is our writing lead. This episode of Mythology was written by Greg Castro, edited by Adam De Silva and Andrew Kelleher, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Adriana Gomez, produced by Freddie Beckley, and sound designed by Brian Golub. It stars Tommy Arciniega, Joe Hernandez, Melissa Medina, and Charlie Wess. I'm Vanessa Richardson.
This BBC podcast is supported by ads outside the UK.
Tonight, elevate your dining experience with the Amex Gold Card. With the $100 Resi credit, you can earn up to $50 back semi-annually after you pay with the Gold Card to dine at U.S. Resi restaurants. So you can try something new, from the hottest omakase bar to a twist on classic Brazilian. Plus, you'll earn 4 times membership rewards points at restaurants worldwide. Reward your dining with the Gold Card. Enrollment required. Terms and points cap apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/us/explore-gold. How do you make an Airbnb a Verbo? Picture a vacation rental with a host who's showing you every room like you've never seen a house before. Now get rid of them. There you go. No host ever. Now it's a Verbo. Make it a Verbo.
It's early autumn in the affluent neighborhood of Cornelius, North Carolina. The luxury suburb lies along the shores of the pristine Lake Norman, where people can often be found sailing and wakeboarding on the water. On the 4th of September last year, an FBI raid in the early hours of the morning stunned the picturesque community. Local resident Mike Smith was led out of his house in handcuffs.
The FBI agents raided a Cornelius man's home. He's a musician now facing serious charges, accused of using AI to create and stream music and illegally collect more than $10 million in royalties.
I heard that they just barreled through his house and trashed it.
Mike Smith seemed to have it all. His post with 124,000 followers on Instagram highlighted his family life and successful music career, with his profile bio proclaiming #1 Billboard charting recording artist. You're actually listening to one of his tracks, Hardworking Man As I Speak, but now he could be facing up to 60 years behind bars.
I was so surprised by the scale. I was shocked.
Prosecutors have labelled the case against Mike Smith the first of its kind. But what might have driven him to set up this alleged scheme? And could streaming fraud be much more common than we think? Welcome to the documentary from the BBC World Service. I'm Beth Godwin, and for BBC Trending, I've been exploring the dark side of music streaming. I've been speaking to people at the forefront of tackling fraud on music streaming services who say this case could just be the tip of the iceberg, as well as music industry insiders who've worked with Mike Smith.
I worked with Whitney Houston, which led to me working with the Rihanna camp, and then from there it just went crazy. Anywhere from Nappy Roots to Twista to Kanye West's label, Eminem's label, Sony Music.
Jonathan Hay is a music publicist based in New York. He's been working in the industry since the mid-90s. He told me he received a strange number of requests for a consultation through his website. This was over 10 years ago, back in 2012.
This guy had booked 40 consultations. It's what in the world is this? It was the most consultations I've ever seen, right? But I was who is this?
You guessed it, it was Mike Smith. Jonathan tells me Mike had ambitions of becoming an artist and producer, and he'd pay for a week of Jonathan's time to make it happen. This led to a working relationship between the two.
He wanted us to be producers. Smith and Hay is what he wanted to call it. And then SMH Records was the name of his label, which is the worst name in the world. And he was paying so well, he suggested that we pay rappers to collaborate with us as a feature. And that's how we would become producers and we would penetrate into their fan base. It was brilliant.
Their strategy worked. With the contacts they built, in 2016, Mike managed to get a talent show, One Shot, off the ground with Black Entertainment Television, a cable network in the US.
One Shot is coming.
Ready for your one shot?
We set up one stage in 4 cities with one chance to impress our celebrity judges. Each week, MCs move on. One will go home with $100K and a record deal.
There were big names involved, including Wu-Tang Clan member RZA, DJ Khaled, and T.I. But while working on the show, Jonathan and Mike had a falling out. Jonathan told me he was concerned people on the show weren't being paid properly. Around a year after Jonathan and Mike stopped working together, Jonathan told me Mike unexpectedly came back into his life. He said Mike showed up at his place in the wake of an incredibly traumatic home invasion and suggested they get back to working together.
And so he was like, let's go back to what we were doing. Let's get features and, let's put this into positive. I thought I lost you. He was totally economy. And so we put out a jazz record and it hit #1 on the Billboard charts.
The song you can hear was on that album. I've gone back and taken a look at Billboard, the official music charts in the US. And sure enough, Jazz Deluxe by Smith & Hay was the #1 jazz contemporary album on the Billboard charts for the week of the 20th of January 2018.
He was brilliant with numbers. This is what we need to sell. This is how much radio we need. This is what we need to do to get on the charts. And so we did. We charted on Billboard. I was like...
But it wasn't long before Jonathan began to have doubts about working with Mike again.
We only charted for like the first week. It was #1 and then it dropped. And then some of the jazz people that I've known were like, that's weird. That doesn't happen like that. It just went from 1 to 0. I'm like, Mike, what's going on?
And then Jonathan noticed some strange activity on one of Mike's other songs that he helped produce.
And then he did this Christian song, right? It's called Beautiful Day. That song hit on the Billboard Christian charts. And it ended up staying there for the whole year. Me and my good friend, we started to see our streams, and it was on Spotify for artists, and we were getting streams in like Vietnam and Pakistan, and it's like, okay, what? We knew something was off.
Jonathan told me he confronted Mike about these suspicious streams.
Mike was like, oh, that's, it's just beta from Spotify. Like, there's no way that we have streams in Vietnam, and, something is wrong. Then all of a sudden, all of our music started coming down.
Jonathan's suspicions grew. He started getting messages from distribution companies. These are services that help artists get their music uploaded onto streaming sites. This was in 2019.
I would get messages from TuneCore. Your music is taken down because of streaming fraud. Well, we had a lot of songs up there, man. And, there was a lot of investments. Now all those artists are contacting me. And so we had so many collaborations, so many features. Everybody's contacting me. Where's our music? Where's our music?
Jonathan didn't understand why their music had been taken down. He's shown me emails where he argued his case with the distribution companies, but he couldn't get his accounts reinstated. He said this is when he decided to go to the police.
When our whole catalog went down, I was negative because I still had to pay the artists, and Mike owed me like $250,000. So I went to the local police in St. Matthews. They didn't know what they were looking at. And sure enough, they tell me to go meet with the FBI. So I met with the FBI agent in Louisville, Kentucky, and I sat down with him, and he was looking at it. He was like, yeah, this is definitely something that we would be interested in. And I was like, okay, what do I do from here? And the FBI agent, he said, you're a publicist. Get eyes on this.
I've been in touch with the prosecutors in Mike's case about what Jonathan's told me. They haven't confirmed who first alerted them to the possibility that Mike Smith was involved in streaming fraud. But we do know that Jonathan told Billboard that his and Mike's tracks shouldn't be on the charts. He showed me correspondence about this. But Billboard told him everything checked out. I asked Billboard about this. They told me that they were confident that their chart methodologies and verification processes are accurate.
So then I felt stupid. I was like, okay, I don't know why we're banned. Nothing just made sense.
Jonathan then said he finally broke it off with Mike. According to the FBI, Mike's scheme was much bigger than Jonathan imagined. As well as trying to boost the profile of his own music, they say Mike was also stealing millions from music streaming platforms. Coming up, we'll hear from another of Mike Smith's former co-workers who had a very different experience working with him. This is the documentary from the BBC World Service. So what has the FBI accused Mike Smith of doing? Well, to understand that, you need to know how music streaming royalties work. When streaming first took off, it introduced a different model of royalties for musicians. Streaming platforms create a royalty pool from a proportion of the money generated from subscriptions and ads on their services. And this is a huge amount of money. For example, in 2023, the largest music streaming service, Spotify, paid out $9 billion to music rights holders. The money in the royalty pool is given to music rights holders proportionally. For example, if my music accounted for 1% of the streams on a platform, I should receive around 1% of the money in the royalty pool. But how can fraudsters game the system? Well, Jonathan thought Mike was using bots to boost the music they'd made together. Bots are computer programs that can perform tasks automatically and repeatedly. They can mimic human behavior, like listening to a song on your phone. But the FBI has accused Mike of doing much more than that. They say he used artificial intelligence to create hundreds of thousands of songs, and then used bots to listen to these songs billions of times, generating royalties for himself. The FBI says that at the height of his scheme, Mike used over 1,000 bot accounts simultaneously to stream his music across different platforms, and this led him to being paid out over $10 million in royalties from streaming services. And because the royalty pool is given out proportionally, this is money that would have otherwise gone to other music rights holders. Royalties that should be in the hands of honest artists, producers and labels were allegedly diverted to this fraudulent scheme. I wanted to speak to Mike to hear his side of the story, about all the allegations Jonathan has made about him and the charges against him. He didn't agree to an interview, but I did track someone down who wanted to defend his character.
I've been involved in this industry probably longer than Cher has been alive.
Goldilocks is a musician, business owner, and professional wrestler. I spoke to her on a video call from her studio in Nashville. Like many artists, she's critical of how musicians make money on streaming services.
There's not going to be any transparency for that, Beth. It'll always be some hidden nugget of secrecy. You know why? Because I could tell you with physical copy, because it's a physical copy, and I can see we printed up 100,000 of these CDs or records or whatever, and there's a hard physical copy there. You're not going to be able to track half of this. This stuff is just, it's nutty.
Like Jonathan, she also has experience collaborating with Mike Smith. After meeting Mike at an industry party, Goldie set up a photo shoot for him at the studio she spoke to me from. Like with Jonathan, this led to a working relationship, but she has a very different view of Mike. She told me she was shocked when she first heard the news that he had been arrested.
I literally had tears in my eyes, and it's hard for me to even talk about that. I said, God, I wish there was a way that I could do something to help my colleague, because I feel really sick. And literally the next day you were in my DMs.
Goldie believes the authorities are making an example out of Mike.
My feed is flooded with, this is how you trick Spotify into spinning your song more so that you can get more revenue. You might as well figure out a way to use it for your benefit. And you know what? Apparently Mike Smith did. Who's got a beef with Mike Smith? Somebody does. In the wrestling business, we call it heat. They're pissed they didn't think of whatever he thought of first.
Some musicians are criticizing him because, that's $10 million that may have been able to go to other artists. And I was just wondering what you would say to that.
If he did something wrong, if it's robbing people, robbing me of what, Beth? I don't get anything anyway. That's just it. You have to be just getting ridiculous amounts of anything to see anything.
Many artists are unhappy, like Goldie, with how little they're paid for streams. That doesn't change the fact that Mike Smith stands accused of orchestrating a multi-million-dollar fraud and stealing from the royalty pool his fellow artists received payments from. I asked Goldie about the severity of the FBI allegations. After all, they are serious charges: wire fraud conspiracy, wire fraud, and money laundering conspiracy.
I'm Catholic, we can't lie. I don't know anything about the wire stuff.
Mike Smith has pled not guilty in the case, which is currently ongoing. But if he is found guilty, he would be the first person in the United States to be convicted of fraud on music streaming services. Could this case be the landmark conviction that leads to other prosecutions?
I would call the Mike Smith case kindergarten fraud. I think what the case does is allow them to find someone who they have full jurisdictional control over in the United States, a really clean case of manipulation, with a lot of money attached to it to set the precedent they need to go after these more sophisticated, difficult investigations.
That's Andrew Beatty. He's the CEO of BeatDAP, a startup that aims to detect fraud on streaming platforms.
A lot of the professional scammers, they don't want to chart. They don't want to be a famous artist. What they want to do is load millions of songs onto different streaming services and then slowly play each song. So no one notices the song that only has 1,000 plays. No one cares about that song. But if you have enough of those songs generating 1,000 plays, you can make a lot of money.
According to the indictment against Mike Smith, that's exactly what his scheme did. It says he had over 200,000 songs generated by an AI company on streaming services. But Andrew told me that the Mike Smith case is just the tip of the iceberg.
I do not believe the DOJ and the FBI have any illusions that $10 million is like the top of the food chain. This sets a precedent for them to go after the hundreds of millions of dollars they want to prosecute. And this is just a building block for them to get there.
We can't independently verify the claims Andrew makes around the scale of fraud on streaming services, but he believes it's a top concern of the music industry.
Everybody is losing proportionally. So if you're an independent artist that makes 10 grand a year, maybe you lost $1,000. So the $1,000 isn't really going to impact your life like that materially. If you're a major label or rights owner, you might actually have gains. Like by eliminating fraud, your revenue could increase $400, $600, $800 million because you own the most of the content that's being listened to.
And Jonathan thinks the case could be good for the music business.
I think it's wonderful. I think finally that it levels the playing field. Like we're learning about it. People didn't know like the offense of streaming fraud. We finally have some rules for the first time in music history, because it was a bit like a Wild Wild West, because nobody knew, what this become. This came out of nowhere with like apps and like streaming and stuff like that. So I feel great about it.
Mike was actually still making music right up until his arrest. It was only in June of last year Mike had released a track from his latest project with Snoop Dogg.
3 days before he was arrested, he contacted me. And then he was like, don't say anything about me because I'm working with Snoop Dogg. And I don't want any issues. And then 3 days later, I was looking at my phone and I saw that he was arrested.
And after all of his suspicions over the past decade, Jonathan's finally feeling vindicated that he may be right.
When I saw his mugshot, it was like my screensaver for like 2 months. I was like so happy.
I contacted Mike Smith and his legal team about the allegations made in this story and the indictment. They told me,
the indictment is an accusation, and he has not pled guilty to any of the charges. Much of the conduct the indictment alleges, as many articles have reported, has been widespread in the music industry for years. Yet, this alleged conduct has never been criminally prosecuted under these statutes before. This is a unique case, and Mr. Smith looks forward to addressing these novel charges in court.
Though we can't be sure which platforms Mike Smith may have focused on, Spotify is one of the biggest music streaming companies in the world. So I asked them for their views on the case. They told us Spotify invests heavily in automated and manual reviews to prevent, detect, and mitigate the impact of artificial streaming on our platform. They also claim that only a small proportion of the royalties paid to Smith came from them. Mike Smith's case has exposed the industry-wide problem of music streaming fraud, but nobody really knows how big a problem this is. Andrew told me he feels confident that at least 10% of all music streams are fake. If that's true, we can certainly expect to see a response from the music business and potentially more cases down the line. That's it for this edition of the documentary from the BBC World Service with me, Beth Godwin. Thanks to our editor, Flora Carmichael. Please get in touch to tell us what you thought about this episode. You can do that by emailing me at beth.godwin@bbc.co.uk. And if you get a chance, please leave us a review and a rating. BBC Trending will be back at the same time next week. Thanks for listening and goodbye.
If you're a facilities manager at a university, you know students rely on the cafeteria for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and the occasional late night snack. So when a dishwasher breaks down and dirty plates pile up, the mess hall can turn messy in the blink of an eye. Enter Granger. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast delivery, the product you need now is never far away. So you can turn that dishwasher back into a lean, clean washing machine. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Pseudopod, the weekly horror podcast. With your warnings up front now. Warnings, like bow ties, are cool. They let you know what follows might be too much for you. If it is, stop the episode, come back next week. It'll be different. If not, listen to the end. I'll be there waiting for you. Pseudopod, episode 960, January 31st, 2025. This week's story, Mummy, by Kelsey Percival Kitchell. Narrated by Matt Arnold, hosted by Alistair Stewart, audio by Chelsea Davis. Hi everyone, welcome to Pseudopod. I'm Alistair, your host. Chelsea is your audio genius. And this week's story is the last in our showcase of work that's entered the public domain this year, having been published for the first time in 1929. Our story this week comes to us from Kelsey Percival Kitchell, and we want to thank and will link to Tellers of Weird Tales for the following bio. Kelsey Percival Kitchell was born on October 6, 1881 in Perth Amboy, New Jersey, where her father practiced dentistry. She was an adventurer even as a young woman, and in May 1905, she returned to New York City from Puerto Cortez, Honduras, on a ticket she had purchased herself. What drew her to Latin America at the time is an open question, and she would return later with her husband. Miss Kitchell began writing at a young age. Her earliest credit that has been found at the time of writing of this bio was called Pirate Treasure, a short story published in Pearson's magazine in June 1909. Even after she had married, she wrote under her own name. Magazines that printed her stories and poems included Adventure, The All Story, The Crisis, Ghost Stories, Gunter's Magazine, Prairie Schooner, The Smart Set, Tropical Adventures, and Young's Magazine. A story for The Crisis, The Rains, was set in Jamaica. Her lone contribution to Weird Tales was this story. Miss Kitchell lived in both places with her husband, and thereby hangs a tale. Thanks once again to Tellers of Weird Tales for that bio, and they're right, indeed it does. That particular tale is narrated for you here today by Matt Arnold. Matt Arnold's podcasts are the Unsong audiobook at unsong.libsyn.com and Fluidity audiobooks at fluidity.libsyn.com. He narrates fiction and non-fiction, which take problems of meaning-making, typically considered spiritual, and turn them into practical problems, which are more tractable. For 20 years, Matt ran PenguaCon, a combination science fiction convention and open source software conference. He now runs the annual Fluidity Forum, which can be found at fluidityforum.org. He is a previous staff member for Escape Artists Inc., having shipped the Pod Disc Archive CDs for us, 2008 through 2010. So saddle up, because the truth is, boredom can be a very dangerous thing.
Mummy by Kelsey Percival Kitchell. Narrated by Matt Arnold. I have always prided myself on being a practical man. Prosaic, if you will. In the old days, the boys used to call me the man from Missouri. Well, so I was. I had to be shown. And I was shown. Let me tell you. It was in South America that the thing happened. I had been engaged by the Babylonia Copper Company to go to their mine and smelter 2 miles high in the Andes. Being a metallurgical engineer and having had blast furnace experience in the New Jersey plant, I was put in charge of the furnaces there in the desert. At that time, Babylonia was in the process of growth and organization. It was not the finished affair that it is nowadays with its hospital, married quarters, white women, and a club. When I went down from New York, there wasn't a wife in camp. We men, a handful of us, lived at the mess house, worked 18 hours a day for 7 days a week. Oh, yes, the pay was good. We would not have stayed if it had not been for the highest salaries. You see, there was not a thing to amuse a chap. We were 15 miles from Railhead, living in a tiny village clinging to a mountainside that is a desert in the absolute meaning of that much abused word. You yourself have seen so-called deserts, haven't you? And they were usually graced with sagebrush, lizards, mosses, and lichens, weren't they? Well, the Atacama has nothing on it that may be called life. Not a thing. Rolling reaches and ridges of black volcanic rocks and red-gray sands, great salt-caked basins, leagues and leagues of alkaline dust blown westward at night by the winds pouring down from the Andes, then blown eastward during the day with the winds coming from the coast. Yes, you have to be pretty hard-boiled to keep your sanity in such a place. We worked on 8-hour shifts there at the furnaces, of course. My buddy was Preston, a good scout who roomed with me and had the shift next to mine, knew his business and all that. Kellogg looked after the third shift in the 24 hours. After I'd been there a year, more or less, I had naturally absorbed plenty of information about the surrounding country. I'd heard stories of the Indian burying grounds over at Chiu Chiu. Some of the boys had managed to get leave and ride over there, 20 miles of bile going through the desert. They had brought back a few turquoise beads, some pots, and so forth. I had never been particularly interested in archaeology, but since I couldn't pry a vacation loose from the GM, and by vacation, I mean a trip to port where there is a decent hotel, there's a movie palace too, and you can sit on a plaza bench and look at white women. As I could not be spared for that, I asked for and got a couple of days. Having nothing better to do, I decided on Chiu Chiu and the burying ground. I believe that one should try everything once, and it seemed a pity to go back home to New York at the end of my contract without being able to show some honest-to-goodness relics. And I had a notion to get a skull and have it made into a tobacco jar. You can tell by that how young I was. This place was situated on the River Loa, but don't run away with a fancy picture of a meadow-fringed stream, clumps of woodland, and fields of waving grain. Nature does not work that way in northern Chile. The Loa struggles down from the snows across a region as desolate and terrible as any inferno. For untold centuries, the river has been eating its way through variegated strata laid down eons ago. Like the Colorado, you know. In most places, the canyon is so steep and deep that no human being could tap enough water for a window box. But in a very few places, the escarpment has broken away, leaving an approach to the narrow, turbid stream. In these rare spots, the Aborigines have, from time immemorial, irrigated and cultivated the ground. Yes, oases, with skimpy fig and pepper trees, some highland corn and alfalfa, and small, stony patches of puny vegetables. Life is unbelievably difficult for the desert farmer there in the Andes. The huts, made of stone and mud, cluster around a squat, gray church. Chiu Chiu, being the seat of a post house on the Inca Highway, long before Pizarro dreamed of coming to the New World, had buried its dead for centuries in the sandy wastes outside the little sun-baked oasis. I rode over there alone. I had always preferred doing things by myself because it seemed to me a man of weakness to want somebody tagging along for company. I do not think so now, but, well, let me go on. One does not suffer on such a ride. You and your tough pampa horse have a good drink before starting, and you take along a brace of water bottles. The horse gets a sip from your hat, you understand. And the sun blisters your parched skin, your eyes squint in the merciless glare, and you sneer at the deceitful mirages that mock you with their glimpses of blue lake water. Chiu Chiu has a hotel. At least the hovel goes by that name, but you can get a meal there and a shakedown. Being so high in the air, you're not troubled with insect life with the exception of flies. The horse was fed and watered while I got a snack myself. Then I started for the burying ground. The hotel keeper was a trifle reluctant to direct me, but he did not hold off long. You see, the farmers depended on selling their green stuff to the Babylonia mine, Consequently, nobody wanted to offend a gringo. We foreigners could arrange to secure our pumpkins and green corn from the poor, you see. And the people at the oasis knew it. Well, I found the place, and with the trench shovel that I'd fastened to the saddle, I began to dig after having done a little preliminary stamping, which I had been told at Babylonia was the way to locate a grave. If there was a hollow sound underfoot, why, you've come to a likely place to dig, you see. It was interesting, that delving there in the limitless desert under the towering snowy peaks of the Andes. I uncovered a brown, dried figure, mummified by the arid climate. It sat with its arms wrapped around its bony knees and with its head bent. Clinging to it were fragments of ancient cloth, and from the fine sand close to it I lifted out darts, lances, arrows, pots, and a few rough necklaces of shell and low-grade turquoise. No, he was not a prince, or if he was from a royal house, he must have been desperately poor. God knows how long he had been squatting there, looking east and waiting for Judgment Day. The face was a splendid aquiline one, with deep eye sockets. The brown skin was drawn incredibly snug over the skull. Every bit of flesh was gone, dried away. There was nothing left but what is popularly termed skin and bone. He was quite freed of sand by the time I had laid my discoveries on the crusted surface of the desert. I sat down to roll a cigarette and have a swig at the canteen, and I fell to thinking that what I was doing would be called grave robbery if it were carried on in a modern cemetery. But if a burying ground is ancient, why, we illogical little microbes called men name our digging archaeological excavation. I had a feeling of discomfort that I could not understand. I wondered whether the long ride in the blistering heat had anything to do with it. An intuition came to me that I'd better leave that mummy alone with his worthless trumpery. But being a practical man and taking no stock in intuitions, I pulled myself together and rather half-heartedly selected the best of the trash from the sandy grave and packed it in the saddlebag. That one hole in the ground was enough for me. I did not search for any more. Somehow the whole affair seemed a dubious sort of pleasure. I was sick of it, and decided suddenly that I would change my plans and return to Babylonia that night instead of sleeping in the tambo. I knew that by going slow, the horse would be able to make the trip. I went to work at the head, which I intended using for a tobacco jar. There was little difficulty in cracking it loose. Brittle, friable, dusty, musty. It came off in my two hands, and I stuffed it in the bag along with the other things. Something seemed to impel me to cover up that stark, headless thing. Something seemed to tell me that I should leave him as I had found him. But I obstinately ignored these intuitions. Back at the tambo, I bought the horse a good feed and tested him, but could not eat the disgusting supper of beans and tough steak offered me. As the moon rose, I started for Babylonia, going slowly for the sake of the tired animal under me. There was no danger of my getting lost, as there is a fairly clear trail from the oasis to Railhead, and from there I had the mine lights to guide me. There was a curious tingling sensation all over me. I thought that perhaps I had a touch of sun, or maybe I was getting scurvy, for in those days that disease was not infrequent in the more remote mining camps in the Andes. We could not depend with any certainty on the oasis vegetables, and it was pretty hard to get fresh food up from port. I felt sick and had delusions. I was sure I was being followed. Now, the natives are as gentle as sheep. They never bother gringos. In spite of that, I kept looking behind me. I saw nothing but the long shadows of the rocks. It was cold. You know that at an altitude of 10,000 feet, the nights are bitter even in the tropics. Sudden changes of temperature crack the rocks night and day, and at the pampa silence you can hear the soft whispering ping, flaking granite, as it comes away and rolls down to the skirt of sand at the base of every boulder. Once, I was sure that the saddlebag quivered and wriggled. The horse was aware of something extraordinary, judged by his behavior, As tired as he was, he acted the terrified child that night, jumping, shying, shaking. The lights grew brighter and larger as I neared camp, and I heard the roar of the ore crushers. For the first time, I liked the sound. It seemed almost home-like. It meant that there were human beings round about, lots of them. Mostly Bolivian and Chilean laborers, to be sure, but humans at any rate. I was ashamed of myself for wanting to be with my own kind. I was unreasonable, foolish, I told myself. The corral was below the plant, and I stopped there to leave the horse, which was pretty well tuckered out. I left the saddlebags, too. Common sense warned me that I should go up to the mess house and turn in, for night was nearly gone and I needed sleep. But I did not do that. Preston was on shift at the furnaces, and I wanted to get near my buddy. I wanted to tell him what a fizzle my paseo had been. He'd laugh at my disappointment, perhaps, but I didn't care. He had told me before I started that burying grounds are not what they're cracked up to be. He had tried that sort of dissipation himself and had found it dull. So I plowed through the heavy dust and sand, over loose stones, up to the furnaces. Preston was on the feed floor. He had one man working under his eye, a burly fellow who pulled the loaded barrow of mixed charge off the elevator and dumped the contents into the furnace mouths. As I drew near, I saw Preston on the platform above me and climbed up to him. Again, I felt that there was something behind me. It was close, too. I seemed to feel two hands on my shoulders, bony, claw-like hands. And yet when I reached back quickly, there was nothing there. Nothing. Preston watched me mounting the iron steps, but instead of his cheery grin, I saw in the bright glare of the sputtering arc light an odd, startled expression on his face. "What in hell?" he shouted as he looked over my shoulder and down toward the lower floor. I turned too, but there was nothing unusual to be seen. "There was somebody behind you, with the thinnest face that ever came down the pike." Preston laughed sheepishly. "Guess I must have been half asleep. I didn't expect you back for another 12 hours. What's the matter?" I was thinking of that bony face in the saddlebag at the corral. The head that was to be cleaned up and fashioned into a jar. Bah! I shuddered while I was angry with myself for giving in to nerves. Before I could formulate an answer, Preston glanced down from the feed floor, then ran past me down the stairs, 2 steps at a time. Below, a laborer, tapping the copper, could not stop the flow when the ladle was full. The sparkling, iridescent stream ran wild, and Preston was needed pronto. The Bolivian on the platform had no business to leave his job, but he caught the excitement and ran down the stairs too, leaving me alone. A full barrow was standing on the elevator facing the furnace mouth. It came up just as the Bolivian ran below. There was no reason why I should stay there and do his work, but I saw that the furnace needed another charge. So I stepped across and took hold of the handles of the car, thinking to dump it and close the furnace. Then 2 hands seized me, and man, I saw them. Disembodied hands, claw-like, brown and shriveled, with each bone showing through the papery dark skin. They clutched my wrists, holding me fast while they forced the barrow and me along with it toward the open door where the white-hot hellfire raged. I struggled while the car trundled slowly, jerkily, straight toward the fury of the fire. The gripping hands dug dark nails into my wrists. I have the scars yet. Look, you see them? 10 white crescents that I shall always carry. The barrow moved faster, and I felt a cold breath on my cheek instead of the searing heat from the open furnace. For a second I looked over my shoulder into the eye sockets of a mummified head, with skin drawn thin and tight over the bones. Coarse, harsh hair brushed me. I saw it, felt it, yes. The barrow tipped. I slid with it, down. You have guessed, of course, that Preston returned to the platform just in time to grab me as I fell. A wave of unconsciousness swept over me. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back, panting like a branded steer, and Preston was examining my bleeding wrists. The workmen from various parts of the building had gathered near, and one of them said in his slurred, rapid Spanish, "Those wounds never came from the car. The patron has had dealings with the spirit." He spoke with the surety, the finality of an Indian who sees and knows perhaps more than we foreigners do. Just then Kellogg, the lad in charge of the 7 to 3 o'clock shift, came along fresh from his bed and breakfast. So Preston was free to get me back to the mess house. But after we were away from the furnaces, I refused to go to my room. I told him everything. "And I've got to get that thing back to its body now," I finished. He was a good sport. He did not laugh, as many a man might have done, although I think that I could have killed him if he had sneered. No, he looked at me, nodded, and remarked quietly, "I saw something behind you as you came up the steps." He put his arm through mine, and without another word we went to the corral. He had his own horse saddled and chose a fresh mount for me. The bags he took care of himself, remarking as he picked them up, "You cannot have those relics, old man." Together we rode back to Choo Choo. I no longer felt that there was something behind me. A thing, whatever it was, moved at my side, waiting. It did not have to wait long. The horses were fresh, and we arrived at Choo Choo before noon, making a wide circuit around the oasis to avoid curious villagers. Back on the shoulders, I put the head of that seated thing, and I replaced each piece of trash I had pilfered. Then we covered the mummy from the light of day. The sand was smooth when we had finished. That's all. I've never had a haunted feeling since. Being a practical man, I won't try to, for I shall never again disturb a dead man. No, never again.
This has been such an interesting, challenging month as a host. Challenging because these stories exist at the edge of the time period I know. Challenging too because horror as a genre has a tendency to be desperately concerned with the opinions and work of a couple of dead white men. And before anyone thinks I'm picking a fight, I'm really not. It's just how things often are. Throw a rock in any horror community, and if you don't hit a discussion about Lovecraft, you'll hit one about Mackin. If somehow you don't hit a discussion about the dead at all, you'll land in the endless circular discussions and dissections of the work of King, of Campbell, of Kuntz. And again, as I hear the pitchforks being lit and the torches sharpened, not picking a fight. Just saying how things often seem to be. But here is the interesting thing. These days, it really is what it seems to be, not always what it is. A friend of mine works tirelessly to champion the retro Hugos, an offshoot of the Hugos, which are a brilliant idea endlessly misinterpreted. A friend of mine works tirelessly to champion the retro Hugos. The retros are an offshoot of the Hugos, and they are a truly brilliant idea, often misinterpreted as an opportunity to give more awards, shine more light on a different but complementary group of authors and editors whose shadow we all, at times, seem to spend far too much time trying to get out from under. I thought of her and the retro Hugos when I read this story, and the successes she's enjoyed using them, just like we always try to do with this month, to do something far more interesting and useful with a backwards-facing window on the history of genre fiction. Namely, to shine that light on the contemporaries of those big names, the names we all know, and focus not on them, but on the people whose work has been lost to time, not because it's bad, but because they were coming up at the same time as the industry was assembling itself into the form we find now. A form that, when looking backwards through time as we do, we see as a fantastic foundation, but not an especially good destination. Certainly not for the long term. Looking back down this month, what really shines for me are the two stories written by female authors and their wildly different approaches to the structures of privilege and oppression that all these stories enjoy and explore to differing extents. The Shout and last week's Power of Darkness are both about the consequences of those structures, and are both intimately concerned with what the people inside them cannot see, namely that they are inside them. Both are arch, clever stories that trade off the emotional engagement we talked about last week for intellectual structure. Like I said last week, that is by no means a bad thing, but it's very different to an emotional connection with a story. And that's something I feel both with this and The Old Lady from earlier this year. The reasons for that come down to awareness of both societal structures and the coping strategies we need to get through them. That awareness is manifested here in a narrative that is one heartbeat away from being a shaggy dog story, but pulls it off with such charm and wit that you honestly don't mind. Both of those qualities are found in the main character's continual willingness to accept their fallibility and the constant flashes of empathy you see. Life is unbelievably difficult for the desert farmer there in the Andes is an acknowledgement of the humanity of the locals in the region that the Shout's villain or the characters in Power of Darkness are psychologically incapable of. The main character's life is very similar to that of the leads in Power of Darkness, but they're aware no one has it easy in exactly the way that those two gentlemen aren't. Then there's this. But if a burying ground is ancient, why we illogical little microbes called men name our digging archaeological excavation. I love this line, even as the Jones boys, Nathan Drake and Lara Croft all shuffle awkwardly towards the door, not making eye contact, and presumably quietly removing several artifacts from their various pouches. The self-awareness of how things are for the lead is central to the lack of cruelty that you see here. Cruelty is like fascism. It's entirely defensive, destroying everything that it feels is at fault. It can't build, it can't learn, it can't make new things. Empathy can, and one of the things empathy is exceptional at making is horror. And this last line speaks to that. But I obstinately ignored these intuitions. The main character's almost cheery admission that they have, in every sense, played themselves gives the story a rounded edge, even as it slides a roll of nickels into its fist. The horror here is threefold. The way that boredom drives our lead to desecrate a grave, the fact that there are instant supernatural consequences for it, and the fact they survive to know that. We talk a lot here about Friedkin's definition of horror and how he viewed it as seeing something approach. I like the definition here just as much. Horror approaching, looking you dead in the eyes, and at the last minute saying, yeah, okay, not this time. That pragmatism ties the story to The Old Lady and the cheerfully chilling admission that this happens so often that the main characters there have people they can call to help. To paraphrase one last, very, very successful white guy, whose work I have a complex relationship with. The night is dark. The night is full of terrors. Sometimes we walk out to poke them to see what happens because we're bored. And we're idiots. And sometimes, if we're very, very lucky, we live to realize that and tell other people about it. Great work, both here and across this month-long showcase. Thanks to everyone in editorial, everyone who's helped put these stories together, Chelsea, our narrators, and you.
Fear Daily is a podcast that takes you into the shadows of the past, unearthing the 1990s most terrifying tales of monsters, madness, and life after death. Discovered on a forgotten bulletin board server somewhere in Pennsylvania's Rust Belt, these stories are an archive of humanity's strangest encounters with the unknown, as told by the people who experience them. Written by Brandon Storr, creator of the Ghost Story Guys, and hosted by Brandon Scheck-Snyder of Southern Gothic, Fear Daily is guaranteed to be the stuff of nightmares. Follow Fear Daily now on your favorite podcatcher to receive new episodes Monday through Friday, each and every week.
On to the subject of subscribing and support. Pseudopod is funded by you, our listeners, and we are formally now a non-profit. One-time donations are gratefully received and much appreciated, but what really makes a difference is subscribing. A $5 monthly Patreon donation gives us more than just money. It gives us stability, reliability, dependability, and a well-maintained tower with really strong locks on the tentacle cellars. That's a good thing. So if you can, please go to pseudopod.org and sign up by clicking on Feed the Pod. If you have any questions about how to support EA and ways to give, please reach out to us at donations@escapeartists.net. And if you can't afford to support us financially, we get it, believe me. And it's okay. There are things you can do which will help differently. Those things include leaving reviews of our episodes or generally talking about them on whichever form of social media you are obsessively doom scrolling this week. For us, it's Blue Sky, where we do now have an account at pseudopod.org. If you like merch, you can also support us by buying hoodies, t-shirts, and other bits and pieces from the Escape Artists Void merch store. The link is in various places, including our pinned tweet over on Blue Sky. Pseudopod is part of the Escape Artists Foundation, a 501c3 nonprofit. And this episode is distributed under the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial No Derivatives 4.0 International License. Download and listen to the episode on any device you like, but don't change it or sell it. The music is by kind permission of Anders Manka. Join us next week for Mary Glass and Darling's Body Heat, narrated for us by Lynn McLeod. Chelsea will be your audio producer, I'll be your host, and you will be our audience. It'll be great. We'll see you in 7 days. But before then, Pseudopod wants you to remember, he must have been someone of great importance, or he did something very naughty.
An arm appeared from nowhere on the shape, seemingly projected like the pseudopod of a protozoan.
It's a pseudopod. It's a big foot.
It's all about podcasts these days.
Dude, you're so funny.
Look at the environment, bro.
I mean, Bobby takes.
Look at the environment, bro.
Dog, you take disheveled to a whole new level.
Yeah.
1 p.m. Just woke up. Everybody seen him at the Comedy Store at 8 p.m. late man. I just woke up.
I just woke up.
You just woke up too.
I'm awake.
I feel like you sleep in the garage. Sleeps here?
No.
I'm okay. Family. Persian gay.
Asian queer.
Cool Mexican.
Oh no. You think you're the cool?
Oh, whoa, brother.
You think you're a cool Mexican?
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's two types, no?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the hey, bro. There's the MS-13, bro.
That's
right?
me.
Yeah, and you're like the frijol. I can eat all the frijoles on this plate.
No, I looks like
Yeah.
the guy like in the not even the front salesman, but you look like you work at Homeboy Bakeries.
Yeah, dude.
Like
Yeah, not in the front.
back. You know what I'm talking
Yeah, not in the
The
front.
guy in the back.
Yeah, the guy in the back.
He's like, hey, you gotta try this pumpernickel.
Yeah, that's you, dude.
I'm trying to buy from this guy with that spider tattoos on his face, dude.
Exactly. Squeeze those cheeks,
You
dude.
look
Frito,
like a guy who just smokes weed at the beach.
Roast battle, dude. Oh, you look like Dora the Explorer if she ate too much empanada. Bro.
Dude, Bobby.
Now you give me one.
This episode brought to you by Intuit Enterprise Suite. Let's talk to this.
Presenting the complete Orson Welles
Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in the War of the Worlds.
Hush, hush, hush. Here comes the boogeyman. Yep.
created. You'll wonder why we didn't insist on accompanying him to his home and seeing him safe into the care of brothers or someone. The fact was, he had nobody. He had had a flat in town, but lately he had made up his mind to settle for a time in Sweden, and he had dismantled his flat and shipped off his belongings and was whiling away a fortnight or 3 weeks before he made a start. Anyhow, we didn't see what we could do better than sleep on it, or not sleep very much, as was my case, and see what we felt like tomorrow morning. We felt very... Lot number 249 by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Of the dealings of Edward Bellingham with William Monkhouse Lee, and of the cause of the great terror of Abercrombie Smith, it may be that no absolute and final judgment will ever be delivered. It is true that we have the full and clear narrative of Smith himself, and such corroboration as he could look for from Thomas Styles, the servant, from the Reverend Plumtree Peterson, fellow of Olds, and from such other people as chanced to gain some passing glance at this or that incident in a singular chain of events. Yet, in the main, the story must rest upon Smith alone, and the most will think that it is more likely that one brain, however outwardly sane, has some subtle warp in its texture, some strange flaw in its workings, than that the path of nature has been overstepped in open day in so famed a centre of learning and light as the University of Oxford. Yet, when we think how narrow and how devious this path of nature is, how dimly we can trace it for all our lamps of science, and how from the darkness which girds it round, great and terrible possibilities loom ever shadowly upwards, it is a bold and confident man who will put a limit to the strange bypaths into which the human spirit may wander. In a certain wing of what we will call Old College in Oxford, there is a corner turret of an exceeding great age. The heavy arch which spans the open door has bent downwards in the centre under the weight of its years, and the grey, lichen-blotched blocks of stone are bound and knitted together with withes and strands of ivy, as though the old mother had set herself to brace them up against wind and weather. From the door, a stone stair curves upwards spirally, passing 2 landings, and terminating in a 3rd one, its steps all shapeless and hollowed by the tread of so many generations of the seekers after knowledge. Life has flowed like water down this winding stair, and, water-like, has left these smooth-worn grooves behind it. And from the long-gowned pedantic scholars of Plantagenet days down to the young bloods of a later age, how full and strong has been that tide of young English life, and what was left now of all those hopes, those strivings, those fiery energies, save here and there in some old world churchyard, a few scratches upon a stone, and perchance a handful of dust in a mouldering coffin. Yet here were the silent stair and the grey old wall, with bend and saltire and many other heraldic device still to be read upon its surface, like grotesque shadows thrown back from the days that had passed. In the month of May, in the year 1884, 3 young men occupied the sets of rooms which opened on to the separate landings of the old stair. Each set consisted simply of a sitting room and of a bedroom, while the 2 corresponding rooms upon the ground floor were used, the one as a coal cellar and the other as the living room of the servant, Scout Thomas Styles, whose duty it was to wait upon the three men above him. To right and to left was a line of lecture rooms and of offices, so that the dwellers in the old turret enjoyed a certain seclusion, which made the chambers popular among the more studious undergraduates. But such were the three who occupied them now: Abercrombie Smith above, Edward Bellingham beneath him, and William Monkhouse Lee upon the lowest story. It was 10 o'clock on a bright spring night, and Abercrombie Smith lay back in his armchair, his feet upon the fender, and his briar-root pipe between his lips. In a similar chair, and equally at his ease, there lounged on the other side of the fireplace his old school friend Jethro Hasty. Both men were in flannels, for they had spent their evening upon the river, but apart from their dress, no one could look at their hard-cut, alert faces without seeing that they were open-air men, men whose minds and tastes turned naturally to all that was manly and robust. Hasty, indeed, was stroke of his college boat, and Smith was an even better oar. But a coming examination had already cast its shadow over him and held him to his work, save for a few hours a week which health demanded. A litter of medical books upon the table, with scattered bones, models, and anatomical plates, pointed to the extent as well as the nature of his studies, while a couple of single sticks and a set of boxing gloves above the mantelpiece hinted at the means by which, with Hasty's help, he might take his exercise in its most compressed and least distant form. They knew each other very well, so well that they could sit now in that soothing silence which is the very highest development of companionship. "Have some whiskey?" said Abercrombie Smith at last, between two cloudbursts. "Scotch in the jug and Irish in the bottle." "No thanks. I'm in for the skulls. I don't liquor when I'm training. How about you?" "I'm reading hard. I think it best to leave it alone." Hasty nodded, and they relapsed into a contented silence. "By the way, Smith," asked Hasty presently, "have you made the acquaintance of either of the fellows on your stair yet?" "Just a nod when we pass, nothing more." I should be inclined to let it stand at that. I know something of them both. Not much, but as much as I want. I don't think I should take them to my bosom if I were you. Not that there's much amiss with Monkhouse Lee, meaning the thin one. Precisely. He is a gentlemanly little fellow. I don't think there is any vice in him. But then, you can't know him without knowing Bellingham, meaning the fat one. Yes, the fat one. And he's a man whom I, for one, would rather not know. Abercrombie Smith raised his eyebrows and glanced across at his companion. "What's up then?" he asked. "Drink? Cards? Cad? You used not to be censorious." "Ah, you evidently don't know the man, or you wouldn't ask. There's something damnable about him. Something reptilian. My gorge always rises at him. I should put him down as a man with secret vices. An evil liver. He's no fool, though. They say that he's one of the best men in his line that they have ever had in the college." "Medicine or classics?" "Eastern languages. Well, he's a demon at them. Chillingworth met him somewhere above the second cataract last long, and he told me that he just prattled to the Arabs as if he had been born and nursed and weaned among them. He talked Coptic to the Copts, and Hebrew to the Jews, and Arabic to the Bedouins, and they were all ready to kiss the hem of his frock coat. There are some old hermit Johnnies up in those parts who sit on rocks and scowl and spit at the casual stranger. When they saw this chap Bellingham, before he had said 5 words, they just lay down on their bellies and wriggled. Chillingworth said that he never saw anything like it. Bellingham seemed to take it as his right, too, and strutted about among them and talked down to them like a Dutch uncle. Pretty good for an undergrad of Olds, wasn't it?" "Why do you say you can't know Lee without knowing Bellingham?" "Because Bellingham is engaged to his sister Evelyn. Such a bright little girl, Smith. I know the whole family well. It's disgusting to see that brute with her. A toad and a dove, That's what they always remind me of. Abercrombie Smith grinned and knocked his ashes out against the side of the grate. You show every card in your hand, old chap, said he. What a prejudiced, green-eyed, evil-thinking old man it is. You have really nothing against the fellow except that. Well, I've known her ever since she was as long as that cherrywood pipe, and I don't like to see her taking risks. And it is a risk. He looks beastly, and he has a beastly temper, a venomous temper. You remember his row with Long Norton? No, you always forget that I'm a freshman. Ah, it was last winter, of course. Well, you know the towpath along by the river. There were several fellows going along it, Bellingham in front, when they came on an old market woman coming the other way. It had been raining. You know what those fields are like when it has rained, and the path ran between the river and a great puddle that was nearly as broad. Well, what does this swine do but keep the path and push the old girl into the mud, where she and her marketings came to terrible grief. It was a blackguard thing to do, and Long Norton, who was as gentle a fellow as ever stepped, told him what he thought of it. One word led to another, and it ended in Norton laying his stick across the fellow's shoulders. There was the deuce of a fuss about it, and it's a treat to see the way in which Bellingham looks at Norton when they meet now. Oh, by Jove, it's nearly 11 o'clock. No hurry, light your pipe again. Not I. I'm supposed to be in training. Here I've been sitting, gossiping, when I ought to have been safely tucked up. I'll borrow your skull if you can share it. Williams has had mine for a month. I'll take the little bones of your ear, too, if you're sure you won't need them. Thanks very much. Never mind a bag. I can carry them very well under my arm. Good night, my son, and take my tip as to your neighbour. When Hasty, bearing his anatomical plunder, had clattered off down the winding stair, Abercrombie Smith hurled his pipe into the waste paper basket, and drawing his chair nearer to the lamp, plunged into a formidable green-covered volume, adorned with great coloured maps of that strange internal kingdom of which we are the hapless and helpless monarchs. Although a freshman at Oxford, the student was not so in medicine, for he had worked for 4 years at Glasgow and at Berlin, and this coming examination would place him finally as a member of his profession. With his firm mouth, broad forehead, and clear-cut, somewhat hard-featured face, he was a man who, if he had no brilliant talent, was yet so dogged, so patient, and so strong that he might in the end overtop a more showy genius. A man who can hold his own among Scotchmen and North Germans is not a man to be easily set back. Smith had left a name at Glasgow and at Berlin, and he was bent now upon doing as much at Oxford, if hard work and devotion could accomplish it. He had sat reading for about an hour, and the hands of the noisy carriage clock upon the side table were rapidly closing together upon the 12, when a sudden sound fell upon the student's ear. A sharp, rather shrill sound, like the hissing intake of a man's breath who gasps under some strong emotion. Smith laid down his book and slanted his ear to listen. There was no one on either side or above him, so that the interruption came certainly from the neighbour beneath, the same neighbour of whom Hasty had given so unsavoury an account. Smith knew him only as a flabby, pale-faced man of silent and studious habits, a man whose lamp threw a golden bar from the old turret, even after he had extinguished his own. This community in lateness had formed a certain silent bond between them. It was soothing to Smith when the hours stole on towards dawning, to feel that there was another so close who set as small a value upon his sleep as he did. Even now, as his thoughts turned towards him, Smith's feelings were kindly. Hasty was a good fellow, but he was rough, strong-fibred, with no imagination or sympathy. He could not tolerate departures from what he looked upon as the model type of manliness. If a man could not be measured by a public school standard, then he was beyond the pale of Hasty. Like so many who are themselves robust, he was apt to confuse the constitution with the character, to ascribe to want of principle what was really a want of circulation. Smith, with his stronger mind, knew his friend's habit and made allowance for it now. as his thoughts turned towards the man beneath him. There was no return of the singular sound, and Smith was about to turn to his work once more, when suddenly there broke out in the silence of the night a hoarse cry. A positive scream. The call of a man who is moved and shaken beyond all control. Smith sprang out of his chair and dropped his book. He was a man of fairly firm fibre, but there was something in this sudden, uncontrollable shriek of horror which chilled his blood and pringled in his skin. Coming in such a place and at such an hour, it brought 1,000 fantastic possibilities into his head. Should he rush down, or was it better to wait? He had all the national hatred of making a scene, and he knew so little of his neighbour that he would not likely intrude upon his affairs. For a moment he stood in doubt, and even as he balanced the matter, there was a quick rattle of footsteps upon the stairs, and young Monkhouse Lee, half-dressed and as white as ashes, burst into the room. "Come down," he gasped. "Bellingham's ill." Abercrombie Smith followed him closely downstairs into the sitting room which was beneath his own, and intent as he was upon the matter in hand, he could not but take an amazed glance around him as he crossed the threshold. It was such a chamber as he had never seen before. A museum rather than a study. Walls and ceiling were thickly covered with 1,000 strange relics from Egypt and the East. Tall, angular figures bearing burdens or weapons stalked in an uncouth frieze round the apartments. Above were bull-headed, stork-headed, cat-headed, owl-headed statues, with viper-crowned, almond-eyed monarchs, and strange beetle-like deities cut out of the blue Egyptian lapis lazuli. Horus and Iris and Osiris peeped down from every niche and shelf, while across the ceiling, a true son of the old Nile, a great hanging-jawed crocodile, was slung in a double noose. In the centre of this singular chamber was a large square table, littered with papers, bottles, and the dried leaves of some graceful palm-like plant. These varied objects had all been heaped together in order to make room for a mummy case, which had been conveyed from the wall, as was evident from the gap there, and laid across the front of the table. The mummy itself, a horrid, black, withered thing like a charred head on a gnarled bush, was lying half out of the case, with its claw-like hand and bony forearm resting upon the table. Propped up against the sarcophagus was an old yellow scroll of papyrus, and in front of it, in a wooden armchair, sat the owner of the room, his head thrown back, his widely opened eyes directed in a horrified stare to the crocodile above him, and his blue, thick lips puffing loudly with every expiration. "My God, he's dying!" cried Monkhouse Lee distractedly. He was a slim, handsome young fellow, olive-skinned and dark-eyed, of a Spanish rather than of an English type, with a Celtic intensity of manner, which contrasted with the Saxon phlegm of Abercrombie Smith. "Only a faint, I think," said the medical student. "Just give me a hand with him. You take his feet. Now, onto the sofa. Can you kick all those little wooden devils off? What a litter it is. Now, he will be all right if we undo his collar and give him some water. Has he been up to at all?" "I don't know. I heard him cry out. I ran up. I know him pretty well, you know. It is very good of you to come down." "His heart is going like a pair of castanets," said Smith, laying his hand on the breast of the unconscious man. "He seems to me to be frightened all to pieces. Chuck the water over him. What a face he has got on him." It was indeed a strange and most repellent face, for colour and outline were equally unnatural. It was white, not with the ordinary pallor of fear, but with an absolutely bloodless white, like the underside of a sole. He was very fat, but He gave the impression of having at some time been considerably fatter, for his skin hung loosely in creases and folds, and was shot with a meshwork of wrinkles. Short, stubbly brown hair bristled up from his scalp, with a pair of thick, wrinkled ears protruding at the sides. His light grey eyes were still open, the pupils dilated and the balls projecting in a fixed and horrid stare. It seemed to Smith, as he looked down upon him, that he had never seen nature's danger signals flying so plainly upon a man's countenance, and his thoughts turned more seriously to the warning which Hasty had given him an hour before. "What the deuce can have frightened him so?" he asked. "It's the mummy." "The mummy? How then?" "I don't know. It's beastly and morbid. I wish he would drop it. It's the second fright he has given me. It was the same last winter. I found him just like this, with that horrid thing in front of him." "What does he want with the mummy, then?" "Oh, he's a crank, you know. It's his hobby. He knows more about these things than any man in England. But I wish he wouldn't. He's beginning to come to." A faint tinge of colour had begun to steal back into Bellingham's ghastly cheeks, and his eyelids shivered like a sail after a calm. He clasped and unclasped his hands, drew a long, thin breath between his teeth, and suddenly jerking up his head, threw a glance of recognition around him. As his eyes fell upon the mummy, he sprang off the sofa, seized the roll of papyrus, thrust it into a drawer, turned the key, and staggered back onto the sofa. "What's up?" he asked. "What do you chaps want?" "You've been shrieking out, making no end of a fuss," said Monkhouse Lee. "If our neighbour here from above hadn't come down, I'm sure I don't know what I should have done with you." "Ah, it's Abercrombie Smith," said Bellingham, glancing up at him. "How very good of you to come in. What a fool I am. Oh my God, what a fool I am." He sank his head onto his hands and burst into peal after peal of hysterical laughter. "Look here, drop it," cried Smith, shaking him roughly by the shoulder. "Your nerves are all in a jangle. You must drop these little midnight games with mummies, or you'll be going off your chump. You're all on wires now." "I wonder," said Bellingham, "whether you would be as cool as I am if you had seen." "What then?" "Oh, nothing. I meant that I wonder if you could sit up at night with a mummy without trying your nerves. I have no doubt that you are quite right. I dare say that I have been taking it out of myself too much lately. I'm all right now. Please don't go, though. Just wait for a few minutes until I unquiet myself." "The room is very close," remarked Lee, throwing open the window and letting in the cool night air. "It's balsamic resin," said Bellingham. He lifted up one of the dried palmate leaves from the table and frizzled it over the chimney of the lamp. It broke away into heavy smoke wreaths, and a pungent, biting odour filled the chamber. "It's the sacred plant, the plant of the priests," he remarked. "Do you know anything of Eastern languages, Smith?" "Nothing at all, not a word." The answer seemed to lift a weight from the Egyptologist's mind. "By the way," he continued, "how long was it from the time that you ran down until I came to my senses?" "Not long, some 4 or 5 minutes." "I thought it could not have been very long," said he, drawing a long breath. "But what a strange thing unconsciousness is. There is no measurement to it. I could not tell from my own sensations if it were seconds or weeks. Now, that gentleman on the table was packed up in the days of the 11th dynasty, some 40 centuries ago, and yet, if he could find his tongue, he would tell us that this lapse of time has been but a closing of the eyes and a reopening of them. He is a singularly fine mummy, Smith. Smith stepped over to the table, then looked down with a professional eye at the black and twisted form in front of him. And the features, though horribly discoloured, were perfect, and two little nut-like eyes still lurked in the depths of the black, hollow sockets. The blotched skin was drawn tightly from bone to bone, and a tangled wrap of black, coarse hair fell over the ears. Two thin teeth, like those of a rat, overlay the shriveled lower lip. In its crouching position, with bent joints and craned head, there was a suggestion of energy about the horrid thing, which made Smith's gorge rise. The gaunt ribs, with their parchment-like covering, were exposed, and the sunken, leaden-hued abdomen, with the long slit where the embalmer had left his mark. But the lower limbs were wrapped round with coarse yellow bandages. A number of little clove-like pieces of myrrh and of cassia were sprinkled over the body, and lay scattered on the inside of the case. "I don't know his name," said Bellingham, passing his hand over the shriveled head. "You see, the outer sarcophagus with the inscriptions is missing. Lot 249 is all the title he has now. You see it printed on his case. That was his number in the auction at which I picked him up. He has been a very pretty sort of fellow in his day," remarked Abercrombie Smith. "He has been a giant. His mummy is 6'7" in length. That would be a giant over there, for they were never a very robust race. Feel those great knotted bones, too. He would be a nasty fellow to tackle. Perhaps these very hands helped to build the stones into the pyramids," suggested Monkhouse Lee, looking down with disgust in his eyes at the crooked, unclean talons. "No fear, this fellow has been pickled in natron and looked after in the most approved style. They did not serve Hodgson in that fashion. Salt or bitumen was enough for them. It has been calculated that this sort of thing cost about £730 in our money. Our friend was a noble, at the least. What do you make of that small inscription near his feet, Smith?" "I told you that I know no Eastern tongue." "Ah, so you did. It is the name of the embalmer, I take it. A very conscientious worker he must have been. I wonder how many modern works will survive 4,000 years. He kept on speaking lightly and rapidly, but it was evident to Abercrombie Smith that he was still palpitating with fear. His hands shook, his lower lip trembled, and look where he would, his eye always came sliding round to his gruesome companion. Through all his fear, however, there was a suspicion of triumph in his tone and manner. His eyes shone, and his footstep, as he paced the room, was brisk and jaunty. He gave the impression of a man who has gone through an ordeal, the marks of which he still bears upon him, but which has helped him to his end. "You're not going yet?" he cried, as Smith rose from the sofa. At the prospect of solitude, his fears seemed to crowd back upon him, and he stretched out a hand to detain him. "Yes, I must go. I have my work to do. You're all right now. I think that with your nervous system, you should take up some less morbid study." "Oh, I am not nervous as a rule, and I have unwrapped mummies before." "You fainted last time," observed Monkhouse Lee. "Ah, yes, so I did. Well, I must have a nerve tonic or a course of electricity. You are not going, Lee?" "I'll do whatever you wish, Ned." "Then I'll come down with you and have a shakedown on your sofa." "Good night, Smith. I'm so sorry to have disturbed you with my foolishness." They shook hands, and as the medical student stumbled up the spiral in a regular stair, he heard a key turn in a door, and the steps of his two new acquaintances as they descended to the lower floor. In this strange way, began the acquaintance between Edward Bellingham and Abercrombie Smith, an acquaintance which the latter at least had no desire to push further. Bellingham, however, appeared to have taken a fancy to his rough-spoken neighbour, and made his advances in such a way that he could hardly be repulsed without absolute brutality, or twice he called to thank Smith for his assistance, and many times afterwards he looked in with books, papers, and such other civilities as two bachelor neighbours can offer each other. He was, as Smith soon found, a man of wide reading, with Catholic tastes, and an extraordinary memory. His manner, too, was so pleasing and suave that one came after a time to overlook his repellent appearance. For a jaded and wearied man, he was no unpleasant companion, and Smith found himself, after a time, looking forward to his visits, and even returning them. Clever as he undoubtedly was, however, the medical student seemed to detect a dash of insanity in the man. He broke out at times into a high, inflated style of talk, which was in contrast with the simplicity of his life. "It is a wonderful thing," he cried, "to feel that one can command powers of good and of evil, a ministering angel, or a demon of vengeance." And again of Monkhouse Lee, he said, "Lee is a good fellow, an honest fellow, but he is without strength or ambition. He would not make a fit partner for a man with a great enterprise. He would not make a fit partner for me." At such hints and innuendos, stolid Smith, puffing solemnly at his pipe, would simply raise his eyebrows and shake his head, with little interjections of medical wisdom as to earlier hours and fresher air. One habit Bellingham had developed of late, which Smith knew to be a frequent herald of a weakening mind. He appeared to be forever talking to himself. At late hours of the night, when there could be no visitor with him, Smith could still hear his voice beneath him, in a low, muffled monologue, sunk almost to a whisper, and yet very audible in the silence. This solitary babbling annoyed and distracted the student, so that he spoke more than once to his neighbour about it. Bellingham, however, flushed up at the charge and denied curtly that he had uttered a sound. Indeed, he showed more annoyance over the matter than the occasion seemed to demand. Had Abercrombie Smith had any doubt as to his own ears, he had not to go far to find corroboration. Tom Styles, the little wrinkled manservant, who had attended to the wants of the lodgers in the turret for a longer time than any man's memory could carry him, was sorely put to it over the same matter. "If you please, sir," said he, as he tidied down the top chamber one morning, "do you think Mr. Bellingham is all right, sir?" "All right, Styles?" "Yes, sir. Right in the head, sir." "Why should he not be then?" "Well, I don't know, sir. His habits has changed of late. He's not the same man he used to be, though I make free to say that he was never quite one of my gentlemen, like Mr. Hasty or yourself, sir. He's took to talking to himself something awful. I wonder if it don't disturb you. I don't know what to make of him, sir. I don't know what business it is of yours, Styles." "Well, I takes an interest, Mr. Smith. It may be forward of me, but I can't help it. I feel sometimes as if I was mother and father to my young gentleman. It all falls on me when things go wrong and the relations come. But Mr. Bellingham, sir, I want to know what it is that walks about his room sometimes when he's out and when the door's locked on the outside." "Eh? You're talking nonsense, Styles." "Well, maybe so, sir, but I heard it more than once with my own ears." "Rubbish, Styles." "Very good, sir. You'll ring the bell if you want me." Abercrombie Smith gave little heed to the gossip of the old manservant, but a small incident occurred a few days later which left an unpleasant effect upon his mind, and brought the words of Styles forcibly to his memory. Bellingham had come up to see him late one night, and was entertaining him with an interesting account of the rock tombs of Beni Hassan in Upper Egypt, when Smith, whose hearing was remarkably acute, distinctly heard the sound of a door opening on the landing below. "That's some fellow gone out of your room," he remarked. Bellingham sprang up and looked helpless for a moment, with the expression of a man who is half incredulous and half afraid. I surely locked it. I am almost positive that I locked it, he stammered. Well, no one could have opened it. Why, I hear someone coming up the steps now, said Smith. Bellingham rushed out through the door, slammed it loudly behind him, and hurried down the stairs. About halfway down, Smith heard him stop, and thought he caught the sound of whispering. A moment later, the door beneath him shut. The key creaked in a lock, and Bellingham, with beads of moisture upon his pale face, ascended the stairs once more and re-entered the room. It's all right, he said, throwing himself down in a chair. It was that fool of a dog. He pushed the door open. I don't know how I came to forget to lock it. I didn't know you kept a dog, said Smith, looking very thoughtfully at the disturbed face of his companion. Yes, I haven't had him long. I must get rid of him. He's a great nuisance. He must be, if you find it so hard to shut him up. I should have thought that shutting the door would have been enough without locking it. I want to prevent old Styles from letting him out. He is of some value, you know, and it would be awkward to lose him. I am a bit of a dog fancier myself, said Smith, still gazing hard at his companion from the corner of his eyes. Perhaps you'll let me have a look at it. Certainly, but I'm afraid it cannot be tonight. I have an appointment. Is that clock right? Then I'm a quarter of an hour late already. You'll excuse me, I'm sure. He picked up his cap and hurried from the room. In spite of his appointment, Smith heard him re-enter his own chamber and lock his door upon the inside. This interview left a disagreeable impression upon the medical student's mind. Bellingham had lied to him, and lied so clumsily that it looked as if he had desperate reasons for concealing the truth. Smith knew that his neighbour had no dog. He knew also that the step which he had heard upon the stairs was not the step of an animal. But if it were not, then what could it be? And there was old Styles' statement about something which used to pace the room at times when the owner was absent. Could it be a woman? Smith rather inclined to the view. If so, it would mean disgrace and expulsion to Bellingham if it were discovered by the authorities, so that his anxiety and falsehoods might be accounted for. And yet it was inconceivable that an undergraduate could keep a woman in his rooms without being instantly detected. No, be the explanation what it might, there was something ugly about it, and Smith determined, as he turned to his books, to discourage all further attempts at intimacy on the part of his soft-spoken and ill-favoured neighbour. But his work was destined to interruption that night. He had hardly caught up the broken threads when a firm, heavy footfall came 3 steps at a time from below, and Hasty, in blazer and flannels, burst into the room. "Oh, still at it," said he, plumping down into his wonted armchair. "What a chap you are to stew! I believe an earthquake might come and knock Oxford into a cocked hat, and you would sit perfectly placid with your books among the ruins. However, I won't bore you long. 3 whiffs of baccy and I'm off." "What's the news then?" asked Smith, cramming a plug of bird's eye into his briar with his forefinger. "Oh, nothing very much. Wilson made 70th for the freshman against the 11. They say that they will play him instead of Buddicombe, for Buddicombe is clean off colour. He used to be able to bowl a little, but it's nothing but half volleys and long hops now." "Medium right," suggested Smith, with the intense gravity which comes upon a varsity man when he speaks of athletics. "Inclining to fast, with a work from leg. Comes with the arm about 3 inches or so. He used to be nasty on a wet wicket. Oh, by the way, have you heard about Long Norton?" "What's that?" "He's been attacked." "Attacked?" "Yes, just as he was turning out of the High Street, and within 100 yards of the Gate of Olds." "But who?" "Ah, that's the rub. If you said, 'What?' he would be more grammatical. Norton swears that it was not human, and indeed, from the scratches on his throat, I should be inclined to agree with him. What then? Have we come down to spooks? Abercrombie Smith puffed his scientific contempt. Well, no, I don't think that is quite the idea either. I'm inclined to think that if any showman has lost a great ape lately, and the brute is in these parts, a jury would find a true bill against it. Norton passes that way every night, you know, about the same hour. There's a tree that hangs low over the path, the big elm from Rainey's garden. Norton thinks the thing dropped on him out of the tree. Anyway, he was nearly strangled by 2 arms, which he says were as strong and as thin as steel bands. He saw nothing, only those beastly arms that tightened and tightened on him. He yelled his head nearly off, and a couple of chaps came running, and the thing went over the wall like a cat. He never got a fair sight of it the whole time. Oh, it gave Norton a shake-up, I can tell you. I tell him it has been as good as a change at the seaside for him. A garrotter, most likely, said Smith. Very possibly. Norton says not, but we don't mind what he says. The garrotter had long nails and was pretty smart at swinging himself over walls. By the way, your beautiful neighbour would be pleased if he heard about it. He had a grudge against Norton, and he's not a man, from what I know of him, to forget his little debts. But, hello, old chap. What have you got in your noddle? Nothing, Smith answered curtly. He had started in his chair, and the look had flashed over his face which comes upon a man who is struck suddenly by some unpleasant idea. You looked as if something I had said had taken you on the raw. By the way, you have made the acquaintance of Master B since I looked in last, have you not? Young Monkhouse Lee told me something to that effect. Yes, I know him slightly. He has been up here once or twice. Well, you're big enough and ugly enough to take care of yourself. He's not what I should call exactly a healthy sort of Johnny, though. No doubt he's very clever and all that. You'll soon find out for yourself. Lee is all right. He's a very decent little fellow. Well, so long, old chap. I row Mullins for the Vice-Chancellor's pot on Wednesday week, so mind you come down in case I don't see you before. Bovine Smith laid down his pipe and turned stolidly to his books once more, but with all the will in the world he found it very hard to keep his mind upon his work. It would slip away to brood upon the man beneath him, and upon the little mystery which hung round his chambers. Then his thoughts turned to this singular attack of which Hasty had spoken, and to the grudge which Bellingham was said to owe to the object of it. The 2 ideas would persist in rising together in his mind, as though there were some close and intimate connection between them, and yet the suspicion was so dim and vague that it could not be put down in words. "Oh, confound the chap," cried Smith, as he shied his book on pathology across the room. "He has spoiled my night's reading, and that's reason enough, if there were no other, why I should steer clear of him in the future." For 10 days the medical student confined himself so closely to his studies that he neither saw nor heard anything of either of the men beneath him. At the hours when Bellingham had been accustomed to visit him, he took care to sport his oak, and though he more than once heard a knocking at his outer door, he resolutely refused to answer it. One afternoon, however, he was descending the stairs when, just as he was passing it, Bellingham's door flew open, and young Monkhouse Lee came out with his eyes sparkling and a dark flush of anger upon his olive cheeks. Close at his heels followed Bellingham, his fat, unhealthy face all quivering with malignant passion. "You fool!" he hissed. "You'll be sorry." "Very likely," cried the other. "Mind what I say. It's off. I won't hear of it." "You've promised anyhow." "Oh, I'll keep that. I won't speak. But I'd rather little Eva was in her grave. Once for all, it's off. She'll do what I say. We don't want to see you again." So much Smith could not avoid hearing, but he hurried on, for he had no wish to be involved in their dispute. There had been a serious breach between them, that was clear enough, and Lee was going to cause the engagement with his sister to be broken off. Smith thought of Hasty's comparison of the toad and the dove, and was glad to think that the matter was at an end. Bellingham's face when he was in a passion was not pleasant to look upon. He was not a man to whom an innocent girl could be trusted for life. As he walked, Smith wondered languidly what could have caused the quarrel, and what the promise might be which Bellingham had been so anxious that Monkhouse Lee should keep. It was the day of the sculling match between Hasty and Mullins, and a stream of men were making their way down to the banks of the Isis. A May sun was shining brightly, and the yellow path was barred with the black shadows of tall elm trees. On either side, the great colleges lay back from the road, the hoary old mothers of mines looking out from their high mullioned windows at the tide of young life which swept so merrily past them. Black-clad tutors, prim officials, pale reading men, brown-faced, straw-hatted young athletes in white sweaters or many-coloured blazers, all were hurrying towards the blue, winding river which curves through the Oxford meadows. Abercrombie Smith, with the intuition of an old oarsman, chose his position at the point where he knew that the struggle, if there were a struggle, would come. Far off, he heard the hum which announced the start, the gathering roar of the approach, the thunder of running feet, and the shouts of the men in the boats beneath him. A spray of half-clad, deep-breathing runners shot past him, and craning over their shoulders he saw Hasty pulling a steady 36, while his opponent, with a jerky 40, was a good boat's length behind him. Smith gave a cheer for his friend, and pulling out his watch was starting off again for his chambers, when he felt a touch upon his shoulder, and found that young Monkhouse Lee was beside him. "I saw you there," he said, in a timid and deprecating way. "I wanted to speak to you, if you could spare me a half hour. This cottage is mine. I share it with Harrington of King's. Come in and have a cup of tea." "I must be back presently," said Smith. "I am hard on the grind at present, but I'll come in for a few minutes with pleasure. I wouldn't have come out only Hasty is a friend of mine." "So he is of mine. Hasn't he a beautiful style?" "Mullins wasn't in it. But come into the cottage. It's a little den of a place, but it is pleasant to work in during the summer months." It was a small, square, white building with green doors and shutters, and a rustic trellis-work porch, standing back some 50 yards from the river's bank. Inside, the main room was roughly fitted up as a study. Deal table, unpainted shelves with books, a few cheap oleographs upon the wall. A kettle sang upon a spirit stove, and there were tea things upon a tray on the table. "Try that chair and have a cigarette," said Lee. "Let me pour you out a cup of tea. It's so good of you to come in, for I know that your time is a good deal taken up. I wanted to say to you that, if I were you, I should change my rooms at once." "Eh?" Smith sat staring at a lighted match in one hand, and his unlit cigarette in the other. "Yes, it must seem very extraordinary, and the worst of it is that I cannot give my reasons, for I am under a solemn promise. A very solemn promise, but I may go so far as to say that I don't think Bellingham is a very safe man to live near. I intend to camp out here as much as I can for a time." "Not safe? What do you mean?" "Ah, that's what I mustn't say. But do take my advice and move your rooms. We had a grand row today. You must have heard us. You came down the stairs. I saw that you had fallen out. He's a horrible chap, Smith. That is the only word for him. I have had doubts about him ever since that night when he fainted. You remember, when you came down. I texted him today and he told me things that made my hair rise and wanted me to stay in with him. I'm not straight-laced, but I am a clergyman's son, you know, and I think there are some things which are quite beyond the pale. I only thank God that I found him out before it was too late, for he was to have married into my family." "This is all very fine, Lee," said Abercrombie Smith curtly, "but either you are saying a great deal too much, or a great deal too little. I give you a warning. If there is a real reason for warning, no promise can bind you. If I see a rascal about to blow a place up with dynamite, no pledge will stand in my way of preventing him. Ah, but I cannot prevent him, and I can do nothing but warn you, without saying what you warn me against. Against Bellingham. But that is childish. Why should I fear him, or any man? I can't tell you. I can only entreat you to change your rooms. You're in danger where you are. I don't even say that Bellingham would wish to injure you, but it might happen. For he is a dangerous neighbour just now. Perhaps I know more than you think, said Smith, looking keenly at the young man's boyish, earnest face. Suppose I tell you that someone else shares Bellingham's rooms? Monkhouse Lee sprang from his chair in uncontrollable excitement. You know then? He gasped. A woman. Lee dropped back again with a groan. My lips are sealed, he said. I must not speak. Well, anyhow, said Smith, rising. It is not likely that I should allow myself to be frightened out of rooms which suit me very nicely. It would be a little too feeble for me to move out all my goods and chattels because you say that Bellingham might in some unexplained way do me an injury. I think that I'll just take my chance and stay where I am, and as I see that it's nearly 5 o'clock, I must ask you to excuse me. He bade the young student adieu in a few curt words, and made his way homeward through the sweet spring evening, feeling half ruffled, half amused, as any other strong, unimaginative man might who has been menaced by a vague and shadowy danger. There was one little indulgence which Abercrombie Smith always allowed himself, however closely his work might press upon him. Twice a week, on the Tuesday and the Friday, it was his invariable custom to walk over to Farlingford, the residence of Dr. Plumtree Peterson, situated about 1.5 miles out of Oxford. Peterson had been a close friend of Smith's elder brother, Francis, and as he was a bachelor, fairly well-to-do, with a good cellar and a better library, his house was a pleasant goal for a man who was in need of a brisk walk. Twice a week, then, the medical student would swing out there along the dark country roads and spend a pleasant hour in Peterson's comfortable study, discussing, over a glass of old port, the gossip of the varsity, or the latest developments of medicine or of surgery. On the day which followed his interview with Monkhouse Lee, Smith shut up his books at 8:15, the hour when he usually started for his friend's house. As he was leaving his room, however, his eyes chanced to fall upon one of the books which Bellingham had lent him, and his conscience pricked him for not having returned it. However repellent the man might be, he should not be treated with discourtesy. Taking the book, he walked downstairs and knocked at his neighbour's door. There was no answer, but on turning the handle, he found that it was unlocked. Pleased at the thought of avoiding an interview, he stepped inside and placed the book with his card upon the table. The lamp was turned half down, but Smith could see the details of the room plainly enough. It was all much as he had seen it before. The frieze, the animal-headed gods, the hanging crocodile, and the table littered over with papers and dried leaves. The mummy case stood upright against the wall, but the mummy itself was missing. There was no sign of any second occupant of the room, and he felt as he withdrew that he had probably done Bellingham an injustice. Had he a guilty secret to preserve, he would hardly leave his door open so that all the world might enter. The spiral stair was as black as pitch, and Smith was slowly making his way down its irregular steps, when he was suddenly conscious that something had passed him in the darkness. There was a faint sound, a whiff of air, a light brushing past his elbow, but so slight that he could scarcely be certain of it. He stopped and listened. The wind was rustling among the ivy outside, and he could hear nothing else. "Is that you, Styles?" he shouted. Well, there was no answer, and all was still behind him. It must have been a sudden gust of air, for there were crannies and cracks in the old turret, and yet he could almost have sworn that he heard a footfall by his very side. He had emerged into the quadrangle, still turning the matter over in his head, when a man came running swiftly across the smooth-cropped lawn. "Is that you, Smith?" "Oh, hello, Hasty. For God's sake, come at once. Young Lee is drowned. Here's Harrington at King's with the news. The doctor is out. You'll do, but come along at once. There may be life in him. Have you brandy?" "No. I'll bring some. There's a flask on my table." Smith bounded up the stairs, taking 3 at a time, seized the flask, then was rushing down with it when, as he passed Bellingham's room, his eyes fell upon something which left him gasping, staring upon the landing. The door, which he had closed behind him, was now open, and right in front of him, with the lamplight shining upon it, was the mummy case. 3 minutes ago it had been empty. He could swear to that. Now it framed the lank body of its horrible occupant, who stood, grim and stark, with his black, shriveled face towards the door. The form was lifeless and inert, but it seemed to Smith, as he gazed, that there still lingered a lurid spark of vitality, some faint sign of consciousness in the little eyes which lurked in the depths of the hollow sockets. So astounded and shaken was he that he had forgotten his errand, and was still staring at the lean, sunken figure, when the voice of his friend below recalled him to himself. "Come on, Smith," he shouted. "It's life and death, you know. Hurry up. Now then," he added, as the medical student reappeared, "let us do a sprint. It is well under a mile, and we should do it in 5 minutes. A human life is better worth running for than a pot." Neck and neck, they dashed through the darkness, and did not pull up until, panting and spent, they had reached the little cottage by the river. Young Lee, limp and dripping like a broken water plant, was stretched upon the sofa, the green scum of the river upon his black hair, and a fringe of white foam upon his leaden-hued lips. Beside him knelt his fellow student, Harrington, endeavouring to chafe some warmth back into his rigid limbs. "I think there's life in him," said Smith, with his hand to the lad's side. "Put your watch-glass to his lips. Yes, there's dimming on it. You take one on, Hasty. Now work it as I do, and we'll soon pull him round." For 10 minutes they worked in silence, inflating and depressing the chest of the unconscious man. At the end of that time a shiver ran through his body. His lips trembled, and he opened his eyes. The 3 students burst out into an irrepressible cheer. "Wake up, old chap. You've frightened us quite enough." "Have some brandy. Take a sip from the flask." "He's all right now," said his companion Harrington. "Heavens, what a fright I got. I was reading here, and he had gone out for a stroll as far as the river, when I heard a scream and a splash. Out I ran, and by the time I could find him and fish him out, all life seemed to have gone. Then Simpson couldn't get a doctor, for he has a game leg, and I had to run, and I don't know what I'd have done without you fellows. That's right, old chap, sit up." Monkhouse Lee had raised himself on his hands and looked wildly about him. "What's up?" he asked. "I've been in the water. Yes, I remember." A look of fear came into his eyes, and he sank his face into his hands. "How did you fall in?" "I didn't fall in." "How then?" "I was thrown in. I was standing by the bank, and something from behind picked me up like a feather and hurled me in. I heard nothing, I saw nothing, but I know what it was for all that." "And so do I," whispered Smith. Lee looked up with a quick glance of surprise. "You've learned then," he said. "You remember the advice I gave you?" "Yes, and I begin to think that I shall take it." "I don't know what the deuce you fellows are talking about," said Hasty, "but I think if I were you, Harrington, I should get Lee to bed at once. It will be time enough to discuss the why and the wherefore when he is a little stronger." I think, Smith, you and I can leave him alone now. I was walking back to college. If you are coming in that direction, we can have a chat. But it was little chat they had upon their homeward path. Smith's mind was too full of the incidents of the evening, the absence of the mummy from his neighbour's rooms, the step that passed him on the stair, the reappearance, the extraordinary, inexplicable reappearance of the grisly thing, and then this attack upon Lee, corresponding so closely to the previous outrage upon another man against whom Bellingham bore a grudge. All this settled in his thoughts, together with the many little incidents which had previously turned him against his neighbour, and the singular circumstances under which he was first called into him. What had been a dim suspicion, a vague, fantastic conjecture, had suddenly taken form and stood out in his mind as a grim fact, a thing not to be denied. And yet how monstrous it was, how unheard of, how entirely beyond all bounds of human experience. An impartial judge, or even the friend who walked by his side, would simply tell him that his eyes had deceived him, that the mummy had been there all the time, that young Lee had tumbled into the river as any other man tumbles into a river, and the blue pill was the best thing for a disordered liver. He felt that he would have said as much if the positions had been reversed, and yet he could swear that Bellingham was a murderer at heart, and that he wielded a weapon such as no man had ever used in all the grim history of crime. Hasty had branched off to his rooms with a few crisp and emphatic comments upon his friend's unsociability, and Abercrombie Smith crossed the quadrangle to his corner turret with a strong feeling of repulsion for his chambers and their associations. He would take Lee's advice and move his quarters as soon as possible. For how could any man study when his ear was ever straining for every murmur or footstep in the room below? He observed as he crossed over the lawn that the light was still shining in Bellingham's window, and as he passed up the staircase, the door opened, and the man himself looked out at him. With his fat, evil face, he was like some bloated spider, fresh from the weaving of his poisonous web. "Good evening," said he. "Won't you come in?" "No," cried Smith fiercely. "No? You're as busy as ever? I wanted to ask you about Lee. I was sorry to hear that there was a rumour that something was amiss with him." His features were grave, but there was the gleam of a hidden laugh in his eyes as he spoke. Smith saw it, and he could have knocked him down for it. "You'll be sorrier still to hear that Monkhouse Lee is doing very well, and is out of all danger," he answered. "Your hellish tricks have not come off this time. Oh, you needn't try to brazen it out. I know all about it." Bellingham took a step back from the angry student and half closed the door as if to protect himself. "You're mad," he said. "What do you mean? Do you assert that I had anything to do with Lee's accident?" "Yes," thundered Smith. "You and that bag of bones behind you. You worked it between you. I tell you what it is, Master B. They've given up burning folk like you, but we still keep a hangman. And by George, if any man in this college meets his death while you are here, I'll have you up. And if you don't swing for it, it won't be my fault. You'll find that your filthy Egyptian tricks won't answer in England." "You're a raving lunatic," said Bellingham. "All right, you just remember what I said, for you'll find that I'll be better than my word." The door slammed, and Smith went fuming up to his chamber, where he locked the door upon the inside and spent half the night in smoking his old briar and brooding over the strange events of the evening. Next morning, Abercrombie Smith heard nothing of his neighbour, but Harrington called upon him in the afternoon to say that Lee was almost himself again. All day, Smith stuck fast to his work, but in the evening he determined to pay the visit to his friend Dr. Peterson, upon which he had started the night before. A good walk and a friendly chat would be welcome to his jangled nerves. Bellingham's door was shut as he passed, but glancing back when he was some distance from the turret, he saw his neighbour's head at the window, outlined against the lamplight. his face pressed apparently against the glass as he gazed out into the darkness. It was a blessing to be away from all contact with him, if but for a few hours, and Smith stepped out briskly and breathed the soft spring air into his lungs. The half-moon lay in the west between two Gothic pinnacles, and threw upon the silvered street a dark tracery from the stonework above. There was a brisk breeze, and light, fleecy clouds drifted swiftly across the sky. Olds was on the very border of the town, and in 5 minutes Smith found himself beyond the houses and between the hedges of a May-scented Oxfordshire lane. It was a lonely and little frequented road which led to his friend's house. Early as it was, Smith did not meet a single soul upon his way. He walked briskly along until he came to the avenue gate, which opened into the long gravel drive leading up to Farlingford. In front of him he could see the cosy red light of the windows glimmering through the foliage. He stood with his hand upon the iron latch of the swinging gate, and he glanced back at the road along which he had come. Something was coming swiftly down it. It moved in the shadow of the hedge, silently and furtively, a dark, crouching figure, dimly visible against the black background. Even as he gazed back at it, it had lessened its distance by 20 paces, and was fast closing upon him. Out of the darkness he had a glimpse of a scraggy neck, and of 2 eyes that will ever haunt him in his dreams. He turned, and with a cry of terror he ran for his life up the avenue. There were the red lights, the signals of safety, almost within a stone's throw of him. He was a famous runner, but never had he run as he ran that night. The heavy gate had swung into place behind him, but he heard it dash open again before his pursuer. As he rushed madly and wildly through the night, he could hear a swift, dry patter behind him, and could see, as he threw back a glance, this horror was bounding like a tiger at his heels, with blazing eyes and one stringy arm outthrown. Oh, thank God the door was ajar. He could see the thin bar of light which shot from the lamp in the hall. Nearer yet sounded the clatter from behind. He heard a horse gurgling at his very shoulder. With a shriek, he flung himself against the door, slammed and bolted it behind him, and sank, half fainting, onto the hall chair. "My goodness, Smith, what's the matter?" asked Peterson, appearing at the door of his study. "Give me some brandy." Peterson disappeared, then came rushing out again with a glass and a decanter. "You need it," he said, as his visitor drank off what he poured out for him. "Why, ma'am, you're as white as a cheese." Smith laid down his glass, rose up, and took a deep breath. "I am my own man again now," said he. "I was never so unmanned before. With your leave, Peterson, I will sleep here tonight, for I don't think I could face that road again except by daylight. It's weak, I know, but I can't help it." Peterson looked at his visitor with a questioning eye. "Of course you shall sleep here if you wish. I'll tell Mrs. Burney to make up the spare bed. Where are you off to now? Come up with me to the window that overlooks the door. I want you to see what I have seen." They went up to the window of the upper hall, whence they could look down upon the approach to the house. The drive and the fields on either side lay quiet and still, bathed in the peaceful moonlight. "Oh, really, Smith," remarked Peterson, "it is well that I know you to be an abstemious man. What in the world can have frightened you? I'll tell you presently, but where could it have gone? Ah, now look. See the curve of the road just beyond your gate? Yes, I see. You needn't pinch my arm off. I saw someone pass. I should say a man, rather thin, apparently, and tall, very tall. But what of him? And what of yourself? You're still shaking like an aspen leaf." "I have been within hand grip of the devil, that's all. But come down to your study, and I shall tell you the whole story." He did so. Under the cheery lamplight, with a glass of wine on the table beside him, and the portly form and florid face of his friend in front, he narrated, in their order, all the events, great and small, which had formed so singular a chain from the night on which he had found Bellingham fainting in front of the mummy case until this horrid experience of an hour ago. "There now," he said, as he concluded, "that's the whole black business. It is monstrous and incredible, but it is true." Dr. Plumtree Peterson sat for some time in silence with a very puzzled expression upon his face. "I never heard of such a thing in my life, never," he said at last. "You have told me the facts. Now tell me your inferences. You can draw your own. But I should like to hear yours. You have thought over the matter, and I have not. Well, it must be a little vague in detail, but the main points seem to me to be clear enough. This fellow Bellingham, in his Eastern studies, has got hold of some infernal secret, by which a mummy, or possibly only this particular mummy, can be temporarily brought to life. He was trying this disgusting business on the night when he fainted. No doubt the sight of the creature moving had shaken his nerve, even though he'd expected it. You remember that almost the first words he said were to call out upon himself as a fool. Well, he got more hardened afterwards and carried the matter through without fainting. The vitality which he could put into it was evidently only a passing thing, for I have seen it continually in its case, as dead as his table. He has some elaborate process, I fancy, by which he brings the thing to pass. Having done it, he naturally bethought him that he might use the creature as an agent. It has intelligence and it has strength. For some purpose he took Lee into his confidence, but Lee, like a decent Christian, would have nothing to do with such business. Then they had a row, and Lee vowed that he would tell his sister of Bellingham's true character. Bellingham's game was to prevent him, and he nearly managed it by setting this creature of his on his track. He had already tried its power upon another man, Norton, towards whom he had a grudge. It is the merest chance that he has not 2 murders upon his soul. Then, when I taxed him with the matter, he had the strongest reasons for wishing me to get out of the way before I could convey my knowledge to anyone else. He got his chance when I went out, for he knew my habits, where I was bound for. I have had a narrow shave, Peterson, and it is mere luck that you didn't find me on your doorstep in the morning. I'm not a nervous man as a rule, and I never thought to have the fear of death put upon me, as it was tonight. "My dear boy, you take the matter too seriously," said his companion. "Your nerves are out of order with your work, and you make too much of it. How could such a thing as this stride about the streets of Oxford, even at night, without being seen? It has been seen. There is quite a scare in the town about an escaped ape, as they imagine the creature to be. It is the talk of the place." "Well, it's a striking chain of events. And yet, my dear fellow, you must allow that each incident in itself is capable of a more natural explanation." "What? Even my adventure of tonight?" "Certainly. You come out with your nerves all unstrung, your head full of this theory of yours. Some gaunt, half-famished tramp steals after you, and seeing you run, is emboldened to pursue you. Your fears and imagination do the rest. It won't do, Peterson. It won't do. And again, in the instance of your finding the mummy case empty and then a few moments later with an occupant, you know that it was lamplight, that the lamp was half turned down, and that you had no special reason to look hard at the case. It's quite possible that you may have overlooked the creature in the first instance. No, it is out of the question. And then Lee may have fallen into the river, and Norton being garroted. It is certainly a formidable indictment that you have against Bellingham, but if you were to place it before a police magistrate, he would simply laugh in your face. I know he would. That is why I mean to take the matter into my own hands. Yea? Yes. I feel that a public duty rests upon me, and besides, I must do it for my own safety, unless I choose to allow myself to be hunted by this beast out of the college, and that would be a little too feeble. I have quite made up my mind what I shall do, and first of all, may I use your paper and pens for an hour? Most certainly. You will find all that you want upon that side table. Abercrombie Smith sat down before a sheet of foolscap, and for an hour, and then for a second hour, his pen travelled swiftly over it. Page after page was finished and tossed aside while his friend leaned back in his armchair, looking across at him with patient curiosity. At last, with an exclamation of satisfaction, Smith sprang to his feet, gathered his papers up into order, and laid the last one upon Peterson's desk. "Kindly sign this as a witness," he said. "A witness? Of what?" "Of my signature, and of the date. The date is the most important. Why, Peterson, my life might hang upon it. My dear Smith, you are talking wildly. Let me beg you to go to bed. On the contrary, I have never spoken so deliberately in my life, and I'll promise to go to bed the moment you have signed it. But what is it? It is a statement of all that I have been telling you tonight. I wish you to witness it." "Certainly," said Peterson, signing his name under that of his companion. "There you are. But what is the idea?" "You will kindly retain it and produce it in case I am arrested." "Arrested? For what?" "For murder. Oh, it is quite on the cards. I wish to be ready for every event. There is only one course open to me, and I am determined to take it. For heaven's sake, don't do anything rash. Believe me, it would be far more rash to adopt any other course. I hope that we won't need to bother you, but it will ease my mind to know that you have this statement of my motives. And now I'm ready to take your advice and to go to roost, for I want to be at my best in the morning." Abercrombie Smith was not an entirely pleasant man to have as an enemy. Slow and easy-tempered, he was formidable when driven to action. He brought to every purpose in life the same deliberate resoluteness which had distinguished him as a scientific student. He had laid his studies aside for a day, but he intended that the day should not be wasted. Not a word did he say to his host as to his plans, but by 9 o'clock he was well on his way to Oxford. In the High Street he stopped at Clifford's, the gunmakers, and bought a heavy revolver with a box of central fire cartridges. 6 of them he slipped into the chambers, and, half-cocking the weapon, placed it in the pocket of his coat. He then made his way to Hasty's rooms, where the big oarsman was lounging over his breakfast, with the supporting Times propped up against the coffee pot. "Hello, what's up?" he asked. "Have some coffee?" "No, thank you. I want you to come with me, Hasty, and do what I ask you." "Well, certainly, my boy." "And bring a heavy stick with you." "Hello," Hasty stared. "Here's a hunting crop that would fell an ox." "One other thing. You have a box of amputating knives. Give me the longest of them." "Oh, there you are. You seem to be fairly on the war trail. Anything else?" "No, that will do." Smith placed the knife inside his coat and led the way to the quadrangle. "We are neither of us chickens, Hasty," said he. "I think I can do this job alone, but I take you as a precaution.
Miami, Florida.
Talk with Bellingham.
Coming out there in the
If
month
I
of
have
February.
only him
Both
to do
cities.
I
I
won't
need y'all to get your tickets soon. Tickets on sale now. Click the link in my bio. And get them tickets early so I know that it's real, man. Don't be waiting to the last. Don't last minute.
If I hear better, stay here.
Don't last minute, man.
Don't budge until I come.
We're not doing that in 2025. I'm tired of being your last option.
Descended the stairs.
Okay?
Bellingham's door. Don't step to
Make the commitment early. Know that you want.
behind his table,
Okay?
writing.
Sick of it.
Beside him, among his litter of strange possessions, towered the mummy case, with its sale number.
White women be
249
bait.
still stuck upon
I'm
its
just
front,
doing
and it
that out there. White women. I know we be slim on the white women props out here in the black community. But let me tell you something about them white women. They be baking. They be baking. Okay? They be putting stuff together and putting it in that goddamn oven. They put it in the oven
and quite
and they
literally,
take it out
they be
and hand it to
baking.
you. It's a good ass time. This woman baked some tres leches cinnamon rolls. Putting those two things together is diabolical. It's crack and heroin together. It's an orgasm while you Q-tipping your ears simultaneously. It's you busting a fat nut while somebody is greasing and scratching your scalp simultaneously. Why would you do this? Why would you put these two things together? They're already bliss. Media crying about, what's going on with the deportation and the immigration stuff. And she was crying tough. She was crying hard. Crying big booty cries. Now, I didn't see the full video. I don't know where the clip originated, but people was in the comment section like, girl, bye. And you know what I'm saying? I don't get why people cry on camera. And so I was wondering, did she cry within a longer video? Did she fold up mid-video? Or did she hit play while the crime was already going on? There's a difference there. Because, I've been on social media crying before, but it was usually within me already talking about something and then the tears rolled their punk ass up. And so I'm like, I ain't going to cut the camera just because I folded up. But I don't know if that video, I can't speak on the original video because I don't know. I don't know. She was like, it's so tough out here. Oh, no, I don't like what's going on. I don't know if she did it like that. Or if it was like, man, people getting deported out here, man. And, it's crazy. These are my family members. These are my friends. And it's just, if she did it like, so I don't know. But what I don't like is how people automatically assume, because I don't know who she voted for. I don't know who Selena Gomez voted for. I don't know what she did. But a lot of people in the comment section were like, well, y'all voted for this. I don't like that because the majority of Latino women voted for Harris. You know what I'm saying? It was a bigger percentage, but it was like 60% of Latino women voted for Harris. And we all know Selena Gomez lives in California. California was heavily, Harris. So we can't assume that she voted for Trump. And we can't assume just because he was getting a rather large portion of the Latino votes, we can't automatically assume that all Latinos voted for him. So you can't just write somebody off just because, it was a good number of Latino voters that voted for Trump. You can't just assume that she did as well. So I don't like that mindset where you just automatically just write somebody off without knowing what they did personally. I don't think that's fair. But as far as crying on camera and stuff like that, because what if she did vote for Harris, and what if she don't rock with Trump whatsoever, and she really is losing people because of this? Like, what if that pain is real and what I'm saying, from a real place, and y'all just be like, nah, man, shut up. Save your tears. I'm like, damn, that's tough. So I don't know. I don't.
I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't even know who Selena Gomez is. I've heard her name repeatedly. I think she was a girl on Disney TV shows or some shit.
And its hideous occupant, stiff and stark within it. Smith looked very deliberately around him, closed the door, and then, stepping across to them.
All the idiots that had really high hopes, I might add, for between now and July, hang in your high hopes on that. Not only is that not going to come to fruition, but you are indeed all going to prison, and your employers are going to be paying me millions and millions of dollars. And you're going to find that your exercises in futility and felonies have completely changed your careers from what you were to what you've been, which is federal felons. And that's also what you actively are. Idiots.
Crossed to the fireplace, struck a match, and let the fire alight. Bellingham sat staring with
Anybody
amazement
wondering
and
what the
rage
last
upon his
FBI brief
bloated
was that I
face.
got today? I'm not authorized
Really
to tell
now,
you.
you make yourself at home. Smith set himself deliberately down, placing his watch upon the table, drew out his pistol, cocked it, laid it in his lap. Then he took the long amputating knife from his bosom and threw it down in front of Bellingham. Now then, said he, just get to work and cut up that mummy. Oh, is that it? Said Bellingham with a sneer. Yes, that's it. They tell me that the law can't touch you, but I have a law that will set matters straight. If in 5 minutes you have not set to work, I swear by the God who made me that I will put a bullet through your brain. You would murder me? Bellingham had half risen, and his face was the colour of putty. Yes. And for what? To stop your mischief. 1 minute has gone. But what have I done? I know and you know. This is mere bullying. 2 minutes are gone. But you must give reasons. You are a madman, a dangerous madman. Why should I destroy my own property? It is a valuable mummy. You must cut it up and you must burn it. I will do no such thing. 4 minutes are gone.
So stubborn.
Smith took up the pistol, and he looked towards Bellingham with an inexorable face. As the second hand stole round, he raised his hand, and the finger twitched upon the trigger. There, I'll do it, screamed Bellingham. In frantic haste, he caught up the knife and hacked at the figure of the mummy, ever glancing round to see the eye and the weapon of his terrible visitor bent upon him. The creature crackled and snapped under every stab of the keen blade. A thick yellow dust rose up from it. Spices and dried essences rained down upon the floor. Suddenly, with a rending crack, its backbone snapped asunder, and it fell, a brown heap of sprawling limbs, upon the floor. Now, into the fire, said Smith. The flames leaped and roared as the dried and tinder-like debris was piled upon it. The little room was like the stoke hole of a steamer.
Also,
and the
shout out
sweat
to
ran down the
people
faces
that have
of
been
the
my
two
friends
men.
since 6th grade.
Still the
That
one
I'm still
stooped
friends
to
with on
work, while
Facebook.
the
I
other
don't
sat
even know
watching
where you
him with a
fucking
set
live anymore.
face. The thick, fat smoke oozed out from the fire, and a heavy smell of burned resin and singed hair filled the air. In a quarter of an hour, a few charred and
I feel like
brittle
anybody that
sticks
you've
were
been
all
friends
that was
with
left
since you were in middle
of
school,
lot number
it's like there's just this
249.
constant link. You can go for a good
Perhaps
10
that will
years without seeing
satisfy
each
him,
other, and then once
snarled
you see each
Bellingham,
other again,
with
it's just
hate
like you're
and
12 years
fear
old
in
again.
his little grey eyes as he glanced back at his tormentor. No, I must make a clean sweep of all your materials. We must have no more devil's tricks. In with all these leaves. They may have something to do with it. And what now? Asked Bellingham, when the leaves also had been added to the blaze. Now the roll of papyrus which you had on the table that night. It is in that drawer, I think. No, no, shouted Bellingham. Don't burn that. Why, man, you don't know what you do. It is unique. It contains wisdom which is nowhere else to be found. Out with it. But look here, Smith. You can't really mean it.
And I'm just going to throw this out there. There's about 25 minutes of information I'm not allowed to share right now regarding my situation all the way into the summertime. And of course, those of you that are going to prison for the rest of your lives. Let me just say, one thing that I can say, oh, I am more displeased with you imbeciles. now than I was before. But also, let me just say that I know a lot of things that none of you have any idea that I know. Things that if I were to say it out loud right now, you would freak out, but I'm not authorized to say it, and I don't know why that is, but I suspect that it's illegal. But just to be clear, all of you, my dislike of each and every one of you has increased by about 10 times what it was 24 hours ago because of what I've been informed. And then remember, everybody, you are all going to be convicted of every crime you've perpetrated against me. And get this, I can say this. And every crime you're trying to get others to perpetrate so you can convict them and pretend like you've had a legal basis for any of your 250 separate criminal actions against me. You are so fucked. And I can say this also. Some people that are going to prison for the longest really want to postpone going to prison until June or July. And that's why you guys are going to try and proceed with your remaining felonies and find yourselves in prison much sooner. Maybe not now that I said that. But just to be clear, my dislike of each and every one of you has increased times 10 in less than 24 hours because of what I've been informed of, that I'm not authorized to state. But no one said I couldn't tell you that my disdain of each and every one of you individuals has increased times 10.
I'll share the knowledge with you. I'll teach you all that is in it. Or stay, let me only copy it before you burn it. Smith stepped forward and turned the key in the drawer, taking out the yellow curled
Oh,
wallet.
and let's look and see if we've gotten the police report rejected yet today. I haven't even checked my email at all. Refresh it. Let's see. I'll also let you know a little secret. It doesn't matter if you reject it or not because you're all going to be tried for every rejected report. Every rejected report, there are convictions attached to. Oh, nope, hasn't been rejected yet, Nerd Squad.
Roll of paper.
Maybe one of the people going
He
to
threw it
prison
into the fire.
hinted to that, and that's why the report hasn't been rejected yet.
He pressed it down with his heel. Bellingham screamed and grabbed at it, but Smith pushed him back and stood over it until it was reduced to a formless grey ash. Now, Master B, said he.
Or to put it a different way that I haven't been told, I'm not authorized to say. Imagine you guys had a list of 100 more crimes you wanted to perpetrate against me between now and Indigo's 16th birthday, July 1st. Now imagine that you're not going to be able to do that because you're going to find yourselves in King County Jail and at your arraignment hearing being handed your indictments substantially sooner than Indigo's 16th birthday. What's up? I can say that. I can say that. I can also say that 100% I am taking all your assets, all your future pay, your severance pay, which you will be issued. Will it be before or after you're sentenced? I don't fucking know. Again, the only exception will be the whistleblowers, and that does not apply to anyone that dragged their heels and started blowing the whistle in 2025. That is exclusively for you 2024 whistleblowers. Everyone else, I dare you to do one more thing on your list.
I think I have pretty well drawn your teeth. You'll hear from me again if you return to your old tricks. And now, good morning. For I must go back to my studies. And such is the narrative of Abercrombie Smith as to the singular events which occurred in Old College, Oxford in the spring of '84. As Bellingham left the university immediately afterwards and was last heard of in the Sudan, there is no one who can contradict his statement. But the wisdom of men is small, and the ways of nature are strange. And who shall put a bound to the dark things which may be found by those who seek for them?
That was a good one. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You know, my neighbor told me some cool things about him. And then, of course, everybody knows he wrote Sherlock Holmes. He also wrote Childhood's End, which is like one of the best sci-fi books of all time, I would say. Anyway, Russ told me that he claimed to adamantly believe in fairies even after they were debunked. I forget the name of it. That, you know, that stupid like series of photos that were taken back with those cameras that took like an hour to take photos that used gunpowder. That famous case of little girls in England that was disproven. Like the girls themselves admitted that it was some sort of illusion that they were able to perpetrate to make it look like there were fairies. Another thing that he actually adamantly believed in, which was part of the reason why he wrote Childhood's End, which, by the way, horrible ending. Do not watch or read Childhood's End if you can't stomach a story where the ending is awful and you're just like, what the fuck? Really? Because that's the ending of Childhood's End, let me tell you. But Sir Arthur Conan Doyle also adamantly believed in aliens, guys. Not nice aliens. So if you haven't checked out Childhood's End, you should check it out because it's pretty cool that he wrote Sherlock Holmes and he wrote that, and that he believed in fairies. Now I'm going to play the latest episode of Bertcast 662 from today. Ryan Leaf went from the
Last year, so
NFL
many
to
of you joined
prison.
us for the 5K.
A lot of you went from the North Everett Precinct to prison. Or will be, rather.
It was an amazing experience in person and virtually. It was so much fun, and we are bringing it back.
The story I'll tell to you real quick. Let everyone listening go, I'm Ryan Leaf. This is what you need to know.
Yeah. Grew up in Montana, where professional athletes don't come from.
Yeah.
At all.
Nothing comes from.
There's no blueprint, just cows and self-loathing, I think. And so there was no expectation. I just knew I loved to compete, and I worked really, really hard to be great. And I wanted to get out of that town, and I wanted to go be a professional athlete, whatever that looked like. And so it was rare. I was different. Everybody wanted a professional athlete from their hometown, and instead they got me.
What's interesting is you did want to leave that town, and hearing your story, hearing you talk about, there's people that go, I'm never going to leave Cleveland. I'm never leaving Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And then there's people like my wife go, I'll never leave Bowden, her family. My wife's like, I'm getting the fuck out of Bowden.
Yeah.
Then that's a feeling. And I remember that feeling of like going to the beach. And we go to the beach on the weekends, and I'd be like, this is beautiful, but I want to go where people are. I want to be around girls. But that was that really comes through in when you talk about that, is like you did want to get the fuck out.
Well, I just didn't feel like I could accomplish the things I wanted to accomplish if I stayed there.
Yeah.
You know, there was no professional teams in the state of Montana. Everybody revolved around the small universities, you know, and so I wanted to be like my heroes were the Fab Five. Like Jalen Rose I wanted to be him. Big, tall, 6'8" point guard. And I had, my head was shaved.
Oh, you know
my
what?
ears pierced,
I also
black
wasn't told
socks.
that I couldn't say this, so let me throw this out there. You guys really, truly are going to be paying me millions and millions and millions of dollars from your employers, from this city's actual budget. That's another thing that I haven't been told I couldn't say. So I'm just going to throw that out there on top of the shit that I really want to say, that I was informed of, that I'm not authorized to say, that has made it so my disdain and thoughts on you guys individually and collectively are, again, 10 times as bad as they were previously. Oh, you despicable, shameful abominations.
shorts down to my knees, you know, and that's not what my hometown was about. It was conservative. It was white. It was, you know, blue collar, and I wasn't it. And so I kind of got told I was bad, you know, and when you're a kid like that you develop a chip and you're like, oh, I'm going to prove everybody wrong. And that facilitated great change and positive stuff for me.
Oh, and I will let you know, in the event that you get another letter from me or police report, it's going to be quite a bit less courteous. You keep that in mind.
For me, for years, it took me all the way to the top. But if you don't evolve, you don't change that chip into something that is about something greater than you, you'll crash and fall at the highest level, talent-wise, if you don't. And that's kind of what happened to me. You know, I was the second pick in the draft, like you said, got everything that I thought I wanted.
Oh, and somebody let Mrs. 80 plus years know that I am going to own her ass. I am going to liquidate every single asset she has. I'm going to take over 50% of all of her money, and she will be in a federal penitentiary, hopefully already sentenced to a lengthy stint, seasons before she's expecting.
The contract, the money, the endorsements, I mean, everything. And
well, see, that was my favorite part of the podcast. Be like, dude, I wanted the money. I didn't want to go to Indianapolis.
No, I wanted the money, the beach, and the babes. Yeah. That sounded much more fun than, you know, snow and ice and, you know, Indianapolis. I wasn't thinking about the right things, Bert. I wasn't thinking about Marvin Harrison. I wasn't thinking about Marshall Falk at the time was the running back there.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking about, you know, all that money and all that pussy probably. And it was just like.
And you signed with the agent that they based Jerry Maguire on.
Yeah, Lee Steinberg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like he had Aikman, he had Steve Young, he had Drew Bledsoe, he had all the big time quarterbacks. And so, I mean, it was just like when somebody like puts a blueprint together of how it should go, or, you know, you're checking off the little dream checkoff list, you know, it was it.
Yeah.
So, you know, what happens when things start to mudslide down the hill, you know, Southern California?
When did you become competitive? Like, when did you start noticing? Because I had my competitiveness, I had to reel back when I got into comedy. Because I was like, all right, there's no room for competition in art. Like, it's not super healthy. But dude, I respect the fucking competitiveness.
So I tell people I was a drug addict long before I ever took a drug.
I can also tell you guys this. They didn't say I couldn't say this. Everything you have on your itinerary and all your little deadlines, if you follow those, you will find your asses in prison. Before Indy is 16, you will already be in jail. Months before he is 16. You'll already have been arraigned months before he is 16. They didn't say I couldn't say that. And did I mention my disdain for each of you and collectively is 10 times higher than it was 24 hours ago?
Good drug. And my first drug of choice was competition. The obsessive nature of it, what I would do to win,
I also previously said that you guys were on a tightrope. You're not even on a tightrope, you dumbasses. You know what you're doing? You're driving around in a very small clown car full of you guys. And you're doing it thinking that you're doing it for yourselves. But you're actually doing it to pay me millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars and to be put in prison.
I know what that looks like in drug addiction, and now I can look back on it and go, oh, that's what I was obsessive about. My dad would take me in at 6 a.m. in the morning, and I had to make so many free throws or 3-pointers before I could go to homeroom. You know, that gets so overlooked. All the work that's done behind closed doors that no one sees.
Yeah.
You know, how many times do you take a set? You know, when you're up with, you know, when you practice your stuff at these places that no one ever sees, you bomb a bunch of times too, and then when you have it perfect, you're out on the special on Netflix or whatever it is, and it's kills, right?
Yeah.
It's all the work you put into it that's really special. And sometimes I think I did myself a disservice thinking like this was just God-given talent, and I didn't nurture it and do all the work that I needed to get there. So it came early, and I think I was 11 years old playing for Little League All-Stars, and we made it to the state finals. We win there, we get the chance to go like to San Bernardino, California, which is one step away from going to Williamsport.
Yeah.
And from kids from Montana, that would have been unheard of. And so we're playing, and in the first game, we got our ace going, a big kid that, you know, had his growth spurt 4 years before everybody else did. And he's just he's got freaking a mustache at 12 years old, and he's shaving already and all the stuff. And we get beat with him on the mound that night. And I remember I lost it in terms of why this loss wasn't affecting everybody else on the team as much as it was me. I was 11. So the next day we're doing practice, like a little BP and stuff like that before the second round game, because it's best 2 out of 3. But we're not throwing our ace now, and, you know, it's going to be more difficult, I thought. I just thought it was over. I just thought, and why isn't anybody taking this as seriously? And the coaches weren't and everything like that. So during practice, I just started yelling at everybody and said, screw this. And I left. I just walked off the field, and I didn't have anywhere to go. So I ended up in the park across the street, just watching my team practice and everything. They reached out to my parents after the fact. And this is a huge story that I don't really remember too much of, but rather knowing that at 11 years old, like if you weren't all in with me, like you were the problem. So I think that kind of shows the competitive part of it from the jump.
I played with dudes like that. That's so fucking. It's so interesting. I hope we got a bunch of people that love sports listening to this, because growing up playing sports is so. It's so telling of who you are going to be as a man. Like I really like I want to say his name because he reminds me a lot of you. The guy I played with, one of my best friends, was the guy that if he could fucking lose it in the thing, but his dad was like a real man. And if his dad saw him losing it, his dad would walk out to the mound in front of all the parents and just dress him down to the point where they can cry.
My dad was nothing like that. And now we've given him grandchildren, that's all he's ever wanted. That's all he cares about. My mom says he just sits at home on his phone and looks at the videos we sent him over and over when he gets home from work. He just look through.
Really?
Yeah.
This show is sponsored by DraftKings. This ain't the little itty bitty teeny tiny bowl. This is the Super Bowl. 59 to be exact. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of Super Bowl. What a fucking nightmare.
Hey, that is like, well, so you know Dak Shepard?
Yeah.
Okay, so like I really look up to him. He got sober, but during the pandemic, like he relapsed.
Yeah.
That's exactly the thing you're talking about. Like this guy's known for, like a pedestal was placed for how he got sober, built this life, and then for him, I thought that would be the hardest thing to do if I were to relapse. Now I'm coming up on 13 years. Like if I were to relapse, could I actually be honest about it and talk about it? And so when I heard him say he relapsed
on his podcast,
it
was amazing.
It opened my eyes. And then I started talking about this thing that happened about 3 years ago, where my father-in-law comes to visit. And he's old, he's handicapped, and they were sitting at dinner, and he started talking. Just, you know, he doesn't understand probably addiction or anything like that. He starts talking about this new medication that the doctor put him on. And my addict brain just goes boom. I hear this name of this drug, and I'm just like, after dinner's over, I'm on my computer like looking it up. Now listen, I'm like 10 years sober at this time, so it's been out of my system forever. But it's in my house now, and this was a strong opiate.
Oh yeah.
And I go, I didn't say anything. I didn't go like, I'm worried about this. What I did was it was over already. I was over into the guest house there, ready to take him. But my wife knows me so well now. Like, she knew what was going on, and I snuck around the back way, and all of a sudden I see her just go and make a beeline across the patio and come barreling in. She go, "What are you doing?" Wow. And my answer wasn't like it. I was like, wow. I just looked at her. I'm like, how did you know? And she's like, I know. And she saved my life, because I know what that tape looks like. We play it through, like how it makes me feel and how I'm ashamed of it. And then I won't tell anybody. And then I want to put that shame away. And the only way to put that shame away is to numb it.
Also, friendly reminder, guys, if you haven't fixed and you have no intention of fixing all of the crimes you've already perpetrated by the end of this month, there are serious additional charges that automatically go on your indictments per the FBI just because of time, i.e., the last few days of this month, additional charges that carry minimum mandatory sentences that exceed 25 years in prison will be added to each and every one of your indictments. So you keep that in mind while you continue to tell yourselves that your jobs are more important than the 250 plus separate crimes you've already perpetrated against me without immunity. And then remember, you're going to prison for far longer than Erica Owens, even if you do get her to go to prison. Decades longer.
Numb it.
Yeah.
So, but the difference in all that is, and it was the difference between how my family dealt with things when shit hit the fan. Like, it was the end of the world. Like, the world's
decades
over. It's
longer,
no one can know about this.
you dumb
This is dead.
fucks.
Yeah. And from her family, a healthy dynamic about discussion, she was like, let's ask some questions. How do we resolve this? Her dad was like, should I stay in a hotel? And I'm like, I love you when you stay here. Your grandson loves it. I want you to stay here. There's got to be a different issue. As it turned out, the easiest issue there was, we went on freaking Amazon and ordered an RX safe. That's it. So now the safe's at home. She has a key. He has a key. When he comes to visit, they get locked up, and I haven't thought about it since. The simplest little thing that we're so fearful about discussing because of the shame around and the stigma around this stuff. And it was that. And Dax talking about it allowed me. Now, I use it part of my talks and stuff like that to show, like, hey, I was 10, 11 years sober, and I was like, boom, gone.
Once it's already happened, it's happened.
Yeah.
My buddy got out of my buddy was in rehab for like 3 months. I just had my daughter Georgia. We went and played tennis. My buddy was an amazing athlete. Gave up on all of it. Too competitive.
Yeah.
Couldn't and just would fucking. I'm talking the most beautiful baseball swing you've ever seen. One of the most effortless, beautiful tennis players you've ever seen. Surfing, gorgeous. I mean, and a stud. And a stud with a great fucking name. His name's Cayman. It was just, he's a fucking stud. Drugs and alcohol got into his life, right?
Yeah.
And he goes to rehab out in Malibu, 3 months sober. And I just have Georgia, and we go play tennis, and I'm watching him melt down. And he's like, I'm gonna get a fucking beer. And I was like, come on, buddy, let's not do that. And he's like, no, I'm gonna get a beer. And I was like, no, why don't we go back to my house?
Decades longer. There's been no immunity. The misconduct. Every single claim of immunity is fraudulent. Do you hear me, idiots? Do you hear me? You are literally going to prison for decades longer than she will be. And the last few days of this month, we all know you won't be taking accountability. And at that point, charges are added to each of your indictments that carry minimum mandatory sentences equating to 25 years. And that's if you do nothing other than your current active stalking upstairs and harassment and digital stalking and ongoing thefts and attempts to starve me to death That's assuming you don't do anything extra. And it's so frustrating because the female upstairs that's going to prison for almost as long as Mrs. 80 plus years is still like, see, no, we're fine. We're doing a great job, guys. No, bitch, you are going to prison for the rest of your life. Like I've been saying. And now I know a lot more about your MOs and your plans. And I know that you indeed, little lady, are looking at serious prison time.
House, we'll fucking hang out. It'll pass. We go back to my house and I'm watching him and I look in his eyes and I'm like,
9/11 PM
The wolf's
PST
out,
federal
dog's
felons.
gone.
Have you
It's done.
prayed
He's already made a
today?
decision. And I
You
said
better
to
get
him-
on your fucking knees.
to him, I George and I go, hey, Cayman, why don't you just hold my daughter for a little bit? And he looks and he goes, hey, I've already decided. I'm going to get drunk right now. Are you coming or you not coming? I was like, I can't go. And he was like, all right, cool. And he just walked out my door and I was like, oh, he decided that that's a fucking, but that shame then puts him into a spiral where all of a sudden he's in the fucking woods for 13 weeks.
Dude, you look at yourself in the mirror and you know what you are. And there's only one way for you to remove that shame, and it is to numb it. I don't want to feel this way.
Yeah.
I don't want to look at that guy and feel the way I'm feeling about him.
Did it always feel like that? Like, because you partied in college, we kind of soft sold the whole story, but I think it's better to let it unravel. You partied in college, but always performed at the highest fucking level.
Yeah, drugs, like, I've never taken a drug in my life. The only drug I have taken is prescribed opiate from a doctor.
Yeah.
I didn't get drunk until my 18th birthday, and I don't know if I was drunk. I just had never had alcohol in my life, and they gave me like 3 shots of peppermint schnapps, and I threw up all over the place and was like, I'm never drinking again.
Yeah.
And in college, my only way to not be, everybody treated me like big man on campus, and I wasn't necessarily that guy. I wasn't comfortable being that guy. So I would binge drink it in college, but I probably can count on 2 hands the amount of times I've been drunk in my life.
The coolest thing about your college story is your first season as a starter. You guys perform like 5 and 7 or something, and then you and your boys decide we're not going home.
Nope.
This is the fucking sexiest. This fucking turns me on more than a naked woman. Is you and your boys decide we're gonna stay in fucking college this summer. We're taking classes. We're gonna bust our ass. We're gonna work out. We're gonna bomb. We're gonna play golf every fucking day.
Yep.
And we're gonna work out. And we're gonna come back. And we're going to the fucking Rose Bowl next year.
Yep.
And you did it.
And what was funny about it was, 4 of the 5 wide receivers are all from like South Central, like Compton, and completely a different environment than me. Completely different, and it just shows guys in sports from many different diverse places come together for one common goal, and we did. I mean, it was so fun. I love those guys. I was on. Listen, this is funny. We were doing some publicity for The Last Mile, and I was on Sway's show in New York at Sirius XM. When we're doing the interview and we go through the story, most of it and everything like that, and then the phones light up and everything like that. And all of a sudden, this guy jumps on, and I hear the voice, and he's like, he's like, our next caller says he played with you in college. And I go, and as soon as his voice comes on, I know who it is. It's Kevin McKenzie. It's my slot receiver who got a touchdown in the Rose Bowl for me. Doing him and I were, he's from South Central, and it's amazing. Like, he'd never called. He listens to that show all the time. First time he called went because I was on the show telling the story, and we've had a lot of kind of those stories. I would suspect you do too, in terms of when you are able to, on a global landscape, and have the platform you have all these kind of crazy stories that come together where people saw you then or were with you then. And
buddy, I was on Loveline, and this is the wild.
Is this the one was this with
Dr. Drew?
And I'm just going to put this out there so it's known. Even if you completely undo everything you did and you pay in full and it's all of a sudden expedited before this month is over and you get those mandatory 25 years thrown on each of your indictments, Mrs. 80 plus years, you let her know, Mini-Me, Tom Dooley, lady upstairs, still thinking, no, we're doing good things. Yeah, you let her know that even if everything is undone, I am going to own her ass. I am going to liquidate the fuck out of her. And you, little lady. And you.
Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla back in the day?
So Adam had left.
Okay.
And they were looking for.
I'm talking, I will get paid my millions of dollars and I will retain an attorney just to make sure you are impoverished.
Replacement for Adam.
Yeah.
Myself, I think Joel McHale.
I will spend more on attorney fees
Yeah.
to liquidate the two of your lady asses.
Of him barbecuing meat.
Regardless
one of the biggest things he likes
of
to
if
do.
you guys
I don't know
suddenly
why.
fix
You know, he
your
grew up from
felonies.
Montana, and I grew up on a cattle ranch or something. He says, "Look at this one." You know, pretty much during the pandemic is when we were doing a lot of that stuff.
I get pictures of knives.
Of knives
because we both collect knives.
Okay.
So
That's an absolute,
we
I
met at
might
a farmer's
add,
market
an
in,
absolute promise.
In Studio City.
He's from Washington State, right?
Yeah, he played for the University of Washington. He actually was a tight end.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was on the Rose Bowl team for Washington.
Oh, wow. I think I knew that.
Yeah.
Well, they're testing for replacement for Adam.
Yeah.
A bunch of us are going in and testing. And I come in and there's a phone call. And they go, there's a phone call from someone who says they went to school with you. And I said, yeah, sure. And they're like, hey, Bert, why don't you tell them about the time you robbed us in Russia? And I was like, oh, yeah. She was like, what? That's how I got involved with the Russian mafia in Russia.
For the whole machine stuff?
Yeah, and I robbed a train. And he went, wait, hold on. He goes, tell me the story. So I tell him the story. It's the first time I ever told it. First time I ever told it. And I told it to Drew that night. And then the next night, he called that next day and he said, I'd like you to come back on the show and tell it again. And I went back and I told it again. And he said, that's your movie.
That's your movie.
And I was
bro.
going to fucking cut to, 20 years later?
Yeah.
I'd make a movie of it. But it's those calls that you get where people go, oh shit, I know this guy. I think that's cool as shit. Men, if you've lost your hair, it doesn't mean you can't find it again. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions and you'll be joining hundreds of thousands of.
Oh, and it's so hard for me. This is what sucks is my big ass mouth. And then being told I can't say this. And I'm relieved. I'm relieved to know what I know. For a variety of reasons. And really towards the bottom of the list is, oh, I was right. That's really towards the bottom of the list. Believe it or not, people. I know a lot of people are like, oh, she's such a know-it-all. She always knows. Yes, I do, guys. That's true. That's why that's on the bottom of my list. But let me just tell you this. I'm also right about a lot of other things. And this is a highly controlled investigation. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation has each and every one of your bare butts on their lap right now. They are just waiting for the paddling to commence. Whistleblowers excluded. They get to keep their pants on and they're having popsicles with me.
Thousands of subscribers who found their hair again. Hims provides you with convenient quality access to a range of hair loss treatments that work, all from the comfort of your couch. Hims makes treating hair loss simple with doctor-trusted options and clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil. I think I've used both of those. I know I've used finasteride, and you currently use minoxidil, and they can grow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. The process is simple, 100% online. So there are no uncomfortable doctor visits like I had to when I started using minoxidil. You had to go to a doctor. I think I was 22, and it was so uncomfortable. It was a woman doctor, and you had to get a prescription, and you had to go back and renew it. And he saw me one night, and he was like, "How you doing?" Because I wasn't drinking at the time. He said, "I'm proud of you, man. That's good." He goes, I just quit jerking off. I got 3 days clean, and I went, I go, what? He goes, he's like, I've been sober for a while, but then I was jerking off like 12 times a day, and I was like, how? I was like, wait, hold on. And that was the first time I was like, oh, I don't think you kicked the problem. If you're jerking off 12 times a day, and he was like, I know.
That's why I've quit for 3 days.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
No, it manifests itself in different things. You'll to find that abject numbing of whatever you need. There's something wrong.
Yeah.
That you have to.
So let me just reiterate. I am going to spend more money than you or Mrs. 80 plus years even have or ever will have to make sure I get every dime I can from both of you ladies. Even if you ladies are some of the ones that went and threw your little sales pitch to the FBI thinking that was going to get rid of the fact that you've committed 250 separate crimes without any immunity, contrary to a lot of your ongoing delusions, in many instances over 2 years in the making. You're not professionals. You're federal felons. And again, you will be in prison for decades. And now you know that you've officially made it so that I am personally going to spend more on attorney fees to take every dime you and your lady friend have. Before or after you're in prison, I don't give a fuck. As soon as I am no longer detained. Which I'll let you know a little secret. That's not going to be a result of your more pressing breaking and entering, which again you plan on using the Owens to perpetrate this time. Some of you are in for some real surprises, I'll say that. God, it's so hard not to say everything I want to say, but I can't and I won't. But you're in for some real surprises. One thing you don't need to be surprised about is Mrs. 80 years and mini-me. Oh, I guarantee you will indeed be talking to some of my attorneys. And I know exactly who I'm going to retain. One's a guy that's been on CNN a few times. And he's going to show you ladies why us Jews are known to be so financially solvent.
Have to try to compensate for. That's all it is. And so that's why I never get, like, when people talk about, you know, do you have a problem drinking or anything like that? Like, I just, when people ask me, you know, why don't you drink or something like that? Or I just say I'm allergic. I'm allergic to it. I break out in handcuffs. That's just the difference, right? Yeah. You don't, or you might from time to time.
I don't.
You don't.
I don't drink and drive. I'm actually probably a sweeter person. I shut down a little bit.
Oh, and I will say this also, everybody, I've been speculating like, oh, in what way will this be used to set a precedent? I still don't know that for sure, but I am going to amend my potentials that I've speculated about. I think there may be some sort of precedent set about Nazi scumbags who enable and participate in felonies that they completely orchestrate while actively stalking ministers because they don't like their job and their religion, and they want to force them into court, or they want to force other people to perpetrate such serious felonies that that minister will be forced to come to the very people responsible for perpetrating it, i.e. you. So just remember, you're going to be in prison for decades, including with 25 minimum mandatory years added to each and every one of your indictments the last few days of this month. And that's assuming you do nothing further than what you're actively doing right now. Have a nice night.
But sometimes when I get a little loud, but like it gets rid of my anxiety. I think it causes my anxiety. And it really does cause my anxiety. The problem is I have with drinking are all internal, of like waking up.
And you guys are going to be charged for getting paid for years.
It doesn't really matter how that. There's your point of emphasis. That's just, you know, and so
that's a whole separate crime. Apparently, you guys getting paychecks to do what you've done to me. That's a whole separate crime.
When did the downhill start with painkillers?
So I've had 15 surgeries. So it was my after my freshman year of college, I it was my left shoulder that they operated on. And it was the first time I ever got opiate painkillers afterwards. And it's, I mean, they're exactly what they're supposed to be used for. They're for acute pain. They were built for that, manufactured, the chemistry behind it, and it did. It worked. And as soon as it was ready to start rehabbing and get back to it, never thought about it again. I just knew that I liked it, and it worked, and that's what it's supposed to do. So I'd love to tell you that, you know, I used while I was playing, and it was the reason why I wasn't very good, but it's not. I didn't start abusing it until about 3 months after I was out of the league when I had quit. I was in Vegas for a fight. Do you remember this part of the thing? So we were at a Tyson fight, and at MGM, and they, you know, your hosts there, you know, the quid pro quo, you gamble, they give you free shit, and when they give the ringside tickets, you know, that announce your name in the audience, like Burt Kreischer's here in the audience, everybody goes berserk. Well, it was Tiger Woods, Charles Barkley, Dr. Dre, and the place went berserk, and I was just kind of going, oh, I know.
And just to be clear, might I change my mind? It's possible. But what I'm not authorized to say further shows me the motivations behind those of you that have done such awful things. You are literally going extinct. You are going to kill yourselves. You will not live again. And then when it happens, other people don't be like, she's a witch, she cursed her. No, I'm not. Godzilla, your creator, makes it really clear in every book in the Old and New Testament, and as well as throughout religious and spiritual texts internationally. The outcome of those who act as you do. Anyway, might I change my mind and decide not to liquidate you two ladies' asses? I might. But at this present moment in time, given what I know, I feel that it is the only way to teach you a lesson before your extinction. And now I know that just like my mother, the two of you ladies love money more than you love integrity, justice, children, other women, hell, even fellow colleagues that you set up to go to prison for you. And at this point in time, I feel that I need to take all of your wealth.
Oh, I know what's coming here. And they announced my name.
And obviously, abolish your former career, which is happening regardless. Also, earlier today, I was trying to figure out what did the FBI mean by, they're going to be abdicating people, removing people forcefully from their positions of power in different departments, precincts, offices, etc. And I am pleased with that. I'm pleased knowing that.
My name and the whole MGM brand just boos and hisses, and it's not like that hadn't happened before, because you play football, you go on the road, you play in an opposing team stadium, but you're wearing a helmet, shoulder pads, you almost got this armor on it, and it emboldens you even. In that moment, I heard, not only are you a horrible football player, but you are a absolute shit human being. That's how I interpret it. That's how my addict brain interpreted it. And so after that fight,
and then I just want to remind everybody, the latest legal filing, when it very clearly says absolute lack of immunity, that is largely speaking directly to each and every one of you imbeciles, telling you, don't believe the women who care more about the careers that they should have never had than they do about women and children and disabled people and justice and civil rights. Don't believe it. Do not be fooled. Pass that memo along, because those desperate ladies are going to be so fucked if you all refuse to be personally liable, then it will only be them that goes to prison. March is next month, motherfuckers. Reread that December declaration. March is when the FBI plans on putting you officers in jail. But if all of the officers refuse to assume any more personal liability and instead apologize and beg for my mercy, or inform me that they've blown the whistle independently and told the truth, I was sent there to facilitate the premeditated illegal kidnapping of her sons, for instance. Then you should not expect to have any vocation in a judicial, civil servant, and or enforcement capacity.
That fight, we went to parties where there were Super Bowl champs and there were Hall of Famers where I always felt less than and judged now. And an acquaintance of mine, offered me some Vicodin. And I mixed it with the alcohol that night. And I walked into all those parties and I didn't feel any of that shame or that judgment or that fear or that less than. And I'm like, this is the fucking answer. This is what I've been searching for, not to feel this way. And that's where it started. And for the next 8 years, I was trying to chase that feeling. And so that's what those 8 years of addiction looked like then after that. And started from that night.
I remember the first time I got drunk, I remember I felt sparkly. And I was like, and I remember we got caught drinking. And Mrs. Rieger brought us in. I was with the guy I was telling you about that was in rehab in Bellevue. Yeah. I was with them. And she dumped the beers on the table. And I had a buzz. And I said to myself, I know I should be nervous. And I know that I'm in trouble, but I don't seem to care.
I don't feel like
it. And I was like, whatever this is pretty cool.
It's just moving yourself away from what really is going on. So the state of Montana is big. It's huge geographically. Small population-wise.
I drove a motorcycle across it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where'd you go to?
Sturgis.
Yeah. Okay, so you go through Yellowstone and then went down.
Yeah, we went through Crow Nation and we skydived into Montana, which is insane.
When I was in Europe, we were in Interlaken. We went for like 16 straight days out of a helicopter skydiving.
That's terrifying.
Yes.
I saw that. Like, did you do your own skydiving or did you have
I had a tandem for the first, we did it for, I think it was 12 out of 16 days. And then the final 4 were I remember talking to them because they were talking about weight and everything and I remember us going up the helicopter and me lying about my weight. Like I was more than 250 at the time. And I'm like, why are you lying about this? You're going to kill 2 people right now. Why? The chute's not going to carry something's not. I'm like, why are you doing this? But we made it for 16 straight days. So
I did when I did tandem skydiving. He was like, how much do you weigh? I was like, I don't know, 250. He goes, 250. I was like, I don't know, man. It could be a lot.
You know, when you're going to ask these kind of questions, have a fucking scale here. Right? Run a good business. Right? This is your life at stake here.
Dude, that's so crazy. Who did you go skydiving? Do you remember the guy's name? Was it Doug by any chance?
Were you in Interlaken?
Yeah, but a lot. And I know a guy who does that. It's terrifying because they take the helicopter up and then the helicopter hovers at like 10,000 feet.
13,000 feet.
13,000, it hovers.
Yes, and when you leave, there's the jet wash where you can hear your tandem right in your ear, like you guys were just sitting in like you and I, like this. And then all of a sudden you get out of the jet wash and it's just you can't hear a damn thing.
Yeah.
He had the camera right on his wrist, so he's videotaping all of it as we're going, and the look on my well, it was like me carrying around a Cabbage Patch doll. He was a Army Ranger. He was from the U.S.
Yeah.
He was an Army Ranger, and now he was living in Switzerland, taking idiots that live in hostels skydiving.
What made you? How old were you when you did this?
This was after I retired. This was after I went back to school and finished my degree, and I was like, you go when you're done, graduate from college, you go abroad, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And mess with the Russian mafia and shit. I get it, So I only got recognized twice, once in Barcelona and once in Ibiza. That's it. So it was really great. It didn't, you know, it didn't. You couldn't get. You probably could have got crazy more drugs over there when I was in Amsterdam, stuff like that.
Oh
But I
yeah,
didn't
dude.
use
How
one
could you
of
go
those
to
over the train.
Amsterdam and not
But
dabble in something?
that was not. It was a good trip. 6 months.
So wait, can I tell you though? This is the weird part. Is I only know you as I like you because of that. Because I vaguely remember that. I remember the branding of like the biggest trash bust in history. I thought it was DeMarcus. What was his name?
Russell.
DeMarcus Russell.
There's so many different things.
I mean, that was my example of that.
And none of us chose where to go, where we go.
Yeah,
all we did was be great in college.
What's crazy is I remember Steve DeBerg getting that, Steve Young getting that, Vinny Testaverde getting that, the throw-in Samoan. Who was I just talking to?
Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson getting
He's
that?
from Wazoo. He's our godfather. We call him the Godfather.
I remember because I was a Bucks fan.
Yeah,
and I remember everyone getting that title.
I played for the Bucks.
Yeah, I know. 2001.
Yeah.
All right, I have now officially taken 4 or 5 puffs of what I refer to as my Nazi medication. Highly taxed, fully legal, very low grade, plain Jane marijuana. People who smoke marijuana in legal states think that the stuff that I smoke is like garbage. They consider it to be low grade because it's like only 17% marijuana. It's marijuana, people. It's the same kind of marijuana people have been smoking since the 70s. But it is low grade. Anyway, I call it my Nazi medication. My use on it has been adjudicated repeatedly throughout the nation. The final adjudication came from Judge Bowden, who said it was totally fine because I don't drive under the influence or commit crimes while I'm stoned. Unlike my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who's had over 27 DUIs for cocaine and for alcohol. Nationwide. Even in Canada. Anyway, that's one of their co-conspirators. Remember, fools, your liability also includes all of your co-conspirators. So having the Owens do anything actually makes you all liable. That's also something that none of the attorneys have wanted to explain to you guys since November.
That was my favorite time in the league.
Now
Really?
you know.
20
Now
dungeon
you
down,
know.
that
You're running in a
defense.
circle and
Me
you caught
and-
your own
Me and
tail.
Derek Brooks and Rondé Barber and
Sap was on that team, and you knew Sap from your recruiting trip
to Miami. I didn't know him. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah.
You know, years later, I had this realization that I partied with Orange Sap and The Rock that night and didn't know who the hell they were. You know, like they were just in this limo that we were going around to parties in South Beach or in Corp.
And then literally, just to be clear, the FBI is positive, without a doubt. 2 of the women that are going to prison for a very long time, one is upstairs right now. They will not settle until you commit more felonies. You must break and enter. You will find how very wrong that was.
Or in Coral Gables, and here I'm in
A
like
second
cut-off
time.
jeans
A
and
second
a flannel
time.
shirt from Montana,
A second time.
and just like a fish out of water, like crazy, But I'm glad I went on the trip. Glad I did it. So it's an experience I'll never be able to take back.
Anyway,
I appreciate that.
Having smoked what I refer to as the Nazi medication, let's see if my mood improves in like 7 minutes. It does take 10 minutes for the THC to have effects that reverberate up and around the brain stem and in all of the juiciest parts of the human brain. It does increase my tolerance substantially. But when I tell you guys that there is like 25 minutes of information I'm not authorized to relay that I want to relay, and has made it so that 10 of you I find despicable, or those of you I find despicable, I now find 10 times more despicable than I did 24 hours ago. Like, that is hard for me to just accept. I am accepting it. But I'm hoping that I am less It's not angry. It's not contemptuous. It's so far beyond the word disappointed and disgusted that I'm struggling with the poverty of the English language to describe the emotional and ethical and moral reaction that I currently have towards some of you. But I am going to say that, like, I am fine with your souls being laid to rest, baby. When those of you who decide to kill yourselves instead of taking accountability do so, remember, everybody, it wasn't me. It was because they killed off their creators' whisperings, i.e. their conscience. And I simply pointed it out over and over and over again to try and save them. And they chose what their future will be.
Appreciate that. I started talking to groups. I went and talked to a group, I go speak to football teams every August. And when I asked the question to them now, like, how many of you know my story? Like, most of them will raise their hands. And I always preface it with, do you know it because of a positive or a negative? And it's gone, the scales have gone like this in terms of the people that would raise their hand in terms of negative, to now the hands are being raised in positive, that I'm an analyst and that I'm an advocate. And, and that will prove to everybody out there that if you just keep getting up, keep breathing, just this shall too pass, or however you say it.
Dude, that's my takeaway from you. When I get bummed out for crazy reasons. Right now I'm bummed out because I haven't been on stage in a while. So I was taking time off for like a mental health of, like, I was working so
you
hard.
were purposely doing it.
I purposely did it. I purposely did it. And I decided I'm going to take 1 year off. And I said to myself, Louis C.K. did that. And I said that Ali did it. Tommy's done it. A lot of people.
Louis wasn't forced to.
No, Louis just he did do one of those. He did one of those also. But he's doing it right now. He's taking a year off.
Yeah.
That's why I said I feel like my act is stagnant. I feel like I've rewritten my same. I feel like I caught myself rewriting similar jokes from the past, and I was like, I can't be in that situation. This last hour, I was like, I need one thing. And it took me so long to find one thing that I was like, all right, I need to take some time off and reassess. And in doing that, I took off the uniform. I didn't know who I was. I had no idea who I was. And what happened is the brain that would keep active with comedy and writing comedy and knowing that I had a set that night and knowing that I had to, I was going to be talking that night, that brain turned into a really unhealthy mental health OCD brain. And I started assessing things that weren't real. And I would obsess about them. I mean, like, get an IV and I'd think they left the port in my arm. And I'd be like, it's in there. I know it's in there. And then I'd spin out of control. I think I'm having a heart attack. And it's just like, it was like really, and so when I heard you say that one time, was just get up. You're still breathing. This will pass. I heard you say that, I think on,
I said it on bus. I think I know I did. Was that.
And I've used that as a mantra of, like, just get up. And the idea that your eyes open and you get to see this beautiful view of the world. And one day they're not. One day they're not going to open.
Yeah.
One day you're not going to get to see this. So really drink it in. And as long as you're breathing, it's okay. You're not dead today.
And you can choose to be like, I wake up and I choose to be gloriously happy.
Yeah.
Now, because of perspective, right? Like, I slept in a, 8x10 cement box on a steel slab for 3 years. So, like, there's a lot of gratitude and everything. Like, this couch is fucking comfortable, bro. I mean, like, I like the feeling of this thing right here, and like, I have a perspective that a lot of people don't have. And so I think that allows me to, when I wake up in the morning, I just go, I'm choosing to be we're going to have the greatest goddamn day you can imagine.
And you also know the bottoms of addiction.
Yeah.
The thing that I will never, the one jaw dropping moment is when you talked about, I don't think it was your grandfather, although I knew you went to your grandfather's house to get pills. I want to say it was like a neighbor, and you went into a neighbor's house and they came home.
Yeah.
That for me was like,
the ends justify the means for me. Like that's how fucked up and sinister an opioid addiction is, because it affects your brain in a way that I knew what I was. I could see myself in the mirror. I wasn't like delusional to the fact that I was a junkie criminal at this point. But the only way for me not to feel that way was to numb it. And the only way to numb it was to go in that vicious circle of doing it. So I knew what I was, but the amazing part of it, as soon as they were in my hands, they weren't even in my system.
Pause. I don't follow football because all of the men in my family follow football, and it, as a kid, would drive me fucking crazy to have to watch football, hear football, go to football games. No. Ugh. So I fucking hate it, and I've always hated it because I've been forced to endure it as a kid. Anyway, I don't know who this guy is, Ryan Leaf. But super cool that he apparently was an opiate addict and he's clean and sober and talking about it. I'm 39, and everyone that's actively stalked me was here when I did the PowerPoint presentation on drugs and alcohol and on sex with my kids the summer before last. It's on YouTube as well. But opiates have just been awful. For 20 years, I have known people that were my friends, good people, and seen them take their dad's pain medication or whatever, and then they turn into heroin addicts. So how cool that this guy is a famous person who's an athlete, and he's sober and talking about it. I think that's worthy of respect.
And this is how the chemical
And cool
effectiveness
that
they
Bert
have on
Kreischer
you.
gave him a platform to do it.
They were just in my hand. They weren't even in my body, and I felt better. I knew I was going to be in relief for 4 to 6 hours. It's just, and how is my ass? Like, I'm 6'7" at the time, 275 pounds. Like, I'm not fucking Selena Kyle running around, as a cat burglar. Like, I got found out pretty quick, and so I can't even imagine that in a state where per capita the population has the most guns in the country, how I didn't get shot.
I should read this like a porn ad. Hey, Blue Chew, I hope you like this, okay? Hey, have better sex with Blue Chew.
Blue Chew. Level on where you will be placed inside the prison.
And on that note,
So,
say
like,
no
down the
to
road-
Blue Chew.
I get terrified.
I speak
by
for
that.
all
Why?
women
I
when
just-
I
you don't
say
think they might
none
let
of
you out?
us appreciate that, dude.
I got accidentally locked into a jail cell in Alcatraz. They said, "Hey, we'll put you in. We'll
None
shut
of
it." They
us
shut it. They couldn't
appreciate
get
the
you.
5
Couldn't open it.
hours straight.
And I
You know what's
freaked out.
appreciated
I had a
though?
really
Like
bad
7
panic attack.
times over
I had a
24
really bad
hours.
panic
That's
attack. I was like, hold on.
That's not
Hold on.
something you're going to
And
find
like,
from a chewable.
Give us a second. We've got to get
That's usually an
because it's a
Italian.
national park. We
An
got to get them in
Italian,
here.
in my experience,
Like,
that's
Take these
usually
things
an
off the
Italian.
hinges here for you.
I wonder what it was like when they really lock it for you,
Bro, it's,
and there's no like, hey man, can you just open it for
there's
a
no
little bit?
hope. You're hopeless. They close that door. I hear it now too. Like, I see it on TV shows and stuff, and I hear the doors, and like we went through when I went and spoke in Montana and in Indiana recently, and the doors close and they got to buzz them and everything like that. And there's real PTSD with that shit.
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, you're right there. Just like when you have things that bring up memories for you. What does that a lot for me is music. Like, I'll hear a song and that will transport me right to a place where I was at. Like, I would drive around my hometown, casing houses to go steal with Kid Cudi just freaking blasting on my thing. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's just what I was then. So now if I hear any of, Pursuit of Happiness and shit like that, that's immediately where I go to. So, but I'm telling you right now what it does. And I thought about me more. I spoke at this Big Sky conference thing, and I knew I was going to go to Montana and speak in the prison that the last time I'd been in there was.
Wait, you went back to the prison you were in?
Yeah. And spoke to this group, the Last Mile group in there. And so the media who was with me 2 days before at this event started asking me about it because they knew I was going to be there and they're going to be there to do a story on it. They started asking me about how I felt about everything, you know, like, and I was struggling with the idea of, you know, I was going to drive right by the intake place, which was miserable. You were there for 83 days, 23 hours of the 24 hours you were locked in a cell with another person. You only got to let out for 1 hour while they're doing evaluations of you on your threat level, on where you will be placed inside the prison. And I hated that place. I hated that so much. I hated the introduction to it where you go in and the dehumanizing aspect of it, right? You know, they strip you down, make you bend over and cough and do all that. It's incredibly dehumanizing. It just is. I see that happen on TV and movies, shows too, and I immediately just am like gagging too. So I know I'm going to go through all this, the razor wire, all the things that go with it. Also, I know I'm going to see some guards that were there when I was there who were horrible to me.
Really?
Yeah. And so I know this is going to happen. And they start asking me questions about how I feel. And I was able to, because it was preempted before I got there, to kind of disassociate and go, oh yeah, this has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do with these guys that are currently there. I get to leave that day. They don't. They're trying to figure out and develop some hope so when they get out, they can find the life that I had. So those optics, and for the media to grab me a couple days before allowed that to happen. So when I went there and I did see those two guards and I did see the place, none of it bothered me at all. I was there for a particular focus, and it was to give these guys hope, and we accomplished that.
Is there anything you did when you went there that you wished you could have done when you were there? Meaning, when you were a prisoner and you're like, I always wonder what it would be like to be in that room. And then you're like, hey, can I go in that room real quick?
No. No. I just, I mean, I didn't go. I went outside twice in 32 months.
For real?
Yeah. It's something about seeing the Rocky Mountains where you grew up hunting and fishing through razor wire and you can't go that made me really despondent.
I bet.
And I was worthless for 26 of those 32 months, man. I didn't do anything. I sat on my ass in my bed. I ballooned up to 320. I was 325 pounds when I got out. There's a really good parole shot of me that they had to take.
Pull it up. I got to see this.
Yeah, I got it on my phone. So, I mean,
you ballooned up to 3. Was the food good?
No, it's just full of salt.
Yeah,
and just disgusting. And we'd ordered most of the stuff on Canteen, so it would just be eating. I mean, ramen was like, I mean, you know how much salt is in ramen.
Oh
I mean, I was about to stroke out from high blood pressure when I got it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it was bad news, man.
Is that you up there?
Not that one. This one. That's that one. Look at it.
Oh my God!
Right?
You look like Pete Holmes.
Sorry, Pete. Sorry, Pete. Not to say there's anything wrong with that, Pete.
No,
all right?
Pete's a good-looking guy.
Yeah.
He's married. He's got a family.
Yeah.
Very talented. I'm sorry, Pete.
No one wanted to marry me then.
Jesus.
The morning after, that's the morning after I got out. Stayed at home. Slept in a real bed for the first time in 3 years. A lot of gratitude, a lot of gratefulness. And I go to I'm at my mom and dad's house. I'm 38 years old. I used to be a millionaire. So like the ego's taking a pretty sizable hit, right? But I slept in a good bed. I had a place to lay my head. A lot of guys don't have that when they get out. Mom was making me breakfast. Opened up the newspaper, my hometown newspaper, bro. And there was this cartoon in there, a big old kind of goofy butt teeth caricature of me, and said, lock up your medicine cabinets, Ryan leaves out. And Bert, man, like if there's any semblance of hope I had, and this is a story about my grandpa's place, because I immediately lost all hope, and my muscle memory was like, I need to find pills. I can't feel this way. And so I got in the car because I knew Grandpa had just had knee replacement.
Yeah.
And I started driving out there. And the disassociation part that I talk about, like I'm about 15 miles of a 40-mile drive to get to his house. And I kind of get outside myself, and I look at myself and I go, what are you doing? Play the tape through. You know where this goes. You're going back to prison, but you're most likely going to die. You're going to finish it this time. And so we flipped the Yui, and I drove back into town. I went to the mission and the homeless shelter and started just helping. What I ended up really doing was just doing this. I sat down and had conversations, and I really didn't do much. I just listened. There's these people kind of disenfranchised, right, who just didn't feel seen or heard, and I just made them feel seen or heard, and that like changed their perspective, or it just. And what I found, plain and simple, and this is the easiest way you can tell everybody on your show about, and I want to say that maybe it just works for me, but I used to think to make your life better, everything had to be about you. What it got you, what it gave you, what somebody can do for you. And that's not true at all. As it turns out, is that for your life to get better, if you make it about somebody else, your life gets better. Because you remove yourself from the equation. You got shit going on, you got a problem, guess what? You walk into a homeless shelter, I have a place to lay my head. This dude doesn't have a place to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't a problem for me. I got it. Who's got it better than I do?
God, is there anything? I'm obsessed with that, going back to your old prison. So I went back to my old high school.
I can't do it.
You can't go back to your old high school?
No. We had our 40th high school reunion this year. I didn't go, but I hated high school. Man.
Really?
Yeah, I hated it. I was ostracized. I was like different. And, like my girlfriends were from 90 miles away at another high school. All my friends were from surrounding towns. Really, I was kind of from the wrong side of the tracks in terms of what this school was. Our school was pretty bougie, and there was like a kind of a rich clique of kids. And I don't know if you remember that part from the podcast where they duped me into going out with that girl, and they called from the house. Like they stood me up. She stood me up one time, and then I wasn't smart enough to know that it was a bit. And then they tried it again, and I called the house the next time, and I could hear everybody in the background laughing at me, and stuff.
I don't remember that.
That was like in the second episode, and you always like. And from that point on, I just treated women like objectively, like you were just something that was pretty on my arm that I could fuck, and that was it. That was like how women were in my life the rest of my life, until I got out, and of course I met my wife, and where there's true intimacy, where she knows who I am, and I clearly because she saved my life.
Yeah.
But yeah, like trauma, bro. When you're little, you're young, your heart, your brain is developing, and stuff like that will haunt you forever.
It's crazy because you were the high school hero, basketball, football.
Yeah.
And you still did not connect with those kids.
I didn't. I don't have one friend from high school.
Really?
Not one. I did run into a few of them this last night, but they were from our rival high school that I was athletes with. I saw them. I got to see a few of them because they were there. It was Montana State was in the national championship last night, and I called that game. And so I got to see a few of them, and that was kind of cool. I shouldn't say that. I had dinner down there with a kid I went to high school with, and we're friends. So
it's so funny. I'm texting with all my high school friends right now. I wonder how much of that informs, especially as a dad, when I don't know, you take out whatever you need to take out of this, Christine, but like, so my daughter's abroad right now, and I am in the place where I have you said one time, money doesn't fix anything. If anything, accentuates your problems.
Right. It exacerbates any like character defects.
And so when I traveled abroad, I don't know if anyone knows that story, but when I traveled abroad in college, I got to Russia by myself. My parents didn't help me pack my bag. I packed my own bag. I picked my own clothes. I then backpacked through Europe for a few months, and I did it all on my own. I got help from my dad would send me money when I'd run out of money, but not like $1,000, like $100 here and there. But I got myself to Russia with the class. I got myself to Baden-Baden. I backpacked all through Europe by myself. I got myself on a plane, and I flew home. My daughter, I kind of did it for her because I'm so good at traveling. And I've traveled so much. I was like, let me trust me on this. And I, got her tickets on miles so we can upgrade her. And and all this stuff. And then I thought to myself, and I stayed up all night as she was traveling through different airports. I set alarms for when she would be landing, and I woke up and I call her, and I could hear her scared. She was like quiet. She told me, I'm shitting my pants right now, Dad. Like, I'm shitting myself. This is no one speaking English. And I was like, yeah, no, this is what. And I thought to myself, am I doing a disservice to my child by holding her hand through the process? I don't want my little girl to be scared, but she is 20. She is fucking 20.
She's a baby.
But all those formative things add up to the person you are. And when you are a kid, and I kept going, I kept thinking, who created that chip on Ryan's shoulder? And that you fixed that chip within whatever recovery you did, you fixed that chip. And that chip was the thing that chip was so deep in your shoulder. And when you hear that about high school, I go, oh yeah, I can't imagine being the hero on the field, on the court, dominating other dudes my age, and then them not liking me or connecting with me.
Or maybe I couldn't ever rationalize embarrassing them on a court, and then when we got off being buddy, they took it. I was like, that was just on the court. I'm just competing.
Yeah.
No, they want to fight me in the locker room because I made them look. I embarrassed them, right? I palmed the basketball like that, and they turn around and I go up and just dunk on them and make them feel foolish.
Aww.
I don't know. It's just I watched Michael Jordan do it. It's just when you were, but you don't know at the time that you're going to be Michael Jordan of your hometown. That's essentially what it was going to be. I was going to be the second pick in the NFL draft. So I was that. I think Michael didn't go through. So that's the mindset that we have. You just never know. Every dad asks the kid to write down what your goals are, and every kid writes down, I'm going to be the Heisman Trophy winner. I'm going to win the national championship. I'm going to go play professional this, that, and the other. Every kid does that. Every dad has them do that. But the only time it gets brought out is when the kid does make it. And then they're like, can you believe it? He knew it when he was 8, and he was writing it down. I'm like, yeah, so did my neighbor next door,
I wrote it down.
But then he fell down, trying to walk to home plate one time. So those goals, Dad was like, I'm ripping this shit up, it's going out the door.
I sat in church at 10 years old, and they, you do, I forget how Catholic Church works now, but you do communion.
Did I tell you? I grew up Catholic too. Yeah, I just did Cardinal Dolan's Christmas special on Sirius XM. I read the Christmas story.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
Oh,
It was crazy.
Holy shit.
Yeah. We were promoting the new thing, the new relationship with Sirius XM, and I got asked to come do it. Like Megyn Kelly was the one that read it last year, and I'm like, is this are they slumming it now, or is it the other way?
Is this an honor, or did they run out of money?
Are they slumming it now?
They used to pay people, and now they're getting me?
Yeah. They're like, how do I view this?
I did the same thing. They asked me to do CBS New Year's, and I was like, it's an honor. Or are they out of money? Wait, am I
I've taken the leniency of now going, if I'm being asked, I'm going to take it as an honor.
Yeah, it's an honor.
I don't care whatever the semantics or anything is behind it. Like the fact that that I was in a prison cell 10 years ago, and now they're asking me to do something like that. I'm going to go, okay, this is good.
I got Comedian of the Year 1 year at Montreal. I shouldn't say this out loud.
So you were Canadian Comedian of the Year?
No. The Montreal was used to be the biggest festival it was just for laughs. It's the biggest festival.
So it was a North American thing.
It's North American. All right. I shouldn't say this because it's horrible, but it's true. And sometimes I think your secrets make you sick.
They do.
And it was an honor to get that award. And I got there, and someone let it slip. They're like, I'm so glad you could make it up here. And I was like, oh yeah, of course, it's an honor. And they're like, well, we went to another guy, and he just couldn't make it work in his schedule. And I was like, wait, who was the first Comedian of the Year? And they were like, huh? And I was like, was that your second option?
Was it your third option?
Or was I? How many people didn't want to fly to Montreal?
Yeah. He said yes.
I said yes.
Yes.
And I won it.
I like that award.
I took it, man. I cried when I got it. Give a fuck, I won it.
I'm speaking at this event in DC in February. I agreed to speak at the event, and then like a week later, they call me and say I'm getting the award. I'm getting an award. Yeah, I'm speaking at the breakfast, and there's a luncheon where I'm getting the award for Newsmaker of the Year. And I had the same thing. I'm like, because he even prefaced it. He goes, "This is just not a coincidence that you're speaking at the event, and that we don't want to fly somebody else in to receive the award in the afternoon."
What time's your flight leave? Because
it's a train. It's a train. So it's the East Coast. The East Coast.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with prison cooking shows.
Really?
Have you seen them?
No, but I cooked in prison, and some of the foods that I made, and some of the my roommate made these tamales with tortillas
and Cheetos,
Doritos crushed up
with water,
hot water in them.
I've been watching these aggressively.
Yes,
I'm so into them.
Yes,
dude. This guy made the coolest.
Dude, you would not believe some of the concoctions we made with our commissary stuff for meals.
Yeah.
Nutty. Yeah.
It's so wild. What was your favorite meal that you made in prison? Did you ever have a meal where you're like, this is as good as on the outside?
No. I mean, but it's so far between of when you had anything on the outside that you're like, oh God, this is really good. And when we were able to make that, when he was able to make that tamale mix and then we'd put them away, we'd save them up, we'd wrap them up really good and have these tortillas, these, tamales put away for a while, and we'd heat them up and everything like that down the line. We'd eat them for like a week. Oh man, that was some good stuff, bro. So I've never had a cup of coffee in my life, and we got 2 bags of coffee every week in commissary, and I would sell that shit for like 10x to people in there. And
Really?
I would make a living off those 2 bags of coffee, man, because guys were just looking for ways to get cracked out.
Wait, you never drank coffee?
I haven't had a cup in my life, no.
Just because of the taste?
Yeah, hate the taste, smell. Oh, and I never had a soda or caffeine until I was in prison. And then somebody gave me a Dr. Pepper, and all of a sudden I was like a fiend again. Like I started drinking. That's how I ballooned up to 325 pounds.
Dr. Pepper is so fucking good.
Oh God, I've done a pretty good job now. I've limited it all, but now it's become a cherry Pepsi guy. But I get the mini cans. The mini cans are the savior.
You don't do diet?
No. Oh, I'm not gonna. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it, bro. Like,
I said to a woman one time, I'm on my 5th beer, eating dinner. On my 5th beer, and they're big beers. They're big beers. And she said, "Can I get you something else to drink?" And I said, "I'll take another beer." She goes, "How about a soda?" I said, "I don't drink soda." She said, "Why not?" I said, "The calories." She went, "Excuse me?"
See the beers you're drinking?
And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, honestly, I would love to have a root beer, but I'd have a root beer over a beer any day. Any day. If you go, you get when I took like a big stretch of not drinking, and my go-to was a big Trenta Starbucks cup filled with crushed ice with a diet root beer, and I would drink that like it was fucking God's cum. I would be like, oh, I love root beer so much. And that lady looked at me and she goes, "You've had."
Is that just a speculation of what God's cum tastes like?
I'm sure it tastes good.
Yeah,
we're all made from it.
Yeah.
So,
well, I don't think you and I would be looked at as like that's tasty.
Maybe. I should take God's vagina.
There,
you'd be more inclusive. But I love root beer, and man, I love sodas. And I have my thing.
I miss beer. I miss like playing.
Dax has a non-alcoholic beer.
And a lot of them do. Like you got O'Doul's. Yeah. You have Bush makes a really good. Bush Light makes a really good non-alcoholic.
I've had that one.
Yeah. So
Heineken, but Heineken Zero is pretty good.
I miss hot golf course, just cold ass Bud Light.
Do you have to get your golf clubs custom made?
Yeah.
Because you're so tall?
Yeah, with like 1.5 inch extensions.
Really?
Yeah.
What clubs do you play with?
I just got fitted for some new ones. I got new TaylorMades that I hit my first hole in one this year.
No.
Yeah.
Good job.
Shut the fuck up.
9 iron. I never thought it was going to happen.
Never hit a hole in one, and I had a golf course one time say, "We'll shut the course down for you, whatever you want." And I said, "All I want is a par 3 over water by the clubhouse, and I want to hit all day and try to see my hole in one."
Yep.
And I hit till my hands were blistered, I never got a hole in one.
Do you feel like you have any privacy?
No.
No. And
I'll tell you
you
everything.
cultivated that where you don't.
Yeah, and it sucks for my family.
Yeah.
But like my wife and I are starting couples therapy tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
Good for you. Did you hear about my couples therapy thing that we talked about?
No.
So we came away with this one thing, and this might be helpful to you guys. When we come into a situation where there's, any sort of, like if Anna wants to talk to me about something or something that's gone wrong, and she wants, my first question to her out of the gate is, solution or support? Which one do you want? Most of the time, they just want support.
Yeah.
Whereas guys are usually solution based, and we want to fix it. And she doesn't need it fixed. She just wants to vent about the thing that's happened, and she wants you to put your arm around her and support. So me adding that to the mix and things, and same with me, because I do the same thing. Just say, start it off like this: support or solution.
I had said to her when we were not fighting, and we were not fighting at all. I said, yo, we should do couples therapy, because we both believe in therapy. I was like, we should do couples therapy because we're in a really great place for our marriage right now. And I was like, I'm not saying it'll go away, but it's like if you're in great shape, why not also start jogging? Like, why not also lift weights? If you're in great shape, don't just go, well, God gave it to me, I don't have to worry about it.
So you train your muscles, you have a strength and conditioning coach, right?
Yeah.
What's the most, it's not a muscle, I get it, and people get, but what is the most important muscle in your body? I say it's your brain. Why wouldn't you be training that the same way you train everything else?
Yeah.
And so that's great, man.
As you were walking up today, we were talking about it. Because I believe in online therapy. I personally believe in online therapy. I'm a big proponent for online therapy. But the lady that we booked wants to meet us in person at first. I was like, I just want to go online. And it's like and she was, as you're pulling up, and I said, we got into a fight about couples therapy. I thought it was funny. No one found it funny. The guy's like, I think I might go in as like a character and like make you look crazy. And she was like, and she got really mad. She was like, no, God, no. And I couldn't understand why she got so mad. So I said, well, what if I just put like a subtle accent that you knew was full of shit, but she never knew? And I was like, yes. And Leanne's like, hey, is this a bit you're doing? I was like, yeah, kind of. I want to try it on stage. I'm going on stage tonight. And I said, and as you're walking up, I go, hey, can I tell people about our therapy? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, cool.
I'm the same boat as you, right?
Yeah.
So I've made my life fully transparent.
I think it's healthy. I would love to be like my two of my close friends. They've never mentioned their kids. They don't fucking talk to you about their marriage. They don't talk about anything personal. It's just not how I make sense.
I feel like I would be exhibiting old behavior, just trying to hide stuff. And now my wife is adamant about the idea of like I'll like I get pretty sarcastic with people on Twitter and stuff like that. And like they get crazy nuts. Like then they're like, let's fight, and my wife's like, they're gonna find out where we live and our kids are gonna be coming around. And I don't think about that stuff. And I have to, because there are crazy people in this world, and they do shit like that.
Yeah.
And so I have to be more aware of that. But I'm with you on that. I'm just like, I like that I'm an open book because I don't think it allows for anybody to ever have any ammunition with me. Like I've taken all the power away of anything that anybody ever wants to say about me, to me. I'm the B Rabbit from the end of 8 Mile, where he just throws all his shit out there and says, what do you got now?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I feel like I to be honest with you, I don't know. I found it attractive when celebrities would tell you a secret.
Yeah.
I found it attractive. And I was like, ooh, I love that. And it's almost like they trusted me with them. So that's the way I've operated. I've always shared every secret. And I think if I could put
is this a sponsor, Liquid Death?
Yeah. They're fucking awesome. And by the way, it's the delivery system. I drink my thing. I was talking to someone about my drinking the other day, and I call it at a certain time. I call it. Like I'm done drinking, I'm start drinking water, and I drink immediately. I kill 2 Liquid Deaths the second, and I don't know what it does, but it gives me a different buzz, and I feel like
it's called hydration.
Yeah, it's hydration.
Yes.
And I kill 2 Liquid Deaths, and then I try to drink 4 before I go to bed. I drink.
So 4. I try to drink my body weight in water a day.
And I usually drink. I get IVs aggressively, like twice a week. But I always drink at least 4 before I go to bed, and I probably have 4 throughout the day.
But I still can't do anything explosive. Like if you, my wife made me quit playing softball this season.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I kept getting hurt after every game.
Really?
Yeah. I come home with a cold calf or, quad or.
Oh.
Dude, I was like walking wounded.
Are you going to the Super Bowl this year?
We haven't decided yet.
Well, if you do, let me know. We're going to be doing a show at the Super Bowl Saturday night.
Gas does one. Gas does the same thing. He gets a little shoots, shows every year at the Super Bowl, so he can come and do the Radio Row and do all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'm on. The reason I got back in the public eye was
I think he was at my Super Bowl show last year.
I bet. Yeah, he was. He told me.
I think he was.
Yeah. He said he was going to because we didn't. This last year was the first Super Bowl we didn't go to, and since Super Bowl 50.
Really.
And the reason we went to that one was to get a health check by the NFL. And I was nervous about going there because it was Peyton's last game. He was playing against Carolina for the Super Bowl in San Francisco. And I went up there and I ran to the Dan Patrick show, and they asked me to come on. It would be the first public comments I had since I got out of prison.
Oh, wow.
And I was so nervous, and they sent me over to Radio Row afterwards, and I asked Craig if he would go with me. Because Craig is, he'll get on in the comedy, comedy relief through everything.
Yeah.
And dude, he carried me through Radio Row that day with doing some of his voices and comedy, but he saw it from a completely different view because like players like Steve Young and Jerry Rice came up to me and were like hugging me and like saying, "So happy you're here," and where I was so fearful that everybody was going to look at me and like, "Why is he here? Get him out of here. He doesn't belong here." And so it was this unbelievably cathartic thing, and Craig was at the center of it for me. And so every Super Bowl, he books gigs there so he can come do all this and watch the Super Bowl and then do his gigs during the week, whether they're just little comedy store things or all over the venues. And so we always go watch him while we're out there too. My wife and I. My wife loves him.
Well, let me know if you come. With Nikki, me, Tony Hinchcliffe, Adam Ray's doing Dr. Phil, and we're at the Lakefront Arena.
What does Hinchcliffe do? Does he do that Kill Tony thing?
He does do Kill Tony, but he's just doing stand-up for this. He does Kill Tony. That's his tour. But he's also a stand-up comedian.
Right.
And so, and not just a roaster. Like he's a legit great comedian.
Right.
And so he's Nikki. So Nikki's in a great, roasting is just roasting and host. Roasting is a facet of what they're really talented at roasting. And by the way, so is Adam Ray. I'm okay. I'm not that great at roasting just because I don't know.
I'm not either at that aspect. I'm more of a storyteller.
Yeah, I'm a storyteller, and so that's why I
like your comedy. It's why I like Craig's comedies. Craig's is all storytelling too.
The day I met Craig, we were talking about our first times doing cocaine, and he said he had the funniest story about him and his buddy were doing coke in the bathroom of this guy's house, and his buddy goes, "Watch this," and he just wadded up toilet paper and threw it on the ceiling, and wet toilet paper, and it stuck. And Craig's like, "Fuck!" And he was like, "Yeah, I know, I've been doing it." So then Craig did it, and then they kept doing it, both of them. And then the guy that owned the house came in. And he's like, "Hey, can I get a bump of coke?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure." And now they're giggling. They're like, "We've been doing it." This guy, and the guy hits coke. Well, a lot of times when you do coke, you lean your head back and go, and the guy looks up and goes, "The fuck's all this toilet paper doing up there?" We were just standing in front of the Boston Comedy Club. He told me that story.
Yep.
I told him about the first time I did coke, and we were just like, hey, he was like, "What kind of music do you like?" We had similar taste in music.
Yeah, he's done tours where he's opened up for like Metallica.
I got a call. I got a call from him the other day, and he goes, "Hey, would you like to be?" I want to. I know this is going to sound unreal, but I swear to God, he texted me and was like, "Would you like to be at Rod Stewart's loft to watch the F1 race in Vegas? I've got space for you." And I was like, "Huh?" He does that all the time.
Yeah.
Like he has the wildest connections.
He's been such a good friend.
But let me know if you're coming to the Super Bowl because our show's
in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, it's in New Orleans.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild.
We're going to, I got to speak in the 6th, I think, and we're going to the Bahamas after that to no kids.
So interesting.
Decompress.
So you take,
just the wife and
I can't, I have a hard time vacationing now. I have a hard time turning
I can't tell you when the last time I vacationed, so we went to Bali like 6 years ago. So I'm not a beach guy. I'm a kind of a bougie hotel guy that has like the nice villas and like you can go to Bali and get like a your own little villa with your own private pool for nothing.
Yeah,
nothing. Like the flight is what costs you to get there. That's it.
And by the way, the flight's not that bad. Well, no, I think the flight's pretty bad. It's pretty long.
Yeah,
but you can get villas like in the jungle, in the rainforest, with monkeys, and I mean it's wild with a huge pool. I mean, we took the girls to Bali. I brought weed to Bali. I didn't know that I did it on accident. It was in my cigar case.
Yeah,
and I just
everybody has that.
And then I said to Leanne, I was like, yo, I can't believe I brought a joint. How great is this? And then Leanne's like, yo, it's punishable by death here. I was like, really? And she was so upset. She's like, you need to destroy it. And I was like, I was going to destroy it right now. She goes, no, you're not smoking it. You're going to bury it in the ground.
We literally walked into that villa, closed the door, took our clothes off, and didn't put them back on for like 6 days. And just sat in the swimming pool, got out. We had massage therapists come over and put the 2 tables out on the patio. We ordered our food and just stayed in bed.
That sounds like a vacation.
It was a vacation, and we've been trying to duplicate that and do that ever since. But every time we think we're ready to go do it, she gets pregnant. So it's just like, we're done though. We're done. I have a 1-year-old baby girl at home, and it's
how many kids do you have?
2. And we're done. Yeah,
you're done.
Yeah, 7-year-old who's gonna be like 6'9", 6'10". MacGyver.
Oh, I love that you named your kid MacGyver. I love that you named your kid MacGyver.
It's fitting. It couldn't be any other name for the kid. It's just, and then Playborn is the baby, and her nickname's Bo, B-O. So, and she is a giant. She just turned 1, and she is a 1/4 inch longer than I was at 1 year old. You've never met Anna. She's 6'1". So she was an All-American volleyball player at Georgetown.
Jesus.
She's badass. You've heard her on. She's been on your podcast now. So
Oh yeah. No wonder you guys dig with Gabby and Laird,
right?
I bet the fucking.
Oh, she knows all about. Like she grew up with Carrie Walsh too at Stanford. She's from the Bay Area, and so that whole crew from those volleyball years, and she was on the junior Olympic team. And
so I dated a girl who was really obsessed with volleyball when I was in high school. She ended up marrying the wide receiver for the Giants, Jason
Sehorn, Angie Harmon.
Yeah, no, the wife before that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. By the way, Angie Harmon follows me on Instagram. Yeah, I know. Random as fuck. I was like, 2 people follow me on Instagram that they commented on a video, and I was like,
I always find that so rare. Like I don't do much on social media of late because the Last Mile crew has kind of taken over everything. Which has been really, it's been good for the couple for my wife and I.
Yeah.
Because I can get pretty lost in some of that stuff, especially when I start, trying to be, quippy and fuck with people.
Yeah.
But yeah, same thing. Like when I'll get like Rob McElhaney, like he started following me and like commented on my 10 years out of prison post, and it was like, I'm gonna be in LA. He said, hit me up. So I'm like, okay, that was pretty cool. I watched that show. I used to watch that show. I told him we're gonna have some good stories. I said I watched Always Sunny in prison like it was on all the time, everywhere.
That's fucking crazy.
I know.
But dude, this was a great podcast. And thank you so much. And thank you for everything you had to go through that you can now share it with people like myself who draw inspiration from it in the littlest ways. Look, I have never been in prison. I've dealt with booze and pills at times, but like I've got my shit together. But the things you say resonate so intensely with me. And to hear your story, I sometimes I go, man, I'm being a bitch. Like if right, I'm not sleeping in my parents' house. Yeah, I don't have to fucking. I'm not. I gotta.
Is that like Virgo?
Like it's not that
September
bad.
Virgos and August Virgos beef with each other? Like
we're pretty
what the fuck?
Yeah.
But thank
when did that happen? Now I have to beef with you because you was born. You're a Virgo, but you're not an August Virgo, like me. In-house beef because of the month. I never understand it. All of a sudden, everybody's like, "Oh, September Virgos are superior." What?
This episode was
There's just so much to keep up with. I'm an August Virgo, which means that I'm a fake ass Virgo, and I'm not even real. Like, honest.
After Dark, myths, misdeeds, and the paranormal ad-free and get early access. Sign up to History Hit.
With a History Hit subscription, you can also watch hundreds of hours of original documentaries with top history presenters and enjoy a new release every week.
Sign up now by visiting historyhit.com/subscribe.
Valentine's Day is coming up, and for me, there's only one place I trust, 1-800-Flowers.com. This year, 1-800-Flowers wants to make sure you're a Valentine's hero with an exclusive offer. Double the roses for free. When you buy 1 dozen, they'll double your bouquet to 2 dozen roses. It's the perfect way to say I love you without breaking the bank. Trust me, 1-800-Flowers always delivers. To claim your Double the Roses offer, go to 1-800-Flowers.com/ACAST. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/ACAST.
To make switching to the new Boost Mobile risk-free, we're offering a 30-day money-back guarantee.
So why wouldn't you switch from Verizon or T-Mobile?
Because we have nothing to lose. Boost Mobile is offering a 30-day money-back guarantee.
No, I asked why wouldn't you switch from Verizon or T-Mobile?
Oh.
Wouldn't.
Because you love wasting money as a way to punish yourself because your mother never showed you enough love as a child?
Whoa, easy there.
Yeah.
Applies to online activations. Requires port-in and auto-pay. Customers activating in stores may be charged non-refundable activation fees.
Dear old work platform, it's not you, it's us. Actually, it is you. Endless onboarding, constant IT bottlenecks. We've had enough. We need a platform that just gets us. And to be honest, we've met someone new. They're called Monday.com, and it was love at first onboarding. Their beautiful dashboards, their customizable workflows got us floating on a digital cloud 9. So no hard feelings, but we're moving on. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
The friary stirs before sunrise, the usual toll of the bell calling the brothers to prayer. Brother Matthew wakes with a start. His chest is tight, his breathing labored. A faint chill ripples through him, though the summer air is yet warm. He wipes his brow and rises diligently to prepare for matins. By the time he reaches the chapel, though, a dull ache has infiltrated his limbs. Falters during the liturgy, clutching at the wooden pew for support, then steadies himself once more. Come mid-morning, after a short rest, Brother Matthew returns to his duties. Though his pace is slow, his movements are heavy. Sweat pours from his body now, soaking his habit. His stomach churns unpredictably, and his hands tremble as he fumbles with the tools of his work in the herb garden. He can no longer ignore the foreboding sense that something is not as it ought to be. By midday, Brother Matthew can no longer stand. He collapses onto a bench in the cloister, his face pale and glistening, his pulse racing beneath clammy skin. Other brothers approach cautiously, but their concern is laced with fear. They whisper amongst themselves, reluctant to draw too near. Meanwhile, Matthew's breathing becomes shallow, rasping as the fever overtakes him. Eventually, carried to the infirmary, however reluctantly, Matthew's condition deteriorates rapidly. His body convulses with violent chills, followed by waves of heat so intense that his skin seems to burn beneath his drenched robes. His head throbs, his vision blurs, and he is too weak to drink the herbal infusions offered to him. He lies motionless on a straw mattress, staring blankly at a vaulted ceiling as the hours slip away. As the sun sets, the friary grows still. Brother Matthew's final breaths scratch at the walls in the dimly lit infirmary. His face is ashen, his features hollow. His heart, strained by the relentless fever, finally falters. By Compline, he is gone. The brothers prepare to bury him swiftly, knowing that death now walks among them.
Hello, and welcome to After Dark. I'm Maddie.
And I'm Anthony.
And I do not feel well after listening to that. We are in the studio.
Actually saying that you didn't feel well.
It is
Like, this is
warm.
weird
It is
time to
warm
say
in here.
this.
I am feeling a little bit overheated.
A little bit sweaty.
A little bit sweaty. Hideous. This is the Tudor malady, the sweating sickness. I am fascinated by this history because it's a mystery, right? It's a medical mystery history.
Medical mystery history.
You're welcome. We don't know what it was. We don't really know where it came from. We don't know where it went.
And that's the end of this episode. Why bother going any further?
To date, we have done quite a lot of plague-related sicknesses.
Yeah.
We've done the Black Death in Helen Park, amazing. Ian Plague Village.
Yep.
What was the one we did? Typhoid Mary, of
Oh,
course.
of course. Yeah,
That
yeah,
was
yeah.
your
Yeah.
episode.
Yes. I invented Typhoid Mary.
Yes, you created it. Let's head into the 16th century though, because this time we are in Tudor England. Give me some context.
The main shooter himself, well, no, main shooter is Elizabeth, I guess, but the second main shooter himself, Henry VIII, is on the throne between 1509 to 1547.
I would say, arguably, the main Tudor.
Do you think?
She's the main Elizabethan, if anything.
Did you not think she's the main Tudor?
I would say Henry's the main Tudor.
I know,
Right in with
I
your
know why
opinions.
you're saying that. I do know why you're saying that. And that was my instinct to say that, but then I was like, no, Elizabeth is
People
the
are going to
main
have very
Tudor.
strong feelings on this. I've got to
They are. They are.
I would say Elizabeth is an Elizabethan.
Yeah, but like she's a Tudor, Elizabeth.
I mean, I would always rather hear about her than Henry, but
Yeah.
I'm going to say people are going to say Henry VIII is the main Tudor.
I'm going to come out on Team Elizabeth for that one. Anyway, she
we digress.
This doesn't really concern her that much because by the time she comes to the throne, it's gone. So this is very like.
Stop going on about Elizabeth first. You're
Why
never
don't
going to
you
meet
marry
her.
That would be nice if I married Elizabeth first. No, this is weird now. I don't know what we're talking about. She's dead. Henry VIII is on the throne from 1509 to 1547, yes. And by 1551 is the last definite recorded incident of the sweating sickness. So it really is like.
It really is.
And the first, that we think, it's hard to say, but the first recorded incident of this is 1485, which is when Henry Tudor, Henry VII, comes to the throne. So it's the father and son. That's it. Doesn't really. It goes into the Edward VI reign as well, but it doesn't go too much
So
further.
Elizabeth first is entirely irrelevant to this conversation.
Wow.
Wow.
Around the fact that she's the
Wow,
main
indeed. Okay. So, just give me a sense of what's happening in England and across Europe in this moment, because there's a lot of changing politics, and there've been a lot of health crises up to this point, right?
Yeah. So in England, we've had in the 1530s, the dissolution of the monasteries. So that's obviously bringing a lot of religious turmoil. In Europe, Charles V is the prominent force in Europe, and somebody that Henry kind of reluctantly has to look up to, like he's so much more powerful than Henry is realistically. But yes, the health crises that are making their way across Europe at this time, we've spoken about them in the introduction. So we have the Black Death, bubonic plague, we have syphilis appearing for the first time towards the end of the 15th century. So we have all of this, and they think there's a connection between travel between the New World when that appears. So these are, there are life-threatening diseases making themselves very much known.
And not just threatening in terms of individual lives, right, but a whole society.
Yes.
As we see with the Black Death in the 14th century, these diseases are feared.
Now, this is one of the weird things about the sweating sickness. It doesn't have that kind of an impact. Now, it still kills people, but the scale is just not the same at all. And this is what adds to the kind of mystique. And we'll get into all of this. But do bear in mind as well that in the context of England, the population in London, where a lot of what we'll be talking about today takes place, is that it's tripled in the course of 100 years, essentially during the 16th century. So we go from about 50,000 at the start of the 16th century to almost 150 at the end. He is. He can sometimes do them. And the other thing to bear in mind is increased travel. Now, not that travel was not happening in the Middle Ages, it was, but it's
more and
increasing now. So the disease is spreading in different ways.
Tell me this.
I will.
Is there a sense that the conditions in the city that's becoming increasingly crowded and full of people who are coming in from different places and passing through different places and bringing things, diseases with them potentially, is there a sense that this is becoming medically dangerous? Is there a public health concern, or is that not part of the discourse?
No, there is a public health concern, but I'm not sure that it would be wholly accurate to say that it is unique to this moment in time.
A gushing stream was rushing.
Clorox Sentiva smells like lavender. Cleans like Clorox. And feels like...
I hate these patrols around the shoreline. The Red Lake, Blood Lake, whatever the nicknames are, I still get edgy walking patrols around it. I don't feel the protection that the surrounding 20-foot wall of concrete is supposed to provide. I've been here 2.5 years and seen things smash through the wall like Legos. Things that are honestly so difficult and alien to describe, they can hardly be comprehended at all. The newer guys on the security detail don't know any better. They won't know till they have their first breach. I'm leaving soon enough, but the person who will replace me will have to learn just as fast as I did. There will be entities crawling out of the bloody lake that will be fairly easy to deal with. Small to medium-sized creatures that are susceptible to gunfire, or things that like to climb out and fuck with your mind. Then there will be up-close and personal encounters that leave scar tissue on your memories, give you a reason to be scared of crossing over the catwalks above the lake. I've had at least 3 of those since my assignment here. The first one was literally on my second day on the job. I was shadowing one of the older security team sergeants. He was going on and on about the tours he did, the medals he received, and how this current work is really beneath him considering his past military record. We all start from the bottom when we join the Foundation. He was in the middle of his rant about how he has more experience than his CEO when something crawled out of the way. It was a pale woman with jet black hair. Her face, though, it haunts me whenever I think about it still. I can see it so clearly when I close my eyes. No eyes or nose, just a huge mouth from her hairline to her chin. A mouth with rows of thin teeth like ivory pencils. The legs were unnatural. This moment in time, in that I'm not sure they're thinking to themselves, we are being inundated with...
This is a dangerous moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moment.
But the federal felon's wondering, oh yes, the FBI has had me laugh you guys already.
I don't think they were thinking that in terms of the sweating sickness. That's
Do
not to
they
say
listen? No,
really
that's why
do.
so many
Yeah,
are going
I
to
will say,
prison.
though, around
Beep, beep.
rights in this century about the
Vroom,
unsanitary
vroom.
conditions, and I don't know if he's necessarily writing about these in terms of being worried about health or just noting how
No, it is
disgusting
health, yeah,
the
yeah.
situations are. But he talks
For
about
those of you wondering what's going on with Unit 207, it's all the same shit that I've already recorded. We're gonna break it in her. We're gonna arrest her. Wewe're gonna physically pull her out. And we're gonna do it sooner than she thinks. We might do it tomorrow. Maybe we'll do it this weekend. We're gonna do it. And then there's these people upstairs too, not saying anything because they've blown the whistle and they know the people that keep saying that shit are going to
That is what
prison.
Erasmus says. If he was there, I was not. But there is also, don't underestimate a little bit of house pride. It's not like the
I don't need to
Tudors or
update that.
Tudor
That's already in the
people
police
were
report.
living
You're all,
in
some of
houses.
you are already going to
Cliche.
prison
Yeah,
just for
medieval
discussing and planning that to
Yes.
begin with.
But, yes, obviously we're living in very different times and disease is more easily transmitted in the situation, in the conditions that they're
It's
living.
10:38 p.m.
But let's
PST.
talk about
Federal felons
specifically the
again.
sweating sickness
Did you
now.
pray today?
I can't tell you. And if that's what you've come here to find
Some
out,
of
you'll
you
never
did.
really
I thought you were a doctor.
Oh my God, my nephew's going to be like,
And
"See,
some of
told
you
you
prayed
weren't
and
a
it
real
went something
doctor."
like this.
Slightly.
Dear God, I know I'm a federal
So
felon
there's
who
no
perpetrated
sweating
250
sickness.
crimes, but
There's
let me
also known as
perpetrate some
stoop
more.
gallant
And you
and
know
a
what
new
Godzilla's going to do with that
Whoa, whoa,
prayer?
whoa.
I'll tell you in a second.
Amazing.
Stoop knave and know
Exactly
thy
what's
master.
promised in every
Now,
book in
The
the Old and
reason
New
being, and
Testament.
we'll get into why in a minute, is it often affected people in the middle to upper classes.
Ooh.
So stoop knave is basically going, you're just as good as anybody else now, or know thy master, i.e. God is the only person that
So you're being
is above you.
humbled
So you're being
by the symptoms.
We
Also,
have
I'm just going
we
to
do
throw
have
this
a
out
theory as to
here.
why
In the
that
event that
might
you
be,
fuck
and we'll come to that
faces
in just a minute.
decide
But
to
we have
proceed
an
with your
account
next
from
breaking
the
and
first
entering
outbreak
at
in
any
1485
point
from somebody, a French doctor
from now to
Thomas
Tuesday, like we
Forestier,
keep discussing.
who witnessed what he
We're
was
just
seeing
going to
in the
automatically
outbreak.
quadruple the
This
fines.
is what he
And I don't even need to
It says,
mail
"A
that
new
to you because
kind of
I'm saying
sickness
it
came
orally in
through
this
the
live
whole
stream. And
region,
as you
which
saw,
was so
this live
sore,
stream's
so
already
painful
incorporated.
and sharp that the like was never heard of to any man's remembrance before that
So
time."
now it's a contract.
These are people who've lived through the Black Death.
Yeah. I would actually go as far as to say that. Listen, this was not good.
Hyperbole.
Yeah, this, and we'll see how bad this was. But I would say I would prefer to get the sweating sickness over the Black Death any day.
Okay. So what specifically are the symptoms?
So, sudden onset, as in like you're fine, and then you're not fine. very quickly, right? So that you not have 2 days where you're like, oh, I've got a few aches and pains. You know when you get a cold, you're like,
You're like, I can feel a cold coming.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
that
yeah.
time of year, isn't it? Everyone's always
Yes.
like, oh, I can feel a cold. I can feel it coming on.
But no,
But no,
you're not
you
having
just
that. You're like, bam. Oh my God, I'm really not well very suddenly.
Okay.
Severe chills, fever, and sweating. But the sweating is, in the parlance of the day, malodorous. So it's bad smelling sweat.
Okay.
And like,
And
not been in for days.
we know in this period as well that people often believe that the sickness is carried by smell, right, and by contaminated air. So this must have been a real cause for concern. People start to smell like they're sick.
Yeah.
That's not good.
And this smell and the kind of the
That's so true. If you guys don't know the old English rhyme, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. That's because during the bubonic plague, children and adults carried around like basically think of an envelope. And it would be sewed closed and full of flowers because they thought if they held it up against their face, like with the face mask, held it up against their face, that the smell of the posy flowers would prevent them from catching the plague. And that's what that whole nursery rhyme is about, by the way. It's about the bubonic plague. Ring around the rosy, pocket full of posy, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. Anyway, this podcast I like. It's stupid. After Dark. That's what it's called. It's British. I've been sampling a lot of new podcasts in the last day.
the look of dampness. Now, this is, you would look wet if this wasn't just a, oh, I've got a little uncomfortable under my arms. No, you would look like you're drenched. And the way they often said it is, in quick cases, you would be dead before your clothes dried. So before your clothes could dry out from your own sickness, from sudden onset to your clothes having dried, you would be probably dead if you were going to die.
I mean, that's
really quick.
Horrendous. That's really frightening.
And another common adage about it was, you could be merry at dinner and dead by supper. Dinner happening more towards the middle of the day than nowadays.
That's just day drinking, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So like, but this is how quick this was. But there is hope. If you survived the first 24 hours, it was far more likely you were going to.
Oh, so this doesn't necessarily kill you.
No. So you can get this and survive.
So you can be dead in a day, half a day.
Hours, yeah.
And also, can I just say, I think it's really interesting how the Tudor day is measured there in terms of meals, and the sweating sickness is interrupting the routines.
And then keep in mind, personally liable ones. Keep in mind. Do not be fooled.
Things of ordinary life, and having that effect, that devastating effect of killing someone within that short time frame that's so organized and understood, and everyone has a place to go to and a role to fulfill in society, and you can be wiped out of it.
And you're going to miss your place to be.
Unless you have it for 24 hours, and then you might survive.
You're far more but quite likely after 24 hours to survive. So yeah, if you get through the night, say, or whatever it is, then things might look a little bit better for you. But one of my favorite symptoms is, and this is before the chill comes, right? Apparently you get a terrible sense of impending doom. That's what the contemporary accounts say.
I'm getting anxiety just hearing you say this.
Impending doom, I think I have that all the time. There was a guy writing at the time called John Harding, right? And he wrote that there was, again, a little bit of exaggeration here, but it means it happened somewhere. Cliches exist for a reason, but people got so hot and were so sweaty that they take off all the bedclothes, take off their actual clothes, and because we're kind of in a sense of delirium here, they just go running through the streets in order to try and rid themselves of this,
And again, you've got that transgressing. I mean, it is kind of funny as a scene, but you've got that.
And to put it another way, guys, everything that you do, have done, past, present, and future, but most notably tomorrow, all the way through to Tuesday, can and will be used in your prosecutions.
You've got that transgressing of boundaries and behaviours, and you're leaving your domestic space and you have your clothes on, and it's visible impropriety and panic. It must have spread panic. All these people running around naked, sweating, and then they're dead the next second.
And it's interesting because you have all of these acute symptoms, right? And they're coming together to form this awful illness. But we think now, although we cannot be sure because obviously there's no case studies to be able to test, but we think the most likely cause of death was dehydration. So actually it is something that could have been dealt with had they known exactly how they were dying.
I mean,
but that's only a theory though, but yes.
So
I think
we
I
don't know
might
where
have
this
this
comes from.
illness right now. I'm
Do
never
we know how
sweaty
it
though. I'm not a
spreads?
sweaty
Is
person.
this seemingly random? Do people work out what's going on?
We
I
don't
feel
really know,
sick.
but there are theories, and we love
This
a medical theory.
mysterious-
Me with a
Not
thing.
everyone's
sweating
like, no, why
sickness
would you
that they're
guess about what
talking
things are
about
happening in the
with
past? I'm like, I want to know,
deadly
just
plague.
guess away, you're fine. Like,
It's fine, we're not real medical
No.
doctors. Don't take our advice.
as long as I'm entertained, who cares? We do think it was likely transmitted through human contact. It was more prevalent in private cities, so it's a matter of deduction there. It makes sense. If it's happening more in cities in crowded areas, then that would make sense that some kind of contact is most likely. Modern people who've looked at this with medical backgrounds have said it's some kind of a hantavirus, and that would link it to rodent population. So we're talking about rats potentially.
Okay.
Initially,
We know they help to spread the plague.
yes.
So,
So it's just maybe some other
I always
form
blame
of
it on the rats. Or the
hantavirus.
monkeys. It's always the
Rats,
rats or the monkeys.
Right, all right.
Oh, and sometimes the cows.
I know it's the plague.
Or rats.
Mad cow disease.
So, is this just one big pandemic that happens? Does it come in periods? Does this come and go? Or
It comes and goes. As I said at the start, it's very Tudor. So we have 1485 at the very beginning, 1508, so gives a bit of a breather, 1517, 1528, and then the last recorded incident of this specific sweating sickness is recorded in 1551. So it really is very contained, like relatively so.
it is, but if you were born around 1500 and say you lived to the age of 50, you've
True.
seen a lot of that in your
That's so
lifetime
true,
if you survive it. Like those are several waves coming and
Yeah.
going.
Yeah,
that
even though it's
that would
short,
shape your life and your anxieties and your fears, I suppose. And that's on top of all the other diseases that you might catch and all the accidents you might have. And oh my god.
yeah, and all the fun you might have. Very much localized to England, by the way.
Ooh.
Yeah, it doesn't really venture outside England, and when it does, in the few cases that it does, it's only within English populations in places like the north of France.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very English centric. Not that it's targeting English people, because diseases can't do that.
Wait a second.
That's where we're seeing it
Uh-huh.
occur. So it is.
I can hit the Tudor conspiracy theories
Oh my god.
coming right now. I have here written the question, why was it feared? But I think it's quite self-explanatory, really. I mean, this is seemingly random. It's coming and going in these waves with very little way to predict them. You can survive it, or you can be dead in a few hours. And it seems to target people in the sort of middling to upper strata of society, which is unusual.
And I think that's one of the reasons why it's feared, because we have more records of it being feared, because it was hitting that more literate parts of society, so therefore they're
So it's
writing
just
about
the
it more.
historical record.
Yeah.
I mean, is there something that people in those classes are doing that the lower classes are not, that is spreading it?
Well, one of the main sites of infection were places like monasteries, those that still survived, anywhere where the clergy were together. And so men and middle to upper class men were getting this disease at an unusual rate. So, what are you thinking about? For those of you who can't see, Maddie just pulled down her glasses and looked at me. What do you mean? What have I feel like I've done something.
No, is this through some kind of sexual contact? Is that what's happening maybe? But then you see that throughout society, wouldn't you? I'm just thinking, these...
That's hilarious. No, yeah, I mean, I see where your brain went. I don't think so.
No, because that would happen across society. What is it about monasteries then? They're administering medical help to people
Close living
outside,
quarters.
well, close living quarters. But so are people in a lot of
In Tudor towns,
Tudor
the
households,
cities.
right?
Yeah. Like it's not a disparate population in London at this point. It is distinct from things like the bubonic plague because there is no visible like buboes or
The lumps that
the
you
lumps.
get in the
Yeah.
groin.
Because you remember, like we always hear, like, oh, there's a lump under the armpit. We know
Oh,
this is very
the
serious.
panic
It's over.
you would have
Yeah.
felt if you'd felt that lump.
It wasn't that with this. Although people were still really scared because of the speed with which people would deteriorate, and that in itself was much faster than the
It's genuinely really frightening,
Yeah.
and the fact that we still don't know what it is, the mystery is really unsettling.
The new Boost Mobile network is offering unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for life.
That sounds like a threat.
Then how do you think we should say it?
Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month for the rest of your life?
I don't know.
Until your ultimate demise.
What if we just say forever?
Okay.
$25 a month forever.
Get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month with Boost Mobile forever.
After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Unlimited plan.
Your old work platform. It's not you. It's us. Actually, it is you. Endless onboarding, constant IT bottlenecks. We've had enough. We need a platform that just gets us. And to be honest, we've met someone new. They're called Monday.com, and it was love at first onboarding. Their beautiful dashboards, their customizable workflows got us floating on a digital cloud 9. So no hard feelings, but we're moving on. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use.
If you like the words food, football, and 40% off, then Instacart has the perfect big game deal for you. Right now on the Instacart app, you can get $10 off a $25 order of eligible game day essentials like chips, dips, sips, and chicken strips. So what are you waiting for? Free snacks with your order? Because yeah, Instacart has those too. Fees, taxes, and terms apply. Eligible items only while supplies last. Expires on February 9th. Everyone knows that it's not Valentine's without 1-800-Flowers.com. So whatever you do, don't forget the flowers. Right now, when you order early from 1-800-Flowers, you can get a gorgeous bouquet of assorted roses starting at $24.99. It's the perfect way to say I love you without breaking the bank. Don't put this off. Quantities are limited, so lock in your roses starting at $24.99 today at 1-800-Flowers.com/ACAST. That's 1-800-Flowers.com/ACAST.
Was there any treatment? Was there effective treatment? I imagine there was a range of proposed treatments in the Tudor period, but how do you actually combat this? Did anyone work it out?
No, they didn't work. And if they did work it out, see, the thing is, they probably did work it out because it disappears, but they don't necessarily know what they did because they didn't know what they were treating necessarily. But the thought at the time was that you needed to encourage the sweating. Now, if you are linking the cause of death to dehydration, in hindsight, that might feel not necessarily, but they always did that, didn't they? Like, sweat it out, get it out, the humors, get
Yes,
all that kind of thing.
an imbalance in your body, so you need to purge yourself. I mean, it kind of makes sense. You can see, yes, that would obviously dehydrate people and things 1,000 times worse, but you can see why they would do that.
Can you see why they might sew them into their bed sheets as a form of treatment? Because they did that
Well,
too.
because they kept running naked around.
Well, yeah, actually, yeah. But yeah, as I said,
Just stop Granddad running down the street with no pants on.
because they were like, sweat this out, they were just like, keep them in, keep them warm, sew them into the bed sheet so they can't like free themselves from it, keep them awake as much as you can within the 24-hour period. That was one of the things. So they knew that this 24-hour thing was
So you
but they had
exhausted,
to
dehydrated, brilliant. It's interesting about being sewn into the bedclothes. I imagine if you are suffering from a fever and sweating sickness, would that not feel like you're being sort of stitched into a shroud?
Can you imagine that? I would hate that.
There
I
would
can't
be
even
a
have my feet
feeling.
covered by my blanket at night.
Oh, really? Are
My
you not
cat,
worried that
yeah.
the monster under the bed will get them there?
My
That
dogs
would...
sleep under the bed,
Oh, okay.
so they're taking care of that. So
Yeah,
it might
they're
be-
dealing with that situation.
They cannot be covered. Have to be out. Do you wear socks in bed?
God, no.
No.
My dog lies on top of me.
The dogs eventually make their way in.
She's slowly.
You've got big dogs as well.
Yeah, she thinks that she's married to my husband, and she gets in between us and slowly uses her arms and legs to push me out of the bed.
She doesn't have arms. She's a dog.
4 legs then.
Whatever they are. The
She does not think she's a dog. She thinks she's a human.
She thinks she's a raven-haired beauty that's married to your husband.
Yeah.
Speaking of raven-haired beauties, yes, Link.
Amazing.
And
Where's this
Lynn.
going? Oh, nice. Woo.
She gets it. So
What?
Anne,
She has
Anne gets it.
I didn't
No,
know
obviously
that.
she survives.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know this. Until
I mean,
this.
that would change the course of English history. That
She
is an
dies.
amazing
What
one.
if? Yeah, but no, she didn't. So
Go on, so when does she get it?
she gets it in 1528, the summer of 1528, because she is.
That's like the 3rd outbreak, 4th outbreak at that point, I think.
Yes, that's the 4th outbreak.
I
And
think
so you've been listening. And the thing to notice about this, right? The thing to remember about this is Anne gets it from a maid because it's going around court. So just as it goes around religious orders, court is living in
Well,
close
yes,
quarters,
yeah.
and it's spreading there. Henry VIII is actually a bit of a hypochondriac, and I did not know this. And he goes, "Get me the lip out of here. I don't want to be anywhere near."
Well, look, from his point of view, he is God's representative on earth.
True,
He's the
true.
king. He has a job to do. He has to rule all over England. He does not want to get this.
Again, we know what this looks and feels like in our own time, but he implements, or he oversees, the implementation of quarantine, isolation measures, definitely across the board.
Wow.
And he takes himself out of it. He retreats to like remote hunting lodges, and so again, we know that they know it's something about living in close quarters, but they're not quite sure what it is.
I mean, that's an incredible moment at court. Everyone's in quarantine. The king's gone off for a simple shooting party, away to a lodge somewhere. That is.
And he keeps moving too. He won't just stay in one hunting lodge. He keeps moving around as if we might
really rude.
Follow him.
Chasing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't know how it spreads, really.
He wouldn't let his attendants come close to him to serve him. He would only have a small few that could. He conducted court business through messengers, so he'd be like, "Don't come near me. I'll get my message to you, and you'll just have to wait a day or whatever to get
meter, big gaps marked on the floor."
2 meter things, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not just, it wasn't just afraid of getting sweating sickness, he was just afraid of getting sick generally. Like, and I think you're right. I think it's that, like, I can't die, I am the king.
It's a really interesting mindset, isn't it? Because Henry VIII, on the one hand, he's sort of obsessed with bodily function, isn't he? He's obsessed with procreating and creating a male heir.
The Reverend Arthur Maydew was the hard-working incumbent of a large parish in one of our manufacturing towns. He was also a student and a man of no strong physique, so that when an opportunity was presented to him to take an annual holiday,
Unit 2 is
by exchanging parsonages with an elderly clergyman, Mr.
The ones
Roberts,
fucking up the
squire
podcast
of
as
the parish
usual.
of Overbury, and an acquaintance of his own, he was glad to avail him.
It's 10:58 a.m. PST. They're the ones that keep stopping her and fucking with the visual of the entire website. I don't even know what they had.
Himself a bit. Overbury is a small and very remote village in one of our most lovely and rural counties, and Mr. Roberts had long held the living of it. Without further delay, we can transport Mr. Maydew and his family, which consisted only of 2 daughters, to their temporary home. The 2 young ladies, Alice and Maggie, the heroines of this narrative, were at that time aged 26 and 24 years respectively. Both of them were attractive girls, fond of such society as they could find in their own parish, and the former especially, always pleased to extend the circle of their acquaintance. Although the elder in years, Alice in many ways yielded place to her sister, who was the more energetic and practical, and upon whose shoulders the bulk of the family cares and responsibilities rested. Alice was inclined to be absent-minded and emotional, and to devote more of her thoughts and time to speculations of an abstract nature than her sister. Both of the girls, however, rejoiced at the prospect of a period of quiet and rest in a pleasant country neighborhood, and both were gratified at knowing that their father would find in Mr. Roberts' library much that would entertain his mind, and in Mr. Roberts' garden an opportunity to indulge freely in his favorite game of croquet. They would have no doubt preferred some cheerful neighbors, but Mr. Roberts was positive in his assurances that there was no one in the neighborhood whose acquaintance would be of interest to them. The first few weeks of their new life passed pleasantly for the Maydew family. Mr. Maydew quickly gained renewed vigor in his quiet and congenial surroundings, and in the delightful air, while his daughters spent much of their time in long walks about the country and exploring its beauties. One evening, late in August, the two girls were returning from a long walk along one of their favourite paths, which led along the side of the downs. On their right, as they walked, the ground fell away sharply to a narrow glen named Bricket Bottom, about 3/4 of a mile in length, along the bottom of which ran a little used country road leading to a farm known as Blazer's Farm, and then onward and upward to lose itself as a
Unit 207 is the reason why the podcast stopped.
cheap
Why?
track on
Because
the
they're
higher
just
downs.
jackasses.
On their side of the slope, some scattered trees and bushes grew, but beyond the lane and running up over the farther slope of the glen was a thick wood, which extended away to Carew Court, the seat of a neighbouring magnate, Lord Carew. On their left, the open down rose above them, and beyond its crest lay Overbury. The girls were walking hastily, as they were later than they had intended to be, and were anxious to reach home. At a certain point at which they had now arrived, the path forked, the right-hand branch leading down into Bricket Bottom, and the left-hand turning up over the down to Overbury. Just as they were
I was
about
attempting
turn
to make a
into the
playlist because when I went to sleep with this podcast on
and pointing
earlier,
downwards,
Unit 207
exclaimed,
switched to a different podcast, which it shouldn't have done. So I've just pushed forward just to make sure it's showing that this podcast should continue playing indefinitely, as in, unless Unit
down to
207
Overbury.
criminally and
Just
illegally
as they were
shuts
about
it
to
off or
turn
switches
into the
the
left-hand path,
podcast,
Alice suddenly
because
stopped.
they're so confident in talking during this period of time
How very
between
curious, Maggie. Look, there's a house down there.
them going to prison
which
for the rest of their lives.
Never noticed before, often as we have walked up the bottom. Maggie followed with her eyes her sister's pointing finger. I don't see any house, she said. Why, Maggie, said her sister. Can't you see it? A quaint-looking, old-fashioned red brick house there, just where the road bends to the right. It seems to be standing in a nice, well-kept garden, too. Maggie looked again, but the light was beginning to fade in the glen, and she was short-sighted to boot. I certainly don't see anything, she said. But then I am so blind and the light is getting bad. Yes, perhaps I do see a house, she added, straining her eyes.
I did say at the start of this podcast I wasn't going to turn it off until tomorrow, but there's so much stalking activity going on and talks and discussions for tomorrow and Friday and Monday and crimes and all of these things have already been reported that I would just quite frankly rather go to sleep than have to listen to any more of these imbeciles. That's where I'm at. So I'm ending this live stream. It's 11:03 p.m. PST. A new one will initiate in 90 seconds or less. A male hacker upstairs said fuck or shit, so he'll probably criminally and illegally shut off the next one. Probably going to coincide with one of their remaining threatened felonies that they're excited about for this week. Remember, imbeciles, you've got no immunity, and you've already been invoiced.
Much intrigued over her discoveries, which she eagerly narrated to her sister.